Chapter 151 Completely Damaged Mangeki Sharingan. Please subscribe. After leaving the noodle shop, Karin walked on the street in a depressed mood. She didn't really want to complete the task assigned to her by the Kusagakure village. She didn't know Naruto before and only regarded Naruto as the target of the task. But after being accepted by Shinji, she gradually integrated into the circle of her classmates and slowly understood Naruto's life experience. When she learned about the miserable childhood of this boy who had the blood of the Uzumaki clan like herself, she thought of herself and couldn't help but feel sympathy. So now that the Kusagakure village wants to target Naruto again, she is disgusted from the bottom of her heart. What's more, after the last action, Konoha's protection of Naruto has become much stricter, and Naruto is monitored by the Anbu from time to time, so there is no way to start. I can't hurt Naruto anymore. After making up her mind secretly, she felt better. After returning to the apartment, Karin closed the door and fell directly on the bed. Such vigilance is not good. Suddenly, a voice came from the room. Karin was startled and jumped up from the bed as if she had been electrocuted, looking straight in the direction of the voice. After seeing Shinji dressed in Akatsuki, she breathed a sigh of relief and immediately saluted respectfully, "Sir." Shinji walked out of the shadows and asked casually, "What's going on?" Karin immediately told her in detail that the Kusagakure village had secretly contacted her, ordered her to investigate the purpose of Akatsuki's abduction of Sasuke, and restarted the tailed beast plan, and ordered her to collect information about Naruto. Humph! Shinji snorted when he heard it. It must be said that the Kusagakure village is really good at adding drama to itself. If he hadn't had the time to pay attention to it now, he really wanted to teach those whimsical and ambitious people in the Kusagakure village a lesson. Karin asked hurriedly, "Sir, what should I do?" Shinji said, "It doesn't matter, just delay it first, or give them some insignificant little intelligence to perfunctory them. Later, I will find a chance to settle accounts with them." The Kusagakure village thinks that he hid behind the scenes and controlled everything, but in fact, Karin had been turned against by him, and all the plans of Kusagakure were exposed to him, so as long as he wanted, there would be plenty of opportunities to pit Kusagakure in the future. And he felt that such an opportunity was coming soon. Yes. Karin nodded. Shinji then asked about Karin's physical condition in the past 2 days. Karin answered truthfully, "My chakra is still slowly improving, and the pupil power of my eyes seems to have improved, but it is not as obvious as the improvement of chakra." Shinji nodded gently, all of this was within his expectations. He then pondered for a moment and asked, "Has the sluggish feeling in the eyes you mentioned before been relieved now?" Karin shook her head, "No, and as the pupil power increases, this feeling becomes more and more obvious." "My lord, what's going on? I didn't have this feeling before." Shinji explained, "If I'm not mistaken, this is because your control over these eyes has improved." Karin became puzzled, why has the sluggish feeling increased after the control has improved? Shinji took off the goggles that Karin was wearing, and while looking at the scarlet Mangeki Sharingan in Karin's eye sockets, he said, "This sluggish feeling has always existed. It is not because of the improvement of control that it has increased, but because the improvement of control has made you aware of the things you noticed before. Details that cannot be seen. So that's it." Karin suddenly realized, and then she had another doubt, "Sir, why is there such a sluggish feeling?" Shinji explained slowly, "Because these eyes are not the eyes of the soul as described by the Miyazawa Hanmoe degree. Its awakening and its ability are closely connected with the spirit of the original owner. It is a concrete manifestation of the original owner's spiritual will. Because of this characteristic, in theory, only its original owner can exert its full power. You can control these eyes mainly because of your Uzumaki clan bloodline, as well as the bloodline power of the Senju clan contained in the first-generation cells obtained by transplanting special cells, and some of the power of the sacred tree. If it were someone else." Speaking of this, Shinji thought of Kakashi. Kakashi is undoubtedly a genius among his peers. He is an elite who was promoted to a jonin at the age of 10. There should be no obvious shortcomings in the amount of chakra. But after he transplanted Obito's Sharingan and awakened it unconsciously as the Mangeki Sharingan, he has been deeply restricted by the amount of chakra. Not only that, after so many years of transplantation, he still cannot open the Mangeki Sharingan and use the Mangeki pupil technique contained in it. Therefore, Karin's control over the Mangeki Sharingan has reached an extremely high level. Even compared with the original owner, I am afraid it is on par. She only lost in the point of spiritual harmony with the Mangeki Sharingan. Shinji did not mention Kakashi's Mangeki Sharingan, but said, "In short, you have done everything you can, no need to feel uneasy." After listening to Shinji's explanation, Karin breathed a sigh of relief. The increasingly obvious stagnation in her eyes has made her feel very uneasy recently. Now that she understands the reason, she is relieved. Shinji checked Karen's arm again and confirmed that the skin wrinkles in the transplanted area on Karen's arm had almost disappeared, so he said, "It seems that your body has almost digested the cells transplanted to you last time." Karen said, "My lord, do you have any arrangements for the next step?" Shinji nodded gently, "Well, your current sage body should be unique in the ninja world, maybe you can restore the eyes." Karen is currently the only person in the ninja world who combines the sage body of the Uzumaki clan, the sage body of the Senju clan, and the characteristics of the sacred tree. If you don't consider the high-end powers such as Senra Tenchi, Six-Path Sage Chakra, and Bloodline Net, she should be the most likely person to restore the pair of completely damaged Mangeki Sharingan. Speaking of this, Shinji took out the small nutrient tank containing the completely damaged Mangeki Sharingan. This is... Karen's eyes were instantly attracted by the pair of eyes floating in the small nutrient tank. This is also a pair of Mangeki Sharingan. After a pause, Shinji introduced, "Due to the age, this pair of Mangeki Sharingan has completely lost its activity, which is equivalent to being scrapped." What? Karen was shocked. She had never thought that a treasure like the Mangeki Sharingan would completely lose its activity and become waste due to the passage of time. Shinji said, "Although it has completely lost its activity, it was a pair of Mangeki Sharingan after all. I checked it and it can still give me some weak responses." Under the induction of the Susanoo Sun Lantern, this pair of completely damaged Mangeki Sharingan did have a weak response, so it means that it still has the possibility of recovery. Karen immediately understood Shinji's idea and said, "Do you want me to restore this pair of completely damaged Mangeki Sharingan?" "Yes." Shinji nodded. Karen didn't hesitate and immediately agreed, "I will follow your arrangement, but after I transplant these eyes, will I be unable to see anything?" "Yes." This is exactly what Shinji is worried about. This pair of completely damaged Mangeki Sharingan has completely lost its ability to sense light. If it is transplanted to Karen now, Karen will probably be unable to see for a long time. She has to remain blind. Fortunately, the Ninja Academy is on vacation now, so Karen doesn't need to go to school every day, but it's still very troublesome. She might be discovered if she's not careful. Karen thought for a moment and said, "My lord, I'm fine. I can stay at home, and ask Bai to send me some food. As long as I can recover my eyes before the end of the vacation, no, as long as I can see something clearly before then, there will be no problem." There is about 1.5 months left in the vacation. She believes that this time should be enough to recover her eyes. If she can't recover, then no matter how much time she spends, she's afraid she won't be able to recover. Shinji thought for a moment, "Just stay in the apartment and I will stay in Konoha during this period. You don't have to worry about safety." Hearing that the leader would take care of her, Karen immediately felt relieved, "Thank you." Shinji began to instruct, "I will send you high-quality Yintun chakra from time to time. Pay attention to it and see if these high-quality Yintun chakras can help restore the pair of completely damaged Mangeki Sharingan." Karen nodded hurriedly, "Yes, I will definitely experience it seriously." "Then, let's start now." Shinji took out the transplant surgery instruments and began to prepare for the operation. Originally, he planned to wait for a while before trying to restore Karen's pair of completely damaged Mangeki Sharingan, but as the conflict between Akatsuki and the 5 major ninja villages became more and more intense, he felt that he could not wait any longer. He was actually very worried about the current situation in the ninja world. He never intended to intensify the conflict. He pretended to be Akatsuki to eliminate the invading demons. His original intention was to use the identity of Akatsuki to cover himself and buy himself time to develop. It was just that he had not expected that the mysterious lantern bearer had secretly investigated the situation in the ninja world, and had come up with the idea of intensifying the conflict between the 5 major ninja villages and the Akatsuki organization, in order to use the local power of the ninja world to check and balance him, the lantern bearer who protected the ninja world. As time went by, the Akatsuki organization, which was supposed to be in the stage of secret development, suddenly entered the vision of the 5 major ninja villages, and as the misunderstanding deepened, the conflict between the two sides became more and more acute. This was obviously not good for Shinji. You know, he is only 8 years old now, and both his physical development and the establishment of his forces are in the initial stage. If the Fourth Ninja World War broke out early because of him, it would be very disadvantageous for him. So he couldn't wait and had to speed up the development of his own strength, and restoring this pair of completely damaged Mangeki Sharingan was an important part of it. Because judging from the previous cases of Karin restoring the half-damaged Mangeki Sharingan, the restoration of the Mangeki Sharingan was, to some extent, a rebirth. It's just that the 2 previous times, the half-damaged Mangeki Sharingan was restored. So the newly born Mangeki Sharingan will soon be synchronized with the other Mangeki Sharingan, and never lose its intimacy with Karin. And now this pair of Mangeki Sharingan is in a completely damaged state. Once it is restored by Karin, the new state may be maintained, and it can achieve a certain degree of mental synchronization with Karin. In other words, Karin can become half of the original owner of this pair of Mangeki Sharingan by restoring this pair of completely damaged Mangeki Sharingan. In this way, Karin has the minimum qualification to make this pair of Mangeki Sharingan continue to evolve. As long as she has this qualification, Karin will be a very meaningful experimental subject, and many of Shinji's whimsical ideas can be tested on her one by one. Even Shinji can try out the plan to impact the Samsara Eye on Karin one by one, and then use it on himself. After a while, Shinji completed the preparations before the operation. Karin also adjusted herself and lay quietly on the bed waiting for the operation. As she underwent more and more operations, she gradually overcame her fear of surgery. Of course, more factors were her trust in the leader. Soon, Shinji took out the Mangeki Sharingan from Karin's eye sockets and put it into a reserved small nutrient tank. Then he took out the damaged Mangeki Sharingan from another small nutrient tank and transplanted it into Karin's eye sockets. The whole process took only 2 or 3 minutes. After the end, Shinji asked, "How does it feel?" Karin didn't rush to answer. She felt it a little and shook her head, "My lord, I don't feel anything about these eyes. It seems that they don't belong to me." Shinji was mentally prepared. He whispered, "It has lost all its activity. It is definitely not easy to reconnect. You can try to stimulate it with your own Yang escape chakra, but be careful. Don't stimulate it too strongly at the beginning. Do it step by step." "Well, I know how to do it." Karin is no longer a novice. She is better than Shinji, who only has theoretical knowledge, in restoring the Mangeki Sharingan. Shinji picked up Karin's previous pair of Mangeki Sharingan, which contained the pupil technique Suzanu. "I will keep your previous pair of eyes for the time being. If you can restore the pair of completely damaged Mangeki in your eye sockets, I will tell you a new secret." "My lord, what is the secret?" Karin was a little curious and looked at Shinji with a white and empty look. Although she lost her sight, she still had the ability to perceive her surroundings because of her Kagura heart eyes, and she was not like an ordinary blind person. When you recover this, only those with a pair of eyes are qualified to know this secret. Shinji kept it a secret, then packed up the surgical instruments and walked to the balcony. Karin put on her goggles again, covering her white eyes, and stood up to see Shinji off. "I will notify Bai and ask him to send you food regularly, and you can stay in the apartment with peace of mind." After saying that, Shinji disappeared in Karin's apartment in a flash. 2 chapters in 1. Please recommend and vote for me. Please, everyone. Chapter 152 Artificial Tailed Beast. After completing the eye replacement surgery for Karin, Shinji did not return to his apartment, but contacted Haku with Naobi, and informed him of Karin's condition, and asked him to send food to Karin regularly. Haku also took the opportunity to report to Shinji about the task assigned to him by Kirigakuer. After listening to Haku's report, Shinji immediately realized that the open and covert struggles among the 5 major ninja villages over the right to command the operation were about to begin. In order to compete for the right to command the operation, the 5 major ninja villages will inevitably take action against the Akatsuki organization. By then, the contradictions between the 5 major ninja villages and the Akatsuki organization will inevitably intensify further, and the future of the ninja world is likely to move towards a branch that is completely different from the original time and space. Hey! Shinji sighed. What he lacks most now is time to grow, but things are not going as he wished. Various disputes follow him like a shadow, making him feel a little breathless. His current strength is mainly reflected in his pair of eternal Mangeki Sharingan. In addition, he is only 8 years old now, and his body has not grown to its peak. Compared with adults like Nagato and Obito, he is naturally at a great disadvantage. In addition, he has very little experience in high-end battles. It's okay to open Susanoo to bully weak ones, but once he encounters Nagato with Samsara Eye, or Obito who has mastered space-time ninjutsu and would escape, and Ataka who has the artifacts Ten-Fist Sword and Yata Mirror, his chances of winning are very low. This is the result of his hard work and development. If it were a few months ago, he would have been 100% dead if he met these people. Not to mention the chance of winning, he would not even have a chance to escape. The improvement of strength cannot be stopped. Thinking of this, Shinji's face darkened. In the previous confrontation with Obito and others, he felt the crisis. If Obito had launched an attack at that time, he would have been defeated. Fortunately, he was full of momentum at that time, shocked Obito, and finally escaped calmly. Summarizing the shortcomings in that battle, Shinji began to think about how to further improve his strength. The Eternal Mangeki Sharingan is already the ultimate state of the Sharingan. If you want to improve it, you can only try to impact the Samsara Eye. But this step is not easy. Uchiha Madara, who was blessed with the Eternal Mangeki Sharingan, the first generation of cells, the chakra of Otsutsuki Indra, and the chakra of Otsutsuki Ashura, was able to awaken the Samsara Eye in his later years. Now that Shinji has just obtained the Eternal Mangeki Sharingan, it is neither rational nor realistic to want to get a stronger Samsara Eye immediately. So he quickly set his sights on training his subordinates. At present, Karen's hardware strength is actually very strong. With a pair of Mangeki Sharingan, she can exert the strength of a cage. Her biggest problem now is still lack of experience. This may not be a problem against ordinary ninjas, but once she fights with a strong one, the opponent can see her true situation from many details and formulate targeted tactics. But there is no way, after all, she is only 7 years old now, 1 year younger than Shinji. She naturally has no way to solve the problem that Shinji himself can't solve. Things like combat experience and combat wisdom, there is no shortcut. Either you are gifted, like the 4th Hokage and Uchiha Itachi, who are born with strong combat intuition and can find the opponent's flaws in a flash. Or you can only hone yourself slowly through battle after battle. Shinji and Karen actually do not have that kind of extraordinary combat intuition, so they can only summarize and learn through battle after battle, and improve their combat experience and combat wisdom little by little. Now in Shinji's hands, in addition to his own pair of Eternal Mangeki Sharingan, including the pair of Mangeki Sharingan in Karen's eye sockets that are completely damaged, there are still 3 pairs of Mangeki Sharingan. In other words, he can try to fuse the second pair of Eternal Mangeki Sharingan on the premise of retaining Uchiha Fugaku's pair of Mangeki Eye. Before this, he had been planning to use the Susanoo Tomb to fuse the second pair of Eternal Mangeki Sharingan. But now he has a new idea. If everything goes well and Karen successfully restores the pair of damaged Mangeki Sharingan, then he is going to let Karen try to use the restored pair of damaged Mangeki Sharingan to fuse the Mangeki Sharingan containing the pupil technique Susanoo. This is a risky move. But as long as this step is successful and a pair of Eternal Mangeki Sharingan is fused, Karen will be the original owner of this pair of Eternal Mangeki Sharingan. By then, she will truly have the basic conditions to impact the Samsara Eye, and the upper limit of her growth will be improved again. By comparison, Bai's strength will be more ordinary. However, among his peers, Bai is already a well-deserved leader. If he fights with all his might, few people can be his opponent. Even among the senior ninjas in the village, there are not many who can defeat him one-on-one. But what Shinji has to face is not ordinary enemies. In addition to the various ambitious people in the ninja world, there are also powerful enemies outside the domain. This is why Bai's strength is somewhat behind. However, fortunately, Shinji has Niobe and Fujin. At critical moments, he can send messages through Niobe and transmit chakra through Fujin, which can greatly make up for Bai's shortcomings in chakra. In addition to the 2 servants Karen and Bai, Shinji feels that he needs to recruit other people. Currently, he is eyeing Niji. First of all, as a genius of the Hyuga clan, Niji himself has great potential, and according to his research, the Hyuga clan and the Kagaya clan are complementary. In other words, if the cell fusion is completed and Kimimura's cell tissue is transplanted to Niji, Niji will most likely be able to get a comprehensive improvement. Secondly, as a member of the Hyuga branch, bird in a cage is Niji's biggest obsession and weakness. As long as this point is grasped, there is no need to worry about Niji's cooperation. Third, Niji is also a stepping stone to the moon. Especially the giant reincarnation eye on the moon, if there is no white eye chakra, it cannot be controlled at all, so he also needs Niji's cooperation in plotting the reincarnation. For these three reasons, the next person he wants to recruit is Niji. At the same time, Shinji also secretly made up his mind and decided to lie dormant for a while and no longer show up in the ninja world in a high-profile manner, because in the foreseeable future, the struggle between the Akatsuki organization and the 5 major ninja villages will become more and more intense and bloody. If he continues to show up as the Akatsuki organization, it is likely that he will not be able to please both sides. Instead of this, it is better to lie dormant and develop secretly. The main house of the Hyuga family. Swish! A dark shadow rushed into the mansion with a light sound of breaking wind. The dark shadow seemed to be very familiar with the layout of the mansion. With a few rises and falls, he easily avoided the layers of guards and came to the inner courtyard of the mansion. The dark shadow gently opened the door, and it flashed in like a breeze and landed silently in the house. After examining the house, the dark shadow came to a wall and fumbled on the wall with both hands. Ka! Suddenly, as if it touched some mechanism, there was a light sound on the wall, and then a secret compartment popped out of the wall. The dark shadow was startled at first, and then a look of joy appeared on his face. He reached into the secret compartment with one hand and took out a scroll stored in it. After opening the scroll impatiently, the dark shadow read it carefully, then closed the scroll, and a thoughtful look appeared on his face. After a while, the black shadow put the scroll back to its original place, restored the secret compartment, and slowly left the house. After returning to his own house, the black shadow lit the candlestick on the table. The swaying candlelight reflected his expectant and slightly tangled face. There is no doubt that the black shadow who had just sneaked into the main family mansion was not someone else, but Hyuga Niji. After several hesitations, he finally decided to find clues to the moon first, and then consider whether to cooperate with the Akatsuki organization. This time, Sasuke's departure from the village showed the Akatsuki organization's unscrupulous style of behavior to the fullest, which made him, who was upright in character, feel very disgusted and resistant. But at the same time, the powerful strength of the Akatsuki organization also left a very deep impression on him. It is impossible to resist the bird in the cage, resist the main family, and seek justice for his father with his own strength. In the end, he would either compromise like other members of the branch family, or be executed by the main family. There would be almost no third possibility. So the emergence of Akatsuki gave him a new choice. My only enemy is the main family. If Akatsuki wants me to sell out the interests of the village, I would rather lose the opportunity to take revenge than cooperate with them. After a pause, he continued to think, but if Akatsuki just wants to cooperate with me to go to the moon. In the secret base of Sheneng. Looking at the huge cocoon beating like a heartbeat in the giant breeding chamber, Obito frowned slightly. Is this the secret weapon you mentioned? Sheneng was excited. Yes, it is the artificial tailed beast, Zero Tail. Artificial tailed beast. Obito grinned and asked, why are you interested in this kind of thing? Sheneng didn't know how to answer for a while. In his opinion, the tailed beast is a war weapon, a treasure that even the 5 major ninja villages have to fight for, so he didn't understand why Obito asked this question. The Wu Yang on the side smiled and said, this thing is still worth taking. Obito glanced at Wu Yang. As a man who possesses the Manjiki Sharingan and can even control the 9 tails, it is difficult for him to understand the status of the tailed beasts in the minds of other ninjas in the ninja world. In fact, let alone Sheneng, even monsters like Wu Yang, after understanding the basic theory of artificial tailed beasts, have also developed a strong interest in the zero tail cultivated by Sheneng. As a monster, the thing he lacks the least is chakra. The undead army that caused great suffering to the ninja world back then was produced under the nurturing of his huge chakra. So as long as he is willing, he can completely support Sheneng and cultivate a true zero tail. Seeing that Obito is still hesitant, Sheneng even he hurriedly persuaded, once I become the zero-tailed Jinhyuriki, my strength will skyrocket. At that time, I can even use dark medical ninjutsu to transform myself and maintain the normal 8-gate dungeon death gate state. Although he still looked down upon the artificial tailed beasts, Obito, who was in urgent need of combat power, did not reject Sheneng's request this time, but asked, how long will it take for you to complete the zero tail? Shen Nong made an estimate and said, if the organization can give me full support, I can have zero tail born within 2 months. 2 months? Obito pondered. According to the news from Chuiden, Nagato has made adjustments based on the current situation in the ninja world. Maybe it won't be long before the Akatsuki organization begins to fully capture the tailed beasts. Once all the tailed beasts are collected and the 10 tails are resurrected, the cooperative relationship between him and Nagato will come to an end. So he must prepare in advance for the final battle. If you master Uchiha Suzuki, you will master Uchiha Itaki, plus the sprites and Sheneng who has the 0 tail. If it is a sneak attack, my chances of winning are not small. At this moment, he thought again of the 3 members of the Akatsuki organization wearing hooded red cloud suits. He didn't care much about the other people under Nagato, such as Konan, Scorpion, Deidara, Kakuzu, and Haiden. But the 3 members of the mysterious Akatsuki organization who acted strangely and tried to stop his actions several times made him very afraid. Because only Uchiha understands Uchiha best. Among the 3 members of the mysterious Akatsuki organization, there were at least 2 Mangekyo Uchiha. If he did not investigate the Mangekyo Eye technique mastered by those 2 Mangekyo Uchiha, he would not be able to rest at ease. At this time, he suddenly felt that the demon and Shennong were the best candidates to test the 2 kaleidoscope Uchiha pupil skills, so he said to Shennong, "Okay, let's list the materials for the Risk Explorator, and the organization will try its best to help you." Raised. Shennong was immediately overjoyed. After handling Shennong's request, Obito left Shennong's secret base and met Zetsuo, who came all the way to find him. Obito asked, "What's the news?" Ju said, "The 5 major ninja villages have reached a consensus. Whoever obtains the core information within our organization first will be able to obtain command authority." "Humph, it's the same thing again." Obito snorted softly, his eyes full of disdain. After 3 great ninja wars, the 5 major ninja villages had gained nothing except heavy blood debts. Obito had long been tired of this endless confrontation. Ju Tenshao said, "They should be serious this time. I'm afraid we have to make other preparations. If they really catch 1 or 2 members of the organization, our plan may be affected." Obito smiled, "This may not be our opportunity. Let's go back and see Nagato. It's time to talk to him." Now that they know the plans of the 5 great ninja villages, they can also set traps and take the opportunity to capture 1 or 2 Jinchuriki to reduce the burden of collecting tailed beasts in the future. But the premise of everything is that the Akatsuki organization must remain united before resurrecting the 10 tails, and the previous internal strife cannot continue. 2 chapters in 1. Please recommend and vote for me, monthly tickets. Thank you for your support. Chapter 153 Negotiation and Planning. The drizzle of rain seemed to put a filter on the entire sky, making Yuyin village shrouded in rain full of depression and dullness. On the central tower, a twisted vortex appeared out of thin air. Then, Obito, wearing a one-eyed mask, walked out of the whirlpool. Under Konan's vigilant eyes, he walked step by step towards the depths of the tower. After a long time, Obito stopped in front of a secret room. At this time, Zionin opened the door of the secret room and said inside, "Nagato, he is here." A voice came from the secret room, "Let him come in." Obito raised his lips and walked into the secret room. After sizing up the skinny Nagato sitting on the special wooden cart, his eyes finally fell on the pair of reincarnation eyes in Nagato's eyes. "You have received the news from Konoha, right?" Nagato responded lightly. Obito emphasized his tone, "Our small private differences have already affected our common plan. If it continues like this, it will not be good for either of us." Konan walked up to Nagato and said, "You are the one who is playing tricks behind Nagato's back. How do you explain the matter in the Kingdom of Ghosts? I don't remember that the organization has a plan to recruit that monster." Obito shrugged, "I just want to recruit some spare manpower in case of accidents." "Did you recruit additional manpower?" What he was referring to was undoubtedly Shinji, Bai, and Xianglan, who had repeatedly sabotaged his actions. Zionin mistakenly thought that Obito was referring to Bailahu and Black Holeiya, whom she had recruited privately, so she frowned and said, "If you hadn't committed the foul first, we wouldn't have bothered to do this. And what you did was too much. It's too high profile." Hearing Konan's admission, Obito secretly said, "Those 3 are indeed Nagato's people." So his face darkened, "You are the one who went too far, right? You secretly recruited such strong members, but you didn't reveal any news to me. Don't forget, our opponents are the 5 major ninja villages. If we fight against each other, we will benefit. It will only be them." Zionanyi, her face turned cold, "Humph, the people you recruited privately are not weak either." No doubt, Konan thought that Shinji, Haku, and Karin, who frequently appeared in the ninja world as members of the Akatsuki organization, were Obito's men. As for the later fights between Shinji and Woolyang and Sheneng, she naturally thought that it was Obito's way of testing Woolyang and Sheneng. After all, Obito had never fought with Shinji and others who appeared as members of the Akatsuki organization, and both sides always retreated as soon as they met. Of course, Konan didn't know that this was not because Obito and Shinji had any tacit understanding, but simply because they were both very afraid of each other, and they were scared after several encounters and didn't dare to fight easily. After hearing what Konan said, Obito's face was dark, and he felt ridiculed. You have to know that the Woolyang and Sheneng he recruited were all beaten up by the people secretly recruited by the other party. At this time, Konan still said such words, and he naturally felt that Konan was mocking him. So he had a dark face and didn't answer. Those people were indeed recruited by him secretly. Seeing Obito's silence, Konan felt that he was guilty and determined that Shinji, Haku, Karin, and Woolyang, Sheneng, were all recruited by him secretly. After confirming this, Konan's fear of Obito instantly reached its peak. Now, in the Akatsuki organization, except for Orochimaru who has defected, there are Nagato, Konan, Kakuzu, Haiden, Sasori, Deidara, Obito, Riga, Uchiha Itaki, Biwajozo, Obito, Zetsu, Woolyang, Sheneng, and Shinji, Haku, and Karin who were determined by Konan to be on Obito's side. Together, there are 17 people. In Konan's eyes, among these 17 people, those who obviously belong to Obito's side include Obito, Zetsu, Uchiha Itaki, Woolyang, Sheneng, as well as Shinji, Haku, and Karin, a total of 8 people. And among them, there are as many as 4 people who have the Manjiki Sharingan, and the combat power of other members such as Woolyang and Haku who has the Ice Release Bloodline Genkai are also extremely strong. Once the two sides break out in internal strife, the outcome is unpredictable. Feeling Konan's real hostility, Obito's expression under the mask is also quite solemn. After confirming that Shinji, Haku, and Karin are Nagato's men, he is also calculating the combat power of both sides. At this time, he did not know that Konan secretly recruited Obito and Kuriko Riga, so in his calculation, the Akatsuki organization has a total of 15 members. Among them, those who obviously belong to Nagato include Nagato, Konan, Kakuzu, Haiden, Sasori, Deidara, and the 3 people he thinks are Shinji, Haku, and Karin, a total of 9 people. Even if we count Itaka's partner Biwajozo, there are only 6 people on his side. Once a direct internal conflict breaks out, his side has a very low chance of winning. Considering this, he decided to give in temporarily and maintain the cooperative relationship with Nagato first, and then find a way to get rid of Nagato after Nagato has lost his usefulness. After all, the 5 major ninja villages are not vegetarians, and no one can guarantee whether the task of collecting tailed beasts can be successfully completed at the moment. Nagato, the 5 Kage have reached a consensus in Konoha. If we have an internal conflict now because of a small disagreement, our plan to collect tailed beasts and revive the 10-tail will be stillborn. I hope you can understand this. Obito changed to a more soothing tone and expressed his views. Nagato obviously didn't want to have an internal conflict before the plan started, so he nodded gently. Our cooperation can continue, but your private actions must stop immediately. It is because of your high profile that the 5 major ninja villages noticed us in advance. Obito didn't entangle with Nagato on this matter, and immediately agreed, okay, all our private actions will stop here. Nagato looked at Obito, okay. Konan said, in order to deal with the 5 major ninja villages, we decided to advance the plan. Obito, who had already expected it, was not surprised, but just asked, is the outer path statue ready? It should not have the ability to absorb the tailed beasts now. Nagato said lightly, I will be responsible for the outer path statue, you don't need to worry about it. Konan added on the side, even if the outer path statue is not ready yet, it will not prevent us from capturing the Jinchuriki first. In the original time and space, the main reason why the Akatsuki organization started the plan to collect the tailed beasts several years later, when Naruto was 16 years old, was to prepare the outer path statue. As the body of the 10 tails, the outer path demon statue has been in an extremely weak state after being deprived of all the tailed beasts. This is also the reason why Nagato was drained of his chakra and became skinny when he first used the Rinnegan to summon the outer path demon statue. The current outer path demon statue is still in a weak period and cannot absorb the tailed beasts. But facing the encirclement of the 5 major ninja villages, the Akatsuki organization cannot sit and wait for death, so after discussing with Nagato and Konan, they decided to treat the enemy in their own way. Since the 5 major ninja villages want to obtain the core information of the Akatsuki organization by capturing members of the Akatsuki organization, they will take the opportunity to capture the Jinchuriki of the 5 major ninja villages. As the holder of the Rinnegan, Nagato has many means to control the Jinchuriki, so he can collect the Jinchuriki while preparing the Outer Path Demon statue. When the state of the Outer Path Demon statue is restored in the future, the tailed beasts in the Jinchuriki's body can be directly extracted one by one, and the 10 tails can be resurrected instantly. Obito thought about it and felt that Nagato's plan was indeed feasible. Well, I agree with your plan. Among the current 9 Jinchuriki, Sunagara, the 1-tailed Jinchuriki of the Hidden Village, Kaed, the 7-tailed Jinchuriki of the Takigakuer, and Uzumaki Naruto, the 9-tailed Jinchuriki of Konoha, are all still teenagers of 7 or 8 years old, and their fighting power is at a low point, so it is easy to attack. If these Jinchuriki grow up in a few years, especially Uzumaki Naruto, the Jinchuriki with the 9-tailed, it will be more difficult to capture them. Konan said, the current problem is the 2-tailed Jinchuriki and the 8-tailed Jinchuriki of Kumigakuer, the 3-tailed Jinchuriki and the 6-tailed Jinchuriki of Kirigakuer, and the 4-tailed Jinchuriki and the 5-tailed Jinchuriki of Iwagakuer. Especially Kumigakuer and Kirigakuer, it is particularly troublesome. Obito nodded slightly, approving Konan's judgment. In addition to the strength of the tailed beast itself, the strength of the Jinchuriki also has another important factor, that is, the degree of fit between the Jinchuriki and the tailed beast. The 2-tailed Jinchuriki of Kumigakuer consists of Bokuto, the 8-tailed Jinchuriki Killer Bee, and the 3-tailed Jinchuriki of Kirigakuer consists of the 4th Mizukage Yagura, all of whom are well-known perfect Jinchuriki in the ninja world. These 3, not only will not be disturbed by the tailed beasts in their bodies during battle, but can get the support of the tailed beasts and can exert the power of the tailed beasts to the maximum extent, and are the top existences among the Jinchuriki. Especially the 8-tailed Jinchuriki Killer Bee, who is the trump card of Kumigakuer. Because the 8-tailed Uchiha is the existence second only to the 9-tailed among the tailed beasts, and Killer Bee is an outlier among the Jinchuriki. In the Third Ninja World War, it was the combination of the 4th Raikage and Killer Bee that blocked the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze, who was famous in the ninja world at that time, allowing Kumigakuer to get a more decent ending in the war. After weighing the pros and cons for a moment, Obito said, among the 3 villages, I think the Jinchuriki of Kumigakuer is the most threatening, so if we want to take action, it's best to start with Kumigakuer. Otherwise, if Kumigakuer is prepared, we may have to waste some time to succeed. Konan asked, what's your plan? Obito smiled and said, Kumigakuer will definitely send out the 8-tails Jinchuriki and the 2-tails Jinchuriki this time. We just need to set a trap and lure them into the trap. It shouldn't be difficult to take down these 2 Jinchuriki then. Konan glanced at Nagato. Nagato nodded. If we can deal with the 8-tails Jinchuriki and the 2-tails Jinchuriki of Kumigakuer first, the rest will be much easier. Konan looked at Obito again. In this way, we will expose our intention to collect the tailed beasts. Obito said, so after solving the Kumigakuer, we must immediately attack the Kirigakuer. We must quickly eliminate the 4th Mizukage before they react. As long as he is eliminated, the remaining Jinchuriki can slowly look for opportunities. Nagato asked, how are you going to set a trap to lure the Kumigakuer? Obito smiled and said, don't they want to capture our people? Then give them this opportunity. Let Kakuzu and Haiden deliberately show up in the Moon Country next to the Lightning Country to lure them to take action. In order not to alert Kakuzu and Haiden, we will definitely choose to use the Elite Team mode to raid Kakuzu and Haiden. At that time, we can use this to set an ambush. If we are lucky, we may be able to catch both of their villages' 2 Jinchuriki at once. Konan naturally knew the abilities of Kakuzu and Haiden, and using these 2 as bait was indeed the best choice, but she thought of the forces under Obito, so she said, if the plan succeeds, we will deal with the 2-tailed Jinchuriki, and the 8-tailed Jinchuriki will be handed over to you. Nagato did not say anything, but just looked at Obito quietly, waiting for Obito's answer. In their opinion, Obito has many Manjiki Uchiha under his command, which is more than enough to deal with an 8-tailed Jinchuriki. Of course, if they encounter the combination of the 4th Raikage and the 8-tailed Jinchuriki, and 1 or 2 Manjiki Uchiha are killed in the battle, it will be even better. Obito thought about it, then nodded and said, okay, it's settled. The bait is Nagato's people, and the two-tailed Jinchuriki is also a perfect Jinchuriki, who is not easy to deal with, so he is not at a disadvantage with this division of labor. After perfecting the details of the action, Obito immediately left the tower. After Obito left, Konan said to Nagato, he didn't deny it just now. Those members of the Akatsuki organization that we don't know about seem to be recruited by him privately. Nagato changed his previous indifference and looked at him solemnly, let others cooperate with Obito to complete his ritual as soon as possible. We need his power. Konan nodded, well, I'll arrange it now. Outside the Hidden Rain Village. Obito walked out of the Twisted Vortex, and then looked back at the Hidden Rain Village behind him, which was covered by drizzle from beginning to end. At this time, Zetsu leaned out from the ground, how was the talk? Obito said sullenly, it went well. Nagato admitted that those guys wearing hooded red cloud suits were all his men. Is that so? Zetsu sighed. Although the matter was obvious, he still felt it was difficult after getting the confirmation. You know, in their plan, Nagato was just a tool to collect tailed beasts and revive the 10 tails, and he would eventually have to leave. But now that Nagato has recruited so many strong men, his strength far exceeds their expectations. How to get Nagato, a tool, to leave has become a troublesome matter. Obito said, let Wu Yang assist Cheneng to complete his artificial tailed beast plan as soon as possible. We need his strength. Zetsu asked, do you want to continue recruiting people? Nagato has warned me not to continue to stimulate him at this time now, everything is focused on reviving the 10 tails. After a pause, Obito smiled and said, and aren't there still 5 major ninja villages? Collecting the tailed beasts will inevitably result in casualties, right? 2 in 1 chapter. Please recommend and vote. Thank you all. Chapter 154, Contact Technique. In the direct adjacent space. Shinji looked at Niji, have you found any clues? Ninji's eyes flickered, as if hesitating about something. Shinji saw this and did not urge him, but waited quietly. After a long time, Niji slowly said, I did find some clues about the moon in the main family mansion, but before the cooperation, I hope you can answer a few questions for me. Shinji said lightly, please speak. The first question, what exactly do you Akatsuki want to do? As soon as Niji finished his question, his eyes were fixed on Shinji, as if he wanted to see through the mask and see Shinji's true expression under the mask. However, this is the Niobe space, and he is just a spirit connected here, so he can't use his Byakugan at all. After listening to Niji's question, Shinji knew that it was the behavior of the Akatsuki organization that aroused Niji's disgust, so he explained, the existence of the Akatsuki organization has only one purpose, that is to protect the ninja world. Protect the ninja world? Ninji's face sank. Obviously, Shinji's answer could not convince him. Shinji said, no matter what you think, protecting the ninja world is the purpose of the Akatsuki organization. Ninji questioned, release the sealed monsters, attack and kill the ninjas of the 5 major ninja villages, abduct Sasuke to defect, and call it protecting the ninja world. Shinji suddenly laughed. Ninji frowned, what are you laughing at? Shinji said, I think you should figure out another question first. That's who is the real Akatsuki? Ninji was a little confused, what do you mean? Shinji said slowly, the actions you mentioned before, such as releasing monsters, attacking ninjas from the 5 major ninja villages, etc., are not the real Akatsuki. Those people are traitors of the organization. They have fallen. Ninji's expression froze, and he murmured, so that's it. He had been puzzled by some of the contradictory behaviors of the Akatsuki organization before, such as the time in the Demon Country, when the Akatsuki organization had a serious internal conflict among its members. Now after hearing what Shinji said, he suddenly realized that there was indeed a split within the Akatsuki organization. There are only a few members who are still adhering to the ideals of the Akatsuki organization. Shinji sighed as he spoke. Listening to Shinji's narration, Niji began to imagine. The previous events flashed through his mind like a revolving lantern, and then he thought to himself, because of different philosophies, the Akatsuki organization was divided into 2, and only 3 members remained who insisted on protecting the ninja world. In order to distinguish themselves from other fallen people, they put on masks and hoods. So that's how it is, no wonder these 3 Akatsuki members always clash with other Akatsuki members. I understand everything. Instantly, Niji felt much better and his psychological pressure was much less. If he wanted to cooperate with an evil organization for revenge, Niji would accept it, but it would make him feel guilty and confused, and would make him doubt himself. Now that it has been confirmed that Akatsuki is a righteous organization and the evil ones are only some of the fallen ones in Akatsuki, then he would have no psychological burden to cooperate with Akatsuki. As for why he would easily believe Shinji's words. In addition to wanting to find a reason for himself so that he would not have to bear such a heavy psychological burden, the more important point is that he had indeed witnessed several times with his own eyes the fierce battles between Shinji, who appeared as a member of the Akatsuki organization, and other members of the Akatsuki organization. In his eyes, this could not be faked. Especially when Shinji and Wu Yang had a shocking battle in the Land of Demons, which directly overturned his understanding of ninja fighting, so he believed that there was indeed a serious split within the Akatsuki organization. Since the monster Wu Yang, Sheneng who abducted Suzuki, and Uchiha Taka who slaughtered the entire Uchiha clan were all unforgivable villains, then Shinji, who repeatedly obstructed their actions, was naturally the righteous side. Seeing that the hostility on Niji gradually dissipated, Shinji said, "Do you have any other questions?" Ningji shook his head, "No. As long as you don't harm the village and my companions, I am willing to cooperate with you." Shinji said, "Then tell me about the clues you found." Ningji sorted out his thoughts, and then told the story of how he sneaked into the main family mansion and found a mysterious scroll in a secret compartment. "What's written in that scroll?" Ningji replied, "There is a map and a mysterious spell in the scroll, and there is also a secret message." "Map? Spell?" Shinji frowned slightly. Ningji nodded, "Yes, after I went back, I compared the maps of various countries and found that the map on the scroll was located in the territory of the Moon Country." "The Moon Country?" Shinji tapped the stone table with his fingers, recalling the memory of the moon in his mind. He vaguely remembered that in the original time and space, Naruto and others were chasing when they attacked the reincarnation eye puppet that kidnapped Hanabi, they indeed chased it all the way north to a snowy area. And the Kingdom of the Moon happens to be next to the Kingdom of Thunder, which is also in the north, so the secret illusion passage between the moon and the earth may really be hidden in the Kingdom of the Moon. With this thought, Shinji said to Niji, "I will give you two choices now. The first one is that we go to the Kingdom of the Moon together and find the way to the moon together. The second one is that you give me the scroll and I will go to the Kingdom of the Moon alone. I will tell you after I find the clue." Facing the choice given by Shinji, Niji said without hesitation, "I choose the first one. I want to go with you." Shinji smiled and said, "Can you leave Konoha village?" Ningji said quickly, "Now the ninja school is on vacation. I will apply to leave the village in the name of going out for training. There should be no problem." Shinji nodded, "Okay, you get ready, we will leave in 2 days." Ningji is a branch family engraved with bird in a cage. While his Byakugan is restricted by the bird in a cage, it is also protected by the bird in a cage. There is no need to worry about being targeted and forcibly taken away by others. So if he applies for training outside the village through formal channels, he will most likely get a pass. 2 days later. As expected, Ninkai successfully obtained the pass, put on his backpack, and left Konoha village openly through the gate. Ninkai stopped in a small forest about 20 miles away from the village. Swish! At this time, a figure fell from the sky and landed in front of Ninkai. There is no doubt that the figure that suddenly appeared was Shinji dressed in Akatsuki. Because Ninkai has the Byakugan, Shinji not only wears a mask, but also uses the transformation technique, so there is no need to worry about being exposed by Ninkai's Byakugan. "Hello." Ninkai saluted Shinji. Shinji stretched out his hand, "Where is the scroll?" Ninkai took out the scroll from his backpack and handed it to Shinji. After opening the scroll, Shinji nodded slightly. The content of the scroll was exactly the same as what Ninkai said before, consisting of 3 parts, map, technique, and secret language. The technique part attracted Shinji's attention. This technique is very complicated and cumbersome. You can tell at a glance that it is not an ordinary one. In the center of the technique, there is an obvious emblem of the Otsutsuki clan. What is the function of this technique? Is it used for communication, or does it have other functions? Unable to figure it out for a while, Shinji closed the scroll and set off with Niji. Because the conflict between the Akatsuki organization and the 5 major ninja villages is intensifying, Shinji, who is wearing the Akatsuki organization's Red Cloud uniform, is very careful this time. He did not show off in the city as before, but tried to take small roads with Niji to avoid densely populated towns. In this way, the two of them traveled day and night and arrived in the territory of the Moon Country in just 5 days. That night, the two people sitting in front of the campfire ate food while discussing the map location on the scroll. Ninkai said, "There seems to be a lake in the center of the map." Shinji nodded, "There are many lakes in the Kingdom of the Moon, but there are only 2 or 3 lakes surrounded by forests like the one on the scroll map, so they are easy to find." Ninkai humbly asked, "After finding the location on the scroll map, what should we do next?" Shinji pondered for a moment and said, "If I'm not mistaken, the location marked on the scroll map is not a direct passage to the moon." Ah! After a pause, Ninkai asked, "Then what is the location marked on the scroll map? Where is it?" Shinji guessed, "It should be a meeting place like that." Ningji was not stupid, he quickly reacted, "You mean, the place marked on the scroll map is the place where our Hyuga clan and the mysterious clan on the moon meet secretly? And that spell is to send a message to the other party requesting a meeting?" Shinji nodded lightly while looking at the scroll. "Well, I think so." If that's the case. After a pause, Ningji frowned, "Then things will be a bit troublesome. This is obvious. The only one who can keep in touch with the Otsutsuki clan on the moon is the main family of the Hyuga clan, or even the head of the Hyuga clan. Ningji is just a member of a branch family, and he still has the curse mark of bird in a cage on his forehead. If he engraves the contact spell at the meeting place, the other party will be able to see through his identity immediately once they send someone to meet. No one can predict how things will develop at that time." Shinji said, "So we can't meet each other? What do you mean?" Ningji looked puzzled. Shinji told his plan, "After we find the meeting place, we will carve the contact spell and leave immediately, and then monitor from a distance. When the Otsutsuki clan on the moon sends someone, we will follow the other party and find the secret passage to the moon." "Okay, let's do it." Ningji thought about it and felt that this was the only way. The next morning, after the two agreed on the meeting place, they began to act separately and compared the lakes in the Moon Kingdom one by one. Just as Shinji had expected before, since the map on the scroll was clearly marked, it only took them 1 day to lock the target lake, and followed the clues on the scroll map to find the cliff marked on the scroll map. Wall. Shua shua. With 2 sounds of breaking wind, Shinji and Niji landed on the cliff in the night, and then the two of them looked around separately. After a while, the two gathered together. Ningji said to Shinji, "I checked it with my Byakugan. This cliff is very ordinary. There is no mechanism at all." Shinji walked to the cliff. Ningji followed in small steps. "Did you find anything?" Shinji pointed to a hollowed-out rock on the edge of the cliff and said, "Try to look up from this direction." Ningji immediately looked over and found that looking up from the hollowed-out part of the rock, he could see the bright full moon in the night sky above his head. He exclaimed, "It's the moon. It seems that this should be the meeting place." As he said, Shinji stood on the edge of the cliff and looked into the distance, and found that at the end of his vision was the lake surrounded by forests. Niji looked at Shinji, "Shall we carve the communication spell now?" Shinji pondered for a moment and said, "Let's carve it." Ningji no longer hesitated and immediately followed the instructions of the scroll and carved the complex and obscure spell on the cliff. After completing the spell, he followed the instructions of the scroll and poured his Byakugan chakra into the spell while reciting the secret words on the scroll. In an instant, Shinji felt a palpitation, as if he was being watched by something. He immediately thought of the giant reincarnation eye on the moon, so he hurriedly shouted to Niji, "Let's go." Ningji was startled and immediately followed Shinji and jumped off the cliff. After running for more than 10 miles, Shinji stopped on a cliff with a good view. Niji asked hurriedly, "What happened?" Shinji asked back, "You didn't feel anything just now?" Ningji shook his head blankly, "What happened just now? I didn't feel anything." Shinji's heart trembled, and he thought to himself, "It's worthy of the giant reincarnation eye." The feeling just now was still fresh in his memory. It felt like being spied on, as if everything about himself had lost its cover in front of that power, like being naked, which made people's scalps numb. If I had reacted a little slower, I'm afraid I would have been locked by the giant reincarnation eye now. After escaping for more than 10 miles, the feeling of being on the back disappeared, which made Shinji realize that he had escaped the giant reincarnation eye's gaze. Or, the giant reincarnation eye didn't pay much attention to him. After all, no one in the Otsutsuki clan on the moon had a real reincarnation eye, so the Otsutsuki clan could only indirectly control the giant reincarnation eye through blood and techniques. He originally thought that Niji, who had the Byakugan, could sense something, but he didn't expect that Niji couldn't detect the gaze of the giant samsara eye at all. 2-in-1 chapter. Please recommend and vote. Please everyone. Chapter 155, Landing on the Moon. The Kingdom of the Moon. After walking out of the market, the figures of Kakuzu and Haiden gradually disappeared into the night. And in the bustling market behind them, a pair of eyes were watching their departing backs, and then disappeared into the crowd. Soon, a communication eagle flew into the sky, blended into the night with a loud eagle cry, and flew towards the Kingdom of Lightning. On a high cliff not far away. Looking at the communication eagle, which eventually turned into a small black dot in the night, Konan, who was standing quietly, said lightly, "Go and get ready." Yet, Scorpion and Deodara standing beside her nodded and turned away. At the same time, on another cliff. Sitting on the edge of the cliff and looking at the communication eagle going away, Obito chuckled and said, "It seems that the news has been spread, and the plan is to take the exam." Zi said on the side, "With the character of that Reikage, they should not keep us waiting for long." Obito stood up and said, "Let Wu Yang and Sheneng get ready. This is our first official action to revive the 10 Tails. We must not fail." Zi asked, "Are we really going to deal with the 8 Tails Jinkraki? That guy is not easy to deal with." Obito replied, "The 2 Chouriki of Kumagakure are the most troublesome and must be dealt with first. On this issue, our interests are the same as Nagato's." Zi reminded, "If we only rely on Wu Yang and Sheneng, I'm afraid it's not safe. Don't worry, I will take action at the critical moment." On the cliff where the spell was recorded. Shua. Accompanied by a sharp sound of breaking wind, a figure fell on the cliff. He looked around, then slowly walked to the contact spell that Niji had recorded before, and reached out his hand to touch it. In the distance, Ningji, who was watching this scene, had a stern look in his eyes. "Something is wrong." Shinji next to him asked, "What's wrong?" "There are no meridians in his body at all." After a pause, Niji said in disbelief, "He doesn't seem to be a living person, just a puppet, but where is the puppeteer who controls it?" "Puppet?" Shinji was not too surprised. The giant reincarnation eye has many abilities, one of which is to give puppets a certain intelligence, to create intelligent puppets that do not need puppeteers to control in real time. The one in front of him was obviously this kind of reincarnation eye puppet. Not long after searching in vain, the reincarnation eye puppet erased the communication spell engraved on the cliff, and then flashed away from the cliff. Seeing this, Shinji hurriedly said, "Follow it." Ninkai nodded. The two of them carefully followed the reincarnation eye puppet, one after the other into the forest, and then shuttled all the way to the lake. While watching the samsara eye puppet in the distance with his Byakugan, Niji asked, "Where is it going?" Shinji said, "Don't worry, it should be going back to the moon. We just need to follow it and we can find the secret realm leading to the moon." Ningji then asked, "It's so strange. It's just a puppet, but why can it still move freely without the puppeteer's control?" Thinking that he would definitely encounter a large number of samsara eye puppets on the moon, Shinji introduced the samsara eye puppet to Niji. "This is an ability of the samsara eye. It can give the puppet a low-level intelligence, allowing the puppet to have certain thinking and judgment abilities." Ningji was surprised and said, "How is this possible?" Shinji said lightly, "With the level of the samsara eye's eye technique bloodline limit, there is no need to feel strange about having any ability." Ningji's eyes were full of expectations. "My lord, can I really have the samsara eye?" Shinji was silent for a moment, then shook his head. Seeing this, Ninkai felt empty in his heart. "Can't I? I'm not sure either." After a pause, Shinji explained, "In theory, you should have the conditions to awaken the samsara eye, but I can't give you the answer to how to awaken the samsara eye." Ninkai asked hurriedly, "Where is the answer?" "On the moon." "On the moon?" Ninkai was slightly stunned. Shinji glanced at Niji and saw that he looked very nervous, so he decided to tell him some information he knew. "There is actually a giant Rin-Egan on the moon." Giant Rin-Egan?" Niji asked with a puzzled look on his face. "What is that?" Shinji paused deliberately and said, "The giant Rin-Egan on the moon is actually formed by countless pairs of Byakugan." Ningji was shocked. "What?" Looking up at the bright moon hanging high in the night sky above his head, Shinji sighed. "Yes, this is the secret of the giant Rin-Egan. It is formed by the Byakugan of all the members of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon. It is the real Otsutsuki." Muse Haibao. Si shook his head. there is a bad thing to have a bird in the cage, and it is not necessarily a good thing if there is no bird in the cage. Ning Xi frowned, why do you say that? The monitoring of the note was a reincarnation. Soon, the two followed the reincarnation eyes and came to a waterfall. After a while, seeing no movement, Shinji and Niji also came to the waterfall. Using his Byakugan to observe the depths of the waterfall, Niji said solemnly, there is an underground cave under the waterfall, and there seems to be a light spring deep in the cave. Shinji compared the memories in his mind and nodded, it should be here. As he said, he also jumped into the waterfall. Ningji followed without hesitation. After passing through the water curtain of the waterfall from underwater, the two of them came to the entrance of the underground cave. Looking back at the water curtain behind him, Shinji said, this entrance is very hidden, and ordinary people can't find it at all. Ningji nodded slightly, well, the water curtain of the waterfall can affect the observation of the Byakugan. If I hadn't seen the reincarnation eye puppet jump in here, I'm afraid I wouldn't have found it. The Byakugan has 360° no dead angle observation. Ningkai was slightly affected because of the bird in a cage engraved on him, but it was only at the back of his head, where there was a tiny observation blind spot. So the observation ability of the Byakugan is obviously stronger than the Sharingan. But the observation angle is one thing, and the attention of a person is another. It doesn't mean that the Byakugan has a 360° no dead angle observation ability, and the members of the Hyuga clan can really observe everything around them at all times. No matter how wide the Byakugan's observation angle is, people's attention is limited. In a short period of time, the area that can be carefully observed is limited, so even if Ningji has the Byakugan, it is difficult for him to find this underground cave without the reincarnation eye puppet leading the way. After entering the cave, the two soon came to a pond with a glowing light. It's here. Niji stared at the pond intently, then his expression gradually became serious, and finally shook his head, I'm sorry, this pond is very strange, it seems to be able to refract vision, my Byakugan can't see what's under the water. Shinji scooped up some water with his hand and said, that's right, this should be the secret place leading to the moon. Then, the water he scooped up was separated from his palm and disappeared. Ningji frowned, this is... Shinji stood up, this is not ordinary water, it should be some kind of secret place illusion, wait a minute, be careful. Yes. Ningkai nodded quickly. Shinji said no more and jumped into the pool, followed by Niji. The two of them dived all the way down and soon passed through a water curtain, and saw the light balls floating on the other side of the water curtain. Here, the boundaries of space seemed to be blurred. Shinji and Niji, who were in it, all blurred their judgment of space, especially when the light balls appeared, they couldn't even tell which side was up and which side was down, and which direction to dive in. Just then, a nearby light ball quickly pounced on Shinji, and Shinji was caught off guard and was instantly enveloped by the light ball. As soon as he opened his eyes, Shinji found himself in the morgue, with a white cloth covering his head and footsteps ringing in his ears. He felt confused at first, then fear, and finally a ball of anger surged in his heart. Tisk, play illusion with me. After spitting lightly, he instantly opened the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, and with the burst of pupil power in his eyes, the scene in front of him was instantly shattered. The pool of water came into his side again, and everything around him was restored. These light balls are illusion traps. Once touched, you will be trapped in your memories. He said inwardly, and then quickly turned back to look at Niji behind him. I saw that Niji was also shrouded in a ball of light at this moment and fell into a deep sleep. On the ball of light, pictures of Niji's childhood flashed one after another. Shinji swam over and shouted to Niji, who was trapped in the illusion, release. After a few breaths, Niji woke up slowly and shook his head, what happened to me? Shinji said lightly, these light balls are illusion traps. As long as you touch them, you will be controlled by the memory illusion they create. Ningji's face froze, and he thought of what happened just now. He said to Shinji, thank you, if it weren't for you, I might be trapped here. Shinji waved his hand and continued to dive into the depths of the pool. Ningji followed absent-mindedly, as if he was still recalling the bits and pieces of his time with his father in the illusion. In the deep pool where the ups and downs were blurred and gravity seemed to have disappeared, the two of them explored all the way and then found another pool of water. This. Ningji said in shock, aren't we already in the water? Why is there another water surface? Shinji used the eternal Mangeki Sharingan to observe the surroundings. This pool is the illusionary passage leading to the moon. What is real and what is fake in the pool, even I can't tell for a while. But as long as we pass through the water curtain in front, we should reach the moon. Ningji exclaimed, this is amazing. Shinji said slowly, if you can use chakra to the extreme, you can move mountains and seas, distort time and space, resurrect the dead, and even change your fate. After passing through the water curtain one after the other, Shinji and Niji appeared in a cave. Here, the sense of direction, gravity, etc., are all restored, indicating that the two of them have left the illusion channel and come to a place that exists in reality. Boom boom. Before they could look around, there was a roar not far away, and then a huge monster crawled out of the shadows. Ningji was shocked. What a big crab, is it the guard here? Just then, a golden light projected from Shinji's body, and then turned into a huge golden Susanoo. Bang! Then, the skeleton-shaped Susanoo punched the giant crab, knocking it off. Then, the arms of Susanoo pulled the giant crab's big claws, and with a sudden tug, the giant crab's big claws were instantly pulled off. Under severe pain, the giant crab propped up its body with its hind legs and opened its mouth, as if preparing to spray something at Shinji and Niji. Bang! But before it could spray anything, Susanoo punched out again, smashing its shell directly and piercing its body. Looking at the giant, the crab lay on the ground and gradually stopped moving. Shinji then released the Susanoo. Ningji, who was standing beside him, was stunned. This giant crab living by the pond was obviously a very powerful summoning beast. In the ninja world, ordinary ninjas were not qualified to contract it. It appeared here, and it was obviously acting as a guard here, and was given high hopes by the Otsutsuki clan. But such an existence was as fragile as a toy in front of Shinji, and was hammered to death in just a few strokes. It can be said that the more Niji knew about the leader of the Akatsuki organization in front of him, the more he was amazed at his opponent's strength. Shinji didn't care about Niji's exclamation. He glanced at the passage above and said, let's go. Oh yes. Ninkai hurriedly followed. The two passed through the underground cave and successfully came to the ground. Everything they saw shocked them. Ninkai couldn't help asking, my lord, where is this place? Shinji said, it should be the inside of the moon. Ninkai pointed to the sun above his head, what about the sun? Is it fake? Shinji looked up and saw, it is a fake sun projected by the giant reincarnation eye. Look at the distance. The ground here is curved, which means we are inside a huge space. So there is no doubt that we have come to the moon. 2 in 1 chapter. Please recommend and vote. Please everyone. Chapter 156 Otsutsuki Hamura's Request. The Land of Thunder, Yunlii Gorge. Swish. A Kumagaku ninja fell from the sky and came to Kirabi, bowing and saying, Lord Kirabi, Lord Reikage sent a message, asking you to go and meet him. Kirabi, who was holding a notebook and thinking about the lyrics, shook his head and said, Yo. The Kumagaku ninja was very upset and said helplessly, Lord Kirabi, this operation is extremely urgent. Lord Reikage asked you to act as soon as possible and be sure to meet him at the agreed time. Got it. Got it. Kirabi closed the notebook and stretched. The Kumagaku ninja heaved a sigh of relief and continued, Lord Yukito is leading a team to rush here. After joining you, they will go to join Lord Reikage together. Kirabi's lazy eyes suddenly became sharp, is Yukito also participating in this operation? Yes. Kirabi frowned slightly, will it be a war with Konoha? He has been training in Kumagaku Gorge and doesn't know much about the news of the ninja world. So when he learned that this operation was not only led by the Reikage himself, but also that he and Yukito, the two Jinkraki, would participate, he immediately thought of war. Therefore, apart from war, he really couldn't imagine what other tasks would require Kumagaku to dispatch such a gorgeous lineup. The Kumagaku ninja explained, you misunderstood. This operation is to capture members of an organization called Akatsuki. Akatsuki. Kirabi was confused, to capture a member of a secret organization, do you need your brother to lead the team? The Kumagaku ninja in charge of the communication quickly handed the information about the Akatsuki to Kirabi, Lord Kirabi, this Akatsuki is extraordinary. This time, Lord Reikage went to Konoha to attend the Five Shadows conference to discuss how to deal with this organization. Kirabi just glanced at it, and doubt appeared in his eyes. Like other high-ranking officials of the 5 major ninja villages, he didn't take some bounty ninja organizations active in various black markets seriously in his heart. In his eyes, these bounty ninja organizations are all rats in the sewer. It's not that they can't be solved, but it's a bit troublesome to clean them up. But after reading the information about the Akatsuki organization, he immediately realized that this Akatsuki organization is not an ordinary bounty ninja organization at all. It is completely an alliance of a group of S-level wanted criminals. Most of the members of the organization are rebel ninjas from various ninja villages, including the rumored Scorpion of the Red Sand who killed the third Kazekage, Uchiha Itaka who slaughtered the entire Uchiha clan, and other ruthless people. No wonder the eldest brother needs to lead the team in person. After saying this inwardly, Killer Bee stopped looking down on them. Swish, swish, swish. A moment later, accompanied by the sound of breaking wind, a four-man team led by the second-tail Jinchuriki, Yukato, arrived at Yunlii Gorge. As soon as Yukato landed, he asked in a hurry, "Kirabi, are you ready?" Kirabi glanced at the three teammates standing behind Yukato, and his expression became more serious. These three are all well-known masters in the Hidden Cloud Village. Among them, Karul has the Storm Release Bloodline Genkai and is an elite Jonin in the Hidden Cloud Village. The remaining Xi and Gisa, one is an all-around elite Jonin who is good at illusion, medical treatment and perception, and the other is an elite Jonin who has a magnetic escapade bloodline limit. It can be said that Yukato's four-man team, plus his combination with the fourth Reikage, is more than enough to hunt down a shadow. The Kumagaku ninja in charge of communication stepped forward and urged, "Lord Kirabi, Lord Yukato, Lord Reikage is waiting for the two adults in the Moon Country, please meet up with Lord Reikage as soon as possible." Kirabi said, "Let's go." "Okay." Yukato didn't waste any words, and flashed and caught up with Kirabi. In an instant, this team consisting of two Jinkriki and three elite Jonin turned into black dots, and disappeared in Yunlii Gorge after only a few rises and falls. Walking in a desolate and dilapidated town, Ninkai was full of disbelief. "I didn't expect that there would be a town of this size on the moon." Shinji's eyes were also full of curiosity. He knew that the Otsutsuki clan had always lived on the moon, and he also knew that the scale of this clan was not small, but when he was really in the ruins where they lived, he couldn't help but feel shocked. Ninkai suddenly stopped and picked up a broken kunao on the ground. Even the kunao forged with fine steel has been completely rusted. It seems that this place has been abandoned for a long time. It's really strange. Why is such a big town abandoned? Shinji said, "Look around." Ninkai looked around and observed carefully for a while, and then said in surprise, "It seems that there has been a war here?" "No. Didn't you say that there are only Otsutsuki clan on the moon? Then why is there a war here? Who are they fighting against?" Shinji was silent. Could it be? Niji seemed to have thought of something and stared at Shinji. Could it be that the Otsutsuki clan here had a civil war? Shinji said, "The Otsutsuki clan on the moon, like your Hyuga clan, also has the main family and the branch family. However, there is no bird in a cage here, so the main family cannot completely suppress the branch family, and as the contradictions accumulate, the war finally broke out." Ningji asked hurriedly, "Then what?" Shinji said slowly, "Originally, the strength of the main family was above the branch family, but in order to win the civil war, the branch family sacrificed a large number of clan members and condensed a giant reincarnation eye with the Byakugan of the clan members, and then swept the main family on the battlefield, and finally slaughtered the main family." "What?" Ningji was shocked. He had never thought that the civil war of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon would be so cruel and bloody, and ended with one side being completely massacred. Immediately, he looked around again. At this moment, the ruins of the town in front of him seemed to have become a tomb in his eyes, a tomb called Otsutsuki. The two continued to explore the town ruins and soon came to a ruined stone temple. Ancient oath, if human relations collapse, the Eye of Reincarnation will revive, and the human race will be exterminated with the Fist of the Moon. Ningji frowned more and more as he gently read the words engraved on the altar. Then he looked at Shinji on the side, "My lord, what does the Fist of the Moon will exterminate the human race mean?" Shinji said, "This should be the agreement between the Six-Path Sage's younger brother, Otsutsuki Hamura, and the Six-Path Sage. The ancestor of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon is Otsutsuki Hamura, the younger brother of the Six-Path Sage." After defeating and sealing the goddess of the rabbit, Otsutsuki Hamura moved to the moon to guard the seal. Before leaving, he made an agreement with the Six-Path Sage that if the humans taught by the Six-Path Sage fell, he would come forward to cleanse the world and rebuild order. Listening to Shinji's story, Niji felt an unreality of myths reflected in reality. These should be just myths and legends, right? Legends. Shinji chuckled and said, "What is the Fist of the Moon?" Niji shook his head blankly. Shinji stretched out his finger and pointed around. Niji became more and more confused. My lord, does the Fist of the Moon refer to this temple? Does this temple have the power to destroy mankind? Shinji smiled, use your imagination well. Ningji was stunned at first, then his eyes widened. Do you mean that the so-called Moon Fist is actually the entire moon? Shinji nodded after putting away his smile, yes. Ningji was a little unconvinced, how is it possible? In front of that giant reincarnation eye, nothing is impossible. After a pause, Shinji said, perhaps in the near future, the only remaining Otsutsuki branch on the moon will use the giant reincarnation eye to drive the moon to crash into the earth, launch the Moon Fist, and exterminate mankind. Ningji panicked, we must not let this happen. Shinji sighed, yes. A giant reincarnation eye, such a powerful weapon, cannot be controlled by a group of lunatics. Boom. At this moment, the altar suddenly cracked, revealing a secret passage leading downwards. Shinji's eyes were stern, and then he was secretly happy, bringing Niji here, it turned out to be right. Ninkai looked at the secret passage that suddenly appeared and was surprised and suspicious, is there a secret room under the altar? Let's go down and take a look. Said, Shinji walked into the secret passage, and Ninkai followed and went down. After a while, the two came to a dark hall. The dim light did not hinder the observation of the two pupil jutsu bloodline ninjas. They just glanced and found that the hall hidden under the altar was actually a tomb full of tombs. The round tombs were neatly arranged and extended into the darkness. For a moment, the two could not estimate how many tombs were buried in this tomb. Suddenly, a figure walked out of the darkness. Ninkai shouted, who is it? The figure staggered and slowly came to Shinji and Ninkai, muttering, it's the Byakugan. I feel the Byakugan. Shinji looked at the strange man in front of him. He looked to be in his 40s or 50s, wearing the clothes of the Otsutsuki clan, with an extremely pale face, not like a living person at all. And the most important thing is that there was only a pair of black eye sockets on his face, and there were no eyes in them. At this time, the strange man suddenly opened his mouth and spit out a ball of light from his mouth, and then the ball of light floated in the air and suddenly exploded. Ah! Ningji screamed, as if he saw something, and the whole person was stunned. Shinji asked hurriedly, what did you see? Ningji was stunned for a long time before saying, in that ball of light, I saw the battle between the main family and the branch family, and I also saw the giant reincarnation eye. On the battlefield, all the members of the main family died under the giant reincarnation eye. Shinji frowned, only these? With a crash sound, the strange man's body completely collapsed as if it was disintegrating, and he fell limply on the ground, tilting his head and saying, we must stop the Otsutsuki. Ningji went forward to check it out, and then was stunned. Shinji on the side did not urge him, but just stood quietly. After a long time, Ningji came back to his senses and said to Shinji, my lord, I see to the legendary Six-Path Sage's younger brother, Otsutsuki Hamura. Shinji asked, in the light ball just now. Ningji nodded and continued, just as you said, the branch family on the moon used the giant reincarnation eye to destroy the main family and misinterpreted Otsutsuki Hamura's last words. They really want to use the giant reincarnation eye to destroy the earth. Shinji asked calmly, what did Otsutsuki Hamura say to you? Niji thought for a while and said, he asked me to destroy the giant reincarnation eye of the branch family to quell this catastrophe. Shinji's face darkened. At first glance, Otsutsuki Hamura's request was normal. As long as the giant Rinnegan was destroyed, the Otsutsuki branch would no longer have the ability to destroy the earth. But if you think about it carefully, there is something strange about it. You should know that this giant Rinnegan on the moon is a collection of all the Byakugan of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon. It is the embodiment of the power of the Otsutsuki clan. Once it is destroyed, the existence of this branch of the Otsutsuki on the moon will disappear. This old guy should be worried about entrusting the giant Rinnegan to Niji, so he would rather destroy it and put an end to it. Thinking of this, Shinji's mind became active. There is actually only that giant Rinnegan on the moon now, and the entire Otsutsuki branch does not have a normal Rinnegan. When the Otsutsuki Tonari of the branch transplanted Hanabi's Byakugan and evolved the Rinnegan, it was 8 or 9 years later. So the Otsutsuki branch can only indirectly control the giant Rinnegan through rituals or spells. This is Shinji's chance. If he can steal the Otsutsuki branch's technique to control the giant Rinnegan, if they could use a spell, or find a way to let Niji obtain the Samsara Eye before Otsutsuki Tonari, they could possibly bypass the Otsutsuki branch family and seize control of the giant Samsara Eye. After leaving the underground secret palace, Shinji and Niji left the town, sneaked all the way, and finally came to the castle where the branch family now lives. 1, 2, 3. 41, 42. Niji's face sank slightly, and he turned to Shinji and said, "My lord, there are a total of 42 sentries outside the castle, all of which are Samsara Eye puppets, as many as hundreds." Shinji shook his head. "You haven't counted the ones above." Ningji was startled and looked up quickly. He saw black spots scattered in the sky outside the protective shield covering the castle. He looked carefully and found that those black spots were all reincarnation eye puppets riding puppet birds, and there were more than 100 of them. This. Ningji was speechless for a moment. The castle of the Otsutsuki branch family is not only protected by a huge protective shield, but also surrounded by countless reincarnation eye puppets. With such a tight defense, even if he has the Byakugan, he doesn't know how to sneak in. Shinji was also in trouble at this time. You know, it's still 8 or 9 years before Otsutsuki Tonari destroyed the world in the original time and space, so he is not sure how many members of the Otsutsuki branch family are left. With the giant reincarnation eye and countless reincarnation eye puppets, it is really not an easy task to sneak into the castle of the branch family. 2 in 1 chapter. Please recommend and vote. Please everyone. Chapter 157 Giant Rinnegan. Facing the impregnable castle of the Otsutsuki branch family, Shinji was not in a hurry, but hid in the dense forest in the distance and observed carefully. Although he now has a pair of eternal Manjiki Sharingan, he is not qualified to walk sideways on the moon. Once discovered by the Otsutsuki branch family, let alone coveting the giant Rinnegan, it is hard to say whether he can escape from the moon alive, so it is not too cautious here. Anyway, it is worthwhile for him to find the secret passage to the moon this time. Ningji pointed to the distance at this time. "My lord, look." Following the direction of Niji's finger, Shinji looked over and found a pair of Rinnegan puppets lining up and walking towards the castle of the Otsutsuki branch family. Is it a change of guard? Shinji's eyes narrowed. Even puppets need to replenish chakra and undergo regular maintenance, so the return of those reincarnation eye puppets to the Otsutsuki branch castle in a team is obviously an opportunity for Shinji. So he brought Niji closer and asked Niji to use his Byakugan to observe the route of those reincarnation eye puppets returning to the Otsutsuki branch castle. Soon, they found a secret passage leading to the castle in a hidden corner. As soon as the reincarnation eye puppet approaches the entrance to the secret passage, the protective shield outside the secret passage will automatically open, allowing the reincarnation eye puppet to enter and exit the castle. Seeing this, Niji said, "Sir, we can hold a puppet hostage and sneak into the castle through that secret passage." Shinji hesitated. The strength of ordinary reincarnation eye puppets is average, about the level of Chunin, and it is not a problem to find an opportunity to hold 1 or 2 hostages. The problem is that they know nothing about the internal structure of the castle of the Otsutsuki branch family. Once they are discovered after sneaking in, they will be besieged by countless reincarnation eye puppets, and even hunted down by members of the Otsutsuki branch family. By then, it will not be easy to get out. At present, Otsutsuki Tonari is only 1 or 2 years older than me, and he has not fully grown up yet. The members of his Otsutsuki branch should be old, and now is the period when the Otsutsuki branch is relatively weak. If we don't take risks now, it will be difficult to get the giant reincarnation eye when Otsutsuki Tonari becomes stronger and stronger. After weighing the pros and cons, Shinji said to Niji, "Remember, this time we are mainly investigating and collecting intelligence, so don't act rashly after sneaking into the castle, and follow my instructions." "Yes." Ningji agreed seriously. After accepting Otsutsuki Hamura's request, he already knew the cause and effect of the war between the Otsutsuki branch and the main Otsutsuki family, and also understood that if the Otsutsuki branch continued to be left alone, the earth would sooner or later face a catastrophe, so he was very cautious about this action. Soon, the two of them set their sights on a lone Samsara eye puppet. Swish! Shinji used a flash body technique to flash behind the Samsara eye puppet, and Susanoo was activated instantly. The huge skeleton hand grabbed the Samsara eye puppet and made it move. "It can't bounce." Then, Shinji grabbed the Rinnegan puppet and came to the secret passage. After sensing the Rinnegan chakra on the Rinnegan puppet, the protective shield opened a hole, and the entrance to the secret passage was revealed. Shinji and Niji looked at each other, and rushed into the secret passage with 2 swish. After entering the secret passage, Shinji immediately activated Susanoo and crushed the Rin-Egan puppet he had held in his hand. Ding ding dong dong. Listening to the sound of the broken puppet parts scattering, Niji asked, "My lord, what should we do now?" While removing Susanoo, Shinji said, "Without the protective shield, your Byakugan's vision should not be affected, right? Our primary goal now is to investigate the location of the giant Rin-Egan." Ningji nodded and observed carefully with his Byakugan. After a long time, he said, "My lord, there are several areas in the castle that my Byakugan cannot directly observe. I suspect that the giant Samsara Eye may be hidden in one of them." Shinji vaguely remembered that the giant Samsara Eye seemed to be hidden in a floating temple by the Otsutsuki branch, so he said, "Where are those areas roughly distributed?" Ningji pointed to several directions. Shinji made a rough judgment, and then said to one of the directions, "Let's go to this place first." The two sneaked along the passage. Because of the Byakugan, they could always avoid the patrolling reincarnation eye puppets and came to the upper part of the Otsutsuki branch castle. After leaving the building, the vision in front of the two suddenly widened. The foot of their feet was the towering castle of the Otsutsuki branch, and around the castle, there were huge stone mountains floating. There were buildings on all those stone mountains, some were towers, and some were temples. The stone mountains were connected by floating pieces of gravel belts, which looked beautiful and like a fairyland. Ningji sighed, "I didn't expect there was such a place on the moon." Shinji asked, "Look at those floating stone mountains, which one can shield the moon from the moon?" Ningji pointed to a stone mountain that seemed to have a temple built on it. "My lord, that's it." Shinji's eyes lit up. The giant reincarnation eye on the moon is most likely hidden in the temple inside the stone mountain. Suppressing his excitement, Shinji looked around again. Although inside the protective shield, there are still reincarnation eye puppets riding puppet birds patrolling in the air, and from the appearance, these reincarnation eye puppets patrolling inside the protective shield are obviously more sophisticated than those outside. It seems that they are the high-level reincarnation eye puppets sent by Otsutsuki Tonari to Konoha to abduct Hanabi in the original time and space. These high-level reincarnation eye puppets can fight Naruto after the Fourth War. The strength of each one may not be inferior to that of a Jonin. If they are entangled by them, even I am afraid it will be difficult to get away. After thinking secretly, Shinji took Niji back into the passage and waited patiently. In a blink of an eye, several hours passed. The high-level Samsara eye puppets patrolling in the air landed on the towers on the stone mountains, seemingly preparing to replenish the Samsara eye chakra. "Let's go." Seeing the opportunity, Shinji moved out instantly and jumped out of the passage. Ningji followed closely behind him. The two avoided the sight of the tower in the distance, and with the cover of the rubble in the floating rubble belt, they approached the floating stone mountain where the giant Samsara eye was hidden little by little. Seeing that they were getting closer and closer to the stone mountain, Shinji became calmer and calmer. For safety, he even hid in the shadow of the rubble belt for several hours, and finally arrived at the stone mountain without any danger. It was not until they sneaked into the temple inside the stone mountain that Shinji breathed a sigh of relief. Ningji also stroked his chest and panted lightly. This journey was not easy. Then, the two slowly walked towards the depths of the temple. Because of the giant Samsara eye, Niji's Byakugan's ability to see through things was greatly affected inside the temple, and the distance he could observe was greatly reduced. Fortunately, there were no high-level Samsara eye puppets stationed here, so the two of them had no obstacles and easily came to the hall where the giant Samsara eye was placed. Unlike the dim temple passage, the hall was golden and suspended in the center of the hall, and it was the giant Samsara eye. Around the giant Samsara eye, there are circles of huge golden orbits. These orbits surround the giant Samsara eye. At first glance, the entire giant Samsara eye, together with the orbits, looks like a huge globe. After a few ups and downs, Shinji and Niji jumped onto an orbit and observed the giant Samsara eye in front of them closely. This Niji was stunned for a moment, and then said, "This is bigger than the giant Samsara eye I saw in the light ball." Shinji said, "It's normal. What you saw in the light ball is just the giant Samsara eye that was initially condensed by the Otsutsuki branch. Later, they defeated the main family, collected the Byakugan of the main family, and condensed it into this giant Samsara eye, so the current giant Samsara eye must be bigger and stronger than the giant Samsara eye during the Otsutsuki Civil War." Ningji was in a dilemma. "My lord, Otsutsuki Hamura asked me to destroy this giant Samsara eye. What should I do?" Shinji stared at the star-studded sky in front of him. Chen's giant reincarnation eye, slowly said, "This giant reincarnation eye is not only the treasure of the Otsutsuki clan, but also the treasure of the ninja world. If it is destroyed just because of the ignorance of the Otsutsuki branch, it will be a pity." Ningji looked at Shinji. "What do you mean?" Shinji narrowed his eyes slightly. "As long as this giant reincarnation eye is out of the control of the Otsutsuki branch, the Moon Fist will not fall. Not to mention that he is still responsible for protecting the ninja world at this moment. Even if he is not the lantern bearer and has no responsibility to protect the ninja world, he will not destroy the beautiful giant reincarnation eye in front of him." Ningji was entangled. From the heart, he actually wanted to obey the ancestors' plea and completely destroy the giant reincarnation eye in front of him. But after seeing this giant reincarnation eye, he hesitated again. As a descendant of the bloodline of Otsutsuki Hamura, he has a strange feeling with this giant reincarnation eye that Shinji cannot understand. So he could personally feel the power of this giant reincarnation eye. Compared with this giant reincarnation eye, the monsters and goblins that were like nightmares in his eyes before were nothing. Therefore, he knew very well that if he wanted to break through the shackles of the bird in the cage, he had to rely on the power of this giant reincarnation eye. "How dare you break in here?" Suddenly, a scolding came from behind the two. Shinji looked back and saw an old man wearing the clothes of the Otsutsuki clan standing in the temple, glaring at the two of them. "It's bad. Not good." Shinji and Niji realized at the same time that something was wrong. The old man in front of him was obviously not a puppet of the reincarnation eye, but a living person, so the other party's identity was about to be revealed. With this thought, Shinji decisively launched the instant body technique, and with a swoosh, he rushed in front of the old man, urged the Susanoo to punch the old man of the Otsutsuki branch. "Hey, Mangeki Sharingan!" The old man from the Otsutsuki branch family was obviously surprised when he saw the Susanoo projected from Shinji. However, he did not hesitate, and dodged Shinji's Susanoo punch with a flash, and then formed seals with both hands, as if preparing to activate the giant Samsara eye. Swish! Just then, Niji used a soft fist to pounce on him. The old man from the branch family dodged to the side, and the seal was interrupted. A strange color flashed across his face again. "Byun? Who are you, and why are you in the temple of my clan?" While the other party's attention was attracted by Niji, Shinji's eyes condensed and he said inwardly, "Amaterasu." In an instant, a black flame appeared out of thin air on the chest of the old man from the branch family. "Ah!" Caught off guard, the old man of the branch family cried out in pain, and then shouted sternly, "You dirty ninjas, you are looking for death." After shouting, he endured the pain of being burned by the Amaterasu, raised his arm with difficulty, and tried to make a seal. For him, as long as he could make a seal to control the giant reincarnation eye, the two ninjas who sneaked into the temple in front of him were not worth mentioning at all. Because the giant reincarnation eye can absorb all chakras except the white eye chakra, as long as the seal is completed, the black flames all over his body can be instantly absorbed by the giant reincarnation eye. Shinji, who used all his moves, was planning to kill people to silence them, so how could he let the old man of the branch family control the giant reincarnation eye with a spell? At the moment he launched the Amaterasu, he pounced on it. In the pounce, his Susanoo changed from the original skeletal form to a half-armored warrior form, and he drew his sword and slashed at the old man of the branch family. Boom! Instantly, a roar was heard in the temple. Shinji looked intently and found that the old man of the Otsutsuki branch who was swallowed by his own Amaterasu black flames actually blocked his half-body Susanoo longsword with just one hand. Then, the Susanoo longsword seemed to be absorbed by something and began to melt, and even the form could not be maintained. Not only that, this melting was spreading rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the entire Susanoo began to melt. The old man of the Otsutsuki branch grinned, "Humph! A mere lowly ninja dares to offend my Otsutsuki clan." He connected to the giant reincarnation eye. Shinji's pupils shrank suddenly at this time, because he got from the other party, felt an extremely surging breath of the reincarnation eye. And not only Susanoo, but even Amaterasu, began to be absorbed by the giant reincarnation eye. This reminded him of the scene in the original time and space when Otsutsuki Tonari controlled the giant reincarnation eye to instantly drain Naruto's chakra. The giant reincarnation eye has a very obvious restraining effect on all ninjas who are not from the Otsutsuki Hamura line. Swish! Just when Shinji secretly cried out that it was not good and wanted to retreat, a figure flashed behind the old man of the Otsutsuki branch family, and then with a flash of cold light, the head of the old man of the Otsutsuki branch family turned in the air, and the expression on his face was full of surprise. And behind his headless body, it was Niji holding a bloody kunai. 2-in-1 chapter. Please recommend and vote. Thank you all. Chapter 158 The Battle of the Moon Country. The Moon Country. Swish, swish, swish. Black shadows, with the sound of breaking wind, fell one by one on a high cliff. On the edge of the high cliff, a tall figure stood there, looking at the town with faint lights in the distance in the wind and snow. Lord Rakage. At this time, the black shadows that fell on the cliff saluted the figure on the edge of the cliff. There is no doubt. These black shadows that fell on the cliff were Kirby, Yukito and others who traveled day and night from the land of lightning and spent a whole day and night to rush to the land of moon. The tall figure standing on the cliff was naturally the fourth Rakage, who was ready to lead the team himself. The fourth Rakage was still looking into the distance, and asked in a muffled voice, "Are all the people here?" Kirby stepped forward. "Brother, Yukito's team and I arrived first, and your direct enbu is still behind, and it will take about half a day to arrive." The fourth Rakage frowned when he heard this, but did not say much. Because he knew very well that it would take about 2 to 3 days to get from the land of lightning to the land of moon, even at the speed of a ninja. The reason why Kirby and his team could arrive in one day and night was simply because this team was too elite. In comparison, his direct enbu was slightly inferior, so it took a day and a half to arrive. Yukito looked around and saw that there were not only the combination of the fourth Rakage and Kirby on the cliff, but also her 4-man team and a 4-man communication team. Such a lineup is even enough to launch a surprise attack on the shadows of other ninja villages, so she also stepped forward and said, "Lord Rakage, we should be able to complete the task." Kirby changed his previous frivolousness. "Brother, why don't you wait a little longer? The enbu will arrive in half a day at most." The fourth generation Rakage shook his head. "It's too late." Yu Muren asked, "Lord Rakage, has the situation changed?" The whereabouts of the target were discovered the evening before yesterday, and the target had already completed the bounty exchange. Now 2 days have passed, and the target is about to leave the border of the Moon Country and arrive at the Hot Spring Country. If I continue to wait, I'm afraid that Konoha will get there first. The fourth generation Rakage expressed his concerns. The Moon Country is close to the Lightning Country and belongs to the sphere of influence of Kumagakuer. And the Hot Spring Country is close to the Fire Country and belongs to the sphere of influence of Konoha. Konoha's intelligence capabilities are not inferior to Kumagakuer. Therefore, the Rakage was worried that the target they were targeting was probably discovered by Konoha and was being tracked. If the problem could not be solved within the territory of the Moon Country, the variables would be great. Yukito said, "If that's the case, then what are we waiting for?" Kirby thought about it and said, "Brother, let's act." The fourth Rakage nodded, then signaled the ninjas of the communication class to hand over the information of the target to Kirby and Yukito, and then said, "Our target this time is Kakuzu and Haiden from the Akatsuki organization. Kakuzu is a traitor from Takigakuer, and Haiden is a traitor from Mugakure. Both of them have the strength of a jonin." Yukito chuckled, "They are just 2 traitors from small ninja villages. You don't need to lead the team yourself." The fourth Rakage actually didn't take Kakuzu and Haiden seriously. He said in a deep voice, "This time, we in Kumagakuer must win. Let's go." After that, with a bang, he whistled away like a cannonball. Killer Bee, Yukito and other Kumagakuer ninjas looked at each other, and then excitedly followed the fourth Rakage. This operation can be said to be the most elite team sent by Kumagakuer after the Third Ninja World War, and it can be said that all the masters are out. Not only did the Rakage take action himself, but the 2 Jinkriki also did not miss a single one. Although the opponent's strength was average and the mission was not difficult, it still made the elites of Kumagakuer feel excited for a long time. Ze poked his head out from the ground and said to Obito beside him, "Kumagakuer and the others have already started to act." Obito asked, "How many people are here?" Ze replied, "In addition to the fourth Rakage and the 2 Jinkriki, there seem to be 6 or 7 Kumagakuer ninjas following, but half of these people are communication ninjas, and the remaining 2 or 3 should be the elites of Kumagakuer." Obito chuckled and said, "Only so few people. Excluding the ninjas responsible for communication, the number of people sent by Kumagakuer this time, plus the total number of people, is only 2 teams. If this amount of manpower is only to deal with Kakuzu and Haiden, it is indeed enough, but as the shadow of a village, the Rakage should obviously take some emergencies into consideration." The fact that the Reikage is so reckless only shows one thing, that is, he has absolute confidence in himself. Swish swish. At this time, Wu Yang and Cheneng fell one after another in front of Obito. Obito said, "The target is moving, you are ready." Cheneng was a little doubtful, "Do we really have to fight with the Reikage? That guy is a monster." Wang Liang glanced at Cheneng, "Are you scared?" Cheneng did not hide it and nodded lightly, "The Zero Tail is not completed yet. I am not sure about fighting with a strong man of that level." Obito ordered, "This time it is the action of the entire organization. The leader of the group will be Kiribi. At the critical moment, I will take action." Wang Liang's face sank, "Those three guys will also participate." Undoubtedly, the three people Wang Liang was referring to were Shinji, Shiro, and Karin. Obito said, "This possibility cannot be ruled out. So you don't have to worry, our Akatsuki organization will definitely succeed in this operation." Wang Liang looked relaxed, "I want to see how strong the rumored perfect Jinkriki is. Leave the Eight Tails Jinkriki to me later." Cheneng said, "I'll help you hold back the Reikage." Obito waved his hand, "Go down and get ready." Moon Country, Lakeside. Kakuzu and Haiden sat by the campfire, chatting casually. Haiden complained, Hey, how long are we going to stay in this damn place?" Kakuzu added some firewood to the campfire, "We are bait, how long we wait depends on when the target will take the bait. Why bother? Can't we just go to Kumigakure and capture the two Jinkriki?" Haiden spat lightly. Kakuzu glanced at Haiden, "I won't collect your body. You." Haiden stood up angrily, swung the bloody March sickle in his hand, and pointed it at Kakuzu, "Do you look down on me?" Kakuzu said coldly, "People who look down on the Reikage will not have a good end, even if you are immortal." Haiden put away the bloody March sickle, "Hey, are you concerned about me?" Kakuzu shook his head, "I just think it's troublesome to change partners all the time, and you are more durable than the previous partners, so I don't want you to die too early." Clatter. Just then, a burst of paper accompanied by snowflakes floated in front of the two. Then the pieces of paper gathered together and condensed into the shape of Conan in the air, and said, "The target has taken the bait, you are ready." Haiden was overjoyed when he heard this, twisting his neck and saying, "Hee, finally I don't have to wait foolishly in this ghost place." Kakuzu looked at Conan and asked, "What is our mission later?" Conan said lightly, "Your mission is to capture the two-tailed Jinkriki, Yamujin. Remember, you must capture a living Jinkriki. As for other enemies, you don't have to worry about them, there will be other members to help you deal with them." After that, Conan in the air changed into a flurry of flying paper again and disappeared into the night. The Reikage and his party acted very quickly. According to the intelligence that was constantly collected, they adjusted the route several times, tracked all the way, and soon locked the area where Kakuzu and Haiden had appeared last, and then rushed straight to the forest outside the lake. Swish swish swish. In the night, the people of Kumigakure rushed in the forest, as fast as ghosts. At this time, a Kumigakure ninja from the communications class said, "Lord Reikage, a bonfire was found by the lake ahead, which is likely to be the target's landing point." "Finally found you." The fourth Reikage's face instantly became ferocious, and then he turned on the lightning chakra mode without hesitation, suddenly accelerated, and rushed towards the bonfire in the distance. Boom! At this moment, a dark purple giant tentacle shot out from the shadows, pierced the fourth Reikage who was at the forefront of the team, and smashed the Reikage to the ground. "Lord Reikage!" The Kumigakure people exclaimed immediately. However, before the Kumigakure people rushed over, the fourth Reikage who had just been hit by the giant tentacle flew up, tore off the giant tentacle that attacked him, and tore the giant tentacle into several pieces with his brute force. The Kumigakure people looked at this time, and saw that the fourth Reikage, who was wrapped in lightning chakra, was unharmed. The fourth Reikage looked in the direction where the giant tentacles were coming from and shouted, "Get out! Are you the Reikage?" A teasing voice suddenly came from the forest, and then two figures walked out of the shadows slowly. The people of Kumigakure followed the voice and found that the two figures walking out of the shadows were both members of the Akatsuki organization wearing red cloud cloaks. However, unlike what was shown in the intelligence, these two members of the Akatsuki organization were obviously not their targets of this trip, Kakuzu and Haiden. "Oh no, this is a trap." Xi's face sank, and he reminded everyone in a low voice. It was obviously their Kumigakure that hunted the Akatsuki organization, but it turned out that the Akatsuki organization attacked them. This undoubtedly shows that Kakuzu and Haiden appeared in the Kingdom of the Moon, which was originally a bait deliberately arranged by the Akatsuki organization, with the purpose of luring them into the Kumigakure. The people of Kumigakure are not fools, and they all reacted, and their faces were solemn. Only the two Jinkriki, Killer Bee, and Yokito, were still full of fighting spirit. At this time, the fourth Raikage also recognized the identities of the two people in the forest, and his eyes were full of anger. How dare you, you bastard, appear in front of me? It is obvious that the two members of the Akatsuki organization who walked out of the forest were Wu Yang and Sheneng. Not long ago, when Suzuki ran away, it was this monster Wu Yang who slaughtered a large number of Kumigakure ninjas, causing the fourth Raikage to lose face at the 5-Cage conference. So when he saw Wu Yang at this moment, the fourth Raikage could no longer hold back, and was immediately furious. Swish! Instantly, the fourth Raikage turned into a flash of lightning and pounced on Wu Yang. Boom! Without waiting for Wu Yang to react, the fourth Raikage in the lightning chakra mode crashed into him and blasted him away. He knocked down 7 or 8 trees in a row without stopping, and raised a large wave of air and dust in the forest. Shen Nong beside Wu Yang was stunned. This solved one. As expected of Lord Raikage. Humph, the Akatsuki bastards know how powerful we are in Kumigakure. The Kumigakure ninjas not far away were all excited. Being hit head-on by the fourth Raikage, let alone ordinary ninjas, even the other 4 shadows would not be able to bear it, so in their opinion, the so-called monster should be dead and could not die anymore. The fourth Raikage turned his head and looked at Sheneng. It's your turn. Seeing this, Xi hurriedly shouted, Lord Raikage, keep him alive. The fourth Raikage said coldly, don't worry, I will only break his hands and feet, I won't kill him. Sheneng was frightened by the fourth Raikage's momentum and had the intention to retreat for a while. Just then, the laughter of Wu Yang suddenly came from a distance. Ha ha ha, is the so-called Raikage only this level? Everyone hurriedly looked over and found that the monster Wu Yang, who had just been knocked away by the fourth Raikage, was standing on a broken tree without any damage and laughing wantonly. The fourth Raikage was angered by this laughter, and immediately flashed and pounced on the distant Wu Yang again. The demon smiled evilly and turned to flee deep into the forest. Kiribi saw this and was worried about the safety of the fourth Raikage, so he immediately activated the instant body technique and followed. Sheneng did not dare to hesitate and chased after him. In the blink of an eye, the 4 of them left the team and went deep into the forest in the pursuit. Yu Mu Ren ordered at this time, the communication team will spread the news here, let the Anbu come to support immediately, and the others will follow me. Yes. The communication team responded in unison. And Xi, Karul, and Gasa, the 3 elite ninjas in Yu Mu Ren's team, were all ready to chase the fourth Raikage who was going away with Yu Mu Ren. Swish swish. Suddenly, 2 more figures wearing the red cloud cloaks of the Akatsuki organization fell from the sky and blocked Yu Mu Ren and others. Yu Mu Ren looked around and found that the 2 members of the Akatsuki organization in front of him were their targets, Kakuzu and Haiden. Kakuzu and Haiden were also looking at the people in Kumigakure at this moment. Haiden, who was carrying the bloody march sickle, curled his lips. Hey, is this leader the two-tailed Jinchuriki of Kumigakure? Kakuzu nodded, with a look of regret. Well, it's a pity that he has to live and can't be exchanged for a bounty. Well, since you come to die, I, Yokito, will fulfill your wish. Yokito was not afraid at all and waved his hand. Communications team retreat, leave this to us. On the moon. Shinji looked at the headless corpse in front of him, was startled at first, and then reacted instantly, squatted down, dug out the white eyes in the eye sockets of the head of the old man of the Otsutsuki branch on the ground, and put them into the small nutrient tank he carried with him. Ningji said, My lord, I. Stop talking, run away. Shinji interrupted Niji, and without even looking at the giant reincarnation eye behind him, he fled towards the entrance of the temple. 2-in-1 chapter. Please recommend and vote for me. Please everyone. Chapter 159, Fierce Battle on the Moon. As soon as he rushed out of the temple, Shinji saw a dense crowd of reincarnation eye puppets in the sky, rushing towards him in groups. Damn it! After cursing inwardly, Shinji kept moving, leaped onto the gravel belt in a flash, and then ran towards the Otsutsuki branch castle at full speed. Niji rushed out of the temple right after him, and then saw the dense crowd of reincarnation eye puppets in the air, took a breath, and followed Shinji closely. Before, he was a little confused and didn't understand why Shinji fled so hastily. Now, he finally understood. Because not only in the air, but also in the Otsutsuki castle, a large group of reincarnation eye puppets rushed towards them along the gravel belt. A large number of reincarnation eye puppets attacked from the sky, and the road ahead was blocked by another group of reincarnation eye puppets. Niji couldn't help shouting, "My lord, what should we do?" Shinji said coldly, "Kill them." A large area including the castle of the Otsutsuki branch family and the stone mountains were all protected by a protective shield, so if you want to rush out, you either have to break the protective shield or rush out from the passage you sneaked in. And this protective shield was obviously activated by the giant reincarnation eye. In the original time and space, Otsutsuki Tonari once told Hinata that as long as they stayed in the protective shield, even if the moon hit the earth and destroyed the entire surface, the two of them would be safe. You can see how strong this protective shield is. So Shinji's only way to survive now is the passage they sneaked in before. Soon, the two sides met in the gravel belt. Boom boom boom. These high-level reincarnation eye puppets in the castle can emit chakra energy bombs similar to light waves with just a raise of their hands. So in an instant, the gravel brought light waves flew across the sky, and explosions continued. Shinji knew that the key to whether he could escape was time. Once the people of the Otsutsuki branch reacted and controlled the giant Samsara eye to deal with them, their chances of escape would be slim. Therefore, they must not be entangled by these Samsara eye puppets. While dodging the light waves shot by the Samsara eye puppets, Shinji swept his eyes and then had an idea in his mind. Susanoo. He focused his eyes and activated Susanoo again, and this time he did not save his pupil power, and started with Susanoo in a half-armored state. Then, he urged Susanoo to shoot left and right, grabbed the huge rocks floating in the rebel belt, and smashed them hard at the Samsara eye puppets not far away. Boom! Accompanied by a whistling sound, huge rocks with a diameter of 5 or 6 meters shot out like cannonballs. In a blink of an eye, the reincarnation eye puppets on the other side were suppressed, making the entire rebel belt even more chaotic. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Shinji flashed, relying on the defense power of Susanoo. He withstood several light waves from the reincarnation eye puppets, and took Niji out of the rebel belt. After arriving at the Otsutsuki branch castle, Shinji, who was escaping, did not forget to observe the overall defense mechanism of the Otsutsuki branch castle. Although the reincarnation eye puppets in the air were swarming, they were about to sneak into the castle, so there was no need to worry about these enemies. And the reincarnation eye puppets on the rebel belt just now were either smashed into pieces by the boulders thrown by his Susanoo, or were blown away by his Susanoo. Some of the survivors were also in disarray at this moment, like headless flies. A little further away, the floating stone mountains were all shining with light spots. They seemed to be the stationed reincarnation eye puppets, which were in combat readiness. With his sharp eyes, he even saw many artillery turrets extending from the high tower. It seems that as long as the giant reincarnation eye is alarmed, the castle's defense system will be fully activated. With this thought in his mind, Shinji rushed into the passage they had come from before. Boom! After urging Susanoo to smash several reincarnation eye puppets with one punch, Shinji fled along the passage to the bottom of the castle. Along the way, reincarnation eye puppets blocked them from time to time. But in front of Susanoo, these reincarnation eye puppets could only delay them a little at most, and could not cause any harm to them. Watching the powerful Samsara eye puppets being easily destroyed by Susanoo, Niji, who was following closely behind Shinji, was shocked, so powerful. When he saw the Samsara eye puppets swarming in, he once thought he was doomed. But after following Shinji all the way, he was shocked to find that as long as the strength was not at a certain level, it was simply vulnerable in front of Shinji. Many high-level Samsara eye puppets, whose strength was almost close to that of a Jonin, were just a punch away in front of Shinji's mighty Susanoo. Stopping at a fork in the road, Shinji asked Niji, "Which way?" Niji quickly collected his thoughts, opened his Byakugan and glanced, then pointed to the right, "Sir, it's this way." But as soon as he finished speaking, he shouted again, "No." Shinji turned around, "What's wrong?" Niji said, "In this passage, in addition to a large group of puppets, there seems to be a living person mixed in, rushing this way." Shinji's face sank. The living people in this castle are undoubtedly all members of the Otsutsuki branch. He is not afraid of anything else now, but the Otsutsuki branch that can connect to the giant reincarnation eye, because the power of the giant reincarnation eye is too overbearing, and ninjas who are not from the Otsutsuki Hamura system cannot resist the giant reincarnation eye forcibly extracting chakra. In the original time and space, when Tonari Otsutsuki's Rinnegan had not yet fully awakened and was still in the fetal movement period, he used the giant Rinnegan's ability to forcibly extract chakra and instantly defeated Naruto, who had just successfully sealed Kaguya Otsutsuki in the Fourth War. You should know that Naruto's combat power at that time was almost the peak of the ninja world. After the giant Rinnegan was destroyed by Hinata and Naruto, even though Tonari Otsutsuki awakened his Rinnegan and had the terrifying power to cut the moon, he still lost to Naruto. It can be seen how exaggerated the giant Rinnegan's improvement in Tonari Otsutsuki's combat power is. Although it was a headache, there was only one way out, so Shinji had to bite the bullet and meet it. After a few breaths, the two sides met in the passage. Looking at the white-haired member of the Otsutsuki branch in the opposite puppet group, Shinji's expression became a little gloomy. The opponent's chakra was obviously much stronger than the member of the Otsutsuki branch he had encountered in the temple before. According to his eyesight, the chakra of this member of the Otsutsuki branch family is definitely at the level of Kage. However, fortunately, the other party looks very old, and his strength should have begun to decline. The white-haired old man of the Otsutsuki branch family shouted angrily, "You lowly ninjas, how dare you trespass into my clan's forbidden area?" After saying that, he waved his right hand. Swish, swish, swish. The high-level reincarnation eye puppets standing around him rushed towards Shinji like arrows from a bow. Shinji's eyes condensed, and then, while urging the Susanoo and waving the long sword to slash at the high-level reincarnation eye puppets that rushed over, he took the time to launch the Izanagi on the old man of the Otsutsuki branch family life. The long sword of Susanoo slashed out a huge blade light, and along with the passage, it engulfed the high-level reincarnation eye puppets that rushed over. Boom boom! The roar of the passage collapsing, and the smoke and dust rolled out. In the turbid smoke and dust, Shinji's face under the mask was a little embarrassed. In the fate branch that Izanagi no Mikoto had just spied, under the furious attack of the old man of the Otsutsuki branch, he could only barely resist for 2 or 3 minutes before being defeated. Whether it was Susanoo or Amaterasu, they were all vulnerable in front of the giant reincarnation eye. Hey! At this time, the old man of the Otsutsuki branch opposite waved his hand lightly, and the smoke and dust filled in the passage were all emptied by an invisible repulsive force. After removing the smoke and dust, the old man of the Otsutsuki branch family looked at the puppet wreckage and the broken corridors, and his face became even more angry. "I will wipe out all the filth that invaded the moon with my own hands." After receiving a feedback on his fate, Shinji had an idea and used the Izanagi life again before the old man of the Otsutsuki branch family launched an attack. Since the pupil technique could not resist the opponent, he was going to use physical skills to compete with the opponent this time to see if he could find a glimmer of life. Instantly, he glimpsed the fate branch again. But this time, he was defeated even faster than the last time. The old man of the Otsutsuki branch family looked old, but in fact, his physical skills were extremely superb, far from being comparable to him who was only 8 years old and had only practiced physical skills for a few months, so this time, he was defeated by the old man of the Otsutsuki branch family in less than 15 seconds. And at this moment, the old man of the Otsutsuki branch family pounced on him. Just as Shinji was about to make a move, his body was inexplicably sucked into the air by a suction force and flew towards the old man of the Otsutsuki branch family. Tisk! He spat lightly, immediately urged the Susanoo to spread his arms, and fiercely inserted it into the walls on both sides of the corridor, barely resisting the suction force. At this time, the old man of the Otsutsuki branch family had bullied Shinji in front of him, holding a sapphire ball of light in his hand, and fiercely smashed Shinji's Susanoo. Swish! In an instant, the Susanoo that enveloped Shinji was absorbed by the sapphire ball of light in the hands of the old man of the Otsutsuki branch family. Damn it! Shinji did not hesitate at all, and quickly flashed back. In the fate branch he had peeked at before, he saw the old man of the Otsutsuki branch family use this move. In that fate branch, he just hesitated for a moment, and not only was his Susanoo absorbed by the other party, but all his chakra was also taken away. At this time, the ball of light in the old man's hand that absorbed Shinji's Susanoo turned golden. The old man of the Otsutsuki branch family glanced at his palm, and seemed a little surprised that Shinji's chakra level was so high, but the suspicion in his eyes flashed away, and he regained his stern anger again, waved his hand, and shot all the chakra he had just absorbed at Shinji. Shinji's face turned black, and he had to activate Susanoo again to resist this chakra energy wave composed of his own chakra. Boom! Another roar echoed in the corridor. Ningji, who was hiding behind Shinji, covered his ears tightly and observed the battle with difficulty. The battle at this level completely made him lose the ability to intervene. He didn't even dare to run around, because once he was out of Shinji's cover, he would probably die from unknown AoE. At the same time, he was shocked by the fighting methods of both sides. You should know that in his understanding, the fighting of ninjas is composed of several elements: physical skills, ninjutsu, illusion, and ninja tools. No matter how powerful a ninja is, he cannot escape these elements. But the two sides fighting in front of him never made a seal from beginning to end, and every move and every style was a high-level use of chakra. After seeing this, he realized how insignificant he was and how mediocre his soft fist, which he was proud of, was. The old man of the Otsutsuki branch stared at Shinji and suddenly said, "Your chakra is very special, and the outer path demon statue is a..." Shinji was stunned. He always blamed others, and this was the first time that the blame was put on his head. "It doesn't matter if you don't answer." After a pause, the old man of the Otsutsuki branch family said coldly, "When I capture you, I will personally search your memory." Shinji exhaled, and slowly took out the small nutrient tank containing the Byakugan from the ninja bag on his waist. The old man of the Otsutsuki branch family froze. "What is that?" In front of the old man of the Otsutsuki branch family, Shinji took out the Byakugan from the small nutrient tank and placed it flat in his palm. The old man of the Otsutsuki branch family stepped forward and shouted, "Where did you get the Byakugan from?" Ningji on the side also looked at Shinji, not understanding why he took out the Byakugan. "Hey!" Shinji sighed, and immediately activated the Susanoo lamp. Instantly, the golden Susanoo that enveloped him roared, and then a golden light shot out from the third pair of empty eye sockets under the mask, capturing the pair of white eyes in Shinji's palm. Seeing this scene, the old man of the Otsutsuki branch was horrified. "What did you do?" Ningji beside him was also shocked. He never thought that Shinji's Susanoo would absorb the Byakugan. Shinji had never activated the complete form of Susanoo. The purpose was to hide his own information. This was also the reason why he had thought of a countermeasure a long time ago, but he was reluctant to activate it. Because once the Susanoo was activated to control the Byakugan, the information of his Manjiki pupil technique would be at risk of being leaked. Whether as a remnant of the Uchiha or as a lantern bearer who protects a world, hiding one's own information is the top priority. But now he has reached a desperate situation, so he can only do this. After controlling the Byakugan, he also has the Byakugan chakra. In other words, he is immune to the move of the giant reincarnation eye forcibly extracting chakra. So, he urged Susanoo to slash fiercely and slashed at the old man of the Otsutsuki branch family. 2 in 1 chapter. Please recommend and vote. Please everyone. Chapter 163 Battlefields. The Kingdom of the Moon. Boom boom boom. A series of explosions wrapped in shock waves spread out in all directions, and in an instant, a large area of forest was overturned. In the center of the explosion, countless dark purple tentacles swayed in the air, like a demon descending from the sky. Obviously, the monster Woolyang has released its complete form. Not far away, the eight-tailed Jinchuriki killer bee, who was also fully liberated, also turned into a behemoth. He raised his head in the form of the eight-tailed cow ghost, brewing chakra in his mouth, as if it seemed to be condensing the tailed beast ball again. Instantly, the eight-tailed Jihoki shot out the tailed beast ball in his mouth. Swish! In a scream like a sonic boom, the tailed beast ball with a dark glow whizzed away and hit the monster Woolyang in an instant. Then, another explosion sounded in the forest, and the whole earth seemed to tremble with it. While the two behemoths were fighting. Under them, two incredibly fast afterimages were fighting on the ruins. Among them, one figure was caught by the blue electric wrapped in light, as fast as lightning. The other figure carried a black wave of air, like a whirlwind. No doubt. These two people are the fourth Raikage and Sheneng. The fourth Raikage, who activated the lightning chakra mode, has a speed that almost reaches the limit of normal humans. All cells in the body are stimulated by the lightning chakra, and the body's metabolism has increased several times. Similarly, Sheneng, who activated the 8 gates of Dunjia and opened the 7th gate shock gate, has also reached the limit of normal humans in speed, lingering around him. The black air wave around him was the product of the evaporation of sweat and blood on his body and the interweaving of the dissipated chakra. Both of them reached the limit of normal human speed, so fast that it was unbelievable. Not to mention ordinary people, even the communication ninjas of Kumagakure could not see their movements clearly. Two behemoths and two afterimages, one was a duel of strength, and the other was a contest of speed. These two completely opposite styles, mixed on a battlefield, made the whole battle situation exude an indescribable sense of weirdness. And in terms of the situation, the eight-tailed Jinchuriki killer bee and the monster Wu Yang are currently fighting fiercely, and the winner has not yet been determined. The fourth Raikage completely suppressed Sheneng, but Sheneng, who opened the Jingmen, was not inferior to the fourth Raikage in speed. In addition, Sheneng was very self-aware and did not dare to fight against the powerful fourth Raikage, so the fourth Raikage only took the initiative, but was still entangled by Sheneng and could not get away. The lake in the forest. Listening to the whistling and roaring in the distance, feeling the tremors under his feet, the two-tailed Jinchuriki Yukato sneered at Kakuzu and Haiden in front of him and said, "Ha, it seems that Killer Bee is angry, and things have finally become a little interesting." Kakuzu glanced into the distance, looking at the flickering figures of the two behemoths over there, his face sank. Haiden raised the bloody march sickle in his hand and pointed at Yukato from a distance. Hey, 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 are you scaring us?" Yukato raised the corner of his mouth. "Scare you? Humph, I don't have the leisure to do that. But since Raikage and Killer Bee are serious, the battle over there should be over soon. If I'm too slow, I'll be laughed at by them later, so you'd better surrender. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that I won't accidentally kill my sister Chien." Haiden laughed. "Kakuzu, it seems that the two of us are underestimated." Kakuzu said coldly, "Stop talking nonsense, and make a quick decision." After that, Kakuzu flashed and pounced on Yukato. "Yo-ho!" Haiden screamed when he saw this, and then waved the bloody march sickle in his hand and slashed at Yukato. "I hope you two are not too weak." Yukotsu grinned, then pushed his hands to the ground, directly jumped over the tailed beast coat form, released the power of the two tails, and completely transformed into a tailed beast. Boom! After completely transforming into a tailed beast, Yukotsu immediately spit out a huge fireball, and in the roar, attacked Kakuzu and Haiden. At the other end, the three elite jonins in Yukotsu's team, Xi, Kallur, and Gisa, looked at the fire that suddenly turned half the sky red in the distance, and all changed color. They knew very well that such a movement could only be caused by Yukotsu's complete transformation into a tailed beast. And even the perfect Jinchuriki would not easily completely transform into a tailed beast unless it was necessary, so they suddenly became anxious in their hearts. "Humph, you guys still have the mind to worry about others." Scorpion, who appeared in the form of Hiryu Amber, sneered. It was his sudden appearance that cut off the Yubokujin team and separated Yubokujin from the remaining three elite jonin in the team. After sensing the two battlefields in the distance, Xi's face became serious and he thought, "Is it really a trap?" According to intelligence, there are only two members of Akatsuki active in the Kingdom of the Moon, Angle and Haiden. But now, including the Red Sand Scorpion in front of him, and the Ghost and Sheneng who led away the fourth Raikage and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee, a total of 5 members of Akatsuki have appeared. And in the dark, there may be other members of Akatsuki hiding, so as long as you have a little brain, you can judge that this action is a trap carefully set by Akatsuki. I hope Lord Raikage will not be blinded by anger. Xi was secretly anxious. Under normal circumstances, if you find that you have fallen into the enemy's trap, the most effective response is to retreat first and then look for opportunities. But now the fourth Raikage and the two Jinchuriki obviously don't want to give up. Originally, Xi had absolute confidence in the strength of the Raikage and the two Jinchuriki, but for some reason, he had a vague ominous premonition in his heart at this moment. The Storm Release Bloodline Ninja Karul said at this time, "Let's deal with this guy first, and then join up with Yukato." Yet, Xi retracted his scattered thoughts and responded with the magnetic release bloodline ninja Gisa beside him. "Deal with me." Scorpion snorted coldly, and then swung his tail violently, and the retractable mechanical tail of the Hiragoku swept out instantly. Xi, Karul, and Gisa immediately jumped high and avoided the sweep of Scorpion's tail. However, when the three of them just jumped into the air, the Hiragoku opened his mouth, and in a burst of swish-swish breaking wind, shot out a series of glowing senbon. "Be careful, it's poisonous." Having read Scorpion's intelligence and knowing that Scorpion is an expert in using poison, Xi hurriedly shouted a warning. With nowhere to get support in the air, Gisa hurriedly took out a scroll and shook it gently. Several giant shurikens sealed in the scroll were immediately shot out under the control of his magnetic escape, facing the 1,000 shurikens shot by Scorpion. Clang clang clang. Amid the sound of metal collision, the giant shurikens easily blocked all the 1,000 shurikens, covering Xi, Karul, and Gisa to land calmly. At this time, Gisa raised his hand, and the giant shurikens that had just blocked all the 1,000 shurikens flew back to Gisa's hands one by one under the control of magnetic escape. Magnetic escape. Scorpion smiled, his tone full of disdain. Seeing this, Gisa was a little annoyed, and then he glanced at Karul beside him. Karul nodded knowingly. The two people who reached a tacit understanding immediately took action. Gisa threw several giant shurikens high up again, and then used the control of magnetic escape to make them sometimes disperse and sometimes intertwine in the air, and the trajectory could not be seen at all. At this time, Karul quickly formed a seal, storm escape, thunder wave. Several lightning bolts like water waves rose from Karul's fingertips, flew out, and hit the giant shurikens controlled by Gisa's magnetic escape in the air one by one. The giant shuriken that received the double-layer amplification of magnetic escape and storm escape whizzed away with the sound of hissing electricity, and shot at Feiliuhu from all directions. Swish swish swish. In just a blink of an eye, several giant shurikens pierced Feiliuhu's defense and completely dismembered Feiliuhu into several pieces. Just when the people of Union thought they had succeeded, a black shadow flew out from the wreckage of Feiliuhu. Then the black shadow fell to the ground, and it turned out to be Scorpion with red hair and a slightly childish face. Xi hurriedly shouted, "Be careful, this is his true body." Gisa said coldly, "What if it's his true body? I'll kill him anyway." Xi didn't respond, but frowned slightly. Information showed that Scorpion was about 27 years old now, and should be in the state of a young and middle-aged man, but the Scorpion in front of him still looked childish, as if he was 18 or 19 years old. This made him feel something was wrong. Scorpion glanced at the Feiliuhu who was cut into pieces by the giant shuriken, and his face darkened. In fact, with the defense of Feiliuhu, ordinary ninja tools have no effect on it at all. Even the giant shuriken can only knock out a white mark on it at most. The reason why Gisa's giant shuriken can easily cut Feiliuhu is mainly because it is blessed by the double layers of magnetic escape and storm escape. Especially the increase of storm release, which not only increases the flying speed of giant shuriken, but also greatly enhances the armor-piercing ability of giant shuriken. Storm release. Scorpion tilted his head and smiled, "My luck is really good. I can easily solve the things that Bailuo asked me to do." After that, he took out a scroll from the ninja bag on his waist, and gently raised it, revealing the eye-catching 3 in the scroll. Bang! A burst of white smoke surged, and then a figure flew out of the white smoke and hovered beside Scorpion. The people of Union looked over together, carefully identified it, and then they were shocked. The third generation Kazekage. This is a treasure in my collection. Let you see it today. Scorpion smiled and moved his eyes to Gisa. Look carefully, this is the magnetic escape. On a high cliff in the distance. Konan stood on the edge of the cliff, quietly looking at the 3 battlefields in the forest. Beside her, Deidara also looked at the battlefield in the distance with interest, muttering, "If we don't need to capture them alive, my C4 can get rid of them all." Hey! Konan said, "They must be alive, dead Jinkriki are meaningless to us." Deidara curled his lips, "The guys in Kumigakure are very difficult to deal with. I heard that in order to encircle and suppress the 3rd generation of Kumigakure, our Iwagakure village mobilized tens of thousands of ninjas." Konan fell silent. The current situation was indeed somewhat beyond her expectations. She thought that she had a plan and could quickly defeat and capture the 2 Jinkriki of Kumigakure this time, but the situation was still deadlocked after such a long time. Especially the strength shown by the 4th Raikage and the 8-tailed Jinkriki Killer Bee was somewhat beyond her expectations. The immortal Wu Yang was not afraid of the 8-tailed Jinkriki Killer Bee, but Cheneng obviously could not hold the 4th Raikage for long. Once the 4th Raikage was free, Wu Yang would be unable to resist the combination of the 4th Raikage and the 8-tailed Jinkriki. Why hasn't that guy made a move yet? At this point, Xionan began to doubt Obito's intentions. In her opinion, Obito had stronger Manjiki Uchiha under his command, but he only sent out Wu Yang and Cheneng at this moment, which was obviously ill-intentioned. At the other end, on the crown of a towering tree, Obito crossed his arms and looked at the battlefield in the distance. At this time, Zetsu stuck half of his body out of the tree trunk and said, "With the 4th Raikage here, Wu Yang and Sheneng may not be able to deal with the Eight Tails Jinkraki. Obito's face was not happy. This battle is about the plan to revive the 10 Tails. Why did Nagato only send so many people? Zetsu agreed. Yes, even if he, the leader, doesn't want to come, he should send those Manjiki Uchiha under his command. With those guys here, it will be much easier to deal with the people in Kumigakure. Obito glanced at the other 2 battlefields. Forget it, they should come to support us after they deal with the 2-tailed Jinchuriki. Ze said, I don't know how long Wu Yang and Sheneng can hold on. Obito didn't care about the life and death of Wu Yang and Sheneng. He looked at the plain outside the forest and asked, is Itaki in place? Don't worry, Itaki and Biwajozo have already gone there. After a pause, Zetsu said, the support from Kumigakure won't be able to arrive before dawn. Let's go to the battlefield and take a look. After confirming the whole situation, Obito disappeared in the twisted vortex. Unexpectedly, the first variable in the 3 battlefields was not the 4th Reikage who started the battle first, nor the 3 Kumigakure ninjas who were blocked by Scorpion, but the confident 2-tailed Jinchuriki Yukito. The 5 major ninja villages have already summarized the information about the members of the Akatsuki organization. So famous masters such as Scorpion, Deidara, Itaki, Biwajozo, and Kakuzu have more or less mastered some information. But Phaeton different. Although he is a traitor from the Hot Spring village, his abilities were granted by the evil god because he joined a certain evil cult, so even the Hot Spring village did not know his information. Therefore, Yukito, who fought him for the first time, suffered a great loss. His cursed death by blood directly cut his lungs. If it were not for the strong vitality of the Jinkraki, someone else would have died at this moment. Kicking Yukito, who fell to the lake and was covered in blood, Feijuan spat lightly, tisk, it turns out that this guy only has a big breath. Kakuzu, who lost 2 hearts in the battle just now, said in a deep voice, take her, let's go. 2 in 1 chapter. Please recommend and vote. Please everyone. Chapter 161 Shinji's plan for the reincarnation eye. On the moon. With a roar of Susanoo, he raised his long sword above his head, pierced through the corridor, and slashed at the old man of the Otsutsuki branch family opposite. The old man of the Otsutsuki branch family looked slightly depressed, and his angry eyes were more solemn. With a swish sound, he pulled away and did not use the reincarnation eye light ball in his hand to confront Shinji's Susanoo like last time. Boom boom boom. Although the old man of the Otsutsuki branch family dodged, the corridor was inevitably chopped into pieces by Shinji's Susanoo long sword. The entire corridor was unrecognizable, with broken bricks and tiles everywhere. It seemed that Shinji was not willing to give up, and he urged Susanoo again and swung a few more swords in a row, with the momentum of demolishing the castle of the Otsutsuki branch family. While dodging, the old man of the Otsutsuki branch family opened his Byakugan. This was the first time he opened his Byakugan, which showed that he was really serious. Boom boom boom. No matter how solid the building was, it could not withstand the destruction of Susanoo. After a few cuts, the entire corridor collapsed in large areas. For a while, smoke and dust rose up, and there were bursts of roars. Seeing this, Shinji's expression moved, and he hurriedly urged Susanoo to catch the bewildered Niji, jumped up, broke the ruins with Susanoo, and rushed towards the passage he came from. Along the way, all the reincarnation eye puppets that came to block Shinji were all turned into fragments under Shinji's Susanoo. In just a moment, Shinji rushed to the end of the corridor. The entrance and exit of the protective shield in the distance was already in his field of vision. As long as he passed the protective shield, he would have successfully escaped from the Otsutsuki branch castle. However, just as he was about to the moment he rushed out of the protective shield, a huge suction force sucked him up along with the Susanoo. Shinji, who was caught in mid-air, looked back in surprise, only to see that the old man from the Otsutsuki branch family who had retreated before appeared again. Trouble. Shinji secretly said that it was not good, and then urged the Susanoo to spread his arms, clasped the walls on both sides of the corridor, and after tearing down a long row of walls, he finally managed to offset the suction force. The old man from the Otsutsuki branch family said coldly, "You commit such a crime and still want to escape." Shinji glanced at the entrance not far away, and then said to the old man, "Do you really want to keep me and force me to kill your entire clan?" Arrogant. The old man from the Otsutsuki branch family was furious when he heard this. In his eyes, all ninjas on earth are fallen, lowly, filthy, and targets that need to be purified by the giant reincarnation eye. So when he heard what Shinji said, he felt insulted. Tisk, neurotic arrogance. Shinji curled his lips and stopped talking nonsense. Since the other party was determined to stop him, he could only fight to the death and fight his way out. Susanoo drew out his long sword again, and in the brilliant golden light, he swung it fiercely and slashed at the old man of the Otsutsuki branch family in the distance. The old man of the Otsutsuki branch family no longer dodged, and launched the instant body technique to avoid the slash of Shinji's Susanoo, and directly bullied under the Susanoo, pushing out the reincarnation eyeball in his hand and smashing it on the outer armor of the Susanoo. Boom! In an instant, in an explosion, both sides were shaken away. Shinji was a little confused. He was shaken back more than 10 meters and his blood was surging at this moment, as if he was hit by a dump truck. And where his Susanoo was hit, the armor had disappeared, leaving only a layer of broken bones. He endured the discomfort and calmly activated his pupil power to repair the damaged area of Susanoo. On the other side, the old man of the Otsutsuki branch family was also knocked back more than 10 meters. Not only was he in a mess, but his face was full of confusion. Obviously, he didn't expect this result. With the help of the giant reincarnation eye, he not only failed to defeat the opponent, but was knocked back. You. He looked at Shinji carefully, and finally a look of fear appeared on his face. Shinji had suppressed the surging blood and smiled, "Humph, the Otsutsuki clan is nothing more than this." It seemed to be a draw just now, but Shinji knew that he was actually at a disadvantage. Although the old man of the Otsutsuki branch family was knocked back, he didn't suffer much damage, and his Susanoo was actually on the verge of breaking the defense. It is hard to say whether the Susanoo can withstand it next time. Moreover, with the help of the giant reincarnation eye, the chakra of the old man of the Otsutsuki branch family is almost endless, and it doesn't matter if he fights here for a day and a night. But Shinji's chakra has been consumed a lot. If he continues to fight, he will definitely be the first to collapse. The old man of the Otsutsuki branch family didn't know what Shinji was thinking. He was gritting his teeth and fearing Shinji at the moment. Shinji took advantage of this gap and suddenly activated Susanoo to throw the remains of a reincarnation eye puppet that had been destroyed before to the entrance and exit of the protective shield. With a swish, the protective shield opened, and the remains of the reincarnation eye puppet passed through the protective shield without any hindrance and fell outside the protective shield. "Hey!" Shinji exclaimed lightly, looked at the old man of the Otsutsuki branch family again, and suddenly had an epiphany in his heart. Although the opponent can borrow the power of the giant reincarnation eye, he doesn't have a reincarnation eye after all, so he can only indirectly control the giant reincarnation eye through blood and technique. Therefore, even if the rules for opening and closing the protective shield can be modified, it is estimated that it will not be easily done in a short time. The old man of the Otsutsuki branch family obviously saw Shinji's thoughts at this moment, and immediately rushed to Shinji and shouted, "Don't try to escape." Shinji's eyes fixed, "Amaterasu." In an instant, a ball of black flame appeared on the body of the old man of the Otsutsuki branch family. The old man of the Otsutsuki branch family staggered and fell to the ground. Although Amaterasu, the strongest flame in the ninja world, has not burned many people to death, its power is still there, so it only took 1 or 2 breaths for the old man of the Otsutsuki branch family to be burned to pieces. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Shinji immediately took Niji, who had just been stunned in the fight, and grabbed the remains of a reincarnation eye puppet again, and successfully rushed out of the protective shield. At this time, the old man of the Otsutsuki branch family, who tried to absorb Amaterasu with the giant reincarnation eye in vain, had to use the repulsion of the giant reincarnation eye to repel all the black flames of Amaterasu attached to his body, and then rushed out of the protective shield without caring about his injuries and the scattered black flames of Amaterasu, and chased after Shinji. Shinji, who rushed out of the Otsutsuki branch family castle, did not take it lightly. He looked back at the old man of the Otsutsuki branch family who was chasing him, and the densely packed reincarnation eye puppets in the air, knowing that the crisis had not been resolved, and he might die here if he was not careful. The illusion passage leading to the earth is at least a day's walk from here. If I don't fly, I can't escape at all. With this thought, Shinji decisively urged his pupil power and activated the complete form of Susanoo. Instantly, the half-body of Susanoo, covered by the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, immediately swelled up under the infusion of the pupil power. Not only did it grow a lower body, but it also grew wings on its back. And Shinji also appeared at the forehead of Susanoo at this time, no longer in the body of Susanoo. This was his first attempt to activate the complete form of Susanoo, but at this time he didn't care about what he experienced, and only focused on urging Susanoo to fly towards the direction of the illusionary passage. Behind him, the old man of the Otsutsuki branch family was also shocked when he saw the complete form of Susanoo. Immediately, murderous intent appeared on his face again. We must not let him leave the moon alive. He made up his mind and directly summoned a flying puppet, jumped onto the back of the flying puppet, and then commanded a group of reincarnation eye puppets to chase the complete form of Susanoo flying in front. Both parties were flying in the air, so the speed was very fast. Soon they passed through the forest, flew over the ruins of the previous town, and came to the illusion channel on the lakeside. The old man of the Otsutsuki branch saw Shinji heading straight for the illusion channel and thought, damn it, he really sneaked into the moon from that illusion channel. That illusion channel is the only connection between the moon and the earth. Only the Otsutsuki clan on the moon knew that the distant relatives of the Hyuga clan on the earth only had one spell to connect to the moon, and did not know the specific location of the illusion channel. In addition, the Otsutsuki clan on the moon also arranged many illusion traps in the illusion channel, and raised a giant crab as a guard at the entrance, so even if someone accidentally entered the illusion channel and passed the illusion trap by chance, they would still be killed by the giant crab. For thousands of years, no one on Earth has sneaked into the moon through this illusion channel, so the Otsutsuki clan has been a little lax about this place. Shinji looked back and saw that the old man from the Otsutsuki branch family was still chasing him. He curled his lips and said, "It's endless." Now he and the old man from the Otsutsuki branch family are in a state where neither of them can do anything to the other. Although the power of the complete form of Susanoo has greatly increased, as long as the old man from the Otsutsuki branch family uses the power of the giant reincarnation eye to launch a surging repulsion, Shinji can't get close to the old man from the Otsutsuki branch family. After suffering a loss, the old man from the Otsutsuki branch family obviously found a way to deal with Amaterasu. Similarly, after mastering a pair of Byakugan, Shinji is no longer afraid of the terrifying ability of the old man from the Otsutsuki branch family to extract chakra with the help of the giant reincarnation eye. And the other means of the old man from the Otsutsuki branch family are difficult to break through the defense of Shinji's Susanoo before Shinji's pupil power is exhausted. This is the state of both sides. Shinji just found time to launch the Izanagi life again, trying to see if he could forcibly kill the old man of the Otsutsuki branch behind him. As a result, he was defeated again when he spied on the Fate branch. Because once he turned around to fight, the old man of the Otsutsuki branch would summon a huge stone statue of Hamura to resist his complete form Susanoo. And this level of attrition war is simply not something he can sustain with his body age of only 8 years old. What's more, Karin, Haku and others are not within the connection range of Niobe and Hwajin, so even if he wants to extract chakra for emergency, he can't do it. So as long as the battle situation is deadlocked, he will definitely be defeated in the end. Because of this, he gave up the idea of fighting a desperate battle with the opponent. Anyway, time is on his side, he is improving every moment, and the opponent is old and can't live for a few years. It is not worth it to exchange his life with the opponent at this time. In addition, after controlling the pair of Byakugan taken from the members of the Otsutsuki branch, he felt that the chakra contained in these Byakugan was obviously different from the Byakugan chakra of Niji. You know, he had extracted Niji's Byakugan chakra through Hwajin before, and personally experienced the feeling of the Byakugan chakra of the Hyuga clan. And this pair of Byakugan from the Otsutsuki branch is obviously different from the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan in terms of the nature of chakra. So this suddenly gave him an idea. If Otsutsuki Tonari transplanted the Byakugan of Hyuga Hanabi, it was the chakra of the Otsutsuki clan plus the pure Byakugan, and finally obtained a pair of reincarnation eyes. Then if this pair of Byakugan containing the chakra of the Otsutsuki clan is integrated into Niji's Byakugan, will Niji evolve into the Byakugan? After having this idea, even in such a critical situation, Shinji still couldn't help thinking about it. In his opinion, Niji's talent is definitely not worse than Hanabi. Besides, Niji's father and Hanabi's father are brothers, and there is no obvious difference in their bloodline. The only difference is that Niji is engraved with the bird in a cage curse seal, while Hanabi is not. So as long as the influence of the bird in a cage curse seal on the purity of Niji's Byakugan can be compensated, there will be no difference between him and Hanabi. As for how to make up for the purity of Niji's Byakugan, he has already had an idea. Before, he had been studying the fusion of cells of the Kagaya clan and the Hyuga clan. Through repeated experiments, he found that the Byakugan chakra does have the ability to neutralize the corpse vein of the Kagaya clan. It's just that the cell tissue extracted from Kimimaro is too overbearing, and Niji's Byakugan chakra alone can't suppress it. But if the Byakugan with the chakra of the Otsutsuki clan is fused into Niji's Byakugan, and then transplant Kimimaro's cell tissue to Niji, the Byakugan chakra of the Otsutsuki clan, the Byakugan chakra of the Hyuga clan, and the corpse vein chakra of the Kagaya clan, these three are likely to reach a certain degree of balance, so that Niji can make up for the missing part of his bloodline and obtain the chakra closest to Otsutsuki Hamura. By then, he will have both the chakra of the Otsutsuki clan and the pure Byakugan, and have all the elements to awaken the Samsara Eye. At this time, the cave where the illusion passage is located appeared in Shinji's vision. So he quickly gathered his scattered thoughts, while removing the complete form of Susanoo that consumed too much pupil power, and rushed into the illusion passage with the unconscious Niji in a flash. Soon, the old man of the Otsutsuki branch also rushed to the illusion passage. He didn't bother to wait for the Samsara Eye puppets behind to gather, and immediately flashed and chased into the illusion passage. After a moment, Shinji and the elder of the Otsutsuki branch rushed out of the deep pool one after another and came to the territory of the moon country on Earth, and ran into the duo of Kakuzu and Haiden who were preparing to evacuate along the lakeside. Seeing Shinji, Kakuzu, and Haiden carrying Niji, they were surprised. 1/4. Without waiting for Kakuzu and Haiden to finish their words, the elder of the Otsutsuki branch who was chasing after Shinji looked at Kakuzu and Haiden wearing the same Akatsuki Red Cloud uniform as Shinji, and immediately said angrily, "Shameless villain, you wanted to ambush me." 2 chapters in 1. Please recommend and vote. Please everyone. Chapter 162. I'll leave this to you. To be honest, this scene surprised Shinji. He never thought that he would encounter members of the Akatsuki organization in the moon country at this time. But soon, he noticed the two-tailed Jinchuriki Yukato hung on the bloody march sickle by Haiden, and was shocked. Has the Akatsuki organization started collecting tailed beasts? After a pause, he continued to think, the time is wrong? Naruto hasn't graduated from the ninja school yet. However, the angry old man of the Otsutsuki branch did not give Shinji too much time to think. He raised his hand and a huge repulsive force came over him, blowing away Shinji, Kakuzu, who was carrying Niji, and Haiden, who was carrying the wooden man with a bloody march sickle. Boom! Then, the grass and trees on the ground, the water in the lake, and even the heavy rocks were all blown away by this repulsive force. The earth seemed to be plowed out by an invisible hoe in a long, huge deep pit. Haiden, who was thrown out, shook his head. What's going on? Not far away, Kakuzu fell on a big tree. He was also dizzy. After several breaths, he came back to his senses. Damn it! Then, Feijuan patted the dirt off his body, pulled the bloody march sickle back with a rope, held it in his hand, twisted his head, and shouted to the old man of the Otsutsuki branch, "Hey, old man, do you want to die?" Swish! Kakuzu landed next to Feijuan and asked, "Where is the Jinchuriki?" Faden pouted and said, "Who knows where he flew to?" Opposite. The old man of the Otsutsuki branch frowned slightly. He showed no mercy in that move just now. Logically, he would be seriously injured even if he was caught off guard by such a huge force. But he didn't expect that the two people in front of him were like nothing happened. They just dusted themselves off and stood up again. The old man of the Otsutsuki branch secretly became alert. If it was only Shinji, he would not be afraid at all, but after discovering that the other party was actually an organization, and the members of the organization were not simple, he realized the seriousness of the problem. This group of ninjas, although despicable, their strength should not be underestimated. They sneaked into the moon and mixed into our castle. What are they planning? Shinji, who was also repelled by the repulsive force, activated Susanoo again at the critical moment, so he did not suffer too much impact when he landed. Coincidentally, the unconscious two-tailed Jinchuriki Yukato fell beside him, so he used Susanoo to grab Niji and Yukato in one hand. Then he glanced at the old man of the Otsutsuki branch and Kakuzu who were in a confrontation, and said to Haiden, "I'll leave this to you." After that, he rushed into the forest without looking back with a swish sound. Haiden was stunned. "Hey, it seems that he took the Jinchuriki away?" Kakuzu's face darkened. Because he belonged to Nagato's faction, in his understanding, the members wearing masks and hooded red cloud clothes were from another faction in the organization. Originally, the two sides did not interfere with each other, but this time, Konan said that people from another faction would also participate in the operation, and both sides had to cooperate, so he hesitated for a moment. And it was precisely because of this hesitation that the other party took away the two-tailed Jinchuriki in front of him. After listening to Shinji's words, the old man of the Otsutsuki branch family became more certain that Kakuzu and Haiden in front of him were specifically to pick up Shinji. So he raised his hand again without thinking. Boom! Another huge repulsive force was generated out of thin air, and Kakuzu and Haiden were repelled. Because of the experience from last time, Kakuzu activated Earth Escape and hardened his body at the moment of being repelled, while Haiden threw out the bloody March sickle, hooked the boulder in the distance, and pulled himself with the rope. Shua! The old man of the Otsutsuki branch family dodged and landed in front of Haiden, and the chakra light ball of the reincarnation eye in his hand was pushed out and hit Haiden's chest. You! Haiden was stunned at first, and then shocked. Because he felt feeling that the chakra in his body was being sucked away by a huge force, a feeling of weakness came from all directions. The old man of the Otsutsuki branch family pulled out the chakra light ball of the reincarnation eye that hit Haiden's chest. At this time, the chakra light ball of the reincarnation eye changed from the previous royal blue to dark green, which was the result of being infected by Haiden's chakra. However, this also shows that Haiden's chakra has been completely extracted. At this time, the old man of the Otsutsuki branch family said murderously, "Humble man, accept purification." Accompanied by this roar, he turned the chakra extracted from Haiden into a chakra light wave and hit Haiden's chest again. Boom! With a roar, Haiden was knocked out by the chakra light wave transformed from his whole body of chakra, and fell heavily on the trunk of a big tree, and then he barely stopped. The old man from the Otsutsuki branch took a look and saw that Haiden's chest was pierced, turning into a huge bloody hole, so he retracted his gaze and turned to Kakuzu on the other side. Kakuzu, who had seen the whole scene, had a gloomy face that looked like water could drip out of it. He didn't even know who the crazy old man in front of him was, and he was beaten up by the other party. Who is this old guy? A member of Kumagakuer. He said to himself, staring at the old man of the Otsutsuki branch, and shouted to Haiden, "How long are you going to pretend to be dead?" Haiden, whose chakra was drained and whose limbs were weak, muttered, "This damn old guy took my chakra." The old man of the Otsutsuki branch who was watching Kakuzu turned around and saw that his chest was completely pierced and he was spitting blood. Haiden was leaning against a tree and yelling like nothing had happened. He was shocked. How? How is it possible? Extracting chakra? Dark escape. Kakuzu felt more and more that the old man in front of him with burns was not simple. The old man from the Otsutsuki branch family raised his hand, sucked Haiden in front of him, lifted him up, opened his Byakugan to observe, and then felt the breath of the evil god in Haiden's body, and said angrily, "Filthy." Immediately, he threw Haiden aside like throwing away garbage, and his figure flashed and rushed towards Kakuzu. Kakuzu quickly made a seal, lightning escape, false dark. The old man from the Otsutsuki branch family did not dodge or evade, and directly absorbed Kakuzu's lightning escape with the chakra light ball of the reincarnation eye in his hand, and then stabbed Kakuzu's chest with the chakra light ball of the reincarnation eye that was glowing with electric light. Kakuzu was shocked and jumped back quickly. But just as he jumped into the air, he was bound by an inexplicable attraction, and then the whole person involuntarily crashed into the chakra light ball of the reincarnation eye in the hand of the old man from the Otsutsuki branch family. Swish! Instantly, Kakuzu's chest was pierced, and his own hardened earth escape was restrained by his own lightning escape, and it did not play any defensive role. After pulling back the arm that pierced Kakuzu's chest, the old man of the Otsutsuki branch family did not stop and immediately chased in the direction of Shinji's escape. Shinji, who climbed the moon and sneaked into the family castle, must have known many secrets of the Otsutsuki clan, so he could only feel at ease if he killed him. After the old man of the Otsutsuki branch family left, Kakuzu, who had fallen to the ground, climbed up again. If there is no bounty on that old guy, this time it will be a big loss. Counting the heart he lost when fighting with the two-tailed Jinchuriki by the wooden man, he has lost 3 hearts at this time. When he thought of this, he couldn't help but grit his teeth. Then he found Haiden, who was also covered in blood, and asked, "Is he dead?" Haiden immediately muttered, "You are the one who is dead. Help me up. I want to kill that old thing." Kakuzu pulled Haiden up, and then they walked together in the direction where the old man of the Otsutsuki branch family left. Shinji sighed. After taking the unconscious Niji and Yukito into the forest, he found that the forest was roaring everywhere. Obviously, there was more than one battle just now. What's going on? The 5 major ninja villages are fighting against the Akatsuki organization. Shinji was a little confused. Before, he had learned from Shin that the current focus of the 5 major ninja villages was to obtain intelligence from the Akatsuki organization, so he didn't understand why the two sides broke out in a war in the Moon Country in a blink of an eye, and even the two-tailed Jinchuriki was captured alive. He first released the Susanoo, then held one on each side and jumped to the crown of a big tree to observe the situation. Soon, he discovered the fierce battle between the 8 tails and the Goryo in the distance, as well as the incredibly fast blue lightning on the battlefield. The 8 tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee and the 4th Reikage. After discovering this, he realized that the two sides of the battle were not the 5 major ninja villages and the Akatsuki organization, but the Kumigakure family fighting the Akatsuki organization alone. Is it to obtain information about the Akatsuki organization? After a pause, he continued to think, the Reikage and the 2 Jinchuriki have both taken action. The Kumigakure has spent a lot of money this time. Although he really wanted to find out why the Kumigakure and the Akatsuki organization had a big fight here, it was obviously not the time to explore this. So with just a sigh, Shinji jumped off the tree and stayed away from the battlefield. But after just a few steps, he found another battlefield. It's just that the battle on this battlefield seems to have ended. Wolf on the borrowed battlefield, there were 2 corpses of Kumigakure ninjas. Shinji only glanced at it, did not choose to linger, and quickly crossed the battlefield. You! Suddenly, the Kumigakure ninja who fell on the ground made a sound. Shinji looked back and found that the Kumigakure ninja whom he thought was a corpse was actually still breathing, looking straight at him with unwillingness in his eyes. Shinji glanced at it, withdrew his gaze, and left without stopping. Looking at Shinji taking away Yukito, Nozomi, a member of Yukito's team, felt sad and angry. Damn it, the other party is not even interested in killing me. I am really a waste. There is no doubt about it. Nozomi, who was seriously injured, took Shinji's failure to finish the attack as Shinji's disdain for him. After all, in the world of ninjas, even the corpses of enemies will be brought back to the village for study, let alone last-minute hits. Therefore, in his eyes, this is the only reasonable explanation for Shinji's behavior. And when he thought that among the 4 members of the team, the Captain Yu Mu and Lan Dun Dun Karul were kidnapped by the Akatsuki organization, the magnetic escape grid San died on the spot, and he was also seriously injured, he felt completely despaired. On the battlefield between Kiribi and the sprites. Kiribi, who has completely transformed into a tailed beast, is obviously more destructive than the monster sprite, but as long as the Miko still exists, the sprite is immortal, so no matter how many tailed beast jade are fired, the sprite will be destroyed. No matter how many times it is smashed, the monster can wave its tentacles and revive again. As the battle continued, Kiribi found that he seemed to be eroded by the monster's chakra. Although the degree was not serious, it was at least an unfavorable trend. We can't keep fighting like this. The 8-tailed bull ghost reminded Kiribi, to deal with this guy, it seems that the only way to deal with this guy is with sealing techniques. Kiribi said, then we can only wait for the sealing class to come. Kiribi and the 4th Reikage are both the top offensive ninjas in the ninja world, but in terms of sealing techniques, they are inferior. It's not that he doesn't know sealing techniques. For example, the billions of Fury Du and Shu Fan Lu knew that he is good at is a very powerful sealing technique. It's just that this technique is mainly aimed at humanoid targets, and it is difficult to apply it to giant monsters like monsters and sprites. The 8 tails reminded again, the chakra of the 2nd tail brigade has disappeared for a while. The current situation is not good for us. Let's retreat first. Kiribi did not insist and quickly agreed to the 8 tails proposal. After forcing the demons away, he released his tailed beast transformation and landed next to the 4th Reikage in a flash. Brother, retreat first. The 4th Reikage, who was furious after being entangled by Sheneng, said angrily, what did you say? Something happened to the Yama people. After a pause, Kiribi said with an unprecedented solemn expression, if we have another accident, what will happen to the village? Thinking of the village, the 4th Reikage instantly calmed down. If 1 Kage and 2 Jinchuriki are lost at the same time, Kumigakure's strength will instantly fall to the bottom. By then, not to mention the other 4 major ninja villages, even some small ninja villages will have Kumokakure's thoughts. Glancing at Sheneng who was clearly starting to lose strength in the distance, the fourth Reikage finally suppressed the anger in his heart and said to Kirabi, "Go to Yuma first." Kirabi nodded quickly. The two people who had made up their minds stopped talking nonsense and immediately activated the instant body technique and disappeared from the battlefield. At this time, Obito walked out of the twisted whirlpool and looked in the direction where Kirabi and the fourth Reikage were leaving. Ju also leaned out from the ground and asked, "Are you chasing me?" "Of course we have to chase." With that, Obito ordered the demons and Sheneng, "Why are you still standing there? If we let them escape this time, there will be endless troubles." The monster didn't care, and controlled its huge body to chase after him. Shen Nong looked embarrassed. He had risked his life just now to entangle the fourth Reikage. If he continued, he would definitely die at the hands of the fourth Reikage. But facing the gaze of his leader, he did not dare to refuse, so he had no choice but to chase after him. In the blink of an eye, Kirabi and the fourth Reikage came to the battlefield where Nozomi and others fought against Scorpion, and found Nozomi who was seriously injured. The fourth Reikage hurriedly asked, "Where is Yukito?" Nozomi pointed to the direction Shinji left and said with difficulty, "Master Yukito was kidnapped by people from the Akatsuki organization." S.A. Just when the fourth-generation Reikage was preparing to recover Yukito, the old man of the Otsutsuki branch who was also tracking Shinji also fell on this battlefield amid the sound of wind. 2 chapters in 1. Please recommend and vote for me, monthly tickets. It's easy, please everyone. Chapter 163. The lake was evaporated dry. The fourth Reikage and Kirabi both looked back and looked at the old man from the Otsutsuki family who suddenly jumped out of the forest. Seeing that the other party was not only full of murderous intent, but also covered with traces of battle, both of them were frightened. They already know that this operation is a trap deliberately set by the Akatsuki organization, so the people who appear in this area are either their own people, or they must be the ambush personnel of the Akatsuki organization. Therefore, they looked at each other, then each jumped away and pounced on the old man of the Otsutsuki family in the center from different directions. Lay Corridor Magpie Ding. S.A. S.A. The fourth generation Reikage in the Thunder Chakra mode is extremely fast, and his whole body is like a blue lightning. And Kirabi, who was wearing the tailed beast's coat, was as fast as a firework. In just a moment, the two of them rushed in front of the old man of the Otsutsuki branch, and each waved an arm. Their move is called Thunder Escape, Juniu Lei Corridor Magpie Ding. It means that they use the Thunderbolt at the same time, attacking the enemy from different directions, using extremely fast speed and terrifying force to instantly twist off the target's head. This move has been tried and tested by the two of them, and they have made a great name for themselves in the ninja war. But just when the two arms were about to meet, the old man of the Otsutsuki branch family used the power of the giant reincarnation eye on the moon to suddenly stimulate a repulsive force. Boom! In an instant, the fourth Reikage and Killer Bee were repelled and flew out at the same time. The old man of the Otsutsuki branch family was gloomy at this time, and his eyes were full of deep fear and boiling murderous intent. If he hadn't fought with Shinji for so long, he had been completely alert and didn't relax at all, he would have almost been beheaded by the fourth Reikage and Killer Bee's absolute thunderbolt. Because the speed of these two people was too fast, he couldn't react at all. "You lowly ninjas, you have offended our clan again and again, which is simply unforgivable." Feeling like he had walked through the gates of hell, the old man of the Otsutsuki branch family roared in anger. "Come again." The fourth Reikage, who was thrown away, jumped up unscathed and pounced on the old man of the Otsutsuki branch family again. Kirabi saw that the old man of the Otsutsuki branch family had extremely strange skills and a pair of white eyes. He was worried that the fourth Reikage would have an accident, so he rushed over. The old man of the Otsutsuki branch family had a ferocious look. With his white eyes, he saw that there was a tailed beast in Kirabi's body, and the amount of chakra was amazing. He judged that Kirabi was more dangerous than the fourth Reikage. So he pointed one hand at the fourth Reikage and launched a repulsive force to repel the fourth Reikage again. One hand pointed at Kirabi, launched a suction force, and suddenly sucked Kirabi in front of him, and pinched Kirabi's neck with one hand. This. Kirabi was shocked. Whether the old man of the Otsutsuki branch family launched repulsion or suction, he did not need to make hand seals or spells, as if he could do whatever he wanted, making him defenseless. Seeing that Killer Bee was about to release the tailed beast, the old man of the Otsutsuki branch family instantly condensed a ball of reincarnation eyes with his free hand, and then smashed it hard on Killer Bee's chest. Swish! In an instant, Killer Bee, who was about to completely transform into a tailed beast, was horrified to find that his chakra was pouring towards the old man of the Otsutsuki branch family like a flood. Neither his human pillar nor the eight-tailed cow ghost in his body could stop the leakage of chakra. In just 1 or 2 breaths, they found that their huge chakra was sucked away completely. The old man of the Otsutsuki branch family looked at the reincarnation eyes in his hand, his face condensed. He did not expect to absorb so much chakra. He was secretly surprised and began to look for a target. Because the external chakra absorbed by the giant reincarnation eye cannot be used for his own use, it must be released immediately. The more he absorbs, the shorter he can keep it. As the Eight Tails Jinkraki, Killer Bee has one of the best chakras in the ninja world, so the old man of the Otsutsuki branch must immediately decide how to use the absorbed chakra. Boom boom. Just then, the monster Wu Yang, dancing with countless giant tentacles, chased over, crushing the trees all the way, making a series of roars. Feeling the huge and evil chakra on Wu Yang, the old man of the Otsutsuki branch was shocked again, thinking to himself, how many members are there in this organization? Wu Yang rushed over and laughed, ha ha ha, do you think you can run away? Obviously. The superscript 2 mentioned by Wu Yang was Killer Bee, the eight-tailed Jinkraki who had just fought with him and then suddenly left the battle. But when the words fell into the ears of the old man of the Otsutsuki branch family, it seemed as if he was talking about him. How dare you? He roared, and then without thinking, he released all the chakra he had drawn from Killer Bee towards the surging Wu Yang. Swish! Boom boom boom! This attack was formed by all the chakra in Killer Bee's body as the eight-tailed Jinkraki, and its power was far greater than that of an ordinary tailed beast ball. So accompanied by a dazzling light wave, the huge monster Wu Yang was directly evaporated. After evaporating the monster Wu Yang, the light wave continued to have momentum. After flattening a large forest, it fell into the lake in the distance. Boom! Another explosion, and then the earth began to tremble. Obito, who had been calm all the time, froze in his expression, staring blankly at the huge water curtain rising in the distance. Zi, who was beside him, was also stunned at this moment. What happened over there? On the high cliff in the distance. Looking at the water curtain rolling up to the sky, Zionan's indifferent face suddenly became exciting. Because she was on a higher terrain, she had a full view of the previous attack. In her eyes, she saw a wave of light suddenly flashing in the forest, and then the monsters with countless giant tentacles swaying were completely wiped out. Then, the forest was like being erased by an eraser on a drawing, and a large area was flattened in an instant. Finally, the light wave fell into the lake, shaking the water in the lake into the air. In an instant, the entire lake was left with only a bald lake bed. Splash! At this time, a huge water curtain tumbling in the air poured down, and the whole forest was in a torrential rain, and the ground was full of fish and shrimp. In the distance, looking at the rain falling from the sky, Shinji was also surprised. Deidara on the side exclaimed, "This explosion is simply art, who did it?" Shinji called Deidara, who was eager to try. "First arrange a clay bird for me, and then do your thing." Shinji, who was determined to evacuate, just encountered Deidara, who was responsible for patrolling the whole place in the air. If he met other members of the Akatsuki organization, Shinji, who was carrying the two-tailed Jinchuriki Yukato, would probably have a fight. Fortunately, he met Deidara. Deidara still believed that Shinji was the leader of the inner circle of the Akatsuki organization, and he was a member of the inner circle lurking in the outer circle, so when he saw Shinji, he took the initiative to land on the ground. Upon hearing this, Deidara immediately made a cute clay bird for Shinji, and then formed a seal with his hands. Ha! Bang! In a puff of white smoke, the small clay bird instantly turned into a slender white bird with a wingspan of more than 7 or 8 meters. Shinji jumped up with the unconscious Yukato and Niji, landed on the back of the clay bird, and then turned back to tell Deidara, "Remember, don't tell anyone that you have met me." "Got it, got it." Deidara waved his hand and said perfunctorily. At this time, his mind had already drifted to the battlefield in the distance. For him, joining the Akatsuki organization was just to pursue art better. If art was right in front of him, he would not care about the Akatsuki organization. Shinji now just wanted to evacuate quickly, and he had no interest in other things, so after telling Deidara, he immediately ordered the clay bird to take off and fly towards the direction of the land of fire. On the battlefield, after releasing all the chakra absorbed from Killer Bee, the old man of the Otsutsuki branch family used his Byakugan to observe the surroundings. He found that many people were rushing towards him, and the amount of chakra in these people's bodies should not be underestimated. After feeling that things were hopeless, the old man of the Otsutsuki branch family had to suppress the boiling killing intent, sighed, and immediately withdrew from the battlefield. Swish! After the old man of the Otsutsuki branch family left, the fourth generation Raikage immediately flashed to the side of Killer B. Looking at Killer B, who had fainted on the ground, the fourth generation Raikage was shocked. He never expected that the old man of the Otsutsuki branch family could defeat Killer B so easily. While he was horrified, he also had an unprecedented sense of crisis. At the moment, the 8-tailed Jinchuriki Killer B fainted, and the 2-tailed Jinchuriki Yukato was missing. If he, the Raikage, had any accidents again, Kumagakure would be finished. As the shadow of a village, his sense of responsibility made him regain his sanity quickly. He knew that if he continued to fight in the trap carefully set by the Akatsuki organization, the number of enemies would only increase. So after weighing the pros and cons, he had to give up the pursuit of the missing Yukato, carried the unconscious Killer B, and lifted the seriously injured XI, preparing to evacuate the battlefield first. As a perception ninja, XI ignored his injuries and launched the perception ninjutsu, then tremblingly pointed in a direction. Lord Raikage, there should be no enemies in that direction. The fourth Raikage responded unwillingly, then flashed and evacuated the battlefield with Killer B and XI. The evacuation of the old man of the Otsutsuki branch and the fourth Raikage was very decisive, so when Obito, Zetsu, and Chenin arrived at the battlefield, there was only the body of the cloud-hidden magnetic ninja Gisa left on the battlefield. Swish! Scorpion fell from the air and returned to the battlefield. Before, he defeated Xi, Kalu, and Gisa, 3 elite jonins of Kumagakure, here, seriously injured one, kidnapped one, and killed one. But not long after he left, he found that there was another battle here, so he rushed back. Then, Deidara, riding a clay bird, also landed on the battlefield and asked, "What happened just now?" "Hey!" Obito ignored Deidara, but squatted down and checked the battlefield. On the battlefield, the traces of the battle of the Kumagakure combination were obvious, so it was not difficult to judge that the fourth Raikage and the 8 tails Jinchuriki had fought with others here. At this time, Kakuzu also rushed here with Haiden. Then, with a burst of flying paper flying from the rain, Konan also appeared on the battlefield. In a moment, all the members of the Akatsuki organization who participated in this ambush gathered on this last and most noisy battlefield. Konan asked Obito, "What happened here?" Obito glanced at Konan and said, "I have to ask you this. Who did you arrange here to stop the 8 tails Jinchuriki?" Konan glanced at Sasori and Deidara. Scorpion and Deidara both shook their heads. Konan's eyes turned to Kakuzu and Haiden on the other side. The eyes of others also turned to Kakuzu and Haiden, and stayed on the huge bloody hole in Haiden's chest. Haiden muttered weakly, "It must be that damn old man." Konan frowned, "The old man?" Kakuzu threw Haiden to the ground, and then briefly told them about their encounter with Shinji and the old man of the Otsutsuki branch family, as well as Shinji taking away the 2 tails Jinchuriki and their battle with the old man of the Otsutsuki branch family. Obito heard this and glanced at Konan, thinking, Nagato really arranged it. Backhand, it seems that he is not going to hand over the 2 tails Jinchuriki to me. Konan looked at Obito, "What's the matter with the old man with the Byakugan?" Obito shook his head, "I don't know either." Konan's face suddenly turned cold, and he thought, he deliberately arranged an old man to disrupt the situation and take the 2 tails Jinchuriki away from me. What exactly does he want to do? Is he trying to use this to threaten Nagato? As Konan questioned Obito, the atmosphere on the field suddenly became depressed. Just then, Deidara's speech broke the depression. "Hey, who of you saw it clearly just now? What happened to the explosion just now?" After hearing Deidara's words, everyone's attention returned to the explosion just now. Although everyone present was a prominent figure in the ninja world, they had never seen such a violent explosion before. You should know that the tailed beast Jade already has the power to flatten the entire village. And the light wave just now was obviously more powerful than the tailed beast Jade. The almost dried up lake in the distance at this moment was the best proof. The water in the entire lake was either evaporated instantly or blown into the air by the shock wave, turning into raindrops above everyone's heads at this moment. With this thought, Konan asked Obito again, "Where is the 8 tails Jinchuriki?" Obito had a gloomy face and shook his head and said, "He should have escaped." Escaped? Konan barely concealed the suspicion on her face. With such a big commotion just now, it is impossible for there to be only one corpse of Kumagaku Jonin on the battlefield. The only explanation is that someone cleaned up the battlefield and took away the 8 tails Jinchuriki before they arrived. Could it be that both the 2 tails Jinchuriki and the 8 tails Jinchuriki fell into his hands? When she thought that the 2 Kumagaku Jinchuriki might have fallen into Obito's hands in this operation, Konan was overwhelmed by a huge sense of crisis. Especially the mysterious old man mentioned by Kakuzu, who made her feel uneasy. The abilities of repulsion and suction are very strange to others, but they are familiar to her. Because these are the special abilities of Nagato's Samsara I. 2 in 1 chapter. Please recommend and vote. Please everyone. Chapter 164 Illusion Manipulation. Because the last blow of the elder of the Otsutsuki branch absorbed all the chakra of Killer Bee, it attracted the attention of all members of the Akatsuki organization, so Shinji's evacuation was very smooth, and he only encountered Deidara during the whole process. With the help of the clay bird provided by Deidara, he quickly left the battlefield, headed south, and successfully entered the territory of the Land of Fire a few hours later. After confirming that he was not followed, Shinji detonated Deidara's clay bird in an unmanned place, and then took the unconscious Niji and the 2-tailed Jinchuriki into a small forest with the wooden man. In the forest, Shinji checked Niji's body. The excitement on the moon before during the fight, when the old man of the Otsutsuki branch used repulsion to deal with Shinji, it affected Niji who was standing beside him and hit his head, causing him to have a concussion, so he has been unconscious until now and has not woken up. Fortunately, Shinji knew medical ninjutsu and treated his wounds. Then, Shinji checked the body of the 2-tailed Jinchuriki Yukato. Compared to Niji, Yukato's injuries were much more serious. There was a wound several tens of centimeters long on her chest, which was caused by the bloody March sickle of Haiden. If it were an ordinary person with such an injury, he would have died long ago. It is only the Jinchuriki with strong vitality that can persist until now and still have a breath left. However, Yukato is almost at her limit now. If she is not treated for her wounds immediately, she will definitely not survive until dawn. Without hesitation, after checking Yukato's injuries, Shinji began emergency treatment. Hey! After being busy for nearly half an hour, Shinji finally breathed a sigh of relief. He first performed a simple disinfection on Yukato's wounds, then sutured and bandaged them, and finally used the palm fairy technique to heal them. After confirming that Yukato's breath and pulse were balanced and that she was out of danger, Shinji looked at the Jinchuriki in front of him and felt troubled. He took Yukato away before, mainly because he didn't want Yukato to fall into the hands of Akatsuki. But after taking Yukato away from the Kingdom of the Moon, for a moment, he didn't know how to deal with this seriously injured and unconscious Jinchuriki. It was obviously impossible to hand him over to Akatsuki. If he let him go directly, on the one hand, he felt a little pity. After all, Yukato was a perfect Jinchuriki who could communicate with the 2 tails, and there was another 2 tails hidden in his body. Letting him go directly was equivalent to throwing away a tailed beast. On the other hand, Kakuzu and Haiden watched him take Yukato away, but did not stop him. This shows that Akatsuki has not yet defined his identity, and the members of the organization are somewhat confused about his identity. But if he lets Yukato go, Akatsuki will inevitably define him as a hostile person, and if they meet in the future, a fierce battle is inevitable. How to deal with a Jinchuriki? Shinji thought of the fact that Obito used illusion to control the 4th Mizu cage in the original time and space, and suddenly had an idea. Since Obito, who has one Mangeki Sharingan, can control the 4th Mizu cage, the 3 tails Jinchuriki, then Shinji, who has a pair of eternal Mangeki Sharingan and controls another pair of Mangeki Sharingan, should have no problem controlling a 2 tails Jinchuriki with illusion. Thinking of this, Shinji squatted in front of Yukato. Perfect Jinchuriki does have the ability to be immune to illusions, but this is an active ability, not a permanent one. Passive ability. Actually, neither the Jinchuriki nor the tailed beasts are immune to illusions. It is only the perfect Jinchuriki, the Jinchuriki and the tailed beasts have established mutual trust and can communicate freely with each other, so when the Jinchuriki is controlled by an illusion, the tailed beasts in the body will wake up the Jinchuriki at the first time to achieve the effect of instantly removing the illusion. But once the Jinchuriki loses consciousness and falls into a coma, the tailed beasts can only take over the Jinchuriki's body by running away, and cannot directly wake up the Jinchuriki. And the situation of the Yukato in front of him is even more serious. She had fainted long ago with a fatal injury, and as she continued to weaken, the 2 tails living in her body also fell into a weak state. In this case, she and the two tails have actually lost the ability to resist, and it is the best time to control her with illusions. Shinji first closed his eyes slightly, and then opened them suddenly. In an instant, his ink-colored eyes turned scarlet. Then, he stretched out his hand to open Yokito's eyelids, stared at Yokito's pupils, and urged the power of the eternal Manjiki Sharingan to invade Yokito's spiritual world. When he opened his eyes again, he saw a dark cave. Is this Yokito's spiritual world? He suppressed his doubts and began to explore. The surroundings were all pitch-black caves, and there was a burnt smell in the air, as if the sand and stone were repeatedly burned by flames. The other end of the cave. Hiss! The two tails roared in a low voice towards Shinji's direction like a kitten with its fur blown off. Yokito on the side quickly held down Airway and whispered, "Shh, keep your voice down, if we are discovered by him, it will be over." A trace of panic flashed in Airway's eyes, and it lowered its head. "Oh no! Oh no! He is coming towards us!" Yokito was also a little panicked, and quickly picked up Airway, crouched, and shuttled through the cave, carefully avoiding Shinji. She was very clear about her current state. Her main consciousness had been unconscious, and now she was only the subconscious in the spiritual world. Not to mention the state of Airway. You should know that under normal circumstances, Airway in the spiritual world is dozens of meters high, but at this time, Airway is as big as a house cat. After circling around and hiding in a cave, Yokito and Airway were both breathing heavily. The sound of Shinji's footsteps, like a nightmare, lingered in their hearts, making them dare not even breathe, for fear that a slight noise would attract the other party. At this time, the two-tailed beast jumped to the ground with its fangs and claws bared. "When have I ever endured such humiliation? No, I will fight him to the death." Yokito's face was dark. He seems to have a Manjiki Sharingan. The two-tailed beast was stunned, and then shrank under Yokito, muttering, "Forget it, I won't bother with Uchiha." "Are you talking about me?" At this time, a low voice came from behind Yokito and the two-tailed beast. Yokito and the two-tailed beast were horrified and turned around and flew back. In the shadows, Shinji walked out slowly, looking at the panicked Yokito and the two-tailed beast, with a face full of joking. "I found you." Yokito and the two-tailed beast saw clearly that the one who invaded their spiritual world was indeed a member of the Akatsuki organization wearing a red cloud suit as they had expected before. It was just that this Akatsuki organization member was wearing a mask, so they couldn't see his face clearly. Yu Ren took a step back and said viciously, "You came just in time. It's a mistake to enter here. If I kill you here, your consciousness will be completely destroyed." Hiss! Airway's hair exploded again, responding to Yu Ren. "Really?" Shinji smiled faintly and said, "That's really an exciting experience. But are you sure this is your spiritual world?" Yu Ren snorted coldly, "Are you stupid? This is not my spiritual world, and it is." She stopped halfway through her words. Because in a blink of an eye, everything around her changed. There was no dark cave, no burnt smell in the air, and all around were the clattering waves. Looking up, it was endless. How is it possible? Yu Ren was startled, and then her body lost weight instantly and fell into the sea. While struggling, she found that Airway had also fallen into the sea, struggling desperately in the sea water. Although the 9-tailed beasts were all separated from the 10 tails, they have different habits. The 3 tails likes water, while the 2 tails, which is burning with flames, especially hates water. Just as Yokito and the 2 tails were drowning in the sea and their consciousness was blurred, they suddenly shuddered. Soon, they found that the endless sea disappeared, replaced by a snowy frozen world. Shivering with cold, Yokito asked, "Is it an illusion?" The 2 tails said hatefully, "It must be, damn Uchiha." At this time, Shinji's figure appeared in front of them out of thin air. Seeing the complex patterns on the Sharingan in Shinji's eye sockets, Yokito murmured, "It is indeed the Manjiki Sharingan." The 2 tails shrank back. If it was a normal encounter, they would not be afraid of the combination of Jinkriki and the tailed beasts. Manjiki Uchiha. But now, they have lost their ability to resist. Facing an Uchiha with a Manjiki Sharingan, they are completely helpless. Shinji said lightly, "Do you like it here?" The proud Yokito finally couldn't stand this kind of ridicule and said, "Kill me." Shinji shook his head, "That's too boring." "Boring?" Yokito was furious. Shinji said, "I left an exit in this world. As long as you can find it, you can get rid of this illusion and gain freedom." Yokito was skeptical, Really? Of course. Shinji opened his arms and smiled. The game begins. Find the exit and you can gain freedom. Two Tails hurriedly said to Yukito, why are you still standing there? Go find it. Yukito hesitated for a moment, then followed Two Tails away from Shinji and began to look for the exit that Shinji mentioned. In reality, Shinji opened his eyes and raised the corners of his mouth. He has successfully trapped the subconscious of Yukito and Nibi in the illusion he built with the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. As for the exit he mentioned, it does exist. As long as Yukito and Nibi find the exit, they can escape his illusion. However, the exit he left behind is himself in the illusion, and seeing that Yukito and Nibi are avoiding him, they may not be able to find the exit for a while. After trapping the subconscious of Yukito and Nibi at the same time, Yukito's body is a puppet that he can control at will. He ordered, get up. Yukito, who was lying on the ground with a dazed look on his face, immediately got up. Shinji nodded with satisfaction. Now Yukito is almost equivalent to one of his puppets, and not only Yukito, but also Nibi in Yukito's body is under his control. As long as there is no strong external stimulation and Yukito and the Two Tails subconsciousness cannot break his illusion, then Yukito and the Two Tails will always be controlled by him. At this time, Shinji noticed that the wound on Yukito's chest, because of the action of getting up, caused the wound that had just healed to split again. Although I controlled her, she was so seriously injured that it seems that she will be difficult to use for a while. So Shinji activated Niobe and marked Yukito. He planned to temporarily place Yukito in a secret place to recuperate, and once Yukito recovered, he could not only become a combat force, but also a source of chakra for him. At that time, not only could he send Yukito to fight, but he could also use Hwajin to extract the chakra of Yukito, the Jinkra key, for use in battle. Determined, Shinji formed a seal and performed the shadow clone technique, letting the shadow clone take Yukito away, and then awakened the unconscious Niji. Ningji sat up with his head supported, and looked around blankly. Shinji asked, how do you feel? Where is this place? Niji asked, and then he remembered something, and hurriedly stood up and became alert. Sir, where are we? Shinji waved his hand. Don't worry, we have left the moon. Did you escape? Ningji was relieved. Shinji looked at Niji. What do you remember? Ningji recalled and said, I only remember that you took me back to the entrance of the passage, and when I wanted to escape, I was intercepted by the Otsutsuki branch. Shinji nodded slightly. Ningji was indeed unconscious at that time, so Niji did not see him perform the complete form of Susanoo, nor did he see the subsequent battle between Akatsuki organization and Kyumigakuer. Ninkai asked curiously, Sir, how did you escape? Shinji said, Of course I have my own way. Ninkai sighed, I'm a burden to you. Shinji shook his head, No, if you hadn't acted decisively and killed the Otsutsuki branch in the temple, we might not have escaped. Ninkai didn't take credit for it. In fact, he was also shocked by his own decisiveness at the time. When he saw the Otsutsuki branch's body and head separated, his mind went blank. Thinking about it now, the reason why he was so decisive at the time was not only because the situation was critical at the time, but also because of the trust of Otsutsuki Hamura to him. It was because of the trust of his ancestor Otsutsuki Hamura that he subconsciously regarded all the members of the Otsutsuki branch as murderers who exterminated their own people, so he acted so cruelly. Shinji continued, We have gained a lot this time. I have an idea. You go back to Konoha and stay there. I will find you after I have sorted out my ideas. Yes. Ningji nodded. After experiencing this incident, his trust in Shinji increased again, because in his eyes, Shinji was indeed working hard for the safety of the ninja world. 2 in 1 chapter. Please recommend and vote. Happy New Year to everyone. Happy New Year to everyone. Wish everyone a happy and healthy year of the rabbit. Make a fortune. Good luck. Finally, please recommend and vote. A_A. Chapter 165 The Goal of the Akatsuki Organization. Shinji sorted out the whole process in his mind, and then told Ningji, when we evacuated from the moon, we encountered a battle between Kyumigakuer and Akatsuki. Some of them saw you and me together, so you have to think about how to deal with it after you go back. Right. Ningji didn't know about this, and looked a little surprised. What, Kyumigakuer and Akatsuki fought? Where? Moon Country. Shinji nodded slightly and narrated the process. During this operation, the only people who found Shinji and Niji together were the old man of the Otsutsuki branch family, the immortal duo of Kakuzu and Haiden, the seriously injured Kumagakure ninja Nozomi, and Deidara who met at the end. As a member of the branch family who misinterpreted Otsutsuki Hamura's last words, the old man of the Otsutsuki branch family naturally hated all ninjas on Earth, so there was no need to worry that he would cooperate with the 5 major ninja villages. At most, he would contact the Hyuga clan to inquire about the news. But this time, Niji also sneaked into the castle of the Otsutsuki branch, so it is hard to say whether the Otsutsuki branch on the moon will still trust the Hyuga clan. Deidara currently believes that he is a member of the inner circle of the Akatsuki organization, and the probability of him leaking secrets is not high. So the only ones who are really likely to leak the news are Kakuzu, Haiden, and Nozomi of Kumagakure. Of course, the premise is that they are still alive. Ningji also roughly analyzed these and said, "Sir, after returning to the village, I want to take the initiative to report to the village." Shinji glanced at Niji and waited for his next words. "Since the traitors in your organization and the ninjas of Kumagakure have seen me with you, it is no use to continue to hide it." As if he was sorting out his thoughts, Niji paused and continued, "So I want to take the initiative to report to the village about what I met with you." Shinji asked, "How are you going to report?" "I met you unexpectedly when I went out for training." Speaking of this, Niji's thoughts were completely opened. "Then I was captured by you, and encountered a fierce battle between the Akatsuki organization and Kumagakure. In the end, you found that I was a member of the Hyuga branch and had no use value, so you let me go." Shinji grinned, "What about the moon?" Ningji shook his head and said, "Please rest assured, I will not reveal a word about the moon, no matter to anyone. And after I go back, I will find a chance to return the scroll that I stole from the main family mansion before, to prevent the main family from noticing that the scroll was stolen and suspecting me." "Very good." Shinji nodded. Ningji's explanation should be enough to deal with the village's investigation. This is not to say that Ningji's explanation is impeccable, mainly because Ningji is only an 8-year-old boy, and he is also a member of the branch family with the inscription "Bird in a Cage" and his life is in the hands of the main family. No matter what the Akatsuki organization has planned, it is difficult to be related to a ninja school student like Ningji. Besides, whether it is Kakuzu, Haiden, or Nozomi, when they saw Shinji, Ningji was in a coma, so it also fits this statement. After confirming the explanation, Shinji asked Ningji to leave first, and after Ningji left, he flashed and changed his route. Also rushed towards the village. He did not apply for any pass from the village when he went out these days. He simply left a shadow clone in the village, and then sneaked out of the village. So he must return to the village as soon as possible, otherwise, the shadow clone he left in the village may not be able to hold on. Swish! In a series of wind-breaking sounds, one figure after another landed on the battlefield where the Akatsuki organization and the Cloud Village fought. These figures all wore the forehead protectors of the Cloud Village, and from the attire, they were obviously not ordinary Cloud Village ninjas. At this time, the 4th Raikage landed on the scene and shouted, "Look carefully for me, don't miss any clues." Yes. The surrounding Kumagakure ninjas all responded in unison, and then dispersed, investigating every trace left on the battlefield inch by inch. Just then, the 4th Mizukage led a large group of mist ninjas to the scene. Looking at the 4th Raikage, who had a gloomy face and seemed to be trying to restrain his anger, the 4th Mizukage hurriedly stepped forward and asked, "What's going on? What happened here?" Meiterumi, Zabuza, and Kisame Hoshigaki, who stood beside the 4th Mizukage, frowned and looked around. Although they were not familiar with the terrain of the Moon Country, the dry lake bed, the large tracts of collapsed forests, and the potholes and deep holes of varying sizes all around were obviously not normal natural terrain. That is why when they saw this scene, they were confused and shocked. They were already elites in the upper echelons of Kirigakure. Even so, with their strength, they still couldn't imagine the situation at that time based on the traces of the battlefield. Faced with the 4th Mizukage's questioning, the 4th Raikage was silent for a long time, and finally answered in a muffled voice, "We fought a battle with Akatsuki here in Kumagakure." Fought a battle? The 4th Mizukage was surprised, and then asked anxiously, "What was the result? Did you catch the people from Akatsuki?" Swish, swish, swish. Without waiting for the 4th Raikage to answer, another large group of figures landed on the battlefield. The leader was none other than Shimura Denso, one of the Konoha advisory elders. He glanced around with a sinister look, and finally his eyes fell on the fourth Raikage's face. Raikage, no matter what, you should share it. The fourth Raikage's veins bulged when he heard this. You bastard. Seeing that the fourth Raikage was about to go berserk, the fourth Mizukage stood in the middle, separating the fourth Raikage and Danzo, and then said, Sir Raikage, no matter what happened, you should tell us the truth. You can't hide such a large-scale fierce battle. Thinking that he might need to rely on the power of the other four major ninja villages to rescue Yukito, the fourth Raikage suppressed his anger and said, We were ambushed by the Akatsuki organization here. The fourth Mizukage and Danzo were all stunned when they heard it. From the words of the fourth Raikage, it was not difficult for them to hear that the Cloud Village suffered a loss in this battle. So the fourth Mizukage asked, What about the losses? The fourth Raikage reluctantly told the story of Yukito and a storm release elite jonin being abducted by the Akatsuki organization. What? The fourth Mizukage was shocked. Danzo was also surprised. Raikage, you want to tell me that you and your village's two Churiki, 3 jonins, and a team of communication ninjas were ambushed by the Akatsuki organization here, and only 3 of them escaped alive, including you? The fourth Raikage nodded sullenly. Now it was the fourth Mizukage and Danzo's turn to be silent. Before this, they had paid as much attention to the Akatsuki organization as possible, which is why they led the team to the Moon Country shortly after the war ended. But they never thought that the fourth Raikage, the 8 Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee, the 2 Tails Jinchuriki, the 2 Perfect Jinchuriki, Bokuto, and the 3 Elite Jonins including Storm Release and Magnet Release, would lose so badly after being attacked by several people from the Akatsuki organization. They thought to themselves, if even the luxurious lineup of Kumigakure could be easily defeated by the Akatsuki organization, then they would be even more so. After the rebellion of the Bloodline family, Kirigakure has suffered serious losses in both its current strength and future potential. In terms of high-end combat power, even if they piece together, it is difficult to put together the lineup of Kumigakure this time. Although Konoha is known as the leader of the 5 major ninja villages, it is also in an awkward period of lack of successors after a series of events such as White Fang's suicide, Tsunade's departure, Orochimaru's defection, the deaths of the 4th Hokage and the 9 Tails Jinchuriki, and the extermination of the Uchiha clan. At this time, the only masters that Konoha can show off are the gradually aging 3rd Hokage, Danzo and a few others, and Jiraiya who travels abroad all year round. New generations such as Kakashi, Kai, Asuma, etc. are still in the growth stage and cannot stand alone for the time being. So even Konoha, at this critical juncture, it is actually difficult to put together such a luxurious lineup of Kumigakure this time. The fact that Akatsuki could easily defeat Kumigakure without the leader showing up means that Akatsuki already has the strength to truly threaten a major ninja village. After realizing this, everyone in Kirigakure and Konoha was shocked. At this time, a Kumigakure ninja came to the 4th Raikage and reported, Lord Raikage, we have checked the surrounding area of 20 kilometers and found no traces. The 4th Raikage said angrily, how could there be no traces? The Kumigakure ninja said helplessly, the other party should have dealt with the traces, or flew away from the battlefield directly, so we did not collect any useful information. The 4th Raikage grabbed the collar of the Kumigakure ninja, is there any news from the perception team? Did they sense Yukito's chakra? The Kumigakure ninja wiped the sweat from his forehead and said carefully, the perception team has not yet sensed Yukito's chakra. It may be too far away, or... The 4th Mizukage narrowed his eyes, or what? The Kumigakure ninja opened his mouth, but finally did not say it. The 5 major ninja villages are now calling for the fight against Akatsuki. If the high-ranking officials of the 5 major ninja villages fall into the hands of Akatsuki, they will naturally not have a good end. And Yukito is a Jinchuriki, so the result is either being killed or being sealed. The 4th Raikage let go of his hand dejectedly and put down the hidden cloud ninja. He knew very well that it was his own choice to give up Yukito, so if there was any accountability afterwards, he, the Raikage, would be the first person responsible. Looking at the thoughtful look of the 4th Mizukage, Danzo seemed to have noticed something and said, Akatsuki, why did you kidnap the 2-tailed Jinchuriki? Is their target the tailed beast? The 4th Raikage was shocked when he heard this. Before the series of battles, and then the mobilization of manpower to try to recover Yukito, he had not had time to analyze the reason why Akatsuki ambushed them this time. Now after hearing what Danzo said, he suddenly felt that Akatsuki's target might really be the Jinchuriki, or more accurately, the tailed beast in the Jinchuriki's body. Because it was not just Kumigakure that targeted Akatsuki, but all 5 major ninja villages participated. In terms of strength, Kumagakure is definitely one of the best among the 5 major ninja villages, so according to common sense, even if Akatsuki wanted to fight back, it should not go to Kumagakure. The relatively weaker Kirigakure and Sand Village are better choices. But Akatsuki chose Kumagakure, and carefully laid a trap in the Kingdom of the Moon, inducing him to lead the elite of the village to quickly raid, which eventually led to the fall of the Woodman. Comparing the difference between his family and the other 4 major ninja villages, that is, his own Jinchuriki are not only adults, but also perfect Jinchuriki who can fully exert the power of the tailed beasts. If he were the leader of Akatsuki, and the organization's target was really the tailed beast, he would also start with Kumagakure. Because Kumagakure is the hardest bone to chew. If they first attacked the Jinchuriki of other villages and aroused the vigilance of the 2 perfect Jinchuriki of Kumagakure, it would be very difficult to capture the 2 perfect Jinchuriki of Kumagakure. The 4th Mizukage and Denzo soon figured this out. Everyone, the current situation may be more serious than we thought. I propose to open the 5-cage talks again. The 4th Mizukage proposed. Denzo nodded with a gloomy face. The strength and ambition of the Akatsuki organization were far beyond his expectations, making him feel strongly uneasy. The 4th Raikage even echoed, yes, Yukato may still be alive now. We should immediately form an elite team to rescue her from the hands of the Akatsuki organization. After reaching a consensus, the few people ordered the communication ninja to contact Iwagakure and Sand Village, and rushed to Konoha Village. A few days later, the news that Kumagakure and Akatsuki had a battle in the Kingdom of the Moon soon spread throughout the ninja world. And the results of this battle were also spread. After learning that the Kumagakure, led by the 4th Raikage, 2 perfect Jinchuriki, and 3 elite Jonin, was defeated by the Akatsuki organization, all the villages were horrified. You should know that the ninja world is not only composed of the 5 major ninja villages, but also small ninja villages such as Kyuzagakure, Takigakure, Otagakure, and Ugenin. And the strength shown by the Akatsuki organization now is enough to destroy these small ninja villages. Then, the detailed battle situation was also spread in the next few days. The Akatsuki organization relied on the monsters Wuliang and Sheneng to block the most powerful combination of Kumagakure, and the Sand Village rebel ninja Scorpion easily defeated the 3 elite Jonin of Kumagakure by himself, and the previously not so important Kakuzu and Haiden combination quietly solved the 2-tailed Jinchuriki of Kumagakure, Yukato. At the same time, some details were also revealed. For example, Scorpion controlled a human puppet that could use magnetic escape to control Iron Sand during the battle. You should know that magnetic release is not a bloodline limit unique to Sand Village. Some people in Kumo Village have also mastered this bloodline limit. However, the magnetic release of Kumo Village can only attach magnetism to metal, and cannot control Iron Sand at will. There is only one person in the ninja world who can do this, and that is the 3rd generation Kazekage, who is known as the strongest Kazekage. 2 chapters in 1. Happy New Year to everyone on the first day of the new year. Chapter 166 Interrogation. Konoha Village, Interrogation Room. Think about it again, is there anything you missed? After a pause, Marino Ibiki put down the paper and pen in his hand. I want to remind you again that the Akatsuki organization has now been classified as SS level, that is, an extremely dangerous criminal organization. If you lie or conceal any information related to it, it is a felony and will be punished most severely. Ninkai, sitting on the interrogation chair, shook his head. I'm sorry, this is all I remember. Ibiki looked at Niaji deeply, then picked up the pen again and buried his head in recording. In the observation room separated from the interrogation room by a single glass, the 3rd generation Hokage, smoking a pipe, glanced at Hyaga Hayashi beside him. Can Niji be trusted? Hayashi said, as soon as he returned to the village, he reported the situation to me as soon as possible. The 3rd generation asked again, do you think he is hiding something? No, don't forget, he is a member of the branch family, he can't betray the family. Hayashi was very confident about this. The existence of the bird in a cage gave the main family the power of life and death over the branch family, so for so many years, the branch family never dared to disobey the main family. After getting Hayashi's guarantee, the 3rd generation nodded. Unlike the unruly Uchiha clan, the Hyaga clan is still docile, so the 3rd generation is very satisfied with the Hyaga clan. After a moment, the 3rd generation suddenly asked, why do you think the Akatsuki organization let Niji go? Hayashi hesitated. This question was obviously a trap, so he didn't think of how to answer it for a while. The third generation didn't seem to really want to know Hayashi's answer. He continued, "It can be confirmed now that the member of the Akatsuki organization who attacked Niji and kidnapped Yukito is the same person, that is, the Manjiki Uchiha codenamed A in the file." Hayashi hurriedly said, "Ningji can't have anything to do with a Manjiki Uchiha." The third generation first waved his hand, indicating Hayashi to put his mind at ease, and then said, "I also believe that Niji has nothing to do with A, but it is a fact that A let Niji go, which is undeniable, so we must find out why the other party let Niji go." "What do you mean?" "Keep an eye on Niji." Taking off his pipe, the third generation said seriously, "I have a hunch that the other party's attack on Niji this time is definitely not a coincidence. The other party may be planning something." Hayashi's eyes moved, and then nodded. After a while, Hayashi led Niji out of the interrogation room. After returning to the Hyuga clan, Hayashi led Niji to the main family mansion and said, "Ningji, this time, the family will guarantee you, you don't have to worry." Ningji bowed and said, "Thank you for your trouble." Hayashi accepted Niji's bow, and then slowly said, "Don't leave the village in the near future. It's not safe outside now." "Understood." "You." Looking at the obedient Niji in front of him, a doubt surged in Hayashi's heart. Before this, he could clearly feel Niji's dissatisfaction and hostility, but after Niji came back from his training this time, these dissatisfaction and hostility were obviously reduced a lot. Has this child grown up, or because the family protected him this time, he understood the importance of the family? The thought flashed through Hayashi's mind. In any case, he was happy to see this change in Niji. Therefore, he hesitated for a while, and finally told Niji about the speculation of the third generation. "The village suspects that the member of the Akatsuki organization who attacked you has some intentions towards you. Do you have any clues yourself?" Ninkai was secretly shocked in his heart, and then shook his head and said, "My lord, I am just a student of the ninja school, and my Byakugan is also bound by the bird in a cage. What do you think a Manjiki Uchiha can see in me?" "That's right." In fact, Hayashi also thought so, because from the analysis of motivation, Niji, an 8-year-old boy from the branch family, really has nothing to attract a Manjiki Uchiha. As for intelligence, Ningji didn't even graduate from the ninja school, so he had no access to any core secrets. Even if the Manjiki Uchiha wanted to recruit spies to spy on Konoha's intelligence, he shouldn't choose Ningji. So Hayashi said, "You go and have a rest." "Yes." Ningji saluted again and prepared to turn around and leave. Hayashi suddenly said, "If that member of the Akatsuki organization comes to you again, you must report to the family immediately." "Yes." Ningji nodded. After leaving the main family mansion, Ningji slowly breathed a sigh of relief. So far, he has barely passed. This time, after returning to the village, he did not report the situation to Hayashi immediately, but first sneaked into the secret vault of the main family mansion, put the scroll that contacted the Otsutsuki clan on the moon back into the secret compartment, and then reappeared, walked into the main family mansion openly, and reported the situation to Hayashi. As he expected, the village is now in a mess. In addition, his identity as a branch of the Hyuga clan was there, so the village was not worried that he would defect, because once he defected, the main Hyuga clan could instantly take his life through the curse seal of the bird in a cage, so the village let him go after a simple interrogation. Looking back at the main family mansion behind him, Niji retracted his gaze. The change in his attitude towards Hayashi before was not all pretended. After learning about the fight between the main and branch families of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon, and the branch family's sacrifice of a large number of clan members and using a large number of Byakugan to condense the Samsara Eye just to slaughter the main family, he felt unprecedented confusion about the fight between the main and branch families of the Hyuga clan. In the past, he hated the bird in a cage and felt that the bird in a cage was a cage for the main family to persecute the branch family. But after seeing the branch family of the Otsutsuki clan use the giant Samsara Eye to turn the tables in one fell swoop and brutally slaughter all the members of the main family, he felt that the Otsutsuki branch family was too cruel. Can't people get along equally? He sighed faintly. Then, he shook his head, retracted his scattered thoughts, and thought, now is not the time to worry. If we can't stop the Otsutsuki branch on the moon, all the creatures in the ninja world will be destroyed by the moon fist. I can't let this happen. When Niji thought of the giant reincarnation eye on the moon, he was both afraid and expectant. What he feared was the pure and powerful power in the hands of the crazy Otsutsuki branch. And what he expected was that the pure and powerful power was the direction he was moving forward. Let him know that there is a stronger reincarnation eye above the Byakugan. Once he has the reincarnation eye, even if he faces Uchiha with the Mangeki Sharingan, he will have the strength to fight. First update. Please recommend and vote. Please everyone. Chapter 167 The Closest Friend, second update. Konoha Hospital. The next nursing care will be handed over to you. A resolute female voice echoed in the ward. Yes. The medical ninjas in the ward nodded respectfully, in unison. Then, a figure walked out of the ward. Outside the ward, Jiraiya, who was leaning against the wall, asked the figure who walked out of the ward, Tsunade, how is that Uchiha kid? There is no doubt. The figure who just walked out of the ward was not someone else, but Tsunade, who was known as the three ninjas of Konoha together with Jiraiya and Orochimaru. The ninja world has changed suddenly recently. In order to cope with the possible fierce battle, the third generation not only recalled Jiraiya who was traveling outside, but also asked Jiraiya to find Tsunade back. It is different from the original time and space. Because the third generation did not die in Orochimaru's Konoha collapse plan, Jiraiya did not invite Tsunade to go back to serve as the fifth generation Hokage this time. Therefore, Tsunade finally agreed to go back to the village after Jiraiya's soft and hard persuasion. As for treating Sasuke, it was just a side job, so Tsunade answered casually, it's a bit tricky, but I have solved it, and he should wake up today. That's the best. Jiraiya smiled and said, the Uchiha kid inside is a Uchiha genius who awakened the three Magatama Sharingan at the age of 7. The old man values him very much. 3 Magatama at the age of 7. Tsunade looked back at Uchiha Sasuke lying on the bed. Even if she couldn't hide her surprise when she heard the news. Then she asked Jiraiya, that kid already has 3 Magatama Sharingan, he should be a rare genius in Uchiha for decades, how could he suffer such serious mental damage? If I'm not wrong, his mental damage should be caused by illusion, right? Jiraiya nodded slightly, well, the person who injured him was his brother who wiped out the entire Uchiha clan. Uchiha Taki. Tsunade frowned and said, I heard that he has joined the Akatsuki organization. Yes. Jiraiya nodded first, then said helplessly, in that Akatsuki organization, there are at least 3 Mangeki Uchiha alone, and Uchiha Taki is just one of them. Why did so many Mangeki Uchiha suddenly appear in the ninja world? After muttering, Tsunade waved her hand, forget it, it has nothing to do with me anyway. As she said, Tsunade walked out of the hospital. Jiraiya hurriedly chased after him, I finally found you this time, the old man will not let you get away easily. Tsunade curled her lips and said, anything related to Uchiha is trouble, I don't bother to deal with these troubles. Jiraiya said, this time, the Jinchuriki of Kumagakure was abducted by the Akatsuki organization, and the Akatsuki organization's target is likely to be the tailed beast. So what? Jiraiya said in a deep voice, I will not make the same mistake as before. This time, I must protect Naruto well. So help me. Tsunade stopped and hesitated. She knew that Jiraiya felt very guilty for not being able to rush back to the village in time to save the 4th Hokage. She also wanted to help Jiraiya, but when she thought of her hemophobia, she could only sigh in her heart and said, I'm sorry, I can't help you. Just as Tsunade was about to walk out of the hospital gate, a figure blocked her way. The other party was slightly stunned, and then stepped aside, sorry. Tsunade glanced at the conspicuous round fan family emblem on the other party, and asked in confusion, didn't the Uchiha clan already? Jiraiya said, you are Uchiha Shinji, right? Shinji nodded, yes. You are here to see Sasuke, right? Jiraiya smiled and said, go in quickly, his mental damage has recovered, and he will wake up today. Really? That's great. Shinji responded, then walked past Tsunade and Jiraiya and entered the hospital. Looking at Shinji's back, Tsunade asked, apart from that Uchiha Sasuke, are there any survivors of the Uchiha clan? Jiraiya nodded, yes, but unlike Uchiha Sasuke, this Uchiha Shinji has not yet opened his Sharingan. But I heard that he is very good at medical ninjutsu, and he is a genius in this area. Tsunade laughed and said, an Uchiha, good at medical ninjutsu. In her eyes, all Uchiha are guys who believe in power. Even the more gentle members of the Uchiha clan are arrogant in their bones. so it is hard for her to imagine that an Uchiha would be good at medical ninjutsu. In the hospital, Shinji looked normal on the surface, but he secretly said in his heart, Jiraiya and Tsunade are actually back to the village. It seems that Konoha is serious this time. But this was also within his expectations. After returning to the village, he had already investigated the causes and consequences of the battle between Kumagakure and Akatsuki. The strength displayed by Akatsuki in this battle far exceeded the 5 major ninja villages' previous predictions of Akatsuki. And the 5 major ninja villages felt uneasy when they thought of the mysterious leader of Akatsuki who could recruit a group of unruly and powerful Akatsuki members. Because the unknown is the greatest terror. So the 5 major ninja villages have now listed the leader of Akatsuki as the SS-level most wanted criminal. If only I had the chance to learn Tsunade's Yin Seal or Strange Power Fist. Shinji walked into Sasuke's ward while thinking. Just then, Sasuke on the bed opened his eyes, turned his head and looked at Shinji who walked into the room, his eyes a little complicated. Seeing this, Shinji said, Sasuke, you're awake. Shinji. Sasuke responded, then retracted his gaze and stared at the ceiling woodenly. Seeing Sasuke's dull expression and dull eyes, Shinji stepped forward and asked, Are you okay? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? For him, Sasuke is a very important experimental subject. He is currently the only chakra source of Otsutsuki Indra in the ninja world, so in his plan to attack the Sharingan, Sasuke is one of the alternatives, and he really doesn't want Sasuke to have any accidents. Hearing Shinji's concern, Sasuke's mind flashed the sentence that Itachi repeatedly mentioned to him in the illusion, only by killing your closest friends can you have eyes like mine. And when you have eyes like mine, come and challenge me again. The closest friend. Sasuke thought about this in his heart, but the image of Shinji kept flashing in his mind. There is no doubt that in his heart, Shinji, who escaped the night of genocide with him, supported him all the way, and would help him without hesitation when he heard that he was in danger, is his closest friend. Please everyone. Chapter 168 Purify Bloodline. Shinji stepped forward to check Sasuke's body, and then said, Your body has fully recovered. If you want to be discharged from the hospital, can be discharged today. Sasuke's eyes were still dull, as if he didn't hear what Shinji said. Shinji glanced at Sasuke and thought, is this kid's brain damaged? Don't do that, otherwise, my backup plan will be ruined. At this time, Sasuke's eyes suddenly focused, looking at Shinji and said, Shinji, I lost. Isn't this obvious? Shinji didn't say anything, but just complained in his heart. Sasuke continued, I thought my Sharingan could compete with that person, but after fighting with him, I found that my pupil power is still not as good as his. Shinji persuaded, the other party has a Manjiki Sharingan, you lose to the Manjiki Sharingan is not shameful. Sasuke gritted his teeth, almost, just a little bit. If my pupil power is stronger, if I also awaken the Manjiki Sharingan, I can avenge our Uchiha clan. You are not even close to that. Shinji sighed in his heart. At this time, Itachi's pupil power is not much consumed, and his eyesight has not seriously declined. He is at the peak of his strength. In addition to his almost unrivaled talent in illusion, excellent combat intuition, meticulous tactical arrangements, as well as the 2 artifacts Jutsuken and Yata Mirror and the forbidden technique Izanami. Let alone Sasuke, who only has 3 Megatama Sharingan, even Shinji, who has the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, has no confidence in fighting Itachi. Helping Sasuke with the discharge procedures later, Shinji was intercepted by the ninja of the Anbu on the way to send Sasuke back to the apartment. Afterwards, Sasuke was taken away by the Anbu. Sasuke's private departure from the village was the fuse that led to the intensification of the conflict between the 5 major ninja villages and the Akatsuki organization. Because Sasuke had been in a coma before, his questioning was temporarily shelved. Now that he has woken up, the village will naturally question him as usual. After all, Konoha is now hungry for all information about the Akatsuki organization. Anyway, as long as Itachi is still alive, the village will not really do anything to Sasuke. So Shinji didn't care too much and returned to his laboratory in the medical class. In the laboratory, he gathered his scattered thoughts and focused on the experiment. This time when he sneaked into the moon, Shinji gained a lot. The most important gain was naturally the pair of white eyes taken from the eye sockets of the members of the Otsutsuki branch. After returning to the village, he released the control of the white eyes, and then carefully extracted some cell tissues from the white eyes. After repeated comparisons with various testing instruments, it was confirmed that the cell tissue contained in this pair of Byakugan is significantly different from the cell tissue of Niji, who was born in the Hyuga clan. That is to say, although the ancestors of both are Otsutsuki Hamura. However, as the two clans have reproduced for thousands of years, although the blood of the two clans can be traced back to the same ancestor, there have been significant changes in the genes. After recomparing the new data, Shinji secretly analyzed, is it because of this difference that the combination of the two can stimulate the Byakugan to awaken into the Samsara Eye? Shinji knew very well that the Byakugan was the standard of the Otsutsuki clan. But the Samsara Eye was not. Whether it was Kagaya Otsutsuki or Hago Romo Otsutsuki, their Byakugan had not awakened to the Samsara Eye. Even the common ancestor of the Otsutsuki clan and the Hyuga clan on the moon, Hamura Otsutsuki, was not sure whether he had the Samsara Eye. As for Momoshiki Otsutsuki and Urashiki Otsutsuki, who later crossed the void and came to the ninja world, they also did not have the Samsara Eye. So in detail, the Samsara Eye should belong to the many evolutionary branches of the Byakugan. A relatively rare evolutionary branch. Otsutsuki Hamura's bloodline should be only one of the elements for evolving the Samsara Eye. Shinji analyzed that the other element is likely to be the bloodline of the natives of the ninja world. That is to say, only the bloodline born after Otsutsuki Hamura combined with the natives of the ninja world can awaken the Samsara Eye. This explains why Otsutsuki Hamura himself did not awaken the Samsara Eye, and no one in the Otsutsuki clan on the moon awakened a single Samsara Eye. Because the Otsutsuki clan on the moon is the most the descendants of Hamura who followed Otsutsuki Hamura to the moon. After reaching the moon, they could only continue their bloodline through intermarriage, so no matter how they reproduced, the blood of the natives in their bodies was very thin. The birth of the giant Samsara Eye was obviously the result of the aboriginal blood contained in a large number of Byakugan condensing together, which stimulated the huge amount of pure Byakugan chakra, thus causing this majestic Byakugan chakra to evolve into Samsara Eye chakra. Ningji has a chance to awaken the Samsara Eye. If Shinji's guess is correct, then all members of the Hyuga clan, including Niji, should have the basic qualifications to awaken the Rin-Egan. But if the Hyuga clan wants to awaken the Rin-Egan, they will face a problem that is completely opposite to that of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon. If the obstacle for the Otsutsuki clan on the moon to awaken the Rin-Egan is that the blood of the natives of the ninja world in their bloodline is too thin, the obstacle for the Hyuga clan to awaken the Rin-Egan is that the blood of their ancestor Otsutsuki Hamura is too thin. Because the Hyuga clan, although the Hyuga clan also adheres to the tradition of intermarriage. But after all, they live in the ninja world and frequently deal with various clans, so they will naturally intermarry with various clans frequently. So after thousands of years, the purity of their ancestral blood in their bodies is far inferior to that of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon. If the Hyuga clan wants to awaken the Samsara Eye, the first threshold is to improve the purity of their blood. The closer they are to their ancestor Otsutsuki Hamura, the higher the probability of awakening the Samsara Eye. Shinji closed the data record book. His experimental data is consistent with his earliest conjecture. The key to everything ultimately falls on purifying the blood. If you want to help Niji awaken the Samsara Eye, you must purify Niji's blood. In the Hyuga clan, Niji is a rare genius in recent years, but this is far from enough. His Byakugan is not pure enough, and his physique is not strong enough. Almost all indicators are far inferior to Otsutsuki Tonari on the moon. Thinking of this, Shinji began to use his brain. The simplest way to purify blood is surgical transplantation. As long as you can survive the hurdle of cell fusion, you can make up for any blood defects. And Shinji has prepared the materials. Kamuro's corpse vein can help Niji strengthen his body, and the Byakugan taken from the Otsutsuki branch can purify Niji's Byakugan. As long as Niji can withstand these two blood purifications, he will be qualified to challenge the Samsara Eye. The first update is here. Chapter 169 Plan and Shock. Following this idea, Shinji began to prepare for the surgical transplantation plan. First, he used equipment to repeatedly compare the chakra properties of Niji, Kimimaro, and the pair of Byakugan taken from the Otsutsuki branch. Unlike cell tissue, the comparison of chakra properties can clearly determine whether the two chakra properties are of the same origin. Just like the members of the Uchiha clan, although their chakra properties are different, they all have the same Sharingan pupil power in nature. Through repeated comparisons, Shinji confirmed that the chakra properties of the three have a certain commonality. In layman's terms, through chakra, Shinji confirmed that the Hyuga clan, the Kagaya clan, and the Otsutsuki clan on the moon are all relatives, and can all be traced back to the same ancestor. After confirming this, Shinji began to solve the next problem. That is, Kimimaro, the only descendant of the Kagaya clan, has obvious traces of atavism. It can be said that he is the person on the surface whose bloodline is closest to Otsutsuki Hamura. Ningji is far inferior to him in this regard. So his cell tissue is very domineering, and the cell tissue of ordinary people cannot be fused with it at all. If Ningji wants to transplant Kimimaro's cell tissue, he needs to increase the strength of his own Byakugan chakra by at least 5 times. Shinji currently thinks of 2 solutions and an alternative plan. First of all, the first solution is to transplant the pair of Byakugan of the Otsutsuki branch to Niji, so that Niji's Byakugan can be integrated with the pair of Byakugan of the Otsutsuki branch, thereby improving the purity of Niji's Byakugan and enhancing the strength of Niji's Byakugan chakra. The second solution is to find a way to let Niji practice the yin seal, through which the Byakugan chakra on his body can be compressed and condensed, thereby purifying the strength of Byakugan chakra. Both solutions have advantages and disadvantages. For the first solution, Shinji can do it immediately, without any preparation, and it is the most efficient. But if the plan fails, he will lose a pair of Byakugan of Otsutsuki, because Niji has the bird in a cage curse seal engraved on his forehead, and once it is integrated, it cannot be removed. You must know that a pair of Byakugan of the Hyuga clan is already precious, not to mention the Byakugan of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon. The second solution requires the use of the yin seal, and this technique was developed by Tsunade, and it is not easy for Shinji to get it. Even if he succeeds, it will take a long time for Niji to enhance the strength of his Byakugan chakra through the yin seal. So the former is efficient, but the investment is large and the risk is high, while the latter is inefficient, but the investment is small. As for the alternative plan, it is to directly replace the host of the awakened Samsara I, and change Niji to Kimimaro. Because Kimimaro's physique is stronger, with him as the main body, whether it is transplanting Niji's cell tissue or transplanting the Byakugan of the Otsutsuki branch to him, the difficulty of transplantation will be greatly reduced. However, this alternative plan also has disadvantages. First, Kimimaro has been brainwashed by Orochimaru, so Shinji cannot guarantee Kimimaro's loyalty to him. If he awakens the Samsara I for Kimimaro with all his effort, and the other party turns around and gives the Samsara I to Orochimaru, it will be a lot of fun. Second, Kimimaro's blood disease is also a hidden danger. At present, Shinji cannot judge whether Kimimaro's blood disease is due to his own rare atavism, or whether he really suffers from some strange disease that even Orochimaru is helpless against. If all the treasures are placed on Kimimaro, and Kimimaro dies in the end, then Shinji will lose a lot. Konoha village, the scene of the 5-cage conference. The third Tsuchikage Onoki said, "Reikage, we need detailed information about your battle with the Akatsuki organization, otherwise, we can't agree to your request at all." The fourth Kazekage immediately stood up and echoed, "Yes, I agree with the Tsuchikage. Reikage, if you want us to agree to form a joint force to rescue the sister, then you must tell us the truth of the battle without missing a word. We have already inspected the scene. If Akatsuki really has such destructive power, we must be more cautious in our future actions." Reikage said with a dark face, "I am telling the truth." Dunaki questioned, "Then how do you explain the dried up lake? Even the tailed beast ball can't do that, right?" The fourth Mizukage tried to smooth things over, "Everyone, the threat of Akatsuki is imminent, and it is imperative to form a joint force." The third Hokage stood on the side of Reikage and Mizukage, and nodded slightly, "We in Konoha agree to form a joint force immediately. However, Mr. Reikage, the doubts of Tsuchikage and Kazekage are not unreasonable." The Reikage had no choice but to glance at Xi, who was standing behind him. With many bandages all over his body, Xi immediately stepped forward and saluted everyone, and then slowly recounted the details of the battle. Because Xi was an eyewitness of the battle, and he himself was a perceptual ninja, his understanding of the entire battle situation was even better than that of the fourth Reikage, who was first led away by the monster. As Xi spoke, the faces of everyone present all darkened. Onaki frowned and asked the Reikage, "Can that monster Enchenung, who is disguised as a wandering doctor, stop you, the Reikage, and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki?" Although he was reluctant to admit it, the Reikage nodded and said in a muffled voice, "It is indeed difficult for Killer B and I to deal with them in a short time." The senior officials of each village at the scene all changed color. Enshin, who was sitting in the corner, felt even more uneasy. No one thought that the monsters of the demon country and an unknown wandering doctor could resist the famous combination of Kyumigakuer. The fourth Kazekage asked Xi with embarrassment, "Can the puppet controlled by Scorpion really control Iron Sand?" Xi nodded, "Well, the three of us were defeated by the puppet he controlled. Judging from the appearance of the puppet, it is very likely from your village." "Don't say it." The fourth Kazekage stopped Xi from speaking. The strongest Kazekage of his own village was made into a puppet by his own rebel ninja, and he was parading around in the ninja world. This not only stepped on the face of the sand village, but also stepped on it hard. The representative of the Takigakuer village spoke at this time, "Excuse me, was your village's two-tailed Jinchuriki really defeated by Kakuzu and Haiden?" Xi said, "During the battle, I have been paying attention to the situation of the battle on the side of Master Yukito. Judging from the amount of chakra, the only two people who fought with Master Yukito were Kakuzu and Haiden of the Akatsuki organization." As Xi spoke, the people in the meeting hall began to whisper. From the battle between Kyumigakuer and Akatsuki, individual Akatsuki members, whether they are newcomers such as Wolyang and Cheneng or Kakuzu and Sasori who have been famous for a long time, almost all have the combat power of Kage level. This does not count the many Manjiki Uchiha in Akatsuki. The second update is here. Please recommend and vote monthly. Also, thank you book friend 202301180144520016 for the 50,000 large reward, thank you very much. Chapter 170 Childhood Friends. As more and more details of the battle were exposed, the atmosphere of the meeting became heavier. How is this possible? Why didn't I hear any news before? What does such an organization want to do? The mentality of the people in the meeting towards Akatsuki changed again. If the previous 5-Kage summit was that the villages just used Akatsuki as a cover to compete with each other, no one thinks so now. Because the threat of Akatsuki has been clearly placed in front of them, even the arrogant 5 major ninja villages have to bow their heads and admit that it is difficult to compete with Akatsuki with one family. And the small ninja villages outside the 5 major ninja villages have started to think about it. Compared with the 5 major ninja villages that control most of the territory and resources of the ninja world, these small ninja villages that survive in the cracks are much less willing to confront Akatsuki. After all, even the 5 major ninja villages alone can't stand up to the 5 major ninja villages. Even if they fight alone, they are not the match of Akatsuki, let alone them. So as long as they raise the status of Akatsuki to the level of the 5 major ninja villages in their hearts, then these small ninja villages can continue to survive just by keeping a low profile. It makes no difference to them whether it is the 5 major ninja villages or Akatsuki that are riding on their heads. What's more, some of them even think that it is not necessarily a bad thing for Akatsuki to defeat the 5 major ninja villages and destroy the old ninja world. Because only when the old order is overturned can a new order be established. Compared with the huge 5 major ninja villages, even if Akatsuki stands at the top of the ninja world, they can't occupy much resources. At that time, these small ninja villages can become the new batch of 5 major ninja villages by sharing the corpses of the 5 major ninja villages. Seeing that the whispers in the venue had not subsided for a long time, the 4th generation Raikage, who couldn't hold back, stood up suddenly, "Shut up." Instantly, the meeting hall fell silent. The 4th Raikage slammed the table and shouted, "Why did the Akatsuki organization set an ambush against our Kyumigakuer? Is it because we are easy to bully? Use your brains to think of a solution. They have priority. Attacking our Kyumigakuer is to get rid of Killer Bee and Yukito, the strongest Jinchuriki, before the attempt is exposed." Zabuza snorted coldly, "Raikage, watch your words." Mei Terumi echoed, "Yes, our Mizukage is the strongest Jinchuriki." The 4th Mizukage immediately raised his hand to stop the guards around him from speaking, and then asked the 4th Raikage, "Sir Raikage, is there any evidence to support your inference?" The 4th Raikage said, "Yukito was kidnapped by them, which is the best evidence." Onaki curled his lips, "As far as I know, there is more than one two-tailed Jinchuriki who was kidnapped, right? Has the ninja of the 2nd generation been kidnapped?" Xi hurriedly said, "My lords, I have a message here." Everyone looked over immediately, and the 3rd Hokage nodded and said, "You can speak." Xi said, "When he found out that Karul had the storm release bloodline Genkai, Scorpion said that he was lucky and could easily solve the problem that Obaru asked him to do." Obaru. Sitting in the back row, Jiraiya and Tsunade, who also attended the 5-Kage summit, looked at each other. Obaru was a good friend of theirs in school. Because of his talent, Oburu was not accepted as a disciple by the third Hokage, and his strength gradually fell behind theirs. Later, they heard that Oburu was wanted by the village for conducting evil human experiments. They felt sorry for it. However, as time went by, this name gradually became buried in their memories. Now that it was suddenly mentioned, they recalled all kinds of things in their school days. Xi continued, later, I investigated Scorpion. Scorpion also had the habit of collecting ninja corpses and making them into human puppets. So whether someone asked him to do it or he wanted to collect puppet materials himself, it was very likely that he kidnapped Karul for his personal intention. Hearing this, many people in the field nodded in agreement. It is not new that Scorpion collects ninja corpses on the battlefield. All the major ninja villages have heard of it. After all, the puppets of Scorpion's 100 machines exercise are not conjured out of thin air. Xi concluded, so I analyze that the real target of Akatsuki's ambush and attack on our Cloud Village is Killer Bee and Yukato. This can also be seen from their tactical arrangements. Everyone present is a tactical master and should be able to see the clues. The fourth Kazekage frowned, what do they want the tailed beast for? Undoubtedly, he has believed Xi's analysis. Because the Akatsuki's ambush and attack on Cloud Village is too weird, no matter from what angle, Akatsuki should not be the first to find the powerful Cloud Village. Therefore, the Akatsuki organization is not targeting the ninja village, but the tailed beast, which has become the most reasonable explanation. At this time, Xi said, Lord Kazekage, I'm sorry, I can't answer your question. However, we now know the goal of Akatsuki, so I hope you can help us rescue Master Yukato from Kumagakuer, otherwise, the Jinkriki in your village will become their next target. The fourth Raikage said without further ado, let's vote. Those who agree to form a joint force, raise your hands. The fourth Mizukage, who was the Jinkriki, was the first to raise his hand. The third Hokage and the fourth Kazekage followed closely, and also represented Konoha and Sand Village respectively, and agreed to the fourth Raikage's proposal. The third Tsuchikage Onoki pondered for a moment, and finally nodded. With the decision of the 5 cages, the proposal to form a joint force was passed. Rain Village. Konan said to Nagato, the 8 Tails Jinkriki has been confirmed, and he is still with the Raikage. We didn't succeed, and the 2 Tails Jinkriki is missing. Nagato's face darkened, the 2 Tails Jinkriki is missing? Kakuzu and Haiden saw that it was his people who took away the 2 Tails Jinchuriki, but he refused to admit it. After a pause, Konan asked, do we need to continue to put pressure on him? Now is not the time to turn against him. As soon as Nagato finished speaking, he coughed continuously. Konan stepped forward and asked with concern, Nagato, are you okay? Nagato shook his head, nothing. Konan asked with some concern, is it to prepare for the Outer Path Demon statue? Nagato, don't worry, we still have time. Nagato did not continue the topic, but ordered Konan, after this action, the 5 major ninja villages will definitely retaliate against us, so let everyone be careful. Got it. Nagato thought for a while, and then ordered, take this opportunity to let Hirako complete his ritual as soon as possible, and tell him that my patience is limited. The first update is here. Chapter 171, Konoha cannot be trusted. In a dark cave, Ze poked his head out from the ground and came to Obito, the 8 Tails Jinchuriki and the others failed. This time, they only caught a 2 Tails Jinchuriki. Obito's face darkened. Although according to the prior arrangement, he was responsible for the 8 Tails Jinchuriki and Nagato was responsible for the 2 Tails Jinchuriki, the actual situation was that he had to deal with the 4 Cage Raikage and the 8 Tails Jinchuriki, 2 Cage-level strongmen who cooperated well with each other, while Nagato only had to deal with 1 2 Tails Jinchuriki, so the difficulty on his side was much greater than that of Nagato. In this case, Nagato should put aside his grudges and deal with the 8 Tails Jinchuriki first. Considering that it was too unwise to turn against Nagato now, Obito had to swallow his anger temporarily and asked Zetsu, kill him. What's the matter with the beam of light from Wu Yang? Ze shrugged, saying that he didn't know, and then said, at that time, the beam of light gave me the feeling that it was the chakra of the 8 Tails, but the 8 Tails Jinchuriki should not have that ability, otherwise, the Third Ninja World War would not have ended like this. Nagato still refuses to admit that the 2 Tails Jinchuriki is in his hands. It seems that his hostility towards us is greater than we imagined. Obito sighed. Ze was also a little helpless. He thought that Nagato was just a puppet, but with these actions, he found that this puppet seemed to have signs of turning the tables. After a moment of silence, Obito asked, "How long will it take for Wu Yang to revive?" Zi replied, "He mentioned to me before that the Miko was the source of his resurrection, but in order to fully revive, the evil in people's hearts is also needed, so it may take some time. However, before this operation, he had already injected enough chakra into Sheneng's zero tail, and Sheneng's artificial tailed beast plan is advancing rapidly. Because they are facing the fourth Raikage and the eight-tailed Jinchuriki this time, Wu Yang and Sheneng made a lot of preparations before the operation, including the situation that Wu Yang was temporarily eliminated. Wang Liang did not shy away from this. Anyway, as long as the Miko is still alive, he can be immortal like the tailed beast, even if he is temporarily eliminated, he can be resurrected again. It seems that we really have to treat Nagato as an opponent." After a pause, Obito continued, "The Miko that Wu Yang wants is in Konoha now, right?" Zi was stunned, "Are you really going to help him fuse the Miko?" Obito did not say a word. Zi said, "There is no trustworthiness in monsters like Wu Yang. You can still barely restrain him now, but once he merges with the Miko and obtains the complete power of the Miko, it is hard to say whether he will listen to you or not." Unlike Obito, Black Zetsu is a witness to the history of the ninja world. So he knows very well what kind of existence the complete Miko of the demon country is. If the ghost is allowed to obtain that kind of terrifying power, the ghost will not be the ghost now. "I have my own way," Obito laughed. "Besides, as long as the timing is right, whether he listens to me or not is actually not that important." Zi immediately understood Obito's plan. Obito continued, "Let Sheneng complete his artificial tailed beast plan as soon as possible. The threat of the eight-tailed Jinchuriki to us is too great. We must find a way to solve it." Konoha Village. After the end of the Five Shadows talks, the fourth Mizukage led the team back to the temporary base of Kirigakure. Mei Terumi, Zabuza, Hoshigaki Kisame and other elites of Kirigakure gathered around him, waiting for his order. The fourth Mizukage thought for a long time and said, "Did you see anything in this five-cage meeting?" Zabuza chuckled, "What else could it be? The whole place is filled with a timid atmosphere, so strong that it almost makes me sick." The fourth Mizukage nodded. Zabuza pointed out the key to the problem. In the last five-cage meeting, everyone was more on guard against each other. As for dealing with the Akatsuki organization, many people didn't really take it to heart, because in their opinion, with the foundation and size of the five major ninja villages, a bounty ninja organization, no matter how powerful it is, can't make any waves. But this time is different. Everyone was really scared. Therefore, many people have different thoughts, including the five major ninja villages. The mastermind behind the control of the third generation and the disruption of our village is probably this Akatsuki organization. The fourth generation Mizukage said coldly, "Other villages may still have room for cooperation with Akatsuki, but we don't." Several elites of Kirigakure nodded in unison. In the original time and space, they all had different experiences, but in this time and space, Kirigakure accidentally discovered that the third generation Mizukage had traces of being controlled by illusions, so many things changed because of this. For example, the fourth generation Mizukage was more vigilant and was not attacked by Ataki as in the original time and space, and then became a plaything of others again like the third generation Mizukage. Zabuza's hasty coup did not happen, and Hoshigaki Kisame did not assassinate his boss Zigwashin Pufferfish Ghost. The fourth Mizukage said, "Now the Jinchuriki of Kumigakure has been abducted by the Akatsuki organization. Their position is the same as ours, so Kumigakure can be trusted in dealing with the Akatsuki organization." Mei Terumi asked, "What about other villages?" After pondering for a moment, the fourth Mizukage said, "The third Kazekage of Tsunagakure died inexplicably at the hands of Scorpion, and Scorpion joined the Akatsuki organization. Moreover, the Jinchuriki of Tsunagakure is the son of the fourth Kazekage, so Tsunagakure should also be trusted. As for Konoha, it is hard to say about Uegakure at the moment." Mei Terumi was a little confused, even Konoha can't be trusted? The five-cage talks were first proposed by them. The fourth Mizukage shook his head, "There are too many Manjiki Uchiha in the Akatsuki organization. If Konoha doesn't explain this clearly, no one will dare to trust them." Temporary residents of Kumigakure. The fourth Raikage said categorically, "Konoha can't be trusted." Kirabe, who was still a little weak sitting aside, did not say a word. Xi said, "Lord Raikage, the investigation cannot proceed without the cooperation of Konoha." "That won't work," Waving his hand, the fourth Reikage said, there are so many Manjiki Uchiha in Akatsuki, how can Konoha escape responsibility? The mysterious old man who defeated Killer Bee this time also has the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. How can we trust Konoha? There is no doubt that Kumigakure has been hiding the mysterious old man who defeated Killer Bee. Because the Byakugan in the old man's eyes is too conspicuous. As we all know, only the Hyuga clan in Konoha has Byakugan in the ninja world, and because of the bird in a cage curse seal, there is almost no defection from the Hyuga clan. Unless, the defector is the main family without the bird in a cage seal. The second update is here. Thank you for your rewards. In addition, please recommend and vote for the monthly ticket. It's just a small effort, please. Chapter 172 Double Plan. It was because of this concern that the fourth Reikage chose to conceal the existence of the mysterious Byakugan old man, and did not even mention it at the 5 cage talks. The clue is in Konoha, in the Hyuga clan. The fourth Reikage waved his hand and said, Xi, this matter is in your hands. You must find out who the Hyuga clan boy is. Xi nodded heavily, please rest assured. At that time on the battlefield, he was seriously injured and witnessed Shinji taking away Yukato and Niji. He naturally recognized Yukato at a glance, but he could not recognize Niji, who was also unconscious. However, based on Niji's clothes, it is not difficult to guess Niji's identity as a Hyuga clan member. The appearance of the mysterious old man with white eyes later may also be related to this. So after analysis, the fourth Reikage felt that if he wanted to investigate the identity of the mysterious old man with white eyes, Niji who was kidnapped by Shinji was undoubtedly a breakthrough. The fourth Reikage glanced at Killer Bee again and ordered, don't leave the base during this period of time. Wait until the chakra is completely restored. Kirabi nodded. Chakra is the product of the combination of a ninja's physical strength and spiritual strength, so overdrawing chakra can really kill people. If it were an ordinary person whose chakra was instantly drained, even if he didn't die, his body would suffer irreversible damage and lose the qualification to continue to be a ninja. The fourth Reikage turned around and asked the attendant beside him, is there any news about Yukato from the intelligence team? The attendant lowered his head, I'm sorry. The fourth Reikage suppressed his anger, keep looking, you must find Yukato's whereabouts for me. Yes. Iwagakure temporary residence. The third Tsuchikage Onoki thought quietly for a moment, then waved his hand. Swish. In an instant, a figure landed in front of him and saluted respectfully, Lord Tsuchikage, do you have any instructions? Onoki ordered, let the communication team secretly send a message to the village, order Lao Ziai and Han to enter shelter number 5. Without my order, you are not allowed to leave without permission. Lao Ziai and Han are both Jinkriki of Iwagakure village. Lao Ziai is the 4 tails Jinkriki, and Han is the 5 tails Jinkriki. It's just that the two of them have very ordinary control over the tailed beasts. They can't release the tailed beasts like the 2 perfect Jinkriki, Killer Bee and Yukato, and completely transform into tailed beasts. Therefore, their combat power is obviously inferior to Killer Bee and Yukato of Kumigakure. Yes. Onoki said, go, and let Huangtu come over by the way. With the sound of Shua, the figure disappeared. After a while, Huangtu came to the room, are you looking for me? Onoki asked, if the target of Akatsuki is really the tailed beast, then we must get rid of them as soon as possible. Onoki's eyes flashed, why? Hey! Huangtu was stunned for a moment. He didn't understand why his father, who was so old and shrewd, asked such an obvious question. Onoki glanced at Huangtu and sighed, you are really not suitable to be the Tsuchikage. Huangtu smiled indifferently. Onoki looked out the window with a deep look, my intuition tells me that the Reikage didn't tell the truth, at least he didn't tell us all the truth. Huangtu put away his smile and frowned slightly. Onoki continued, Orochimaru joined Akatsuki. Although the latest intelligence shows that he defected from Akatsuki, I still have doubts about this. There are now 4 or 5 traders with Konoha background in Akatsuki. Who would believe you if you said Akatsuki has no relationship with Konoha? Who dares to believe it? Huangtu asked in a low voice, what do you mean? Onoki ordered, arrange reliable people to contact Akatsuki. You. Huangtu was shocked and continued, why contact Akatsuki? If other villages know about this, the consequences will be serious. Do you think they don't have such thoughts? With a sneer, Onoki said, do things properly. There is no irreconcilable contradiction between our Iwagakure and Akatsuki at present, so there is no harm in talking to them. Huang Tu nodded and said, I know. Almost at the same time, in the bases of Kyuzagakur, Takigakur, and Yugakure, they were all privately discussing the matter of contacting Akatsuki. The Akatsuki organization has now shown enough strength to make them secretly invest. It is for this reason that although the 5-cage conference is scheduled in line with the tone of the attack, all ninja villages began to closely monitor the Akatsuki organization, but undercurrents were surging in private, and countless spies and intelligence dealers were active in the shadows. At night, after leaving the laboratory, Shinji simply filled his stomach in a small shop on the street, changed his clothes and sneaked into Karen's apartment at night. How have you been these days? Shinji asked straight to the point. Karen looked at Shinji, but the pale pupils in her eyes had no luster. My lord, I can feel my eyes recovering. Shinji stretched out his hand in front of Karen and saw that Karen had no reaction at all, so he asked, no light sensitivity at all. Karen shook his head slightly. Well, the damage to this pair of Mangeki Sharingan is much more serious than the previous pair. I'm afraid it can't be completely restored in a short time. Shinji fell silent. It seems that the difficulty of restoring a pair of completely damaged Mangeki and a pair of half-damaged Mangeki is indeed not comparable. Seeing Shinji silent, Karen hurriedly said, Sir, please rest assured, I will definitely work hard to restore this pair of Mangeki Sharingan. Shinji said, it's okay, as long as it is recovering, it will see the light again one day. After confirming Karen's situation, he left Karen's apartment. Currently, he is promoting the Samsara Eye project and the Reincarnation Eye project at the same time. In the Reincarnation Eye project, Karen and Suzuki are key figures. Karen currently has the blood of both the Uzumaki clan and the Senju clan, and has also obtained a little bit of the characteristics of the sacred tree from the white Zetsu cells. Once she recovers the pair of complete Mangeki Sharingan, she will be the best experimental subject to impact the Samsara Eye. And Suzuki, as the reincarnation of Otsutsuki Indra, is the backup plan for the Reincarnation Eye project. If Karen fails, then Suzuki will be the key to Shinji's impact on the Samsara Eye. In the Reincarnation Eye project, Niji and Kimimaro are key figures. Niji is currently Shinji's first choice to attack the Samsara Eye, while Kimimaro is the backup. As long as these two plans succeed, Shinji will be able to obtain a pair of Samsara Eyes and a pair of Samsara Eyes. Here is the first update. Chapter 173 Scorpion's Experiment. Boom boom boom. A series of explosions filled the entire valley with smoke. Swoosh. Suddenly, a figure rushed out from the smoke and dust of the explosion, and after only a few takeoffs and landings, it rushed into a dense forest not far from the valley. In the sky, standing on the back of the giant fusion beast, Bailuhu looked at the figure that had just rushed into the dense forest below and smiled, not bad. Deidara on the side had a dark face and spat lightly, tisk. Bailuhu said, this is a steel escape ninja. Ordinary ninja tools, ninjutsu, and even your detonating clay cannot cause fatal damage to them. Deidara said, you don't understand my art at all, hey. Bailuhu smiled, how about I do this myself? Deidara glared at Bailuhu, how can that be? Brother Scorpion should have done it, how can I fall behind? You wait, I'll do this. As he said, he jumped directly from Bailuhu's giant fusion beast. Bang! In a burst of white smoke, a snow-white clay bird flew out and carried Deidara, who fell from the sky into the forest. Soon, the forest was filled with continuous explosions. Even in the sky, one could feel the power of the explosions. Looking at the flashing fire in the forest below, Bailuhu said helplessly, will Deidara kill my target directly? A few dozen minutes later, the giant fusion beast landed in the forest with Bailuhu. The forest was already in a mess at this time, with all kinds of explosion pits of different sizes. In the largest explosion pit, Deidara stepped on a charred human body and waved to Bailuhu. Bailuhu hurried over and checked the steel escape ninja under Deidara's feet. After finding that the other party was still breathing, he breathed a sigh of relief. Deidara raised the corner of his mouth. Even if his body can withstand the explosion, his internal organs can't withstand the shock. This is the charm of art. Bailuhu was not interested in discussing art with Deidara. In his eyes, strength is everything. What he is most eager to do now is to complete his own ceremony, then go on stage and announce to the entire ninja world that even without talent and bloodline limit, he, Hirako, can still become a strong man standing at the top of the ninja world. After returning to the Akatsuki base with the newly captured steel ninja, Hirako learned that Kakuzu and Haiden had successfully captured a ninja with speed release bloodline limit, and Konan and Kuroki Rega also successfully captured a ninja with hell release bloodline limit. Hirako, who received good news one after another, was in a good mood. Joining the Akatsuki organization is indeed the right choice. Bloodline ninjas are generally the treasures of each ninja village. And because of the bloodline limit, the strength of bloodline ninjas is often much higher than that of ordinary ninjas. So in the original time and space, in order to gather the materials needed for the ceremony, Hirako spent a long time. With the help of Akatsuki, everything is different. No matter how strong the bloodline ninja is, in the eyes of Akatsuki, a group of S-level wanted criminals, they are just fish on the chopping board. In addition, Akatsuki has a strong intelligence capability that Obaru does not have, so at Nagato's command, Obaru's ritual the 5 bloodline ninjas needed, including the Dark Release Ninja, Steel Release Ninja, Storm Release Ninja, and Swift Release Ninja, have all been gathered. The only thing missing now is a bloodline ninja with the eye technique of Sharingan. Sharingan. Hiroshi's eyes flashed. Deidara shrugged at this time, we can't help much with this. The Uchiha guys are not easy to deal with. Scorpion on the side glanced at Deidara. He didn't expect that Deidara, who was always fearless, would be so afraid of Uchiha. Then, he said, Sharingan is indeed a bit troublesome. Itake wiped out the entire Uchiha clan. It's not easy to find an Uchiha who has awakened Sharingan now. Haiden laughed, how about, let's go to Itake. Hirako was stunned at first, then laughed, how could I possibly have the idea of targeting my colleagues in the organization? Kakuzu said, nothing is impossible, provided that you can beat him. Deidara got excited, yes, why don't you try? Looking at his colleagues who had bad intentions, Hirako cursed inwardly, these bastards. He is not a fool. He has long known that the organization is divided into 2 factions. An Itake Uchiha is from the other faction, and in that faction, there are more than just Itake Uchiha who have the Mangeki Sharingan. Once he attacks Uchiha Itake, he may have to face 3 or even more Mangeki Uchiha. By then, 10 lives will not be enough for him to die. Scorpion said at this time, I heard that Itake did not kill all the clan members. It seems that there are still 1 or 2 surviving Uchiha clan members living in Konoha. Kakuzu nodded, I know this. The 2 survivors of the Uchiha clan are Itake's brother Uchiha Suzuki and a kid named Uchiha Shinji. Itake's brother has awakened the 3 Magatama Sharingan and is a young genius who is not inferior to Itake. Now the bounty on his pair of Sharingans on the black market has risen to 15 million. Hiroshi's eyes lit up, but he finally shook his head, forget about Itake's brother. Scorpion said, what about the other one? Kakuzu shook his head, it's a pity that the kid named Uchiha Shinji has not awakened the Sharingan yet. But as one of the few remaining Uchiha, he has a lot of bounties on the black market. If you can kidnap him, you can get at least 5 million. Hiroshi felt a little sorry when he heard this. He actually has a backup plan, but his backup plan is not a real Uchiha clan, and it is not a pair of Sharingan. There is no doubt that his backup plan is the same as in the original time and space, that is Kakashi. But Kakashi, who only has 1 Sharingan and is not from the Uchiha clan, can only be said to be the last resort of Beiruo. In his opinion, if he can capture a Mangeki Uchiha as a ritual sacrifice, it is undoubtedly the best choice. If he has to settle for the second best, a 3 Magatama Uchiha is not impossible. In his mind, people like Kakashi, who only have a 3 Magatama Sharingan, are the worst choice. Scorpion suddenly smiled, I've heard a rumor that extreme emotions can stimulate Uchiha to awaken the Sharingan. Obaru looked at Scorpion fiercely, you want to? Yes, we can try it on Uchiha Shinji. See if extreme emotions can stimulate Uchiha to open his eyes. Scorpion smiled cruelly and asked, who wants to participate? Kakuzu said lightly, count me in, if you fail, the man belongs to me. The second update is here. Please recommend and vote. Please everyone. Chapter 174 Crisis is coming. In a blink of an eye, a week has passed. Although he can feel that the atmosphere in the village is not right, and there is a storm coming, but for Shinji, these have nothing to do with him. These days, he stayed in the laboratory to do experiments while practicing in the practice field. Now he has fought with many strong men, and he is no longer the novice who knew nothing and could do nothing. Therefore, he had a more accurate judgment of his own strength. In the three major categories of ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu, he had actually far surpassed his peers, but compared with the real strong, he was not good enough. Because he had mastered the Mangekyo-I techniques such as Susanoo and Amaterasu, he had no room for improvement in ninjutsu for the time being. And because he had the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, although his talent for genjutsu was not high, his hardware strength was there, so there were not many people in the ninja world who could be stronger than him in genjutsu. So his real shortcoming was actually taijutsu. The reason why this shortcoming was not exposed in several battles was, on the one hand, because of Susanoo, and on the other hand, because he had used Izanagi no Mikoto to spy on the Fate branch in advance, just like a game reload, so that his failure would only appear in the Fate branch that had not occurred. However, from several times of peeping into Fate, he found that once he chose to fight a strong enemy with physical skills, the result was often a quick defeat, and he could not even last for a few minutes. Bang! After smashing the wooden stake with one punch, Shinji gasped and stopped. Practice. He came to the sidelines and wiped his sweat with a towel, then picked up the kettle to replenish his water, then threw the towel back to the bench and walked to the field again. He knew very well that in the three aspects of ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu, taijutsu was actually far more important than ninjutsu and genjutsu. The higher the level, the greater the importance of taijutsu. In the original time and space, when the five shadows finally fought against Uchiha Madara, who became the Ten Tails Jinchuriki and entered the Six Paths level, they did not even have the ability to contain him. In addition to Naruto and Sasuke, who were the main forces, only Kakashi, who had mastered the space-time ninjutsu, could play as an auxiliary. On the contrary, Kai, an elite jonin with a serious bias, once became everyone's hope to fight against Uchiha Madara with the help of the 8 gates of Dunjia. And Kai did not disappoint everyone. With all 8 gates open, he kicked out a kick that shocked Uchiha Madara. So in terms of taijutsu, Shinji did not dare to relax at all. As long as he had free time, even if no one was practicing with him, he would sweat in the practice field by himself. An hour later, Shinji finished his training and returned to his apartment. After reading a book about medical ninjutsu for a while, he closed the book and sorted out the progress of the past week in his mind. There were not many results in the cell fusion experiment this week. He felt that under the current conditions, a simple experiment was meaningless. Unless the strength of the Byakugan chakra in Niji's cell tissue was improved, Niji's cell tissue could not be fused with Kaimimura's cell tissue. On the other hand, Karin made progress in restoring the damaged Mangeki Sharingan. After a whole week of hard work, Karin found that her left eye could vaguely feel the light, and her right eye could even see some blurred images. In addition to the progress of the plan, several key figures that Shinji secretly followed also had their own movements this week. Ningji did not leave the Hyuga clan this week and practiced honestly at home. Kaimimura's movements were a bit strange. He has been practicing away from people recently. After Sasuke was released by the Anbu, he lost his previous friendliness. He began to withdraw from the circle of his classmates and isolated himself. Shinji went to see him several times, but he was quite impatient. When he thought of this, Shinji couldn't help but wonder, could this guy Sasuke be autistic because of Itaki? It seems that we should pay attention to him and don't let Orochimaru take advantage of him and seduce him away. At this time, Sasuke was very similar to the Sasuke whose self-confidence collapsed after being hit in the original time and space. They were also stimulated by Itaki and were eager to get the power to defeat Itaki. So Sasuke at this time was easily bewitched. Then, Shinji frowned again and thought to himself, has the lantern bearer in the demon world given up the invasion? Why hasn't he made any move for so long? On the snow-capped mountain. Swish! After a few ups and downs, a figure came to the top of the mountain. He looked around, then came to the top of the mountain, muttering, it should be here. He took off the bag on his back, buried the 5 stone slabs in the bag in a special arrangement on the top of the mountain, and then stood guarding the stone slabs in the wind and snow. On the sea. The crew came to a figure wrapped in a cloak and said respectfully, guest, the place you are looking for should be the island in front. The figure looked at the island in the distance, nodded slightly, then jumped up, stepped directly on the sea water, and rushed to the opposite island. The crew was startled at first, and then saw that the other party came and went freely in the turbulent sea, so they breathed a sigh of relief and muttered, it turned out to be a ninja. In the desert. A storm roared through the desert, bringing up a cloud of dust. In a camel caravan passing by in the distance, the leader stood and looked at the storm, and said in a strange way, what kind of storm is this? How come I have never seen it before? The businessmen who were traveling with him also shook their heads. Yes, we have never seen this kind of storm before. Soon, the storm moved away, leaving the camel caravan members in amazement. No one noticed that there was actually a figure hidden in the storm, or it was this figure that caused this strange storm. A moment later, the figure running wildly in the desert stopped, and the storm caused by his running also subsided. At this time, the man took off the bag on his back, took out 5 stone slabs from it, and buried them in the depths of the desert in a strange arrangement. In the forest, swish! A figure fell from the air and landed steadily on the ground. Just now, he had stood on the tree canopy to identify the direction, so he did not stop after landing, and immediately shuttled through the forest. For some reason, in this forest full of wild beasts, no beast attacked the figure that shuttled through the forest. Wherever the figure went, everything was silent. After a while, the figure stopped in front of an inconspicuous cave, confirmed it, and strode in. In the valley, after pulling out the long sword that had pierced the body of the Uegakure ninja, the sword holder shook it lightly, shook off the blood on the blade, and then put the sword back into the sheath. Then, he looked around, came to a huge rock, and began to bury the stone slab. The plane has been invaded. Warning, the plane has been captured, please respond immediately to cut off the capture anchor. Warning, 5 anchors have been detected. Warning, countdown to the destruction of the plane start. Countdown, 4. When Shinji was practicing in the training ground, a series of prompt sounds, like bombing, rang in his ears continuously. He was stunned for a while, then muttered to himself, "What's going on? Captured? Anchor point." There is no doubt that he was caught off guard by this long-lost prompt sound. This time, contrary to the norm, not only did he not have time to prepare for the invasion, but he also started with a countdown to the destruction of the plane, which made him feel flustered just by listening to it. After taking a deep breath, he forced himself to calm down. Then he gathered his thoughts, listened to the warning sound several times again, and asked the light several questions within his authority, and received answers one by one. Soon, he figured out the whole story. Obviously, the lantern-bearer of the demon world who had been silent did not give up invading the ninja world, but secretly held back a big move. Shinji is currently unable to determine what plan the other party has used. Anyway, the other party has linked the Demon Slayer world and the ninja world through a method. This means that if the overlord who has set his sights on the Demon Slayer world attacks the Demon Slayer world at this time, the ninja world will also be discovered by the overlord and attacked. From here, it can also be seen that the other party has reached a desperate point, so no matter what means the other party uses, the other party must have paid a huge price. This time, it is likely to be the last resort of the other party. Damn, you want to drag me down with your own death, how wicked. After understanding this, Shinji was so angry that he cursed. This behavior of the other party not only harmed 1 or 2 people, but also dragged an entire world to be buried with his world. After cursing for a while, Shinji suppressed his anger. It is useless to curse at this time. His time is very precious now. If he cannot cut off the connection with the Demon Slayer world before the 2 planes collide and destroy or the Overlord descends, the ninja world will really perish together with the Demon Slayer world. Anchor points. Undoubtedly, the 5 anchor points mentioned by Light are the key to saving the ninja world. The countdown shows 4, which means that in 4 days at most, the ninja world will completely overlap and collide with the Demon Slayer world. At that time, the 2 worlds will collapse and be destroyed at the same time. He must destroy the 5 anchor points within 4 days and cut off the connection between the 2 worlds before the 2 worlds collide in order to save the ninja world. Shinji asked, "Where are the 5 anchor points?" Accurate detection requires consumption of embers. Do you want to consume embers? Shinji did not hesitate, yes. Instantly, a light and shadow appeared in front of him, and then quickly unfolded, presenting the appearance of a map. On this map of light and shadow, 5 conspicuous light pillars stood tall. This. Shinji glanced at it and his face became gloomy. The reason is very simple. The locations of the 5 anchor points are scattered throughout the ninja world. Some are located on the sea outside the hidden mist village, some are located on the snow-capped peaks in the land of lightning, some are in the endless deserts of the land of wind, and some are in the rolling mountains of the land of earth. Even the one closest to him is in the uninhabited forest in the land of fire. With such a distribution, let alone cutting off the 5 anchor points, even if you rush to these 5 places, 4 days is not enough. It's over. Shinji sat down on the ground dejectedly. It's not that he doesn't want to save the ninja world. Even if the enemy is at hand and the overlord comes, he dares to risk his life to fight. It's just that he really has no way to deal with the current situation. Because you don't have to think about it, you know that the opponent's last attack, the anchor point, must have arranged the strongest manpower to guard. Even the mysterious lantern-bearer of the Demon Slayer world has sneaked into the ninja world and personally guarded the anchor point to ensure the connection between the Demon Slayer world and the ninja world. To cut off these 5 anchor points in just 4 days was an impossible task for Shinji. Shadow clones? No. Let Haku, Karin, and the others act separately? No way either. One thought after another flashed through his mind, and he quickly rejected them. The strength of the shadow clones was not enough to support such a task. If he created 5 shadow clones, it was very likely that he would not be able to cut off any of the 5 anchor points. Letting Haku and Karin participate in the operation would not have much chance of success. First of all, there were only 2 of them, and at most they could help him share 2 anchor points. But neither Haku nor Karin had experience in fighting alone, and this time it was a long-distance raid, and the enemy they faced was unknown. Letting them each be responsible for 1 anchor point was a complete gamble. What about Deidara and Niji? Shinji thought, and then shook his head again. Niji, needless to say, is still a student who has not even graduated from the ninja school. Asking him to be in charge of an anchor point is simply asking him to die. As for Deidara, his strength and mobility are not bad, but he just activated the direct vision to sense that Deidara is not within the sensing range of his direct vision and cannot be contacted in a short time. I can be in charge of an anchor point. The injuries of the woodman have almost recovered, so he should be able to be in charge of an anchor point. If Karin replaces the pair of Manjiki Sharingan that she has recovered before, and with the cooperation of Haku, she should be able to be in charge of an anchor point. Counting with his fingers, Shinji found that no matter how much he calculated the combat power, there were only 3 anchor points that could be solved. Besides, the wooden man was in a state of being controlled by illusions, and had no agile independent consciousness, so it was difficult to judge how much combat power he had. Whether Karin and Haku could solve an anchor point was also unknown. Even he was not sure whether he could solve an anchor point 100%. Should I notify the 5 shadows? Shinji was in trouble. It would be difficult for him to explain this to the 5 shadows for a while. After all, any sane leader would not mobilize the elite to fight in an inexplicable place based on the one-sided words of an 8-year-old boy. And if he showed his trump cards one by one in order to increase his persuasiveness, his identity as the lantern-bearer would be exposed, and the Demon Slayer world could quickly pollute the high-level ninja world through information, and then spread through the high level. At that time, one person would spread to 10 to 100, and the pollution of the Demon Slayer world would also spread rapidly, and the connection between the ninja world and the Demon Slayer world would also be rapidly strengthened. 2 in 1 chapter. Please recommend and vote for me. Chapter 175. Prepare to be tested. If there is more time and Shinji has more time to prepare, he is confident that some of the high-ranking officials of the ninja village will believe that the end of the world is coming. But the time left for him is too short. And he is just a student of the ninja school. Not only is he young, but he is also a remnant of the Uchiha clan. Naturally, he is not trusted by the high-ranking officials of the village. In this case, even if the pollution is ignored, it will take some time to build mutual trust. No, it's not time to burn the boats yet. There must be other ways. Shinji gave up the idea of spreading the news of the end of the world. The world that he witnessed being swallowed by the Overlord before was completely locked by the Overlord because the pollution spread too quickly. Even if all the creatures in the world were united, they could not escape the mouth of the Overlord. So unless it is absolutely necessary, you must not break the pot. He even thought that the lantern-bearer from the Demon Slayer world suddenly gave him this blow, maybe he wanted him to make a forced mistake and make some stupid move. With a gloomy face, he paced back and forth in the practice field. But if he didn't notify the top leaders of the ninja village, no matter how he calculated the combat power, the manpower he could use would not be enough to solve the 5 anchor points at the same time in just 4 days. This is a huge gap in combat power. It has nothing to do with strategy and deployment. The other side has at least 4 upper-rank demons. After a pause, he shook his head again. No, the other side has even used the trick of dying together, which means that they are no longer afraid of pollution. At this time, the power of the Demon Slayer world should have reached a consensus, so the other side can be replenished continuously. The upper rank demons and lower rank demons I killed before may have been fully replenished. Thinking of this, Shinji felt that his own combat power was even more lacking. It's definitely not possible to rely on myself. I must reach a cooperation with the 5 major ninja villages or Akatsuki. Shinji's eyes flickered, and he gradually had an idea. Cooperation does not necessarily require telling the truth, as long as the goal is achieved. What can I have that can lure Akatsuki to take action? After thinking about it, he found that apart from the two-tailed Jinchuriki, there was nothing that could attract Akatsuki to take action. On the contrary, if Akatsuki was used as bait, there were many ways to lure the 5 major ninja villages to take action. Following this line of thought, he thought, behind Haku is Kirigakuer, and behind Karin is Kyuzagakuer. Using Haku and Karin, I can try to lure Kirigakuer and Kyuzagakuer into the game. If Haku and Karin solve an anchor point alone, the success rate is not high. But if the ninja village behind them takes action and raids an anchor point with the power of a village, the success rate will be much higher. It's not enough to have only Kirigakuer and Kyuzagakuer. I need more ninja villages and forces to help. Orochimaru is behind Kimimaro, and the Hyuga clan is behind Niji. They should be able to use it. Kumagakuer must be eager to get the two-tailed Jinchuriki now. I will use the two-tailed Jinchuriki as bait and will definitely lure them out. Shinji's frown gradually loosened. He found that as long as he used the right method, he didn't need to be open and honest, and he could make all the ninja villages and forces work for him. Time was tight, he didn't delay and started the action immediately. First, he changed into the decorations of the Akatsuki organization and came to Karin's room. While informing Karin of the situation, he changed Karin's Manjiki Sharingan with the pupil technique Suzanu. Because Karin is his own servant and can be immune to pollution, he explained it in detail. After completing the operation, he asked Karin, "Did you understand everything?" "Yes, I understand." Karin nodded heavily. It was about the safety of the entire ninja world, so she listened very carefully and didn't dare to be careless. Shinji said in a deep voice, "There is not much time left, act immediately." "Yes." After leaving Karin's room, Shinji found Bai again and described the matter in detail. Bai was shocked at first, and then asked, "Sir, is this possible?" Shinji said, "There are only 4 days, we have no choice." Bai was silent. It was indeed an almost impossible task to deal with 5 anchor points distributed all over the world in 4 days. After a moment, Bai solemnly assured Shinji, "Please rest assured, I will do my best." "Let's do it." "Yes." Bai responded and turned away. Shinji pondered for a moment, then his figure flashed and disappeared. In a training ground in Konoha. Bang, bang, bang. With the shadow lingering, the wooden stakes in the field burst one after another. In just 1 or 2 breaths, nearly 20 wooden stakes in the field were all knocked down. At this time, the shadow in the field stopped and showed its figure. This person was none other than Kimimaro, who had been practicing alone since the battle to recover Suzuki. Who? Kimimaro, panting lightly, looked back at the wooden stakes he had knocked down. Not only was there no joy in his eyes, but there was a look of dissatisfaction. It turned out that some of these wooden stakes were completely blown up, while others were broken in half. The areas of force and the degree of damage were all different. This shows that he is not yet proficient in the use of the opening door and has not fully utilized the body that has been freed from the restrictions of the brain. Yes. After the battle with Shenung, Kimimaro made a request to Orochimaru and successfully obtained a scroll of the secret technique of 8 gates of Dunjia from Orochimaru. These days, he has been practicing the 8 gates of Dunjia alone in secret. Shua. Just then, a sound of breaking wind suddenly came from behind him. Who? He turned around suddenly, and after seeing the other party clearly, his pupil shrank, and his indifferent face was instantly full of vigilance. There is no doubt that it was Shinji who suddenly appeared in the uniform of the Akatsuki organization. As he looked at Kimimaro, he said jokingly, "I'm curious, why are you, a remnant of the Hyuga clan, in Konoha?" Kimimaro's expression became serious. "What do you want to do?" "I'm optimistic about you." After a pause, Shinji said in a casual tone, "Want to join the Akatsuki organization?" "Join the Akatsuki organization?" Kimimaro was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the super wanted criminal in front of him, who was marked as A by the 5 major ninja villages and had a Mangeki Sharingan, would risk sneaking into Konoha to recruit him to join the Akatsuki organization. Shinji said lightly. The Akatsuki organization has been chasing Orochimaru. If I infiltrate the Akatsuki organization, I can find out the information inside the Akatsuki organization. Once I find news that is unfavorable to Orochimaru, I can warn Orochimaru in advance. Kimimaro didn't consider his own safety at all. Thinking of being able to warn Orochimaru and help Orochimaru reduce the threat from the Akatsuki organization, he hesitated for a moment and agreed, I do. Shinji suddenly smiled, then prepared to accept the test. Only if you survive, you are qualified to become one of us. The first update is here. Chapter 176 Codename. In the noodle shop. The middle-aged chef put a bowl of noodles in front of Karin, then lowered his voice and asked, Why did you suddenly come here? Karin pretended to be nervous and said, The Akatsuki organization found me. What did you say? The middle-aged chef was startled and looked around. How did they find you? Superscript 2 degree. Karin said, He sneaked into my apartment before. Hiss. The middle-aged chef took a breath of cold air. Right now, the 5 Kage were holding a meeting in Konoha to deal with the Akatsuki organization. He couldn't believe that the Akatsuki organization dared to sneak into Konoha at this time. Soon, doubts arose in his mind, is it fake? Or is someone testing you? Describe his appearance to me. Karin immediately described the appearance of Shinji in Akatsuki's uniform. The middle-aged chef's face became more and more gloomy as he listened. After a while, he murmured, No mistake, he is the most mysterious member of the Akatsuki organization. It was Karin who was stunned for a moment. Seeing that Karin had already contacted the Akatsuki organization, the middle-aged chef hesitated for a moment and said, In addition to those famous S-class wanted criminals, there is also a group of mysterious members wearing masks and hooded Red Cloud uniforms in the Akatsuki organization. There are currently 3 people known. Because there is no relevant information, these 3 Akatsuki members were marked as A, B, and C at the 5 Kage conference. After a pause, the middle-aged chef stared at Karin and said, The one you just saw should be A among them. According to analysis, this A should be the leader of the mysterious trio. A, B, C. Karin suddenly became curious about whether she was B or C. While carefully observing Karin's expression, the middle-aged chef asked, Okay, tell me quickly, why did A look for you? Karin replied, He said that I am an orphan of the Uzumaki clan, very talented, and wants to invite me to join the Akatsuki organization. What? The middle-aged chef stood up at once. He had just thought of many possibilities, but he never thought that the big shot in the Akatsuki organization came to Karin to invite her to join the Akatsuki organization. Instantly, he felt a surge of ecstasy in his heart, and thought to himself, this is an opportunity. As long as Karin joins the Akatsuki organization, it is equivalent to our Kyuzagaku ninja successfully infiltrating this organization. When he thought that Kyuzagaku ninja might obtain the confidential information of the Akatsuki organization before the 5 major ninja villages, and it was himself who accomplished this honor, his whole heart became eager. So, he suddenly grabbed Karin's arm, How did you answer? I dare not refuse him. The middle-aged chef's gaffe made Karin a little nervous. Very good, you did a good job. With a smile, the middle-aged chef took back Karin's hand. What happened later, what did he say? Karin said, he said that if he wanted to join the Akatsuki organization, he still needed to pass an assessment. The middle-aged chef's eyes flashed, and after a moment, he said, Don't worry, we will help you pass the assessment. In a small forest in Konoha village. Bai said to a big tree, I'm sorry, I'm in such a hurry to meet you because I have important information to report to you. A voice came from behind the tree, Tell me, what's the matter? Bai said softly, Akatsuki just found me. The shadow behind the tree was stunned for a moment. He thought that Bai suddenly met him to report about Suzuki, and then they could follow the clue of Suzuki to find Akatsuki. But he never expected that Akatsuki would take the initiative to find Bai. You are exposed. The shadow's voice trembled a little. In his opinion, the Akatsuki organization came to Bai only because of Bai's identity as a spy of the Hidden Mist, so Bai must have been exposed. Not only that, he also felt that Bai must have betrayed himself and led the Akatsuki organization here. Bai hurriedly shook his head, No, they came to me to invite me to join them. The black shadow said angrily, what nonsense are you talking about? The Akatsuki organization took the risk to sneak into Konoha at this time, just to recruit you. Bai said, they said I was an orphan of the Snow Clan, and they were optimistic about me, so they invited me to join them. The orphan of the Snow Clan. The Black Shadow chewed on this sentence, and then whispered, C is indeed from the Snow Clan, this explains it. C. Bai didn't know that he had been marked with the code name C by the 5 major ninja villages. Seeing Bai's puzzled expression, He Ying said indignantly, some rebel ninjas in the village joined Akatsuki, and C is one of them. This time, Akatsuki recruited you probably because of him, because he is from the same clan as you. Bai was stunned for a moment before he realized it, and thought to himself, so my code name is C. He Ying said, promise him that as long as you join Akatsuki, we can get the intelligence of Akatsuki before other ninja villages. Bai deliberately showed an embarrassed look, I have agreed, but the person who recruited me said that if I want to join Akatsuki, I have to pass their test. Only after completing the test, I am qualified to join them. He Ying asked hurriedly, test? What test? Temporary residence of Sound Village. After listening to Kimimoro's report, Orochimaru licked his lips, it's really interesting. Kimimaro was a little uneasy, Lord Orochimaru, shouldn't I have agreed to him? No, you did a good job. After shaking his head, Orochimaru seemed to be recalling something and said, recently, I am increasingly confused about the behavior of the Akatsuki organization. When he first joined the Akatsuki organization, Orochimaru was only attracted by Pain's pair of immortal eyes. In his eyes, although the Akatsuki organization is powerful, it is ultimately just a bounty ninja organization that mixes in the black market and earns bounties. This is also the reason why he decisively defected after failing to obtain Ataka's body. But what he didn't expect was that not long after he defected, the Akatsuki organization changed its previous low profile, not only frequently active in major countries, but also repeatedly challenged the 5 major ninja villages. The most recent time, it directly ambushed the top leaders of Kumigakure and successfully abducted the 2-tailed Jinchuriki. All these made him curious about Akatsuki again, and he also felt the danger of Akatsuki vaguely. You know, Akatsuki's actions against him have always been handled by Scorpion. So it is beneficial for Kimimaro to join Akatsuki. Kimimaro said, but they also set a test for me. If I can't complete it, I can't join them. Orochimaru smiled sinisterly, what new tricks does the organization have? It doesn't matter, I will help you in secret. Kimimaro said quickly, please rest assured, I will succeed in joining them. It's the end of the month, don't forget to vote if you have the monthly ticket. Chapter 177, each shows his magical power. Hyuga Clan Mansion. Hayashi held the teacup, only a few centimeters away from his mouth, but he froze for a long time, as if he was hit by the Nara family's shadow binding technique. Ningji, who was sitting opposite, looked nervous. After a long time, Hayashi said slowly, the Akatsuki people are so bold. At this time, they dare to sneak into Konoha to cause trouble. Ningji just listened and said nothing. Then, Hayashi finally brought the teacup that he had been holding for a long time to his mouth and took a sip, but this is an opportunity for our Hyuga clan. Ningji leaned forward slightly, what do you mean? The information of the Akatsuki organization is the hottest information at the moment. No matter who can get the information of the Akatsuki organization, they can sell it for a good price. After a pause, Hayashi said, our Hyuga clan is naturally not short of those yellow and white things, but... As he spoke, Hayashi gradually narrowed his eyes. Unlike the Uchiha clan, the Hyuga clan has always been respectful to the Hokage family. The handling of the incident of the head of Kumigakure ninja sneaking into the main family mansion and kidnapping Hinata a few years ago made the Hyuga clan feel chilled. That incident clearly showed that Kumigakure was the one who started the trouble and tried to kidnap the heir of the main family of the Hyuga clan. This was a great shame and humiliation for the Hyuga clan, a family with a rich eye technique and bloodline. When Hayashi, the head of the family, found out about this, he immediately killed the head of Kumigakure ninja who tried to kidnap Hinata with an angry blow. Later, the village not only failed to protect the dignity of the Hyuga clan, but also forced the Hyuga clan to agree to the conditions of Kumigakure and hand over Hayashi, the head of the family, in exchange for one life. In the end, if Hayashi had not paid for Hayashi's life with his own body, Hayashi, the head of the family, would probably have become an abandoned child and thrown out by the village to appease the anger of Kumigakure. After this incident, the reputation of the Hyuga clan plummeted in both the ninja world and the village, and became a laughing stock. Hayashi naturally felt resentful about this. But he knew that the Hyuga clan could not compete with the entire village, so he hid this resentment deep in his heart and never showed it. With the destruction of the Uchiha clan, he suddenly discovered that the so-called Ijutsu bloodline family was nothing more than that in the eyes of the village leaders. You must know that the Uchiha clan is above the Hyuga clan in terms of overall strength and reputation, and it is the first bloodline family in Konoha. Such a family was destroyed by the village, and Hayashi was shocked and angry, and he dared not show the resentment in his heart. But the more he hid it, the harder it was for him to let it go, so when he learned that the Akatsuki organization had infiltrated the village and tried to recruit Niji, he had a different idea in his mind. If Niji could join the Akatsuki organization, it would mean that the Hyuga clan had the information that the village urgently needed, and then he would have room to bargain with the village leaders. After pondering for a while, Hayashi asked, "Ninkai, who else knows about this?" Ninkai said, "I will report to you as soon as I confirm that the other party has left." "Yes." Hayashi nodded lightly and said, "The identity of the other party has not been confirmed yet. Don't report this to the village for the time being." Ninkai replied, "Yes." Hayashi said, "As for the test, the family will find a way to help you pass it. You don't have to worry about it." Ninkai breathed a sigh of relief in his heart and thought to himself, "Hey, I finally completed the adult's instructions." As if he thought of something, Hayashi said again, "Considering the previous things, there must be reasons other than the Byakugan for the Akatsuki organization to recruit you. You should be more vigilant and find out the real reason why the Akatsuki organization recruited you." This is also one of the reasons why Hayashi decided to hide it from the village. Because in his opinion, there is nothing worthy of Akatsuki's attention for Ninkai. Even if it is for the Byakugan, Akatsuki can have a better choice, so Akatsuki must have some reasons that he doesn't know about recruiting Ninkai, and this reason may be related to the Hyuga clan. Temporary station of Kumigakure. Amidst the sound of hurried footsteps, a ninja from Kumigakure's communications team came to the office of the 4th Raikage and reported, "Lord Raikage, we just received news that the perception team sensed the chakra of Master Bokuto." With a swish, the Raikage stood up. "What? Where?" Not only the Raikage, but also Kirabi, Xi, and other high-level Kumigakure in the office stood up and looked at the communications team ninja. Not far, in the territory of the Land of Fire, about 100 kilometers away from Konoha village. As the communications team ninja spoke, he came to the map of the ninja world hanging on the wall of the office and circled an area on the map with his hand. Xi's face sank. "How is this possible?" Kirabi also shook his head and said, "Something's wrong. 100 kilometers may be far for ordinary people, but for ninjas, especially elite ninjas of the first level of Jonin, this distance is nothing at all. If they attack at full speed, they can arrive in half a day. So it seems wrong that Akatsuki imprisoned the captured Jinkriki in such a close area to Konoha." The 4th Raikage asked sharply, "Is the information reliable?" The ninja of the communication team said, "The perception team has confirmed it again and again, and the chakra reaction of Master Yukito is moving, and the perception team is tracking it with all their strength." Kirabi looked at the 4th Raikage, "Is it a trap again?" Xi said, "Master Raikage, whether it is a trap or not, we have to try to rescue Master Yukito." "That's right." Nodding, the 4th Raikage waved to everyone, "Let's go, follow me to the Hokage building." Soon, the Kumigakure group arrived at the Hokage building of Konoha. After learning about the purpose of the Raikage's visit, the 3rd Hokage was quite surprised. "Raikage, are you sure?" The 4th Raikage urged, "Akatsuki should be transferring the wooden man, and our Kumigakure perception team is still tracking us. We don't have much time left." The 3rd Hokage immediately ordered the Anbu around him, "Notify the other Hokage and the advisory elders to come to the Hokage building for a meeting." After a while, the Tsuchikage, Mizukage, and Kazekage rushed to the Hokage building with their respective guards, and the top leaders of Konoha also gathered here. After briefly explaining the situation, the 3rd Hokage said, "What do you think?" The 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki said categorically, "Either the Akatsuki organization is crazy, or the Akatsuki organization deliberately arranged it." The 4th Kazekage was a little confused. "They want to repeat the same trick? This is too arrogant." Last time, the Akatsuki organization was able to succeed mainly because it was caught by surprise. This time if they still want to copy the trap from last time, then we can only say that Akatsuki is too arrogant. The fourth Reikage shouted, "How long do you want to discuss? Even if it is still a trap, can't we just break it?" The words of the fourth Reikage immediately resonated with many people in the field. When have the 5 major ninja villages ever suffered such anger? Since Akatsuki has made a move, many ninja village leaders want to see the strength of Akatsuki. Seeing that the time is ripe, the third Hokage immediately said, "In this case, let's vote. Raise your hands if you agree to take action." After that, he raised his hand on behalf of Konoha. The fourth Reikage immediately raised his hand. Then, the third Tsuchikage and the fourth Kazekage raised their hands one after another. For a while, everyone's eyes focused on the fourth Mizukage. The fourth Mizukage was a little hesitant at this moment. If it was before, he would agree to take action against Akatsuki without hesitation, but just now, he received information that Akatsuki had sneaked into Konoha and tried to recruit a spy he had planted in Konoha. This sudden incident made it difficult for him to make a decision. For Kirigakuer, it was obviously safest to wait for their own people to infiltrate the Akatsuki organization and obtain key intelligence before taking action against the Akatsuki organization. But now he was being watched by the other 4 Kage, so he had to raise his hand. We Kirigakuer also agree. As the 5 Kage reached a consensus, the elite joint force was quickly formed. There is no doubt. The Kumigakuer was the most active, and the combination of the 4th Reikage and the 8 Tails Jinchuriki was dispatched again, and there were 2 Jonin teams following. Because it was related to the safety of the Jinchuriki, Jiraiya, one of the 3 ninjas, represented Konoha and was accompanied by Kakashi, Asuma, Kai, and Yui Kurane, a Jonin team composed of Jonin and Special Jonin. The Uegakuer village was led by Huang Tu, and was also accompanied by a Jonin team. The Sand village sent out 2 teams, one was a puppet master team commanded by Cho, and the other was a Jonin team commanded by the Scorch Release ninja Yekara. The Kirigakuer sent out a Kirigakuer assassination team led by the demon Zabuza. Because they were all elites from various villages, dozens of ninjas quickly assembled and left Konoha village quietly under the cover of night, heading towards the direction where the Kumigakuer perception team sensed the chakra of the woodman, and rushed away. At the same time, a ninja from the Kusagakuer village performed a transformation technique, turned into the appearance of Karin, entered the apartment, and replaced Karin in the apartment. And Karin quietly sneaked out of Konoha under the operation of the Kusagakuer village. On the other side, under the cover of the Kirigakuer, Bai sneaked out of Konoha without anyone noticing, and waited in the agreed woods. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, accompanied by the sound of breaking wind, several figures fell into the forest. Bai's heart trembled when he saw this, and he immediately went to meet them. There were a total of 8 figures in the forest at night, all wearing the uniforms and masks of the Kirigakuer assassination force. Seeing Bai, the 2 leaders took off their masks, and one of the women with a pretty face asked, "Are you Bai?" "It's me." Bai nodded. "My name is Mei Terumi, and I'm the captain of this operation." His name is Kisame Hoshigaki, and he's the deputy captain. After introducing herself, Mei Terumi said, "You don't have to worry about other things, just accept the test of the Akatsuki organization with peace of mind, we will help you in secret." Kisame Hoshigaki smiled, "Kid, don't mess it up." They were not worried that the Akatsuki organization would discover their existence. First of all, those who participated in this operation were elites in the Kirigakuer village who were very good at silent assassination and were experts in stealth. Secondly, no matter how strong the Akatsuki organization is, they will definitely not invest too much effort in recruiting a child who is still in the ninja school, so at most there will be only one member responsible for the review. If they can hide it from the other party and help bypass the assessment and infiltrate the Akatsuki organization, that would be the best. But if something unexpected happens and they are discovered by the other party, they will immediately take action and try to capture the Akatsuki member responsible for the review. This is also the reason why Kirigakuer sent Mei Terumi and Kisame Hoshigaki, as well as 6 other elites. Similarly, Kimimaro also sneaked out of Konoha easily under the arrangement of Orochimaru. When he came to the agreed meeting and nodded, Kimimaro saw Kabuto Yakushi, who was wearing glasses and smiling. Although Kimimaro didn't know much about Kabuto Yakushi, he also knew that he was an important assistant of Orochimaru and his strength should not be underestimated, at least at the level of a senior ninja. So he must not be surprised to see Kabuto Yakushi here. Kabuto Yakushi pushed up his glasses and went to meet him. "Kimimaro, I will assist you in completing the Akatsuki assessment." Kimimaro asked, "Where is Lord Orochimaru?" Kabuto Yakushi smiled, "Don't worry, the Lord is watching you." Kimimaro suppressed his excitement, "Let's go." In the main family mansion, a branch family member came to Hayashi and whispered in his ear, "Master, dozens of ninjas just left the village and their whereabouts are unknown." Hayashi's face sank, "Who are they?" The branch family member quickly replied, "It seems to be the joint force mentioned in the previous meeting." So they took action so soon. Hayashi looked surprised. Based on his experience, the 5 major ninja villages would have many difficulties in joint action, but he didn't expect that the joint force would be dispatched so quickly. In addition to being surprised, he immediately realized that this was an opportunity. The joint force quietly left the village, which was obviously a secret operation, and the target must not be the member of the Akatsuki organization who had sneaked into the village and tried to recruit Niji. In this way, the attention of the 5 major ninja villages was all focused on other actions, so Niji could take the opportunity to go to the Akatsuki organization for the assessment. Thinking of this, Hayashi called Niji and said, "Let's go now." Niji was surprised, "You want to go with me?" Hayashi nodded. He weighed this matter over and over for a long time and found that except for his own team, no one else could be fully trusted. And he had the same judgment as Kirigakure. Since the target of recruitment is Niji, who is still in the ninja school, the Akatsuki organization will definitely not invest too much manpower, and at most only one member will be responsible for the assessment. For him, who has the Byakugan, he is quite confident that he can avoid the surveillance of a member of the Akatsuki organization. Niji opened his mouth and wanted to persuade Hayashi. But after thinking about it, he found that no matter what he said, it was not convincing enough, so he had to shut his mouth, obey Hayashi's arrangement, and sneak out of the village quietly. So, on this seemingly ordinary night, each group showed their magical powers, heading in different directions, different goals, with their own ideas, and rushed out with all their strength. And in the dark night, a pair of scarlet eyes silently watched all this. 2-in-1 chapter. Please recommend and vote for the monthly ticket. The last 2 days. Students who still have monthly tickets, remember to vote. Chapter 178 Friends. Streets of Konoha. Sasuke put his hands in his pockets, his face full of impatience. "Why are you following me? I told you, I want to be alone." Naruto held his hands behind his head, "I'm not following you. You've been with me all the way." Sasuke snorted and pouted, "Don't forget, I have the Sharingan." Naruto complained, "Sharingan, Sharingan. I'm almost tired of hearing it. Shinji never talks about Sharingan." "That's because he doesn't have it. So what if you have it? You were still beaten into the hospital." Naruto muttered softly. Sasuke's face turned cold. Superscript 3. "You obviously heard it and still asked." Naruto pouted, then said, "Sasuke, everyone proposed to have a dinner together to celebrate your discharge from the hospital, why don't you go?" "Not interested." Sasuke ignored Naruto and walked towards his apartment alone. Naruto chased him, "Everyone cares about you. I don't need that kind of thing." Sasuke said lightly, his eyes became a little colder. After being beaten by Itaka last time, he found that friendship would only make him weak, so he took the initiative to stay away from the circle of his classmates. Of course, there is another reason he is unwilling to admit. That is, he is afraid that one day he will not be able to help himself, and in order to seek power, to seek the Manjiki Sharingan that is superior to the 3 Magatama Sharingan, he will swing the butcher knife at his friends. So in order to prevent this from happening, he decided not to have friends. Soon, the two left the busy street. Walking on the tree-lined path, Naruto was still persuading, but Sasuke only occasionally responded with a disdainful snort. Clang clang. Just then, there was a sudden sound of metal clashing around. Then, in the forest not far away, there were several muffled sounds of bang bang, as if someone fainted on the ground. Naruto was still a little confused, and looked back. "Hey, what's the sound?" Sasuke immediately pulled out a kunai from the ninja bag on his waist, and dodged to protect Naruto. "Be careful." Naruto asked, "What's wrong?" "Big idiot." After scolding Naruto, Sasuke stared at the forest not far away and said, "There are people fighting in there." "Who?" Sasuke was speechless. Who else could it be? "It must be the Anbu sent by the village to protect you." Naruto looked carefully and then asked in confusion, "Why is there no sound? The winner should have been decided." As soon as Sasuke finished speaking, a gentle sound of footsteps came from the forest, which sounded very calm, as if he was strolling leisurely after dinner. Sasuke's face suddenly changed, and he instantly opened his Sharingan. Be careful, it's the enemy. It must be not easy to get rid of the enemy of the Anbu so easily, so he immediately tensed up. At this time, a figure slowly walked out of the forest. Sasuke's face was stern, and there was a trace of panic on his alert face. Naruto was also surprised. Red Cloud Service, Akatsuki Organization. The figure who walked out of the forest glanced at Naruto lightly, and then looked at Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke, this matter has nothing to do with you, retreat. After learning that the other party's target was Naruto, Sasuke gritted his teeth and said, Naruto, go. The other party is a member of the Akatsuki Organization with a Manjiki Sharingan. I can't delay for long. Naruto said, then what will you do? Sasuke snorted coldly, you should worry more about yourself. After all, I have a pair of 3 Magatama Sharingan, so I can protect myself. Really? The figure who walked out of the forest smiled. Swish. Soon, he flashed and came to Sasuke. After just one look, Sasuke felt that his body could not move. He was horrified. What? What happened? What did you do to Sasuke? Naruto roared and rushed over. Bang! With a muffled sound, Naruto was hit by a heavy punch in the abdomen, and the whole person curled up like a shrimp ball and fell to the ground. The figure who walked out of the forest turned his eyes to Sasuke again without saying a word. But Sasuke saw a trace of disdain in the eyes of the other party under the mask, and immediately said angrily, damn it! But no matter how he struggled, his body could not move. What kind of illusion is this? He was shocked and angry. What was shocked was that the other party controlled him with just a glance, and what was angry was that the other party did not take him seriously at all, and directly carried the injured Naruto and disappeared in front of him. After a while, he suddenly staggered and recovered. Who? After panting for a while, he looked around, but at this time, there was no trace of Naruto around. Why did the Akatsuki Organization want to capture Naruto? Suppressing the doubts in his heart, he did not dare to delay and rushed to the Hokage building immediately. The third Hokage frowned when he learned that Naruto was kidnapped by an Akatsuki member who sneaked into the village. Tanain Koharu and Midamanen looked at each other. Danzo had a gloomy face and thought of more. The Akatsuki Organization dared to sneak into Konoha at this time, which was bold and reckless, but the other party could find Naruto so accurately, understand the village's deployment to protect Naruto, and easily get rid of the Anbu who was protecting Naruto in secret, which was a bit wrong. The only explanation is that the Akatsuki Organization has planted a spy next to Naruto. Thinking of this, Danzo looked at Sasuke with a sinister face and said coldly, why did Akatsuki know Naruto's whereabouts? Did you provide it? Sasuke was stunned for a moment, and then he was furious, what are you talking about, you bastard? How dare you? Danzo shouted, and made a gesture to wave his hand and order the Anbu to take Sasuke down. Just then, the third generation coughed lightly, and his eyes swept across Danzo and Sasuke sharply, the top priority now is to rescue Naruto. Bang! As soon as the third generation finished speaking, the door of the Hokage's office was pushed open. Then, Tsunade rushed in with Shizuan. Uzumaki Naruto was abducted by Akatsuki. The third generation nodded. Tsunade frowned, what exactly happened? Who did it? Sasuke said quickly, the one who kidnapped Naruto was the masked Mangekyo Uchiha in Akatsuki. Tsunade asked, AORB. A.B. Sasuke reacted after a moment of shock and said, it was the Mangekyo Uchiha who defeated the monsters in the land of demons. A. Everyone's face was more solemn. Because A's strength was fought in actual battles, according to the intelligence team's estimation, A may be the strongest Uchiha in Akatsuki, and his strength is above Uchiha Itachi. This is why the intelligence team speculated that A was the leader of the mysterious trio of Akatsuki. The third generation looked at Tsunade, you came at the right time. It seems that you need to go there in person this time. The first update is here. Chapter 179 Probing. As soon as the third generation finished speaking, several advisory elders looked at Tsunade at the same time. The current situation is very delicate. The Akatsuki organization threw out a wooden man, which led away a large number of elites from the 5 major ninja villages. Now, they sent people to sneak into the village and kidnapped Naruto. Now no one can say whether the Akatsuki organization will have the next move. So the third generation, as the Hokage, just stayed in the village. But the one who kidnapped Naruto was the powerful A in the Akatsuki organization. Now, there are only a few advisory elders and Tsunade in the village who have the strength to compete with A. Tsunade hesitated for a moment and nodded. She did not refuse this time. Because when Jiraiya led the team away just now, he asked her to protect Naruto. She just agreed, and Naruto was kidnapped by the Akatsuki organization. How could she bear it? Seeing that Tsunade agreed, the third generation's tangled face finally relaxed. At this time, Sasuke volunteered, "That guy kidnapped Naruto in front of me, and I want to participate in this action too." The third generation looked at Tsunade. Tsunade said, "Let him follow." Under the personal coordination of the third Hokage, the temporary team was quickly formed. The leader was naturally Tsunade, and in addition to Shizune who had always been with Tsunade, the third Hokage also arranged the pig, deer, and butterfly combination of Narashikaku, Akimichi Choza, and Yamanaka Inoichi, as well as a Barame Shiwei, and a Hyuga clan Jonin. Finally, Sasuke who strongly requested to join, a total of 8 people. The temporary residents of the Hidden Rain village. A rain ninja pulled aside the curtains and whispered, "What's going on tonight? Why is the Hokage building still brightly lit? Something is wrong." Another rain ninja said, "Didn't you notice? Not only the Hokage building, but also the residences of Kumigakure, Mist Village, Sand Village, and Uegakure are all brightly lit. Ming, I saw that they seemed to have personnel transfers before." As they chatted, several people felt something was wrong. And they quickly came to a conclusion that the 5 major ninja villages would take action tonight. Although it was not known whether it was too late to send the information back to the Hidden Rain village, it was better than doing nothing, so the Rain Ninja quickly released the information through the communication eagle. Outside Konoha village. Carrying the unconscious Naruto, Shinji stood on the crown of a big tree, looking at the Konoha village in the distance with thousands of lights under the night sky. He knew that if he failed this time, such peace would no longer exist. "I hope everything goes well," he said secretly, and then his figure flashed and left without looking back. Every minute and every second now is extremely precious, and there is no extra time for him to feel anything. Running in the night, he left traces along the way while sorting out his plan. At present, he pieced together a total of 6 teams. They are Karin and Kyuzagakure team, Haku and Kirigakure team, Niji and Hyuga clan team, Kimimaro and Orochimaru team, using Yukito as bait to lure out a joint force of the 5 major ninja villages, and using Naruto as bait to lure out an elite team of Konoha. Because it was launched temporarily, Shinji, the manipulator behind the scenes, could not be sure of the final overall strength of each team. For example, using Yukito as bait, he thought he could only lure out the elite of Kumigakure, but he didn't expect the 5 major ninja villages to be so decisive this time and directly sent out a joint force. This led to the strength of this joint force, far surpassing the other teams. For example, he discussed with Niji through Naobi and asked Niji to use the power of Konoha through the Hyuga clan, but he didn't expect Hayashi to leave the village and work alone. This led to the strength of Niji's team being much weaker than Shinji expected. After all, the Hyuga clan didn't have many masters, and the only one who could show off was Hayashi, the head of the family. But Hayashi's record was just so-so. He didn't seem to have gained any advantage against the strong, so Niji was not strong enough to act alone. Others, such as the combination of Karin and Kyuzagakure, the combination of Haku and Kirigakure, the combination of Kimimaro and Orochimaru, and the team of Tsunade who is currently closely following Shinji, have relatively average combat effectiveness. Even the seemingly weakest combination of Karin and Kyuzagakure, because Karin changed into a pair of Manjiki Sharingan, the combat effectiveness is basically guaranteed. Now we should have the strength to fight. Shinji had some confidence. The power level of the Demon Slayer world is there. Even if the upper rank demons have accumulated a lot of chakra, their strength is only at the level of Kage. So among the 6 teams, except for Niji's team, the other 5 teams have the strength to destroy an upper rank demon. Of course, the prerequisite is that there can be no accidents. After all, except for Haku and Karin who know the whole truth and Niji who knows a little bit of the inside story, the other teams were put together by Shinji through coaxing and deception, and the variables are very large. After pondering for a while, Shinji decided to let the strongest joint force go to explore the situation first. Because the joint force not only has a double Kage level combination like the combination of Kumigakure, but also Jiraiya and Cho who are both powerful and experienced, plus they have the largest number of people. It is Shinji's best choice to let them explore the situation of the anchor point. Shinji, who made up his mind, immediately launched the Niobe and contacted Yuki, who was dozens of kilometers away people. Yokito, who is now controlled by Shinji's illusion, has become a very useful tool for Shinji because of Niobe. Shinji only needs to issue orders through Niobe, and Yokito, who has little independent consciousness, will execute them immediately. The only drawback is the contact distance of Niobe. Once this distance is exceeded, Yokito will dully execute the last order given to her by Shinji. So Shinji must always keep Yokito within the contact range of Niobe, otherwise, Yokito will not be able to perform any difficult tasks. Dozens of kilometers away, Yokito, who received Shinji's new order, suddenly flashed, changed direction, and rushed to a dense forest in the Land of Fire. And there is one of the 5 anchor points located in the Land of Fire. In the joint forces. After the perception team of Kumigakure discovered the change in Yokito's action path, they immediately reported to the 4th Reikage beside him, Lord Reikage, Yokito's chakra reaction has changed. The Reikage asked sternly, what changes? The perception class ninja said, the other party seems to have noticed our tracking and changed the direction of travel. The Reikage waved his hand, don't worry, just chase, I want to see what the Akatsuki group wants to do. The second update is here. It's the last day of this month. Students who still have monthly tickets, hurry up and vote. If you don't vote, it will be a waste. Chapter 180 Silence. The joint force is not only large in number, but also led by elites from various villages. Facing the Akatsuki organization, a bounty ninja organization composed of a small number of people, as long as they are not completely unprepared, they are not afraid of any form of traps from the Akatsuki organization. So even though he knew that things might not be that simple, the chakra reaction of the wooden man in front was probably intentional by the Akatsuki organization, but the leader, the 4th Reikage, did not hesitate at all, and still led the joint force towards the wooden man. A few hours later, they arrived at a primeval forest. Looking at the silent forest in front of them under the night, everyone in the joint force subconsciously felt a sense of gloom. The 4th Reikage turned his head to the perception ninja beside him and asked, is it here? After confirming, the perception ninja nodded heavily and said, yes, the chakra reaction of Master Yokito is inside. Xi came up at this time, Master Reikage, this area is not only full of swamps, but also has a very deadly miasma in the forest. Once inhaled, it will cause full body paralysis. The 4th Reikage nodded. In fact, he knew that this was not a good place without anyone reminding him. Kakashi came to Jiraiya, Master Jiraiya, should we remind the Reikage that this is probably another trap carefully prepared by Akatsuki? Jiraiya glanced at the Reikage not far away, and saw that he was eager to try, so he shook his head and said, it's useless. Asuma said, then let's act alone. Jiraiya shook his head, no, at this time, as long as we gather together, no matter how powerful Akatsuki is, it can't do anything to us. Once we disperse, it will give them the opportunity to defeat us one by one, so we must stay consistent. Almost at the same time, the teams of Rock Village, Sand Village and Mist Village also reached an internal consensus. The current situation does look like a trap carefully set by Akatsuki, but the more so, the more they cannot separate and weaken their own strength. After a while, the ninjas of the perception class scattered around gathered together and reported to the 4th Reikage, Master Reikage, no enemy chakra is sensed outside the forest. The 4th Reikage said in a deep voice, let's go. After that, without waiting for everyone, he rushed into the forest first. Seeing this, the people of Kumigakure hurriedly followed, and the teams of other villages did not hesitate either. In the sound of breaking wind, they disappeared into the dark and silent forest one by one. Because it was a primitive forest with few people, the tall treetops almost completely blocked the moonlight, which was not bright enough, so the light in the forest was very dim. Fortunately, everyone on this trip was a master, and the dim light could not stop them from moving forward. But as everyone gradually went deeper into the forest, the silence inside the forest, where there was not even a sound of insects, made everyone's uneasiness rapidly increase. What's going on? Why is there not even a wild animal? Is it because of the miasma? There is such a ghost place in the Land of Fire. What the hell are those people from the Akatsuki organization doing? As if to ease the uneasiness, some people in the team began to whisper to each other. However, no team leader came out to stop it. Because everyone in the joint force, including the fourth Reikage, was affected by the surrounding environment and began to waver. The fourth Reikage turned around and told the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee who was following behind him, "Be careful." "Yes." Kirabi responded softly. At this time, his face was no longer relaxed as before, and the music book that he had almost never let go of before was also left in the temporary station in Konoha. Xi looked around vigilantly and kept launching the perception ninjutsu. But the feedback he got was the same as the perception class. Within the range of the perception ninjutsu, except for the chakra reaction of the wooden man looming in front, there was no other suspicious chakra reaction. Jiraiya took out a few pills from his arms and distributed them to Kakashi and others. "These are the detoxification pills prepared by Tsunade. Once you find something wrong, hold it in your mouth." "Got it." Kakashi and others quickly took the detoxification pills. The teams of other villages also began various arrangements and made final preparations for the upcoming battle. Everyone was not paralyzed by the silence around them. On the contrary, such silence made everyone in the joint force pay 120% attention. At this moment, a ninja from the perception class suddenly stopped. Then, several other ninjas from the perception class also stopped. The entire joint force stopped instantly because of the abnormality of the perception class ninja and stood on guard. The fourth generation Reikage asked at this time, "What's going on?" The first perception class ninja who stopped said, "Reikage-sama, Yukito-sama's chakra reaction just disappeared." The other perception class ninjas nodded in agreement. The fourth generation Reikage glanced at Xi again. Xi's face looked a little ugly. "Well, it disappeared suddenly. It should be that the other party used some means to deliberately suppress the chakra reaction of Mr. Yumoren." Kirabi asked, "Where did Yumoren's chakra reaction appear last?" The perception class ninja pointed to the front. "It's in this direction, about 10 kilometers away." 10 kilometers, for the elites present, they can get there in a moment, so everyone did not stay where they were and guess, but immediately rushed to the place where Yumoren's chakra reaction last appeared. After a while, swish! In a burst of wind, the people of the joint force surrounded an inconspicuous cave in the forest. The ninjas of the perception team came to the cave with courage, activated the perception ninjutsu to confirm, and nodded gently to the people around, indicating that Yumoren had indeed been here. Inside. Is this the trap of the Akatsuki organization? Cave? Is it underground? The faces of the people in the joint forces were full of confusion. Everyone thought of many possibilities, but they didn't expect it to be such an ordinary cave. Suddenly, a sound of footsteps came from the cave. The people in the joint forces were silent instantly, and all looked at the entrance of the cave vigilantly. Soon, a figure dressed as a samurai slowly walked out of the cave, stood at the entrance, and indifferently scanned the people in the joint forces who surrounded the cave. Only one person. His eyes. What is the word? Upper string. P. Although the light was dim, many people still noticed the strange words on the other party's pupils. Kakashi, who had experienced the battle on the long street, looked stern. He quickly took off the eye mask covering his Sharingan and warned Jiraiya, "Master Jiraiya, be careful, this is another group of Akatsuki members mentioned in the file." The first update is here. Chapter 181 The Sound of the Pipa. In the battle on the long street, two groups of ninjas wearing Akatsuki's Red Cloud uniforms fought a fierce battle, almost razing the entire town to the ground. Until now, the 5 major ninja villages have not figured out the cause of that battle. However, because one of the parties in that battle had the words upper string engraved in one eye, and the words Wu and Lu engraved in the other eye, it was very easy to identify. Therefore, the 5 major ninja villages temporarily marked this group of Akatsuki members as the upper string group in Akatsuki, and roughly estimated that there were about 6 members in this group. And because the members with the words Wu and Lu engraved on them were obviously at the level of elite jonin. Therefore, the 5 major ninja villages specially marked the first 4 members of the Akatsuki organization in this group of upper string in the archives, who may have the strength comparable to that of the cage. It's just that this group disappeared later, did not appear again, and did not conflict with the 5 major ninja villages again, so it was not mentioned in several meetings. However, as a witness of the battle on the long street, Kakashi knew that the strength of this group of people was no worse than that of other members of the Akatsuki organization. That's why, when he saw the number P engraved in the other party's eyes, Kakashi immediately showed a look of facing a great enemy. In fact, Kakashi didn't need to remind him at all. Just the 3 pairs of strange red eyes on the other party's face, and the huge chakra that overflowed to the point of almost dissipating, the people of the joint forces knew that they had encountered a tough guy. There is no doubt. This warrior with 3 pairs of eyes on his face and a stern expression is not someone else, but the upper string of the 12 demon moons in the demon slayer world, Kokushibo. Eye engraving. It's Akatsuki. The 4th Reikage snorted, and then shouted to Kokushibo, who was standing at the entrance of the cave, "Hand over the Yukato." Clang. Kokushibo did not answer, but slowly drew out the long sword from his waist. The 4th Reikage immediately activated the lightning chakra mode, and the whole person was wrapped in a blue chakra, with eyes open and beard bared. Swish! Immediately, without a word of nonsense, his figure flashed, turned into a flash of lightning, and rushed straight to Kokushibo, who was standing at the entrance of the cave with a long sword. All the people in the joint forces were concentrating, watching how the strange Akatsuki holding a long sword in the field would deal with the furious 4th Reikage. However, at the moment when the 4th Reikage rushed to Kokushibo, a clear pipa sound came from the cave. The 4th Reikage attacked with all his strength but missed. He was stunned for a moment before he realized that he was in a strange town. Not only did Kokushibo, who was supposed to be in front of him, disappear, but all the members of the joint forces also disappeared. Another place. Kakashi seemed to have stepped into the air and landed on the ground. Then he looked around and his face became serious. The original forest suddenly turned into a mansion. Is it an illusion? Activating the Sharingan, he looked around. He had seen many illusions, but almost none of them could be hidden from his Sharingan. Even if he couldn't break it immediately, at least he knew that he was interfered by the illusion. But his Sharingan couldn't see any flaws in everything in front of him, as if it was real. Biting his tongue, Asuma shook his head under the stimulation of pain. It shouldn't be an illusion. Then he walked out of the house and saw an alley. How is this possible? He was surprised. During the pursuit, he had been paying attention to the terrain, so he was very sure that there was no town near the primeval forest they were deep in. Jiraiya withdrew his hand that was stroking the wall and whispered, "Space-time ninjutsu." The moment he realized this, his heart sank. If the opponent had mastered this level of space-time ninjutsu, it would mean that the biggest advantage of the joint forces, the advantage in numbers, could not be brought into play. And the way the opponent's space-time ninjutsu was launched also made him feel chilled. You know, even his disciple, the man known as the Yellow Flash, must rely on the special kunao with the technique recorded on it to launch the space-time ninjutsu. But this time, the enemy he faced did not make hand seals, record any spells, or even burst chakra, but the space-time ninjutsu was suddenly activated. No, it's that pipa sound. There's another Akatsuki member hiding in the cave. Jiraiya reacted. Then he bit his finger, made hand seals quickly, and then pressed hard on the ground. Bang! In a puff of white smoke, Shima and Fukasaku, 2 toad sages, jumped out. Shima asked, "Little Jiraiya, what's going on?" Jiraiya briefly told the story, and then said to the 2 toad sages, "I'm afraid I need your help this time." Zabuza and 2 ninjas from the Kirigakure assassination team strolled on the long street. Suddenly, Zabuza signaled to his colleagues beside him, "Be careful, there's a smell of blood." The 2 ninjas from the Kirigakure assassination team sniffed and indeed smelled a faint smell of blood, and quickly drew out the long swords on their backs. "Follow me!" With a light shout, Zabuza rushed towards the direction where the smell of blood was coming from. 2 ninjas from the Kirigakure assassination unit followed Zabuza on the left and right. After passing through a narrow alley, Zabuza stopped, because in front of him, the Akatsuki member dressed as a samurai was devouring the body of an Uegakure ninja. The 2 Kirigakure ninjas from the assassination unit following Zabuza were also surprised when they saw this scene. Even those who came from the Blood Mist village felt horrified when faced with such a scene. You should know that there are many rumors of cannibalism in Kirigakure, but many of them are just to vent anger or deliberately bluff. But the Akatsuki member with the upper string engraved in his eyes is not the case. The Kirigakure ninjas can see that the other party is really enjoying the process of cannibalism, and as they eat, they feel that the chakra on the other party seems to be enhanced, just like the smell of blood on the other party. Zabuza yelled, "Playing tricks!" After that, he quickly formed seals with both hands and activated the mist hidden technique. Instantly, a thin mist enveloped the neighborhood. Swoosh! Just then, a member of the mist hidden assassination team suddenly attacked from the mist and stabbed Kokushibori's heart from behind. Looking at the blood dripping from the other party's heart, the mist hidden ninja snorted, "Humph, is that all? And Kokushibori, whose heart was pierced, slowly turned his head and looked at the mist-hidden ninja indifferently. The second update is here. A new month, please recommend and vote. Thank you all. Chapter 182 Nothing? You. For some reason, just by being stared at by Kokushibori, the mist-hidden ninja who pierced Kokushibori's heart with a long knife felt a palpitation. It's like an animal encountering a natural enemy. Swish. In an instant, a flash of knife light flashed by, incredibly fast. Kurashibori drew his knife. He drew his knife, turned around, and swung it. The whole action was done in one go, without any tricks, but it made people feel that they could not resist it at all. In just a moment, the Kirigakure ninja was cut in half. With a splash, the Kirigakure ninja whose body was cut off turned into a ball of clear water and fell to the ground. Kurashibori was not surprised. He turned his eyes and looked in one direction. Through the thick fog, the Kirigakure ninja who had attacked Kokushibori before trembled with his knife. Because he knew that the opponent was very strong, he did not attack in person this time, but let a water clone test it. This guy. He gritted his teeth, and the chill in his heart continued to spread. From the feedback from the water clone after it was defeated, the water clone did pierce the opponent's heart just now. With such an injury, even a shadow would not be unscathed. But the other party didn't care at all, as if the pierced heart was just a flesh wound that didn't need to be taken seriously. Is it some kind of secret technique? Or is his heart different from that of ordinary people, and is in another part of the body? One guess after another surged into the mind of the Kirigakure ninja. He felt that he had to inform his colleagues of this information as soon as possible, but he was currently in the process of silent assassination, and it was not suitable to pass on information in the fog that obscured his vision. Just then, he felt that the airflow in front of him was abnormal. As a member of the Kirigakure assassination unit who was proficient in silent assassination, he immediately realized that something was wrong. Just as he was about to use the flash body technique to dodge, a flash of knife light flashed before his eyes. He opened his mouth and choked out a mouthful of blood, his face full of horror. Then, his body neatly split in the middle, split into two halves, and each fell to the ground, with two muffled sounds in the silent fog. Listening to the muffled sounds echoing in the fog, Zabuza looked grim. There is no doubt that if it was one of his own people who succeeded, the signal would have been sent out now, so the sudden strong smell of blood and the reverberating muffled sound all indicate that someone is seriously injured or dead, and this person is likely to be his companion. Humph! With a light snort, Zabuza used the sharp long knife in his hand to gently stir the fog in front of him. Shua! As before, in after a slight airflow, a flash of knife light followed. Zabuza grinned secretly, waiting for you. Instantly, he dodged the knife light and swung the long knife in his hand. With just one move, he showed his superb knife skills to the fullest. However, the smile on his face froze before it spread. Because there was no enemy in front of him. Not good. He turned around subconsciously, but was greeted by several knife lights. Although he tried his best to block and dodge, after an intersection, he still had several knife wounds on his body, one of which was so deep that the bone could be seen. How is it possible? He leaned on the long knife with a ferocious face, looking around like a devil, his heart full of surprise. It's not that he can't accept failure, he just can't accept that he lost to the opponent in the silent assassination and the knife competition, and lost so miserably. You know, as long as he can get back the lost ninja sword, he will be the master of the mist-hidden swordsmanship who can take over the position of the 7 ninja swordsmen on the spot. At this time, another mist-hidden ninja rushed to Zabuza. Seeing that Zabuza was so badly injured, he was surprised. Master Zabuza, what's wrong with you? Zabuza shook his head slightly, signaling the other party not to make a sound. The mist-hidden ninja understood and was about to nod. Swish! A flash of sword light passed by, and his head slid off his neck, and his headless body fell to the ground with a thump. Zabuza's soul was surging, and he made seals with his hands, water escape, waterfall technique. Soon, a huge wave came. Taking advantage of the gap when the huge wave swept everything, Zabuza flashed and fled directly from this block without any drag. As he fled, he was secretly shocked. What kind of monsters are in the Akatsuki organization? Why have I never heard of such guys before? He was now extremely sure that he was no match for the other party. To deal with such a strong enemy, he must join forces with others. Otherwise, let alone dealing with the other party, it is hard to say whether he can survive. On the wet long street, Kokushibo slowly sheathed his sword, his face full of indifference. The killing just now was just a commonplace for him. Except for Zabuza, who could cause him a little trouble, other ninjas did not even have the ability to mobilize his emotions. Boom! Suddenly, a series of roars came from not far away. Kokushibo looked over and saw a figure wrapped in blue chakra, rushing towards the block where he was. Everything along the way, whether it was a wall or a mansion. In front of this blue figure, it was as fragile as thin paper and could not block it at all. There is no doubt that the figure that attacked like a cannonball was not someone else, but the fourth Raikage who had activated the lightning chakra mode. However, just as the fourth Raikage was about to rush to Kokushibo, a sudden sound of a pipa came from the street. Then, Kokushibo, who was standing on the street, disappeared out of thin air. Boom! Bumping into the position where Kokushibo was just now, looking at the empty street, the fourth Raikage couldn't help but roared, "Damn it! Damn it!" He immediately realized that someone was controlling everything in this strange city, and it seemed that he didn't want him to meet Kokushibo too soon. This shows that the other party wanted to use this city to break up the joint forces and defeat them one by one. The bodies of the Uegaku ninja and the Mist ninja scattered on the street also proved this. On the other side, Kakashi was exploring the strange city alone. As he explored, he had confirmed that everything in front of him was not an illusion, but that the other party used some kind of space-time ninjutsu to break up the joint forces in this strange city. This is a space-time ninjutsu that surpasses the teacher's Flying Thunder God technique. He couldn't help but sigh. At this time, he heard a sound of fighting not far ahead, so he rushed over immediately. After a while, he came to the backyard of a mansion and saw puppet parts scattered all over the ground and two Sand Village puppeteers leaning to the side. Seeing that one of them seemed to be still breathing, Kakashi quickly landed beside him and asked, "What's going on? Who are you fighting with?" The seriously injured Sand Village puppeteer pointed in a direction, "Hurry up and support Master Cho. That guy is an evil ghost, nothing." Kakashi looked anxious, "Nothing. The first update is here. Please recommend and vote for the monthly ticket." Chapter 183 Hard Fight. The seriously injured Sand Village puppeteer didn't finish his words after all. Kakashi's heart sank. He didn't dare to delay and hurried to the direction pointed by the puppeteer. A moment later, Kakashi came to a long street. The street was in a mess, with the bodies of several members of the joint forces lying on the messy ground. The elder Cho of Sand Village was controlling several puppets and confronting the upper-rank ninjas on the opposite side. Beside Cho, there was the injured Kumigaku ninja Nozomi, who had one arm hanging down, and Hong, who was also injured and panting heavily. Seeing Kakashi coming, Hong was overjoyed. "Kakashi, you came just in time." With a swish sound, Kakashi landed beside Hong. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." After responding, Hong looked at the opposite side of Kokushibo hatefully and said, "Be careful, this guy is very strong. Not only is he fast, but his swordsmanship is also very sharp." Cho glanced at Kakashi at this time, and a murderous look appeared in his eyes, but quickly suppressed it. She had long recognized Kakashi as the son of Konoha White Fang. Konoha White Fang killed her son and daughter-in-law in the war, causing her grandson Scorpion to grow up in loneliness and develop a lonely and extreme personality. This indirectly led to Scorpion later killing the third Kazekage and defecting from the village. Now that White Fang is dead, if you want revenge, this account can only be attributed to White Fang's son Kakashi. But Cho knew very well that the enemy in front of her was the strongest enemy she had ever seen in her life, and she was trapped in this mysterious city, so the top priority was to defeat the enemy and get out of the predicament, so she immediately said, "This guy can not only ignore the damage of swords, but even poison can't do anything to him." "What?" Kakashi was surprised. "Xi added, any damage to him, his body can recover quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even if his arm is cut off, he can grow it again." Kakashi's face condensed. He had heard before that there was a member of Akatsuki named Haiden who had an immortal body and could not be killed even if his head was cut off. "I thought Haiden was just a special case, but I didn't expect that this upper string also had similar abilities." As the assistant of the Raikage, Xi's analytical and observation abilities were the best in Kumigakuer. He went on to say, "This guy eats human flesh raw. Every time he eats, his chakra will increase significantly." Hong said, "Illusions are useless to him. The sound of the pipa can wake him up." Obviously, the joint forces are not vegetarians either. Although they suffered a lot of losses, they quickly collected a lot of information about Kokushibo through the previous few battles. They analyzed all the things about Kokushibo having an immortal body and being able to replenish chakra by devouring flesh and blood. Cho glanced at Kakashi. "Kano boy, do you know the sealing technique?" Kakashi nodded. The master is the 4th Hokage, and his wife is from the Uzumaki clan. He naturally has mastered several sealing techniques, but sealing techniques are not his specialty, and he is not sure if he can seal the opponent. Just then, the opposite side of Kokushibo gently placed his hand on the hilt of the knife and exhaled, 5-type, Moon Soul Disaster Whirlpool. Seeing this, the members of the joint forces all became alert. Swish! Suddenly, Kokushibo's figure disappeared. Not to mention Kakashi who had just arrived, even Cho, Nozomi, and Hong who had fought with Kokushibo before widened their eyes. Because this time Kokushibo's speed was faster than before. He jumped high, the shadow of the knife in his hand flashed frequently, and every time he swung the knife, a sharp shadow of the knife would be drawn out and attacked the joint forces. In an instant, the entire long street was full of the opponent's knife shadows. Earth escape, earth formation wall. Kakashi didn't care about being surprised, and instantly completed the seal and pressed his hands to the ground. Amidst the rumbling sound, a wall of earth quickly rose from the ground, just in time to block the joint forces before the sword shadows came. Swish! Swish! However, accompanied by the sharp cutting sound, the hard earth wall broke into several pieces and fell down. This! Kakashi, with a look of surprise, had to jump back. He had never seen a ninja who could cut his earth array wall with just the sword shadows. This was simply unbelievable. At this time, Kokushibo, who was jumping in the air, landed lightly and rushed out with the force. He waved his long sword, land form, change Igayu, Wujian. In an instant, countless arc-shaped sword shadows flew out from Kokushibo's long sword, covering the joint forces who jumped back to dodge at the same time. Kakashi and others, who had nowhere to borrow force in the air, looked desperate. With Kakashi's experience and the insight of his Sharingan, he could tell that the other party must have used some secret technique to burst out with super strength in a short period of time. An Xi on the side could also determine through perception that the other party actually consumed a huge amount of chakra at this moment. However, no matter how much the other party paid, the other party's fierce offensive did catch them off guard and put them on the verge of life and death in an instant. In the ninja war, the most frightening ones are actually this kind of strong men. Konoha White Fang and Yellow Flash are representatives of this kind. They don't perform those gorgeous large-scale ninjutsu in battle. The key to their victory over the enemy is only sharp swordsmanship and extreme speed. As long as they do this, ordinary ninjas are like cutting melons and vegetables in front of them. This is why, when many ninjas encounter this kind of strong men in the ninja war, it is allowed to retreat without fighting. Because even if they risk their lives, it is difficult to hurt the other party at all. At this moment, Kakashi and others, when facing Kokushibo, seemed to have the helplessness of those enemies of Konoha in the ninja war, facing Konoha White Fang or Yellow Flash. Swish! Soon, the sword shadow attacked Kakashi and others. Just when several people thought they were doomed, suddenly, a figure rushed in front of them and helped them block the fatal blow. After landing, everyone realized that the one who just helped them block the fatal blow was Chiokoso, the puppets controlled by the chakra line. Because there is no place to borrow power in the air, it does not affect the puppeteer who controls the puppet with chakra lines, so Cho can save Kakashi and others at the critical moment. Thank you. Kakashi, Hong, Xi and others wiped their cold sweat and thanked Cho. Cho said with a dark face, "My puppets are all damaged, run for your lives." As he said, Cho didn't care about everyone, and directly flashed and fled from the long street. Kakashi and others had no choice but to evacuate the long street. They had to gather more people to be sure to solve the immortal body of Kokushibo. The second update is here. New February, please vote for me. Please everyone. Chapter 184 Infinite City. Looking at the fleeing Kakashi and others, Kokushibo did not chase them, but turned and came to the bodies of the members of the joint forces left on the long street. Although the battle just now was short, his consumption was not small. He had just figured out how to use chakra to stimulate the body and enhance breathing, so it was inevitable that some unnecessary consumption would occur when using it. In addition, the body of a demon could not refine chakra by itself, so after each high-intensity battle, he had to replenish chakra by devouring the flesh and blood of ninjas. After slowly eating the bodies of the ninjas on the long street, he slowly stood up, randomly chose a direction, and took a step. The strange city he was in now was the Infinite City under the control of the blood demon art of Naruto, one of the 12 demon moons. In this Infinite City, Naruto could replace the space at will through the pipa. So as long as you are in this city, who to fight, who not to fight, and where to fight are all decided by Kokushibo and Naruto. This is also the reason why the fourth Raikage clearly found Kokushibo before, but Kokushibo disappeared abnormally. Because according to Mingnu's judgment, the strength of the fourth Raikage is too strong, and his fast style is more restrained by Kokushibo. Once a war breaks out between Kokushibo and the fourth Raikage, it will be difficult to defeat the enemy in a short time. Once entangled by the fourth Raikage, Kokushibo will not only consume a lot of chakra in vain, but also miss the opportunity to defeat the members of the joint forces scattered in the Infinite City. Therefore, when the fourth Raikage found Kokushibo, Mingnu, who controlled the Infinite City, replaced Kokushibo to another position. Swish! Another space replacement, Asuma and Kai, who gathered together, were thrown into an unfamiliar long street out of thin air. Damn it! Asuma got up from the ground, looking a little annoyed. Kai scratched his head, what is going on? Asuma said in a deep voice, it's time-space ninjutsu. There is a top-level strongman in the Akatsuki organization who is good at time-space ninjutsu. In the ninja world, time-space ninjutsu is the highest end and rarest ninjutsu. Ninjas who can master time-space ninjutsu are all masters without exception. At this time, a figure walked out of a narrow alley on the side. Asuma and Kai hurriedly looked over with caution, but found that the person who came was actually the injured Huangtu. Seeing Asuma and Kai, Huangtu also breathed a sigh of relief, it's great to see living people in such a ghost place. Asuma hurriedly asked, what's wrong with you? Huangtu shook his head and briefly recounted the story of his encounter with Kokushibo and his escape after a fierce battle. Asuma asked, is that guy so powerful? Huangtu said, I suspect that he may be a samurai from the Iron Country, a top swordsman. And he has mastered some kind of ninjutsu, and his speed is very fast, not inferior to the fourth Raikage. Kai murmured, such speed, coupled with top swordsmanship, reminds me of a senior. Asuma also heard the person Kai was referring to, nodded, then looked around, and said with emotion, no wonder the Akatsuki organization dared to set a trap to ambush us, it turns out that they have such a trump card in their hands. Huangtu urged, let's meet up with others first, the longer we stay here, the more dangerous it will be. Only by gathering everyone together can we have a chance of winning. Asuma and Kai nodded together. There are many other S-level wanted criminals in the Akatsuki organization, and the joint forces can only protect themselves if they gather together. Just then, a gentle footstep was heard at the quiet end of the long street. The three people gathered together and looked over, and found that the person who came was the member of the Akatsuki organization with the words upper string engraved in his eyes. Oh no! Huangtu said secretly. Just now, in order to escape the pursuit of the other party, he had used all his skills, but he didn't expect that the other party would catch up with him after just a short rest. While Asuma took out the flare he carried with him and shot it into the air, he said to Kai, we will hold him here and wait for others to come to support. Swish! The flare shot into the air, soared into the sky with a shriek. But just when it was about to explode, the flare suddenly disappeared, and then exploded in the sky far away. Asuma was startled at first, and then his face turned pale. There is no doubt that the flare he shot was moved to another location by the strong man in the Akatsuki organization who was good at time and space ninjutsu. Huangtu looked at the flare that exploded in the distance and sighed, I have fired flares before, but they didn't explode. I think they must have been moved to a certain building's interior. The other party was able to move Huangtu's flare to the interior of a building, making the flare explode silently, but did not control Asuma's flare in this way, which means that the other party deliberately let Asuma's flare explode somewhere else to attract reinforcements. Asuma stared at Kokushibo who was walking towards him and others, and gritted his teeth and said, he moved the flare to attract other people, and wanted to kill us here. Huangtu said decisively, let's run separately. Run as many as you can. Asuma was about to nod, Kai on the side said, since the flare can attract other people to join, why don't we rush to the flare? Huangtu said helplessly, you don't know his speed, we. Before Huangtu finished speaking, Kai shouted, 8 gates, open. Bang! A wave of air rose from Kai's body and vented to the surroundings. The first gate, the gate of life, open. The second gate, Xiamen, open. The sixth gate, Jingmen, open. In just a few breaths, Kai opened 6 gates in a row. The chakra scattered from his body mixed with the evaporating sweat, forming a green air wave. You? Huang Tu widened his eyes. He had never expected that a seemingly ordinary Konoha ninja could burst out such a terrifying chakra. Asuma was also surprised. Kai, you opened Jingmen? Although they were from the same period, Asuma, who had just returned to the village, didn't know much about Kai. In his impression, although Kai had long gotten rid of the image of the last in the ninja school, his strength was just so-so. Unexpectedly, Kai, who hadn't seen him for several years, suddenly became so strong. Kai didn't say anything nonsense. He picked up Asuma and Huangtu in one hand, then stepped on his feet and rushed towards the direction of the flare explosion in the distance like a cannonball. Leaving Kokushibo on the long street, stunned. Ho ho ho. Asuma and Huangtu were carried by Kai and flew in the air. In front of them were buildings that changed rapidly like a revolving lantern, and in their ears were the roar of the wind. Bang! After a while, Kai fell to the ground. Asuma and Huangtu felt dizzy after being put down, and they couldn't even stand steadily for a while. Holding on the ground, Huangtu looked at Kai with an incredible look on his face. You just... Asuma said, this is our Konoha's 8 gates of Dunjia. After opening the 5th gate Duman, you can step on the air. Huangtu suddenly realized. Just now it seemed that Kai was flying with them, but in fact, it was just a rapid speed. Kai stepped on the air to create an illusion of flying. Essentially, Kai was still running wildly. It was just that what he stepped on was no longer the hard ground, but the invisible air. As if he thought of something, Huangtu's expression became serious. I remember that you are the blue beast of Konoha, the son of the man who defeated the 7 ninja swordsmen of the hidden mist with his own strength. Kai didn't say anything, but smiled while removing the 8 gates. Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, Cho, Kakashi, Hong, Xi and others also arrived here, and then the 8-tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee also came. After everyone met up, they immediately exchanged information. The information that Kokushibo has an immortal body, can devour flesh and blood to plunder chakra, is fast, has superb swordsmanship, etc. was quickly shared. At the same time, everyone also began to crack the infinite city. Kakashi said, I have mapped the streets along the way. Although this city is extremely vast, it is not really endless. As a perception ninja, Xi also echoed, I also mapped part of the regional terrain and found a pattern. Whenever I approach this area, I will be forcibly moved to another place. Huangtu understood, so this area is the edge of this weird city. Xi said, I think so. Swish. At this time, the injured Zabuza also rushed over. After a brief exchange of words, he also provided an important piece of information, that Guy's eyes are different. I suspect he has some kind of eye technique bloodline limit that can see through my mist-hidden assassination technique. Obviously, Zabuza, who suffered a great loss at the hands of Kokushibo, judged that Kokushibo had some ability to see through the fog. It's just that he guessed that Kokushibo had some kind of eye technique blood limit. However, this is not the case. Kokushibo can see through the fog and accurately find him hiding in the fog, relying on an ability called Transparent World. This is not some kind of eye technique blood limit, but a realm of breathing. After practicing breathing to a very high level, the swordsman touched the Transparent World and gained all kinds of incredible abilities. The swordsman who opened the Transparent World will not only be greatly improved in speed, strength, etc., but also have the ability to predict the opponent's actions, and even see through the meridians and blood vessels hidden under the opponent's skin. To a certain extent, the Transparent World is a martial art that is more useful than the Byakugan. Zabuza said, the most urgent task is to find a way to leave here. Looking around, Cho said coldly, to launch such a large-scale space-time ninjutsu, the amount of chakra consumed must be not small. In fact, even if we can't find a way out, I doubt that the other party can't trap us for too long. Kakashi shook his head, no, the other party has been killing people. The longer it drags on, the greater our loss of strength. Don't forget, there are only 2 members of the Akatsuki organization who have appeared now. Asuma asked, what should we do? After pondering for a while, Kakashi said, maybe we can start with the Akatsuki member who controls this strange city. Kiribi said, I have a feeling that the Akatsuki member who controls this city must be hiding in this city. Huangtu asked, how to find such a big city? Kirabi looked at Kakashi and Xi, can you confirm that this city has boundaries and can be destroyed? Based on the information we have collected so far, the other party can only move in space within the city, and the destroyed area cannot be restored instantly. Boundaries must exist. Kakashi and Xi responded to Kirabi's question one by one. Then I will use my own method to break through here. Killer Bee snorted coldly, and then began to transform into a tailed beast. The thick tentacles of the eight-tailed beast immediately grew out of his body and quickly grew larger. In just a moment, Killer Bee completely released the eight-tailed beast. Looking at the behemoth in front of them, the ninjas had different thoughts. Zabuza was terrified and said to himself, this guy's chakra is even stronger than the fourth generation. Kumagakure is really not simple. Huang Tu frowned and thought to himself, is this the perfect Jinchuriki? As one of the 5 major ninja villages, Iwagakure village naturally has no shortage of tailed beasts. The 5-tailed and 6-tailed are both in Iwagakure village. It's just that Iwagakure village has never been able to master the method of taming tailed beasts, so the 5-tailed Jinchuriki and 6-tailed Jinchuriki of Iwagakure are ordinary Jinchuriki, who can only barely borrow the power of the tailed beasts in their bodies. It's something that you dare not even think about to completely release the tailed beasts like Killer Bee. Chioko of Sand Village was thinking the same thing as Huang Tu, she was both afraid and envious. At this time, Killer Bee, who had completely transformed into a tailed beast, began to condense chakra. A huge amount of chakra gathered at the mouth of the 8 tails at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then gradually compressed and condensed, forming a tailed beast jade that made people feel palpitations just by looking at it from a distance. Swish! With a piercing scream, the tailed beast jade shot out at a height close to the ground. In an instant, the tailed beast jade plowed a deep gully on the ground, and the streets, houses, etc. along the way were all flattened by the tailed beast jade. Outside world. Through the vision of the woodman, Shinji knew what happened to the joint forces. It turned out to be a combination of Kokushibo and Naruto. He was somewhat fortunate. Fortunately, the strongest and largest joint forces were led to this anchor point, otherwise, if the other routes were allowed to solve this anchor point, the consequences would be disastrous. As for the safety of the joint forces, he was not too worried. Kokushibo is very strong, and Naruto's infinite castle is also very troublesome, but the joint forces have strong men like the 4th Raikage, Killer Bee and Jiraiya, as well as a large number of experienced ninjas to assist. As long as they get through the initial panic, the joint forces will definitely be able to solve the problem. At this time, he looked back. Found that in the distance behind him, a group of figures were chasing him rapidly. Is it so fast that they caught up? After secretly saying it, he temporarily cut off the connection with Yukato, and disappeared from the spot with the unconscious Naruto in a flash. 2-in-1 chapter. Please recommend and vote for the monthly ticket. Thank you all. Take a day off. Take a day off. I have a stomachache, I feel very uncomfortable, take a day off, sorry. End of this chapter. Chapter 185. Time is everything. Shinji ran with the unconscious Naruto while carefully calculating the distance. With his current pupil power, the coverage range of Naruto is only 100 kilometers. It would be enough for normal times. But now, the 5 anchor points are distributed all over the ninja world. Some of the anchor points are even separated by several countries, and the straight line distance can reach tens of thousands of kilometers. Faced with such a distance span, this hibi that can only cover 100 kilometers is a bit stretched. Once it exceeds 100 kilometers, Shinji will not be able to remotely control Yukato, who is controlled by his illusion through hibi. At the critical moment when the ninja world is about to be destroyed, Yukato, the 2-tailed Jinchuriki, is no longer important. Shinji doesn't care whether he is taken away by the Akatsuki organization or rescued by Kumagakure. But before that, he must ensure that the anchor point in the primeval forest of the Land of Fire must be destroyed. Now that the joint forces are held back by Kokushibo and Naruto, Yukato is the only one who can destroy the anchor point. So he must control Yukato to complete the destruction of that anchor point before exceeding the coverage of hibi. If we get close to that cave, I wonder if we will fall into the infinite castle of Naruto. Because he didn't know much about the infinite castle, and Yukato was his last resort at that anchor point, after weighing the pros and cons, he decided to take the risk of Yukato's transformation into a tailed beast. Then he used the tailed beast ball to directly eliminate that anchor point from a long distance. After making up his mind, he immediately activated Niobe and issued the order to transform into a tailed beast. In the primeval forest, Yokito, squatting on the branch of a big tree, had tears in his eyes. The pattern of the three Magatama Sharingan suddenly spun rapidly, and then quickly merged together, transforming into the pattern of Shinji's eternal Mangeki Sharingan. No doubt. In order to make the completely tailed beast Yokito release the strongest attack, Shinji used Niobe to strengthen the control of Yokito's pupil power. After a while, Yokito began to unconsciously adjust her squatting posture, and jumped to the ground as gently as a cat, and then the tailed beast chakra of the two tails dissipated from her body, wrapping her up. Then, her body began to swell, and the chakra overflowing from her body became more and more concentrated. Her skin could not bear it, and under the highly corrosive tailed beast chakra, a large area of it began to fester. Roar! With a low roar, she completely lost her human outline and transformed into the form of a tailed beast. But unlike the completely tailed beast Killer Bee, her tailed beast transformation is obviously more violent. Shinji sighed. He suddenly covered his eyes while running, and his face sank. There is no doubt that even though they are both perfect Jinchuriki, there is still a gap between Yokito and Killer Bee. In a sober state, it is a big challenge for Yokito to completely transform into a tailed beast, not to mention that now her and the two tailed beasts' subconsciousness are trapped in Shinji's illusion, so her entire process of transforming into a tailed beast has been on the verge of going berserk. Shinji knew that there could be no hesitation at this time, so he continued to transmit pupil power through Niobe to strengthen the control over Yokito, while giving Yokito an order to attack the cave with all his strength. Now time is everything. Because once Yokito goes berserk, she will fall into unconscious frenzy, and at that time, even Shinji will not be able to control her remotely. After all, it is the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, even through the remote control of Niobe, it still has a strong suppressive force on the tailed beast, so when Shinji further strengthened the transmission of pupil power, Yokito, who was on the verge of going berserk, followed his instructions and began to condense the tailed beast jade with all his strength. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Yokito, who had completely transformed into a tailed beast, let out a low roar from her mouth, and at her mouth, visible chakra was gathering rapidly, and then compressed little by little, condensing into a spherical chakra ball. The size and even the strength of the tailed beast jade can be adjusted by the tailed beast itself, but if you want to condense the ultimate tailed beast jade, then the preparation time is indispensable. Therefore, although the tailed beast jade has been formed, it is still condensing under Shinji's remote control. As the condensed tailed beast jade becomes larger and larger, the chakra on Yokito's body becomes more and more violent. If you are in front of it, you can find that the chakra on Yokito's body is restless at this time, as if it is about to leave her body. If it was before, Yokito's behavior at this moment would have caused the obstruction of Kokushibo and Naruto, who were guarding the anchor point here. But now Kokushibo and Naruto have been entangled by the joint forces deliberately led by Shinji, and they can't get away at all. So even if they noticed something strange, it would be difficult for them to rush out of the Infinite City to stop it. However, because Tsunade and others behind him were chasing too fast, the distance between Shinji and Yokito was close to the limit of direct proximity, and Yokito seemed to be going berserk in the next second, so Shinji didn't dare to wait any longer and gave Yokito the order to attack. Swish! Accompanied by a sharp and piercing scream, the tailed beast ball that had been condensed for a long time flew out in a very bright flash. Boom boom boom! In an instant, everything that blocked the flight path of this tailed beast ball was ruthlessly crushed by the tailed beast ball. In the deafening roar, the forest was overturned in pieces, and the smoke and dust raised by the air wave was like a sandstorm. A deep pit of more than 10 meters appeared on the ground. After a while, the smoke and dust began to dissipate. Shinji seized the last bit of time and controlled the wooden man to rush to the cave. Because in the center of the track of the tailed beast ball, the cave where Kokushibo had completely disappeared at this moment, like a pencil drawing erased by an eraser, without even a trace left. One anchor point has been successfully cut off. Warning, the countdown for plane destruction begins to be re-evaluated. Countdown, 5. Just then, a prompt sounded in Shinji's ears. Success. Shinji was overjoyed, and his tense nerves relaxed a little. The successful cutting of this anchor point means that his strategy and his idea of cutting off the anchor point are correct. As long as the area where the anchor point is physically destroyed, the anchor point can be successfully cut off. And from the prompt sound, every time an anchor point is cut off, the time of the destruction of the ninja world can be effectively delayed. The countdown showed 4 days before, and after solving this anchor point, the countdown became 5 days. Shinji, who got this information, was greatly encouraged. Because this means that as long as he can ensure that every anchor point can be successfully cut off, he can buy himself more time. And now, time is everything. The first update is here. Please recommend and vote for me. Chapter 186 Put down Naruto. Shinji looked back and found that the silhouettes of Tsunade's team behind him were already visible to the naked eye. So fast. He chuckled and retracted his gaze. Because his original intention of kidnapping Naruto was to lead the strong men of Konoha to chase him, so he did not destroy his own traces along the way. But Tsunade's pursuit was so fast that it still disrupted his plan. However, it can be seen from this that the village attaches great importance to Naruto and has sent a sufficiently elite team, so Shinji is happy to see this. At this time, he suddenly felt something in his heart, and a look of regret appeared on his face. Just now, the distance between him and Yukito exceeded the limit of the coverage of Shibi, so he could only give Yukito, who was on the verge of going berserk, an order to go to another anchor point at the last moment. And according to Yukito's state at the time, Shinji could not judge whether Yukito would execute his order. After all, the two sides were separated by a distance of 100 kilometers, and the opponent was a completely tailed beast Jinchuriki with a huge chakra volume. Even if Shinji had a pair of eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, he would not be able to completely control the opponent. However, he could successfully cut off an anchor point, and Shinji had to accept this loss. And the pair guarding this anchor point was Kokushibo and Naruto. At least in the original version of the 12 Demon Moons, this is the top combat force besides the Demon King. If the joint forces were not used, even if Shinji went out personally, he might not be able to solve it. The guarding force of the other 4 anchor points should not be so strong. Shinji analyzed secretly. In theory, the strongest person in the Demon Slayer world should be the lantern bearer of that world, followed by the Demon King Muzan Kibutsu. But Shinji had met Muzan Kibutsu before, and Muzan had lost his status as a Demon King at that time and became the lower string of the 12 Demon Moons. So it is reasonable to speculate that the power of the Demon King of Muzan Kibutsu was probably taken away by the lantern bearer of the Demon Slayer world. In other words, the lantern bearer of the Demon Slayer world and the new Demon King are most likely the same person. According to the words upper string in the eye sockets of Kokushibo, which was just peeked at by the wooden man from afar, Kokushibo's strength ranks 3rd in the Demon Slayer world. Above him, there should only be the upper string 1 and the Demon King. This is secondary, because the strength of the Demon Slayer world is ultimately the breathing method of the swordsman and the blood demon technique of the demon. Whether it is the breathing method or the blood demon technique, there is an upper limit. If the demon does not absorb the chakra of the ninja world, then even the Demon King can only be a slightly stronger cage-level strength. So demons like Naruto who have special blood demon techniques are the ones that really give Shinji a headache. Now that the upper string 1 Kokushibo and Naruto who controls the Infinite Castle are consumed at the anchor point of the Fire Country, the guarding forces distributed in the 4 anchor points of the Water Country, the Earth Country, the Wind Country and the Lightning Country are very limited. At most, the anchor point guarded by the Lantern Bearer of the Demon Slayer world will be more troublesome. Others, even the upper rank 1 demons, may not be stronger than the combination of Kokushibo and Naruto. After all, there are many upper rank demons, but there are not many demons like Naruto who happen to awaken the space blood demon art. Which of the remaining 4 anchor points will that bastard lantern bearer guard? Shinji narrowed his eyes and pondered this question. The level of his lantern bearer is too low, and the time is too short. He has no experience and no accumulation, so it is difficult to judge what level a normal lantern bearer can reach. After all, lantern bearers can travel to other worlds through some space cracks to trade or plunder. And the lantern bearers of the Demon Slayer world can capture the ninja world, and without his knowledge, set up anchor points and drag the ninja world to perish together. This shows that the other party is definitely a senior lantern bearer, at least a lantern bearer who can skillfully control the lantern. In this case, the other party's strength is likely to exceed the strength limit of the Demon Slayer world and have power above the Demon King. According to the standards of the ninja world, it is a strong cage level, or even the peak of cage level like the first generation in Madara during the Battle of the Valley of the End. If this is the case, then Shinji should try to avoid encountering the opponent too early. It is best to leave the opponent to the end, and then he will gather all the available forces at hand to completely destroy it. Swish! Just when Shinji was thinking deeply, a sound of breaking wind sounded in his ears. He was startled and turned back quickly. But before he could completely turn his head, he saw Tsunade behind him swinging her fist at him at a rapid speed. This He didn't expect that he was distracted for a moment, and Tsunade caught the opportunity and suddenly accelerated to pounce on him. Bang! Instantly, with a muffled sound, Shinji was knocked out. Boom boom! Shinji, who flew out, knocked down several large trees in a row before he could barely stabilize his body. Soon, he heard another crack sound in his ears. He glanced and found that the Susanoo protecting him had a long crack. Yes. Just a moment ago, Shinji did not even have time to turn his head, and he launched the Susanoo without hesitation. Fortunately, he was cautious enough, otherwise, even if he did not die, he would have been seriously injured and fell to the ground. Swish, swish, swish. Then, the members of Tsunade's team also rushed over with the sound of breaking wind, and landed around Shinji, surrounding him. Surrounded vaguely. Suzuki couldn't wait to shout, "Put down Naruto!" Shinji, who was covered by the Susanoo, ignored Suzuki and looked at Tsunade. It turned out to be Tsunade, one of the 3 ninjas of Konoha. Tsunade said coldly, "Hand over Naruto, we can let you go." The moment she saw Shinji's Susanoo, she had a lot of bad associations in her mind, so if it was not necessary, she really didn't want to fight a Mangeki Uchiha to the death. "Let me go." "Ha, wait until you really trap me." Shinji smiled, and then urged the Susanoo to swing his arms violently. In an instant, the ground shook, and the surrounding trees, rocks, and everything else were all overturned by the arms of the Susanoo. Even Tsunade was unwilling to fight Susanoo head-on, let alone others, so in the face of this situation, everyone temporarily chose to avoid it. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Shinji released the Susanoo and used the breathing method with all his strength. Under the cover of smoke and dust, he ran wildly again with Naruto in his arms. His goal was another anchor point in the desert of the Wind Country. The second update is here. Please vote for recommendation and monthly ticket. Please everyone. Chapter 187 Flame Pillar. Because they were afraid of Shinji's Mangeki Sharingan, Tsunade and others did not dare to chase too fast, so with the blessing of the breathing method, Shinji quickly got rid of the pursuers behind him. Speeding all the way, Shinji finally arrived at the border of the Fire Country. At this time, the sky was already bright, the sun rose into the sky, and the bright sunshine filled the earth. Naruto, who was carried by Shinji all the way, also woke up at this time. He rubbed his eyes in a daze at first, and then reacted for a long time, shouting, "You bastard, put me down quickly." Shinji's eyes shifted, and he just glanced at Naruto, quack. In just a moment, Naruto seemed to be electrocuted and was stunned. Now he is not a perfect Jinchuriki, and Kurama is still sealed in his spiritual world, so Shinji can temporarily control Naruto with a simple illusion. At this time, the pursuers behind Shinji approached again. Suzuki shouted from a distance, "You coward, how long are you going to run away?" Shinji looked back at Suzuki, "I know, but don't worry." "You?" Suzuki was speechless for a moment, his face flushed. Shikaku, who was in the team, came to Tsunade and whispered, "Tsunade-sama, he seems to want to lead us somewhere." Shizune on the side said hurriedly, "We will be out of the country if we go any further." "Where on earth does he want to escape to?" "This is the direction to the Kingdom of Wind." After a pause, Tsunade was also a little confused. If the opponent's target is the 9 tails in Naruto's body, then his best choice is to get rid of our pursuit immediately, rather than leading us all the way to his hiding place. Shizune became nervous. "Is it a trap?" Shikaku shook his head. "There are many places along the way where traps can be set up. There is no need to delay for so long. You must know that the group led by Tsunade is just the vanguard to bite the members of the Akatsuki organization." When they set out, the third Hokage was already organizing the follow-up reinforcements, so behind them was a steady stream of Konoha reinforcements. As long as they don't lose track, the longer they delay, the more beneficial it will be for Konoha. Shinji in the front naturally knew this well. With the nearest anchor point in the Fire Country cut off, the remaining 4 anchor points were all over the world, far away from each other. Once the operation failed, it would be hard to say whether there was time to send out the second wave of teams. So Shinji wanted to quickly solve the anchor points in the Wind Country with his own strength, and then free up his hands to use his mobility advantage of flying to check for deficiencies and make up for them, and coordinate the overall situation. In the pursuit and escape, the two sides quickly left the Fire Country and entered the small country of the River Country located between the Fire Country and the Wind Country. The existence of the River Country, like the Rain Country, the Grass Country, the soup country and other small countries, is a buffer zone between big countries, so these small countries have a common feature, that is, the land area is small and long. Therefore, it didn't take much time to cross the river country. Seeing Shinji in front of him plunge into the desert of the wind country as expected, Tsunade, who was chasing closely behind, urged the team to speed up and told Shikaku, make marks along the way so that the reinforcements can catch up quickly. Shikaku said, understood. After a slight hesitation, Tsunade said, also, find a way to notify Sand Village and ask them to send people to assist us in the action. Yes. Shikaku nodded again. Shinji in front ignored Tsunade and others who followed behind. He checked the direction according to the prompts of the light and tried to contact others with direct access. However, since he had entered the remote territory of the wind country, he could not contact Karin, Haku, Niji, or Yukito. As for Deidara, he was out of contact from beginning to end, just like before. After another day of galloping, Shinji finally arrived near the anchor point in the desert of the wind country. Looking at the endless yellow sand in front of him, Shinji gasped heavily. Even he felt a little exhausted after running for almost a day and a night, so he did not rush to. Instead of approaching the anchor point, he stopped about 2 kilometers away from the anchor point. He was eating dry food while concentrating on thinking. An hour ago, he suddenly turned around and attacked Tsunade's team behind him. It was because of that attack that he temporarily got rid of Tsunade's team's pursuit. However, he knew that Tsunade's team not only had members of the Hyuga clan, but also strong men from the Aberme clan, and they would be able to catch up in a quarter of an hour at most. The best way is to bypass the anchor point area in front and let Tsunade and the others help me explore the situation. Shinji was still somewhat confident in himself. After all, what he had in his eye sockets was the only pair of eternal Mangeki Sharingan in the ninja world. But he was too timid. Once he turned over, the ninja world might be finished, so he didn't want to go to the bushes by himself. Fortunately, he basically walked in a straight line all the way here, so as long as he went around the anchor point area, Tsunade and the others would definitely not notice it, and then Tsunade's team might rush into the anchor point area. At that time, Shinji knew exactly how strong the enemy guarding this anchor point was. As for the safety of Tsunade and others, Shinji was not too worried. Tsunade herself was a super nanny, and the team had top-level reconnaissance methods such as Byakugan and Parasite, plus the older generation's pig, deer, and butterfly combination. Such a combination should be enough to solve an anchor point. After making up his mind, Shinji immediately took action. He first bypassed the anchor point area in front of him, and then woke up Naruto from a distance. Naruto, who regained consciousness, punched Shinji directly. Shinji was a little surprised. He didn't expect Naruto's reaction to be so sharp, so he was caught off guard and almost let Naruto break the mask on his face with a punch. Grabbing Naruto's fist, Shinji said, "You are worthy of being the most unexpected ninja. Look behind you." Naruto suddenly shouted, and then hit Shinji with a headbutt. Facing Naruto's quick wit, Shinji smiled, then dodged Naruto's headbutt, then turned around and kicked Naruto away. Then, he walked towards Naruto step by step. The guy named Uchiha Sasuke just now also likes to yell like you. Naruto climbed up from the ground with difficulty. What did you do to Sasuke? Shinji said lightly, of course I killed him. What? Naruto was stunned at first, and then his eyes turned red. What did you say? I will kill you. In an instant, a very strong orange-red chakra burst out from Naruto's body. Not far away. It's this ominous chakra again. Tsunade, who sensed the Nine-Tails chakra, felt a sinking feeling in her heart, and immediately sped up, leading the team to crash into the anchor area. Swish, swish, swish. When Tsunade's team invaded about 100 meters near the anchor point, with the sound of breaking wind, countless black shadows rushed out of the desert and rushed towards them. At the same time, a strange hurricane blew around, raising a dust that covered the sky. In just a blink of an eye, under the cover of the dust, the sky darkened, as if the day turned into night in an instant. It's a trap, everyone be careful. Tsunade, who was trapped in the dust, hurriedly shouted a warning. However, because the wind and sand around were too fierce, her shouts soon disappeared in the howling hurricane. Fortunately, the people who were traveling with them were all elites, and they didn't need Tsunade's warning. Everyone was also ready for battle, so when the black shadow pounced on them with the dust, they didn't panic, but immediately launched a counterattack. In the distance, Looking at the sudden sandstorm, Shinji frowned slightly and murmured, "So that's how it is." He deliberately arrived at the anchor point during the day, hoping to weaken the power of the guards in the anchor point area by taking advantage of the sun's natural restraint on ghosts. Unexpectedly, the other party actually came up with this method to deal with the sun. There is no doubt that the sandstorm in front of him must be man-made. Shinji speculated that it should be some kind of blood demon technique that can control the wind. It just took advantage of the desert terrain of the wind country, using the wind to blow away the yellow sand in the desert, forming a sunshade to block the sun in the anchor point area. Swish! The 9 tails chakra overflowed, and Naruto, who had already leaked one tail, jumped at this time and pounced fiercely at Shinji. Shinji calmly retracted his gaze and glanced at Naruto. Plop! Naruto, who was still furious a second ago, fell to the ground with a dazed look in the next second, as if he was trapped in some kind of dream. At this time, Shinji walked slowly forward, past Naruto who fainted on the ground, and walked towards the anchor point area. When Tsunade's team invaded the anchor point area just now, Shinji's eternal Mangeki Sharingan saw clearly the dozens of black shadows that sprang out from under the yellow sand. Without exception, they were all bloody evil spirits. So in his opinion, Tsunade's team had helped him draw out the guards of this anchor point. Now he could take advantage of the opportunity when those ghosts were entangled by Tsunade's team to quickly eliminate this anchor point buried in the desert. Soon, he also stepped into the sandstorm. According to the prompt of the light, he raised his arms to protect in front of him to block the wind and sand, and quickly rushed towards the anchor point. Go. Although the sandstorm was filled with flying sand and rocks and was dark, he was not completely unable to see clearly as he possessed the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. In fact, such an environment was more favorable for a bloodline ninja like him who practiced the eye technique. The anchor point should be just ahead. Shinji, who was approaching the anchor point step by step, could already hear the sounds of fighting coming from all directions through the sound of the storm. Just then, a figure suddenly rushed in front of him. He looked intently and found that the reckless figure was not someone else, but Uchiha Sasuke from Tsunade's team. At this time, Sasuke had several scars on his body and his eyes were full of fear. Behind him, a burned ghost was opening its bloody mouth and rushing towards him. Obviously, it was his first time fighting a ghost, and he was not able to adapt to fighting with a ghost, so he was soon forced into a desperate situation by the ghost. Shua! Just as Sasuke closed his eyes and waited for death, Shinji used a flash body technique to feel in front of Sasuke, and then kicked away the ghost that pounced on Sasuke. Seeing the ghost being knocked away, Sasuke was relieved at first, but when he saw through the wind and sand that it was Shinji in a red cloud suit who saved him, he was immediately shocked. Ah! Shinji sighed, and said in his heart, the village is really something, why did they bring Sasuke out? This is just nonsense. After complaining, Shinji glanced at Sasuke, if you don't want to die, follow me closely. Sasuke was stunned. Shinji no longer cared about Sasuke, and followed the prompt of the light again, rushing towards the anchor point. According to the prompt sound of the light, the anchor point was only a dozen meters away from him at this moment. Watching Shinji's figure gradually disappear in the sand and dust, Sasuke hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth and chased after him. Listening to the almost inaudible footsteps behind him, Shinji withdrew his last bit of attention and concentrated on searching for the anchor point. It should be nearby. He pondered. Because the anchor point was destroyed remotely by the wooden man's tailed beast ball, he didn't know what the anchor point was. At this moment, all he could see was yellow sand. If the anchor point was an object, it was probably buried in the sand, so he considered whether to activate Susanoo and dig 3 feet into the ground. Boom! Suddenly, a roar broke out in the sand and dust in front. This roar came so suddenly that it even overshadowed the sound of the storm around. Shinji didn't even have time to react, and a flash of fire rushed in front of him. Boom boom boom! Another series of roars, Shinji was knocked out by the sudden fire, and Sasuke behind him was instantly knocked out of the sandstorm by the fire. This collision was like being hit by a train. In the blink of an eye, he was knocked back several hundred meters and retreated from the sandstorm. This shocked Shinji. He barely activated the Susanoo to protect himself. He looked carefully at the fire in front of him and found that this ball of fire was not a ninjutsu or blood demon technique, but a person. To be more precise, it was a swordsman in a cloak. Shinji's eyes narrowed, Rengoku Kyojuro. He never expected that the guard of this anchor point was actually a swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps, and Rengoku Kyojuro, the flame pillar known for his integrity and kindness. Suzuki, who was also knocked back several hundred meters, was shocked and angry at this time. Although he was much less impacted because Shinji was blocking him, such a collision still made him dizzy. What made him even more uncomfortable was that he didn't notice the other party's existence at all. He didn't react until he was knocked away by the opponent. It was only at this moment that he barely noticed the opponent's figure. Damn it, why is this happening? He covered his eyes with a distorted expression. He thought that although his 3 Magatama Sharingan was not as good as the Manjiki Sharingan, as a rare I-technique blood limit in the ninja world, it was enough to look down on other ninjas, but he didn't expect to be slapped in the face again and again. 2 in 1 chapter. I wish you all a happy Lantern Festival. Chapter 188 Not Afraid of the Sun. Shinji, who has the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, saw the deep unwillingness in Sasuke's eyes, but at this moment he didn't have much time to pay attention to Suzuki. Rengoku Kyojuro. Shinji frowned slightly and thought to himself, how could it be him? In his estimation, since the Lantern Bearer in the Demon Slayer world has seized the power of the Demon King, the Demon Slayer core in the Demon Slayer world has probably been destroyed. After all, even in the original time and space of the Demon Slayer world, the overall strength of the 12 Demon Moons is above that of the Demon Slayer core. If the Lantern Bearer who has seized the power of the Demon King is added, the Demon Slayer core will have even less power to fight against the demons. So when he saw Rengoku Kyojuro holding a knife and looking solemn, he could not hide his surprise. No. Suddenly, Shinji's expression became solemn. Before, because Rengoku Kyojuro did not have any blood on his body, and he knew Rengoku Kyojuro's character, he subconsciously regarded him as a swordsman. But as he saw through the details of Rengoku Kyojuro, he found that he had already become a demon. Immediately, he suddenly looked up at the sky with an incredible look on his face. The other party, who was a demon, actually stood in the sun like this. Rengoku Kyojuro on the opposite side held the long sword in his hand horizontally at this time, and sighed, I'm sorry, I have to stop you. Suzuki shouted, who are you, why did you attack us? Rengoku Kyojuro looked at Suzuki, I'm sorry. You. Suzuki was stunned. In fact, Sasuke's sensitivity is far beyond that of ordinary ninjas. This may be due to his bloodline of the I-technique bloodline ninja, or perhaps due to his identity as the reincarnation of Indra Otsutsuki. In short, as long as he is not disturbed by emotions, he can keenly perceive kindness and malice. This is also the reason why he decided to follow Shinji after a little hesitation when he was trapped in the sandstorm just now, because he could feel that Shinji did not have much malice towards him. It is the same now. He can clearly feel that the orange-haired swordsman with a sword across from him is apologizing to him from the bottom of his heart. Shinji said coldly, is apology useful? Rengoku Kyojuro opened his mouth, but finally chose to remain silent. Seeing this, Shinji understood. There is no doubt that the Lantern Bearer of the Demon Slayer world not only integrated the power of demons, but also integrated the power of the Demon Slayer core. The Demon Slayer core knew about the invasion of the Demon Slayer world into the ninja world, at least the flame pillar Rengoku Kyojuro in front of him knew about it, so he apologized and felt guilty. Get away, this is not a Mei Dai value now Chiao punishment. After instructing Suzuki, Shinji locked his eyes on Rengoku Kyojuro. This battle is not a fight of bravery or a competition of martial arts. The other party can degenerate into a demon in order to save the Demon Slayer world, which shows that he has made up his mind. And Shinji can only fight to the death to save the ninja world. The positions of both sides are already opposite. No matter how much you say, it's all nonsense and meaningless. After listening to Shinji's instructions, Suzuki was annoyed at first, but soon he calmed down, knowing that Shinji was telling the truth, so he hesitated for a moment and then reluctantly retreated. Rengoku Kyojuro did not stop Suzuki from leaving. After Suzuki retreated, he raised the sun blade in his hand, be careful. Shinji snorted coldly. 5-type, Flame Tiger. With Rengoku Kyojuro's light shout, a surging flame suddenly rose from his body. Then, the flame merged with him, turning into a huge flaming tiger, and then with a swish, it pounced on Shinji. Shinji's eyes were stern, and he urged the Susanoo with all his strength to meet it. Boom! In an instant, the two behemoths collided with each other, and a deafening roar broke out. The airwave formed by the huge shock wave quickly spread to the surroundings, blowing away the surrounding yellow sand in pieces, forming a new sandstorm. Suzuki, who thought he had retreated far enough, was swept to the ground by the sandstorm. Pa! He spit out the yellow sand that was blown into his mouth, and then looked at the field with a shocked face. In his eyes, the Akatsuki member codenamed A who possessed a pair of Mangeki Sharingan should be the top existence in the ninja world. One-on-one, no one should be his opponent. But he didn't expect that this stranger who suddenly jumped out of the yellow sand, holding a long sword and dressed in a samurai costume, could actually fight against A. And, he didn't seem to be at a disadvantage. What is this? Taijutsu? Ninjutsu? But he didn't make any hand seals. For a moment, many questions surged into Sasuke's mind. He stared at the field in doubt, and the three Magatama Sharingan in his eye sockets kept spinning, as if he wanted to see through everything in the field. On the battlefield, the huge impact force also pushed Shinji back more than 10 meters. His expression remained unchanged, and he began to analyze in his heart, what happened just now was definitely not just a simple breathing method. He was using blood demon art, and he used chakra to enhance the blood demon art. Although the breathing method can simulate different states such as water, fire, thunder, and even moonlight, sunlight, etc. But under normal circumstances, the breathing method cannot really release this elemental effect. Only when the breathing method is used to the extreme can it barely attach an elemental attack. But Rengoku Kyojuro's 5 types, Flame Tiger just now was not a sword technique, but a real condensation of a tiger transformed from flames. If it weren't for Susanoo, Shinji couldn't easily block it. Rengoku Kyojuro, who was also shocked back, had no surprise in his eyes. Or rather, he was shocked by the power of Shinji's Susanoo, but he was very calm about the outcome of this battle, so there was not much emotion on his face. Hey! After exhaling a breath of mist, Rengoku Kyojuro turned into a beam of fire with a swoosh and disappeared from the spot. Shinji's face suddenly darkened. He had long noticed the markings on Rengoku Kyojuro's face, so he knew that before being transformed into a demon, this flame pillar, who had not grown to the peak in the original time and space, had successfully opened the markings in this demon slayer time and space, and cultivated his own flame breathing to the extreme. But even with this psychological expectation, he still didn't expect the opponent's speed to be so fast. If he didn't have a pair of eternal Mangeki Sharingan, he wouldn't be able to catch Rengoku Kyojuro's figure at all. Even if he caught Rengoku Kyojuro's movements with the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, he was not going to fight fast, because he was very confident in his physical skills, and he knew that he was very good at physical skills. One's eyes can catch the opponent's movements, but the body can't follow. So instead of moving and having many flaws, it is better to rely on Susanoo to control the movement. In the distance, after discovering that his Sharingan could not catch Rengoku Kyojuro's movements at all, Sasuke opened his mouth wide. How is this possible? 1 form, Shiranui. At form, Rising Flame Heaven. 3 form, Air Flame 10,000 Things. In the yellow sand, a series of flames fiercely hit the towering golden Susanoo. From a distance, it seemed like gorgeous fireworks were blooming continuously. However, only Sasuke, who was closest, knew that these seemingly dazzling fireworks were actually fierce attacks that would take lives. Such speed! Such force! Fortunately, it was A who possessed Susanoo. If it was anyone else, he would have been swallowed up by the brilliant flames without knowing why. Who is that guy with the knife? Besides being shocked, Sasuke developed a strong interest in his heart. He was amazed at the unparalleled defense of Susanoo, at the fact that A could calmly deal with such a fierce attack, and at the speed and swordsmanship of the yellow-haired swordsman. These two are the powers he has been dreaming of day and night. And the two people fighting fiercely on the battlefield also have their own thoughts at this moment. Shinji can now be sure that the genius Rengoku Kyojuro should have touched the extreme of the breathing method and opened up the stripes and transparent world. Otherwise, there is no way to explain the other party's exaggerated speed. After transforming into a ghost, Rengoku Kyojuro got rid of the shackles of the fragile human body and perfectly displayed his talent in swordsmanship. There is only one thing that Shinji cannot understand. That is why Rengoku Kyojuro, who has become a demon, is not afraid of the sun. From the fact that other demons only move at night, and the demons that just attacked Tsunade's team raised sand and dust to block the sun, demons should still be afraid of the sun. Is Rengoku Kyojuro afraid of the sun like Nezuko? Is it because of the breathing method, or because he keeps his human form and does not devour humans? In the original time and space of the Demon Slayer world, there is only one demon who is not afraid of the sun, and that is Nezuko, the younger sister of the protagonist Tanjiro. And this is due to Nezuko's special physique. Because her family has inherited the sun breathing from generation to generation, and the sun breathing represents the power of the sun, so her blood contains the power of the sun. The breathing of flame practiced by the flame pillar Rengoku Kyojuro evolved from the breathing of sun and is a low-profile version of the breathing of sun. Therefore, it is not impossible that Rengoku Kyojuro, who has practiced the breathing of flame to the extreme, can be immune to the damage of sunlight. In addition, Shinji did not smell any blood on Rengoku Kyojuro, which means that at least recently, this swordsman who has fallen into the form of a demon has not devoured humans. Before such a big battle, the opponent did not devour humans to replenish his strength, which undoubtedly means that the opponent has never devoured humans at all. As for the huge amount of chakra that was scattered from the opponent, Shinji suspected that it was the lantern bearer in the Demon Slayer world who instilled it into Rengoku Kyojuro in other ways. After analyzing these, Shinji frowned slightly. You must know that the swordsmen in the Demon Slayer world who can become pillars are all geniuses among geniuses without exception, and Rengoku Kyojuro is one of the representatives among them. If Rengoku Kyojuro was still a human, then Shinji would not be afraid at all. Because no matter how amazing Rengoku Kyojuro's talent is, no matter how much he has explored the breathing method to the extreme, his human body is destined to make him unable to support a long battle. Fatigue, pain, poisoning, etc. can make his condition decline rapidly. But after being transformed into a ghost, none of his weaknesses as a human are gone, and this talented swordsman suddenly has an immortal body. And what's more terrifying is that now he has no weaknesses as a ghost. He is not afraid of sunlight. In this way, it will be much more difficult for Shinji to defeat Rengoku Kyojuro. Swish! Another ray of fire came, and Shinji and the Susanoo were pushed back 1 or 2 steps. Shinji immediately urged the Susanoo to counterattack, but the speed of the Susanoo could hardly keep up with Rengoku Kyojuro. Every attack of the Susanoo looks earth-shattering, but often there is no actual gain. Swish! The fire came again. Boom! Amid the loud noise, Shinji was knocked back a few steps again, and before he could stand firm, he heard a crack sound in his ears. He looked up and saw that a long crack had appeared on the side of his Susanoo at some point. In the distance, Susanoo was broken. Sasuke had an exaggerated expression on his face as if he had seen a ghost. In his cognition, the pupil technique Susanoo unique to the Manjiki Sharingan was invincible and could never be broken. But the scene in front of him forced him to admit that the yellow-haired swordsman had left a crack on the Susanoo with only the long sword in his hand. And the crack meant that the defense of Susanoo was no longer absolute. As if to verify Sasuke's guess, several cracking sounds were heard in succession in the field. Obviously, Rengoku Kyojuro discovered that if he could not break through Susanoo, and couldn't hurt Shinji at all, so he chose a concealed continuous attack, hiding his true intention through dazzling offensives, and finally successfully broke through Shinji's Susanoo through continuous attacks without leaving any traces. With the last cracking sound, the cracks on the side of Shinji's golden Susanoo intertwined, and finally couldn't hold on, and a large piece broke, revealing a gap. Shinji looked at the gap, his expression and behavior showed panic. Swish! At this moment, Rengoku Kyojuro turned into a dazzling flame, directly passed through the gap, and broke into the interior of Shinji's Susanoo. At this time, Rengoku Kyojuro swung his sword directly at Shinji, with no joy or sadness on his face. In the distance. Oh no! Sasuke wanted to shout, but found that he couldn't make any sound. He never thought that who possessed the Manjiki Sharingan, would be defeated by such an ordinary-looking swordsman, and he never thought that the Susanoo would be pierced by a sword. This completely overturned his cognition and his pride as a member of the Uchiha clan. At this moment, Shinji under the Susanoo smiled slightly and said to Rengoku Kyojuro who was swinging his sword, "You can't kill me with a sword like this." 2 chapters in 1. Please recommend and vote for me. Thank you all. Chapter 189 I still like your unruly look. You can't kill me with a sword like this. The fire came and the heat hit his face, but Shinji didn't dodge or evade, and even the panic before stopped at this moment. Rengoku Kyojuro's expression remained the same. Without any hesitation because of Shinji's words, the blade decisively and resolutely slashed at Shinji. In the distance. No. Sasuke closed his eyes subconsciously, as if he couldn't bear to see his fellow tribesman with the Manjiki Sharingan being cut into 2 pieces by the orange-haired samurai. Swish! In just a moment, the blade wielded by Rengoku Kyojuro passed through Shinji's body, cutting into Shinji's left shoulder and out of his right waist, cutting Shinji into 2 pieces. Bang! However, at this moment, Shinji's body that was cut into 2 pieces turned into a puff of white smoke and disappeared without a trace. Obviously, this Shinji who was cut into 2 pieces by Rengoku Kyojuro under the Susanoo was just a shadow clone. Rengoku Kyojuro was just slightly stunned, then he raised his sword and looked around vigilantly. Then, he suddenly found that the damage on the Susanoo that he had broken before was instantly restored. Not only that, the arms of Susanoo suddenly inserted into the yellow sand below, blocking the gap below. In this way, the Susanoo, which was originally used to protect Shinji, instantly became a prison covering Rengoku Kyojuro. There is no doubt that Rengoku Kyojuro fell into Shinji's trap. With Shinji's caution, it is obviously not his real body that entered the sand and dust, and for him who has the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, it is not a burden to activate Susanoo with a shadow clone. In the subsequent battles, Shinji did not easily reveal his real body, but used the shadow clone to test Rengoku Kyojuro's strength. After discovering that this flame pillar of the Demon Slayer world is not only extremely fast, but also has the talent of not fearing the sun, he immediately realized that it is difficult to kill the opponent by conventional means, so he thought about how to trap the opponent. The opportunity came when he discovered that Rengoku Kyojuro's slash could actually cause damage to the half-body form of Susanoo. You should know that even the half-body form of Susanoo is already very terrifying in terms of defense. Only attacks like Tsunade's super powerful punch, Reikige's lightning chakra mode, and Danzo's combined wind ninjutsu level attacks can effectively damage this form of Susanoo. So he suddenly had an idea and deliberately showed panic, letting Rengoku Kyojuro destroy Susanoo and induce him to attack the inside of Susanoo. As long as Rengoku Kyojuro is trapped in Susanoo, Rengoku Kyojuro's speed will be useless, and Shinji can control him at will. As for whether Rengoku Kyojuro can break through Susanoo again and rush out, Shinji is not worried at all. Because Rengoku Kyojuro's slash could not break through the Susanoo in one blow, he calculated that at least 3 full-strength slashes, hitting the same part, would create a small gap in the half-body form of the Susanoo that only one person could enter and exit. But Rengoku Kyojuro did not know that as long as his pupil power was sufficient, Shinji could restore the Susanoo at any time. If he wanted, he could even activate the stronger complete form of the Susanoo now, so Rengoku Kyojuro could not escape. In just a moment, the battle situation took a big turn. In the distance, seeing this scene, Sasuke was also surprised. Shinji's strategy was simple and effective. He took advantage of Rengoku Kyojuro's lack of understanding of the Mangeki Sharingan and set up an ingenious trap, so as a member of the Uchiha clan, he quickly reacted. However, he never expected that the Mangeki Sharingan's Susanoo could be used in this way. He thought to himself, A's use of the Mangeki Sharingan should be better than that person's. In the field, although he was trapped, Rengoku Kyojuro still had a look of neither sadness nor joy. Swish! At this time, Shinji's true self flashed out from the yellow sand not far away. After appearing, he immediately aimed at Rengoku Kyojuro in the Susanoo without any extra nonsense and launched the pupil technique Amaterasu. In just a blink of an eye, a black flame of Amaterasu fell on Rengoku Kyojuro. Rengoku Kyojuro flashed and narrowly avoided the black flame of Amaterasu. But looking at the black flame that fell to the ground and ignited the yellow sand and spread rapidly, his calm face finally showed a look of surprise. Shinji then slowly walked towards Rengoku Kyojuro who was trapped in the Susanoo. Your sword has no murderous intent. The space in the Susanoo is limited, and Rengoku Kyojuro can only barely avoid the rapidly spreading black flames, so he was soon forced into a dead end. Shinji has already walked close. There is only a Susanoo between him and Rengoku Kyojuro. Looking at Rengoku Kyojuro in the Susanoo indifferently, Shinji said in a cold tone, "Let me give you a break." Instantly, the pair of eternal Mangeki Sharingan under Shinji's mask shone with a strange light. As he activated his pupil power, the black flames in the Susanoo burst out all of a sudden, instantly filling the Susanoo and completely engulfing Rengoku Kyojuro's body. Rengoku Kyojuro, who was engulfed by the black flames of Amaterasu, immediately became charred. He was not afraid of the sun, but he could not resist the burning of the black flame of Amaterasu. After a while, his body began to dissolve under the burning of the black flame, and finally turned into ashes bit by bit. No matter how strong a ghost is, it cannot resist the black flame of Amaterasu. From beginning to end, Rengoku Kyojuro's face did not show any panic or fear, as if, as Shinji said, he was waiting for some kind of relief. Shinji sighed, and then released Susanoo and Amaterasu at the same time. Using Susanoo as a furnace and locking up the enemy with Amaterasu is something that ordinary Mangeki Uchiha can't do. You must know that the eye technique of Amaterasu can only be released and extinguished, and once released, it will not distinguish between enemies and friends. Only by mastering the eye technique of Kagutsuki at the same time can the black flame of Amaterasu be shaped and controlled. So it was not only Rengoku Kyojuro who was burned by the black flame of Amaterasu, but also his own Susanoo. Fortunately, he had a pair of eternal Mangeki Sharingan, so he could hold on. Sasuke also rushed to the scene at this time. Looking at the remains of Rengoku Kyojuro in the yellow sand, he murmured, "Such a strong man, just turned to ashes." Shinji glanced at Sasuke, "What else?" Sasuke subconsciously took a step back and said respectfully, "You." Shinji suddenly smiled, "I still like Susanoo. The first update is here. Please recommend and vote for the monthly ticket." Chapter 190 Break Another One. Shinji's casual joke was particularly harsh in Sasuke's ears. His face flushed, and he shouted, "One day, I will surpass you. My Sharingan will also awaken into the Mangeki Sharingan. Oh, I'll look forward to it." After making a perfunctory remark, Shinji looked at the black ash left by Rengoku Kyojuro that was about to be annihilated in the wind and sand. What Shinji said before was not just a random remark. During the fight, although Rengoku Kyojuro seemed to be doing his best, he did not feel any killing intent from Rengoku Kyojuro's repeated swings of the sword. Obviously, Rengoku Kyojuro was also tangled in his heart. Saving his own world is his duty as the flame pillar, but if the price is to destroy another world, it would be a torture for someone with his personality. So Shinji could feel the torment in Rengoku Kyojuro's heart. He even suspected that Rengoku Kyojuro had stepped into his trap intentionally, or that the other party realized that this might be a trap, but still stepped into it. Because from Rengoku Kyojuro's action of avoiding the attack of Susanoo no, Shinji felt that Rengoku Kyojuro had mastered the transparent world in all likelihood. That is to say, to a certain extent, Rengoku Kyojuro can be regarded as having a kind of eye technique bloodline limit similar to the Byakugan. So Shinji couldn't tell until now whether Rengoku Kyojuro had discovered his real body hidden under the yellow sand. But these are no longer important. Shinji was very fortunate that he didn't have to be as entangled as Rengoku Kyojuro. He only needed to protect his own world. For all invaders, whether the other party was intentional or forced, he had only one response, that is, to destroy. Therefore, the waves that Rengoku Kyojuro had stirred up in his heart soon dissipated with the wind like the ashes of Rengoku Kyojuro's remains. He retracted his gaze, and then ignored Sasuke beside him, and flashed to the location of the anchor again. Staring at the yellow sand under his feet, he whispered, "Is this the place?" At this time, his ears were filled with the roaring sandstorm and the faint sounds of fighting mixed in it. There is no doubt. Tsunade's team and the dozens of demons ambushed here are still fighting bloody. But these can't hold Shinji back for half a day. His mind was focused on the anchor point under his feet. He fixed his eyes, and the golden Susanoo appeared again. Then, Susanoo spread its arms and began to dig the yellow sand under his feet in the most primitive way. If other Mangeki Uchiha saw him using Susanoo as an excavator, they would probably spit out blood. After all, even a strong man like Uchiha Itachi regarded Susanoo as his last trump card. And under the excavation of Susanoo, Shinji soon found 5 stone slabs hidden deep in the yellow sand. This is... He observed the 5 ordinary-looking stone slabs, and for a moment, he was a little unsure whether the so-called anchor points were these stone slabs. Because the anchor point sounds very grand, but the stone slabs in front of him are ordinary. If they were not dug out here, he would even think that these were stone slabs on an ordinary building buried in the yellow sand. No matter what, let's try to destroy it first. Time was tight, so he couldn't study it slowly, so he quickly made up his mind and urged Susanoo to punch it. Boom! With a loud bang, the 5 stone slabs hit by Susanoo were instantly shattered. One anchor point has been successfully cut off. Warning, the countdown for plane destruction begins to be re-evaluated. Countdown, 4. The prompt sound of lamp sounded in Shinji's ears at the right time, and his hanging heart finally fell back. So these stone slabs are anchor points. After a pause, Shinji continued to think, I didn't expect that the anchor point that can destroy the ninja world is such an ordinary thing. While he breathed a sigh of relief, another doubt arose in his mind. Before that, he always thought that the invasion of the lantern bearer of the demon slayer world was a hysterical revenge, and he wanted to drag the ninja world to perish together. But after the battle with Rengoku Kyojuro just now, he began to waver. Because with Rengoku Kyojuro's character, if the ultimate goal of this invasion war is just to perish together with the ninja world, he will never join the battle with a knife. So Shinji suspected that the lantern bearer of the demon slayer world buried these 5 anchor points in the ninja world, and his real intention was not to perish together with the ninja world. The other party must have some means that he didn't know. That guy should not have given up the idea of saving himself. Everything he did was still saving himself. But why did he use the anchor points to shorten the distance between the demon slayer world and the ninja world? What on earth does he want to do? Shinji frowned. Roar! 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 Just then, the demons scattered in the sandstorm screamed one after another. They seemed to have noticed that the anchor points had been destroyed, and they all gathered from all directions and pounced on Shinji. Looking at the angry and ferocious expressions of these ghosts, Shinji said coldly, looking for death. Instantly, the black flames of Amaterasu, along with the roaring sand and dust, instantly formed a flame belt around Shinji. These ghosts had no idea of the power of the black flames of Amaterasu. Relying on the immortality of ghosts, they tried to pass through the flame belt formed by the black flames, but they were all swallowed by the black flames. Tsunade's team, which was also trapped in the sandstorm, also noticed something wrong at this moment. Shikaku, who had just experienced a hard battle, found Tsunade and said, "Those monsters seem to be attracted away by something." Tsunade nodded and looked solemnly in the direction of Shinji. Then, they saw the black flames all over the sky, and the ghosts crying and struggling in the black flames. Amaterasu. Tsunade was startled, and immediately shouted to the team members, "Quickly retreat from here, everyone must not touch the black flame." Seeing Tsunade so serious, the team members dared not hesitate, and followed Tsunade and evacuated from the sandstorm. After retreating to a distance, everyone was surprised and suspicious as they watched the sandstorm gradually swallowed by the black flame. It is true that the wind helps the fire. But under the strong wind, ordinary flames cannot maintain burning at all, so if the wind is too strong, it actually returns and suppresses the flame. But the black flame of Amaterasu is different. It will not go out. So no matter how strong the wind is, it can use the wind to spread rapidly. It's just a small effort, please help everyone. Chapter 191 Which side should I support? The huge sandstorm wrapped in the black flame of Amaterasu is like a natural disaster. Not to mention ordinary people, even Tsunade was shocked from the bottom of her heart. After a while, because the ghost that raised the sand and dust also died in the sand and dust, the noisy sandstorm finally calmed down. Tsunade hurriedly led the team to rush over, but found that there were only black flames and yellow sand, as well as black ashes mixed in the sand on the battlefield. These black flames can only be sealed. After briefly explaining to the team members, Tsunade squatted down and carefully examined the ashes on the ground. She gently pinched her hand, and the black ashes dissipated at her fingertips, as if they had never existed. What the hell were those just now? Stare as she watched the ashes dissipate at her fingertips, a series of questions flashed through her mind. With her attainments in medical ninjutsu, she could easily determine that the enemies who attacked them in the sandstorm before were not ordinary ninjas. Each of these enemies seemed to have immortal bodies. No matter fists, ninja tools, or ninjutsu, they could not cause fatal injuries to these enemies, and even if they tore their bodies apart, they could not kill them. Just then, the Hyuga clan ninja in the team shouted, "It's Uchiha Sasuke. He brought Naruto back." Everyone hurriedly followed the Hyuga clan ninja's gaze and saw a bloated figure walking in the wind and sand. When they got closer, everyone found that the person coming was Sasuke, and the person on Sasuke's back was Naruto, the target they wanted to rescue this time. Tsunade frowned and went up to him, "Are you okay?" Sasuke shook his head and put the unconscious Naruto down, "Go and see Naruto." Tsunade immediately checked Naruto and breathed a sigh of relief, "It's okay, he just got hit by an illusion and fainted temporarily." The other people in the team also rushed over at this time. Shikaku glanced at Sasuke and asked, "Where did you find Naruto? Where is that?" Sasuke did not hide it and described what he saw to everyone. After listening to Sasuke's story, Tsunade was a little confused. "You mean, that A was also attacked here?" Sasuke nodded. "The other party is a warrior with orange hair and a long sword. He is very powerful. With sword skills alone, he can break through A's Susanoo. Tsunade said, "Are you sure?" Shikaku interrupted, "Could it be Misen's idiot?" Obviously. Everyone didn't believe Sasuke's words, because Susanoo, they all know the power of Susanoo. Let alone the battle between Uchiha Madara and the first generation in the Valley of the End, just talking about the Susanoo performed by the two Manjiki Uchiha of Akatsuki, A and B, in the recent attacks, everyone can clearly judge the horror of Susanoo. How could a mere samurai cut through Susanoo with just a long sword? Seeing that no one believed him, Sasuke was very annoyed. "Anyway, I am telling the truth, believe it or not." Tsunade did not dwell on these, but asked, "What about A who kidnapped Naruto?" Sasuke shook his head, "I only saw him rush into the sandstorm after killing the samurai, and I don't know anything else." It was him who released Amaterasu in the sandstorm. After a pause, Tsunade continued to think, but why didn't he take Naruto with him when he left? The only explanation Tsunade could think of at the moment was that A was also injured in this battle, so in order to get rid of Konoha's entanglement as soon as possible, he had no choice but to give up Naruto. But this raised many questions. For example, why did A come all the way from the Land of Fire? Why didn't Akatsuki send anyone to pick him up? And who are these enemies who are ambushed under the yellow sand, who are neither human nor ghost? What is their relationship with Akatsuki? At this time, with the sound of breaking wind, Konoha's follow-up support troops and the support team that Sand Village sent to support after receiving the news all rushed to the scene. Seeing that there were enough people, Shikaku looked at Tsunade. "Tsunade-sama, should we continue the pursuit or return to the village first?" Others also looked at Tsunade, waiting for her decision. Because it was not only Tsunade who thought of this, but others also thought that A might be injured, so many people wanted to take this opportunity to capture A. Shizuan, who was standing beside Tsunade, persuaded with a worried look, "Tsunade-sama, let's go back to the village first." Tsunade nodded, "Let's go back to the village first. I know my own situation." In the previous battle, she was already trying her best to fight against hemophobia. If she continued to chase, she was afraid that she would not be able to suppress it. On the other side, Shinji, who was speeding in the desert, looked back and was relieved to see that Tsunade and others did not continue to catch up. Every minute of his time was extremely precious now, so after cutting off the anchor point in the Wind Country, he did not want to have any more conflicts with Tsunade. The two anchor points in the Fire Country and the Wind Country have been solved. Now there are only 3 anchor points in the Earth Country, the Lightning Country and the Water Country. He stopped and took out a map from the ninja bag on his waist. On this map, he clearly marked the 5 anchor points. The location was only crossed out by him on the one in the Land of Fire. After raising his hand and crossing out the anchor point of the Land of Wind on the map, his eyes fell on the remaining 3 anchor points, and his brows gradually frowned. The appearance of Rengoku Kyojuro made him realize that it was not only the 12 demon moons guarding the anchor point, but also the talented swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps. As a result, his previous calculation of combat power was biased. According to his previous arrangement, the teams that were rushing to the other 3 anchor points might not be able to deal with the guards at the anchor points. And he was alone and could only rescue one place. Looking back and forth at the 3 anchor points in the Land of Earth, the Land of Lightning, and the Land of Water, he muttered to himself, "Which side should I support?" Land of Earth. Karin was in high spirits as she traveled through the canyon, as if she was tireless. The Kyuzagakuer ninjas who were sent by Kyuzagakuer village to secretly assist her in passing the Akatsuki assessment complained bitterly. "That damn girl is indeed a remnant of the Uzumaki clan. She has been traveling for such a long time and she is not even going to take a break. Oh, this trip is such a tough job. I don't know what the assessment will be. The Akatsuki guys are not easy to mess with. If we are discovered by them, we will be in big trouble." At the same time, in another canyon, Niji and Karin were flying in the same direction. And far behind him was a family team led by Hyuga Hayashi, the current head of the Hyuga clan. The first update is here. Please recommend and vote for the monthly ticket. Chapter 192, The Land of Earth Anchor. When Karin thought of Shinji's instructions, she felt that the burden on her shoulders was extremely heavy. If I fail, the whole world will be destroyed. Thinking of this, she immediately shook her head. No. I can't fail. Mother and my classmates are all living in this world. I must not fail. After encouraging herself, she accelerated again. After nearly 3 days of non-stop galloping, she had already entered the territory of the Land of Earth, only a few dozen kilometers away from the anchor point that Shinji told her. This distance is not far for a ninja. Considering that there will be a life and death battle after approaching the anchor point, and the sky is getting dark, Karin waited and finally decided to stop and rest to adjust her state for the final battle. Make a fire and boil water. Under the night, Karin ate while thinking about the next action. Unlike the joint forces at the anchor point of the Land of Fire and the Tsunade team at the anchor point of the Land of Wind, she is Shinji's servant, so she knows the whole story of this operation and the weaknesses of monsters like ghosts. Rest here for one night and go there during the day. The adults said that those ghosts are afraid of sunlight, and I have more advantages during the day. She secretly made up her mind. In the distance, in the camp of the Kyuzagakuer. Looking at the conspicuous fire in the mountains, the Kyuzagakuer Jonin who led the team shook his head. That kid doesn't know anything at all, and he dared to light a bonfire directly at night, too reckless. Another Kyuzagakuer Jonin asked, should we retreat a little further? The Kyuzagakuer Jonin who led the team smiled, don't worry, no one can escape my perception ninjutsu. There are no people from the Akatsuki organization nearby. I guess the other party should be waiting at the assessment site, so don't worry for the time being. The Kyuzagakuer Jonin said worriedly, but this is the territory of the Hidden Rock Village after all, we still have to be careful. The Kyuzagakuer Jonin who led the team smiled, if you are so worried, you will be the one to keep watch tonight. Swish! Suddenly, a black shadow fell into the Kyuzagakuer camp. The leading Kyuzagakuer Jonin shouted, who is it? The Kyuzagakuer ninjas all stood up and looked at the shadow that had invaded the camp. At this time, the shadow slowly walked out of the shadows and grinned, you guys should all be coming for us. Ha, I didn't expect that the sister-in-law could cut off 2 places. I don't know what the guards at those 2 places are doing. After hearing this, the Kyuzagakuer ninjas all felt puzzled. What words like this place, those 2 places, cut off, etc., they simply couldn't understand. However, they did not relax because of this, but became more vigilant. Because as the shadow walked out of the shadows, they found that this enemy who could silently invade their camp was not only filled with a disgusting smell of blood, but also surrounded by a huge amount of chakra that seemed to be overflowing. What made them even more afraid was that the words upper 6 were engraved in the other's eyes. Akatsuki Organization. The Jounin of Kyuzagakuer who led the team swallowed his saliva and said immediately, Sir, this is a misunderstanding. Obviously. The Kyuzagakuer ninjas thought that the other party was a member of the Akatsuki organization, and they were worried that the other party had seen through their intention to help Xiangling pass the test of the Akatsuki organization and infiltrate the Akatsuki organization in secret, so they hurriedly explained. Upper String 6 drew out the long sword on his back, walked towards the Kyuzagakuer ninjas, and said, is it a misunderstanding? That's too boring. Seeing that the other party did not hide his murderous intentions at all, the Jounin of Kyuzagakuer who led the team also became annoyed. Although he was afraid of the Akatsuki organization, in his opinion, there were so many people on his side, and the other party had only one person, so they were not without the power to fight. So, he roared fiercely, go, kill him. Upper String 6 laughed, that's right, that's how it should be. Boom boom boom. In an instant, a series of explosions sounded in the temporary camp of the Kyuzagakuer ninjas. Karin, who was resting by the bonfire in the distance, stood up as if by reflex after hearing the roar. She looked in the direction of the explosion and saw bursts of fire and faint sounds of fighting, so she quickly activated her Kagura heart to sense it. She knew that it was the camp of the Kyuzagakuer ninjas who were following her, so she was eager to find out what was going on there. Soon, she was stunned. Because after her Kagura heart sensed it, in just a short moment, the chakras of the Kyuzagakuer ninjas dimmed by several times. Undoubtedly, this showed that soon after the battle broke out, something strange happened on the Kyuzagakuer side. Less casualties. What made her even more uneasy was the huge chakra that fought with the Kyuzagakuer ninjas. In her perception of the Kagura heart, the chakra was extremely complex, and it was not like the chakra of a normal ninja at all, with an indescribable feeling. Is it a ghost? Karin instinctively wanted to support the Kyuzagakuer ninjas and destroy the ghosts. But as soon as she raised her leg, she remembered Shinji's instructions. Before going beyond the coverage of the Niobe, Shinji had told her one last time that those Kyuzagakuer ninjas with ulterior motives were to be used. Shinji wanted her to make good use of the Kyuzagakuer ninjas to complete the task of exploring the way or delaying the enemy, and her only task was to destroy the anchor point in the Land of Earth no matter what method was used. Thinking of this, Karin suppressed the idea of supporting the Kyuzagaku ninjas, her face sank, and she turned and flew towards the anchor point. Since the Kusanagi has held back the ghost guarding the anchor point, now is the best time for her to destroy the anchor point. At the same time, in another valley leading to the anchor point, Hyuga Hayashi was also intercepted by ghosts. A Hyuga clan jonin shouted, "Master, these monsters can't be killed at all." After discovering that the enemies in front of them could not be killed, several Hyuga clan members who followed Hayashi panicked. Hyuga Hayashi was much calmer. With his Byakugan, he found that although these enemies could not be killed, every time he damaged the enemy's body, the chakra in the enemy's body would be sharply reduced. Not only that, after a careful insight, he found that the enemy's recovery seemed to be slower and weaker, so he made up his mind and quickly damaged the bodies of these ghosts to increase the blood and chakra consumed by the ghosts to restore the damaged bodies, and finally killed all these ghosts. At this time, a sweaty Hyuga clan member came to Hayashi, "Master, do you think these monsters are the test given to Niji by Akatsuki? The second update is here. Please recommend and vote for me. It's just a small effort, I hope everyone will support me. Thank you." Chapter 193 Attraction and Lurking. Hayashi instinctively wanted to shake his head. After all, if these nearly immortal monsters were the test of Niji by Akatsuki, then Niji would be sending himself to death by participating in this test. You know, even he, an elite jonin, was flustered for a while when he first faced these monsters. Ningji, who was only 8 years old and still in the upper ninja school, could definitely not deal with these monsters. But on second thought, it was Akatsuki that designed this test. Because of Shinji, the butterfly, the Akatsuki organization is now well known in the ninja world, especially after attacking the 4th Raikage and successfully abducting the two-tailed Jinchuriki Yukato. The Akatsuki organization almost has the same reputation as the 5 major ninja villages. Thinking that it was an assessment designed by this organization, Hayashi was unsure for a moment. At this time, several Hyuga clan members all gathered beside Hayashi and reported, "Sir, we have confirmed that there are no other people around." Hayashi nodded lightly and breathed a sigh of relief. In this complex environment with gullies and rocks, the detection ability of the Byakugan is much more efficient than that of ninja dogs and parasites. A Hyuga clan member asked, "Sir, what should we do now?" Hayashi was actually thinking about this question. The sudden attack forced him to consider whether he and others had been discovered by the Akatsuki organization, but after so long after the battle, no members of the Akatsuki organization showed up, and no one was spying around secretly, which made him a little entangled. From a safety perspective, it is time to call Niji to retreat together. But if this attack is just a trigger trap set up by Akatsuki in advance, and there are no Akatsuki members monitoring nearby, then if they evacuate now, they will completely miss the opportunity to infiltrate Akatsuki. Continue. After a pause, Hayashi emphasized again, "Everyone be careful." Seeing that the head of the family did not seem to want to give up, several Hyuga clan members had to nod. In front, sitting on the branch of a big tree, Niji was chewing dry food while thinking about his worries. Because Niji was not his servant, Shinji was vague about this action. He just emphasized that if the action failed, the ninja world would be destroyed. This made Niji mistakenly believe that this action might be related to the Otsutsuki branch families on the moon who were determined to destroy the ninja world, so he was worried all the way. Ah! He sighed again. Since being entrusted by Otsutsuki Hamura, he felt that correcting the wrong ideas of the Otsutsuki branch was his unshirkable mission. After seeing the powerful strength of the Otsutsuki branch and the giant reincarnation eye that was so gorgeous that he could not forget it, he felt ashamed of himself. Suddenly, a sound of "oo-at-at" came from the forest. He was startled and looked in the direction of the sound. The white eyes in his eye sockets also opened in an instant. "Those are..." He was surprised and frowned. In the field of vision of his white eyes, he saw a large number of individuals filled with strange chakras rushing towards him. If we judge by the strength of chakra alone, it can be seen that almost all of these individuals have the chakra of a jonin. But he couldn't tell why for a moment. He just instinctively felt that these people were very strange, not like normal ninjas, and there were too many of them. Swish, swish, swish. Just then, Hayashi led his team to Ninkai's side. "Sir, you..." Ninkai was surprised. According to the agreement, Hayashi should follow behind him and hide in the dark. Hayashi raised his hand to stop Ninkai and lowered his voice, "You saw it too, right?" Those who rushed towards us are not ordinary ninjas, but a group of monsters with almost immortal bodies. What? These are probably the tests arranged for you by the Akatsuki organization, but... Shaking his head, Hayashi continued, fortunately I followed, otherwise, you would not survive tonight. Ninkai was not scared, but his face sank. Hayashi asked, how far is the distance between Akatsuki and the enemy? Ninkai made a serious estimate, about 20 kilometers. Okay. Hayashi nodded, and then ordered, I will deal with these monsters, you bypass this and rush to the agreed place with Akatsuki to see what Akatsuki is up to. Ninkai was a little worried, what will you do? Hayashi smiled proudly, I have found a way to deal with these monsters. Ninkai only then realized that the several family elites who were traveling with Hayashi had dispersed to the surroundings and began to intensively arrange detonating tags. Hayashi waved his hand, go. Please be careful. After hesitating for a while, Niji still said this sentence, and then he flashed and plunged into the darkness without looking back. After hearing Niji's words, Hayashi smiled, this kid. Niji, who had made a big circle, heard a series of explosions from behind before he got out of the valley. Looking back, he saw that the flames of the explosion almost illuminated half of the sky. Although he was worried about the safety of his clansmen, he knew that this action was related to the safety of the entire ninja world, so he gritted his teeth, retracted his gaze, and then rushed towards the direction of the anchor point. On the other side, with the super perception of the Kagura heart, Karin, who was traveling in the dark night, seemed to have turned on a trick, avoiding waves of ghosts. Why are there so many ghosts? She was secretly shocked. The closer she got to the anchor point, the more ghosts she found. There were more than 100 ghosts in her sensing range. Fortunately, these ghosts didn't know how to restrain chakra, so in her Kagura's heart eye, they were like torches, clearly visible. After avoiding another group of ghosts, Karin jumped and lay down on the edge of a cliff. Looking at a dark cave not far away, she thought, sure enough, there is a terrain that can block the sunlight. It seems that the anchor point is in this cave. After confirming that no one around had spotted her, she followed Shinji's instructions and changed into her hooded red cloud suit before the battle, and used a transformation technique to change her height and appearance, and finally slowly put on her own mask. At this time, a group of black shadows rushed out of the cave and rushed in one direction. After completing the change of clothes, Karin thought to herself, hey, why is it that direction again? What happened over there? At first she didn't care too much, but ghosts rushed in that direction one after another, making her realize that there was something over there that was attracting ghosts. This was undoubtedly a good thing for her. The fewer ghosts guarding the anchor point, the higher her success rate in destroying the anchor point. Just as she was preparing to move, she suddenly felt a group of extremely strong chakra, coming from far away and quickly rushing towards her. She turned around quickly and saw that the person coming was a black figure like lightning. The first update is here. Chapter 194 I'm so scared. In just a blink of an eye, the black figure like lightning landed in front of Karin. Karin was shocked. There were obvious traces of ghosts on the other party, and the words upper six were engraved in his pupils, but the bloody smell on the other party and the piled up violent chakra were much more violent than any ghost she had seen before. This is a very strong ghost. Instantly, Karin had such a basic judgment in her heart. Then, she noticed the Kyuzagaku Jonin who was held in the hand of the upper six in front of her. He was covered in blood and looked dying. She recognized him. This Kyuzagaku Jonin was the leader sent by Kyuzagaku to assist her this time. He was a very prestigious Jonin in Kyuzagaku. And such a person was casually held in the hand of the upper six like a livestock. Hey, what are you wearing? After looking at Karin, the upper six grinned and said, so you are coming for us. Undoubtedly, this newly promoted upper six has recognized Karin's identity through her clothes. The Kyuzagaku Jonin held in the hand of the upper six also saw Karin at this moment, and immediately coughed up blood and laughed, this is the leader of the Akatsuki organization, you monster, get ready to die. Karin's face was embarrassed. The Kyuzagaku Jonin who was severely injured by the upper six obviously did not recognize her and thought she was the Akatsuki member in charge of this assessment. Humph. Upper six snorted and threw the Kyuzagaku in his hand to the ground, then turned his eyes to Karin, everyone says that you should be careful when you meet a guy wearing a red cloud suit. I have heard enough of these bullshit warnings. Feeling the other party's burning killing intent, Karin subconsciously took a step back. Seeing this, Upper Six laughed, that's all. After swallowing man today, I will apply for a bloody battle with a change of position. Remember, the ghost who eats you is called Gyoyu. It's not the first time that Karin has faced a ghost. But no matter how critical it was before, there were always Shinji and Shiro around. Now she is alone, not to mention that the ghost in front of her is so fierce, and there is no telling how many ghosts are hidden in the cave not far away, so the fear in her heart is simply indescribable. Ghosts are the monsters that can feel fear the most. Jun approached Karin with a grin, I will twist off your head and present it to you. I believe you will like this gift. Karin took 2 steps back. At this time, the Kyuzagaku Jonin, who was thrown to the ground by Jun and had a bloody head, and was only hanging on for one breath, also noticed that something was wrong with Karin. What's wrong with this Akatsuki member? Is he a fake? He was very anxious. He knew that his only chance of survival was in the body of the Akatsuki member in front of him. If this Akatsuki member in front of him was also killed by the monster who called himself Jun, then he would be dead. Jun, who felt that he had won, drew out his bloody long sword. He couldn't wait to taste the flesh and blood of the Akatsuki member in front of him. Karin's fear reached the limit. She no longer retreated, but burst out her pupil power regardless of everything and launched Susanoo. In an instant, a red Susanoo appeared on the cliff. First, the bones, then the meridians, muscles, and finally this huge Susanoo was covered with a thick set of armor. Looking at the Susanoo that suddenly appeared, both Gyaku and the Kyuzagaku ninja beside him were stunned. They had heard of the existence of Susanoo through various channels. But hearing is hearing, and seeing it with your own eyes is 2 different things. Just as they were shocked, the red Susanoo shrouded in Karin suddenly roared to the sky. Roar! Accompanied by this roar that seemed to be able to shock the soul, the Susanoo that was originally only in half of its body changed again. The huge Susanoo suddenly appeared with legs and stood up. As it stood up, the height of the Susanoo, which was already tens of meters high, doubled instantly. Gyaku and Kyuzagaku ninja even felt tired looking up. That's not all. The giant armored Susanoo, which was standing, suddenly put its empty hands together, and when it opened them again, a huge red spear suddenly appeared in its hands. And Karin, who was originally in the Susanoo, also floated up at this moment, slowly rising to the crystal space between the eyebrows of the Susanoo. Looking at it at this time, she looked like a god in the red cloud clothes. The strange light blooming in her eyes could not be covered even by the mask, and people would feel an inexplicable palpitation just by looking at it from a distance. Is this the strength of the members of the Akatsuki organization? The Kyuzagaku ninja suddenly felt that he was still too stupid to worry about the strength of the members of the Akatsuki organization. What puzzled him was that the information obtained by the village through the 5-cage conference showed that the Uchiha clan's Susanoo was not like this. The Susanoo in front of him was too big. As a newly promoted upper 6, Jun was even more frightened at this moment. The prey that was trembling in front of him the previous second became as powerful as a god the next second, which really made him at a loss. In the sky, Karin looked down at Jun below, her heart was still full of fear, and under the stimulation of fear, she continued to burst out her pupil power. The pupil technique contained in her pair of Manjiki Sharingan is called Susanoo. The ability is also very simple. The Susanoo in the left eye can enhance the power of Susanoo, while the Susanoo in the right eye can reduce the consumption of Susanoo. The reason why she could use a pair of Manjiki Sharingan to activate the nearly complete form of Susanoo was because of the ability of her left eye Susanoo. That is to say, under the stimulation of fear, she activated all the eye techniques that the pair of Manjiki Sharingan could activate, and used Susanoo to the extreme without sparing her eye power. Swish! With a whistling sound, the nearly complete form of Susanoo stabbed down, piercing through Gyotake and the entire cliff under his feet. Boom boom! Soon, the entire mountain collapsed. The huge noise attracted a large number of ghosts guarding the anchor point. These aggressive ghosts wanted to tear the intruders to pieces, but when they looked up and saw the huge Susanoo, they all froze in place. Karin activated Susanoo and crushed the ghosts in groups with the momentum of an earthquake. Amid the howling of ghosts, the collapse of the mountain, and the gaze of the shivering Kyuzagaku Jonin hiding in the ruins, Karin, who was controlling Susanoo, cried out in her heart, "I'm so scared, what should I do? What should I do?" The second update is here. Please recommend and vote for me. It's just a small favor, please help me. Chapter 195, Sense of Mission. Who? Ninkai ran wildly on the rugged mountain road, his chest rising and falling in a disordered rhythm like an old bellows. Behind him, several figures disappeared in the darkness chasing him. Obviously, Hayashi's team could not solve all the ghosts for Nisi. No matter how Nisi took a detour, he was eventually targeted by the ghosts. Fortunately, Nisi had the Byakugan, and he learned from Hayashi that the ghosts had almost immortal bodies, so he did not entangle with the ghosts, but broke through the ghosts' pursuit and ran wildly towards the anchor point. The ghosts would naturally not let go of Nisi, who rushed to the anchor point, so the two sides fought several rounds of fierce battles on this rugged mountain road, and Nisi was injured and bleeding all over the ground. After seeing the blood, the ghosts became more excited. They screamed one by one, as if they wanted to tear Niji apart completely. Looking back at the ghosts chasing him, Niji's expression became more resolute. In his heart, saving the ninja world is the first priority. As for him, if it is to save the ninja world, he is willing to sacrifice himself. Boom boom. Suddenly, there was a roar in front. Then, the earth began to tremble, as if an earthquake had occurred. What's going on? Ninkai looked in the direction of the roar with surprise, because that was exactly his goal, the place he was going to. Although he had the Byakugan, the observation distance of the Byakugan was also limited, so it was not until he exhaustedly crossed several hills and approached the anchor point that he saw a scene that he would never forget. In the valley in the distance, a huge red Susanoo was sweeping across the ghosts with overwhelming force. Those ghosts with terrifying recovery ability and hideous faces were as fragile as toys in front of the huge red Susanoo. The long spear in the hand of the Susanoo could burst out with earth-shaking power with a random strike, and the speed was extremely fast. Many ghosts were smashed into meat paste by the long spear before they could even react, and were soaked in the rubble that also collapsed on the ground. The ghosts who chased Niji before abandoned Niji and rushed towards the anchor point after seeing that the anchor point was lost. This. Ninji's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. After experiencing the initial shock, he gradually calmed down and thought, it turns out that the adults have arranged other members of the Akatsuki organization to deal with this crisis. Because of Shinji's nonsense, he thought that there were really a faction in the Akatsuki organization that adhered to justice and a faction that fell into evil. The Akatsuki member in front of him, who was wearing a hooded red cloud suit and a mask like Shinji, was obviously the same as Shinji in his eyes. He was one of the few remaining members of Akatsuki who still stood up for justice. After realizing this, he breathed a sigh of relief. With such a strong man coming forward, he thought that this crisis should be solved smoothly, so he hid and quietly observed the battle. Why does this Susanoo look bigger than the one of the adults? His attention was completely focused on the majestic and huge Susanoo on the battlefield, like a god descending from heaven. What puzzled him was that the red Susanoo in front of him was obviously bigger and more powerful than Shinji's golden Susanoo. At the same time, he also noticed that there were far more ghosts in the valley than he expected. He saw hundreds of them at a glance. Two of the ghosts were obviously much stronger than the others, and their chakra was much richer than the others. Among these two ghosts, one is like a samurai, holding a long sword, with dark electric light flashing on the blade. The other has a pair of exaggerated sharp claws. Upper string 6. Upper string 5. After using his pupil power to the extreme and concentrating for a long time, he finally saw the words engraved in the pupils of the two ghosts. No doubt. These two who are obviously stronger than other ghosts are both newly promoted upper string ghosts. Among them, the upper string 6 is Gyaku, who has mastered the thunder breathing and has fallen from a swordsman to a ghost, and from the exaggerated body size, the upper string 5 should be promoted from an ordinary ghost. However, although these two ghosts are obviously stronger than other ghosts, no matter the speed, strength, or the chakra contained in the body, they have reached the level of elite Jonin, plus the nearly immortal body. Even if they meet the shadow, they have the strength to fight. But in front of the huge red Susanoo, they did not perform much better than other ghosts. Their attacks were like tickling, unable to shake the Susanoo in the slightest, and any random attack from the Susanoo could smash them into pulp. Even though they had nearly immortal bodies, they were also repeatedly injured and recovered, and their aura gradually declined. Seeing this, Niji couldn't help but sigh, is this the power of the Uchiha clan? Karin was on the other side. Under the stimulation of fear, she exerted the power of the pair of Manjiki Sharingan in her eye sockets to the extreme. But she was only 7 years old after all. It would take several more years to graduate from the ninja school and become a genin, so after a burst of reckless attacks, she began to feel a stinging pain in her eyes. No doubt. No matter how strong her physique is, she is only 7 years old and has not fully developed. She still cannot sustain the consumption of several Manjiki eye techniques for a long time at the same time, so her eye power is about to break. Although pure physical attacks can also cause damage to ghosts, they are definitely not as useful as Shinji's Amaterasu. In addition, the number of ghosts guarding this anchor point is too large, so under the fearless attack of the ghosts, Karin subconsciously urged her Susanoo to retreat. After all, her Susanoo is only close to the complete form, not the real complete form. The fact that Susanoo has no wings behind it and cannot fly is the best proof. In the distance, seeing Karin controlling the Susanoo to evacuate, Niji was stunned for a moment. We have already gained an absolute advantage, why do we need to evacuate? Soon, looking at the group of ghosts in the valley chasing the evacuating Susanoo, he slapped his thigh. I understand, there are too many ghosts guarding the valley. He wants to use himself to lure these ghosts away, so that I can sneak into the valley and destroy the anchor point. When Niji thought of this, a sense of mission arose spontaneously. Without any hesitation, he immediately jumped off the cliff where he was hiding at the moment, and then, with the cover of the uneven and rugged mountain road, he approached the cave where the anchor point was little by little. The first update is here. Chapter 196 Sea Fog. Because Karin's Susanoo was too powerful, the group of ghosts guarding the anchor point all rushed out of the cave regardless of anything and besieged Karin. In the eyes of these ghosts, as long as they get rid of this incredibly powerful member of the Akatsuki organization in front of them, their anchor point will be stable. Therefore, these ghosts never thought that under such circumstances, someone would sneak into the cave where the anchor point was located. Ningji, who arrived at the cave smoothly, calmed down his excitement while observing everything in the cave with his Byakugan. Before leaving, Shinji gave him a simple explanation. There was only a location marked on the map in order to destroy the anchor point. As for what the so-called anchor point was, Shinji didn't know it at the time, let alone Ningji. But fortunately, Ningji had a pair of Byakugan, and searching for things was his forte. He first searched for items with chakra in the cave, but found that there was no trace of chakra in the entire cave. So, he began to look for special creations in the cave again, and soon came to the 5 stone slabs deep in the cave. What are these stone slabs? He picked up the stone slabs and observed them, but didn't find anything strange. There were no traces of chakra on these slabs, and they looked very ordinary. If there was anything worth noting, it was probably that there was a faint smell of blood on the slabs. This just proved that these slabs had been touched by ghosts. After carefully looking around the cave, he saw that there were no other suspicious objects in the cave except these slabs. Niji was sure that these slabs should be the anchor points that Shinji said must be destroyed. Bang! In an instant, Niji used his soft fist to smash all 5 slabs. Finally, he was still worried about the larger pieces of the slabs, and punched them a few more times. After confirming that the slabs were all broken into pieces, he finally put all the slabs into his backpack. One anchor point has been successfully cut off. Warning, the countdown for plane destruction has begun to be re-evaluated. Countdown, 4. Shinji, who was flying high in the sky with the complete form of Susanoo, suddenly heard the reminder sound of the light in his ears. He immediately communicated with the light and called up the anchor point projection map, and found that the anchor point that had just been cut off was the one located in the land of Earth. Well done, Karin and Niji really didn't let me down, he said in his heart. 3.5 days have passed since the appearance of the 5 anchor points, almost 4 days. Fortunately, Shinji used all his skills and various means to successively solve the 3 anchor points of the land of fire, the land of wind, and the land of earth just now, which delayed the countdown for the destruction of the ninja world again and again. Now, there are only 2 anchor points in front of him, the land of water and the land of thunder, and there are still 4 days. But he didn't get happy too early. Because the 2 anchor points of the land of water and the land of lightning are very remote, one is on an isolated island in the sea, and the other is on the top of a snow-capped mountain covered by thousands of miles of ice. It is not easy to rush to such a location, so 4 days is not safe. If there is a slight accident, all the previous efforts may be wasted and the efforts will fail. Land of water. Woo! With the sound of a whistle, a large fishing boat moved forward in the sea fog. Standing on the deck of the fishing boat, Bai looked worried. Like Karin, he is also Shinji's waiter, so he knows what the mission is this time and what the consequences will be if the mission fails. But the island he was going to was too remote. Even if Kirigakure helped secretly, it took a whole day to find a captain who had been to the island. Fortunately, the adults let the village get involved, otherwise I would not be able to find it in 4 days if I relied on myself. To the location of the island. But, alas! He sighed again. He didn't know that because 3 anchor points had been successfully cut off, the countdown for the destruction of the ninja world had been reset 3 times. He thought there were only 4 days, and the 4th day was about to pass. In the cabin, Mei Terumi, disguised as a crew member, frowned and said, "The assessment of the Akatsuki organization is too harsh this time. A mere 4 days is not enough to find the island." Kisame Hoshigaki smiled and said, "Why worry so much, we just need to do our own things." Mei Terumi still frowned, "I still feel something is wrong. Without our assistance, it would be impossible for the kid from the Snow Clan to complete this test. The Akatsuki organization may not really be prepared to recruit that kid." Kisame did not dwell on these, but said calmly, "Don't forget, that is the Akatsuki organization where all the members are monsters. If you can just sneak in, that's not right." As he was talking, a crew member outside the cabin suddenly shouted, "I see the island." At this moment, whether it was Bai on the deck, or Mei Terumi and Kisame in the cabin, they all became alert and looked in the direction pointed by the crew. Through a thin sea fog, in their eyes, an undulating pattern appeared on the sea surface. Swish! Without time to greet the Kirigakure people on the boat, Bai jumped off the fishing boat, then sped all the way on the sea, rushing towards the island hidden in the sea fog. The crew members on the fishing boat all screamed when they saw this. You know, jumping off the boat in the sea is almost impossible. It was equivalent to suicide, not to mention the bad weather with sea fog. In such an environment, once you lose your way, even a ninja will surely die. Not to mention the ordinary crew members, even the Kirigakure people who disguised themselves as crew members were surprised to see Bai jump off the boat so eagerly. Elite jonins like Mei Terumi and Kisame Hoshigaki were also quite surprised to see Bai speeding all the way on the rough sea, and at a very fast speed. That kid paused, Mei Terumi carefully worded, "I'm afraid it's not simple." Kisame smiled with relief, "Finally, I know why the Akatsuki organization targeted this kid from the Snow Clan. That guy must have hidden his strength, not as simple as the information says." Before the operation, Mei Terumi and Kisame both received a piece of information about Bai. In the information, Bai was just a remnant of the Snow Clan who accidentally awakened his bloodline and obtained the ice release Kekii Genkai. And now they feel that Bai is probably not just a remnant of the Snow Clan. It is very likely that Bai has an unimaginable talent, and this talent was accidentally discovered by the Akatsuki organization. On the island, a figure dressed as a swordsman quietly stared at the sea. The second update is here. Please recommend and vote for me. It's just a small favor, please help. Chapter 197 Fierce Fight at Sea. Through the thin sea fog, Bai, who was speeding in the turbulent waves, saw the vague figure standing on the shore at a glance. Ghost. Bai looked solemn. Although he couldn't see the other person's appearance clearly, it was obviously not a normal person who appeared on this remote island at this moment. Remember, there are only 4 days left in the ninja world. At this moment, the scene that Shinji had told him before leaving appeared in his mind. And now, there was less than an hour left until the end of the 4 days. The ninja world must not be destroyed in my hands. He closed his eyes. When he opened them again, there was no longer any worry, hesitation, or scruple in his eyes. There was only determination, an unstoppable determination. So, without any reservation, he instantly activated the ninjutsu rapidity that he had taken from the ghost. Swoosh! In an instant, he was already speeding on the sea, and now he was even faster than expected. The shock wave he created even split the turbulent sea surface and pierced through the diffuse sea fog. On the island, the stern-faced swordsman saw Bai rushing over the sea, so he slowly drew out the long sword at his waist and exhaled a puff of mist from his mouth. If Shinji were here, he would recognize at a glance that the swordsman standing quietly on the shore was not someone else, but the water pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps, Tomioka Jiu. Facing the surging Bai, his expression was indifferent and almost arrogant. Bang! Then, he kicked the ground, and with a low muffled sound, the whole person flew out like a cannonball, facing Bai. Because of his speed, the ground under his feet began to crack until he left, spreading out for more than 10 meters. On the fishing boat, seeing the two incredibly fast figures about to collide with each other, the crew members seemed to be frozen, opened their mouths, but were silent. Not only these ordinary crew members, but also the Kirigakure ninjas lurking on the fishing boats looked at each other in disbelief. Even Kisame, who just said that Bai was extremely talented, shut his mouth at this moment. Because Bai's speed was too fast, he thought to himself that if he didn't care about the cost at all, his speed would probably be this level. And Bai is only 9 years old now, still hanging out in Konoha's ninja school. Such a boy who is not even a genin can burst out with such a terrifying speed. Just from this point, he can confirm that Bai is a genius. Mei Terumi's eyes were fixed on the figure rushing out of the island and heading towards Bai. Although the thin sea fog interfered with her vision, she still saw the other person's attire clearly. It was a figure holding a long sword and dressed as a samurai. And he didn't seem to be very old. Is he the test that the Akatsuki organization arranged for Bai? How could he be so fast? Did he use some kind of ninjutsu that I don't know about? Mei Terumi was secretly shocked. For ninjas, speed often means victory or defeat. Bang! In just a blink of an eye, the two speeding figures collided with each other on the sea, and a huge wave was stirred up in the roar. Drib! The surging sea water, after a circle in the air, quickly turned into raindrops and fell down. And in this pouring rain, the two sides who collided fiercely without a word of nonsense quickly launched a fierce attack. Clang clang clang! In an instant, in the shallow water area on the edge of this island, a series of harsh high-frequency metal collision sounds rang continuously. There was no trial process in this battle. It was as if someone had pressed the fast-forward button, and it reached an extremely intense level from the beginning. Isn't it an assessment? All the Kirigakure ninjas on the fishing boat were puzzled, even Mei Terumi and Kisame were no exception. Because in their opinion, since it was an assessment, they must first communicate and determine the content of the assessment, and then conduct the assessment competition. But the two sides in front of them seemed to be bloodthirsty. There was no conversation, no hesitation, as if the other party was a mortal enemy, and they fought with all their strength. Mei Terumi glanced at Kisame. What's going on? Kisame shook his head first, and then ordered several Kirigakure jonins around him, you go to the island from other directions and take a look, and investigate the situation on the island. Yes. Several Kirigakure jonins responded, and then disappeared on the deck with a few shua-shua sounds. The Mist-Hidden ninjas who participated in this operation were all elite members of the Mist-Hidden Ninja Assassination Force who were proficient in reconnaissance, disguise, and assassination, so they were confident that they could quietly collect intelligence on the island without alerting others. Just then, Mei Terumi said, "Look." Kisame looked over and found that there were new changes on the battlefield in the distance. I saw a series of frosts with cold air appearing in patches on the sea. In just a few breaths, a large area of shallow water near the island was frozen. The sword-wielding warrior on the opposite side did not seem to be afraid of ice. Every time the long sword in his hand was slashed, the blade could carry waves of gorgeous water waves, and these water waves seemed to have spirits, lingering around him and shattering all the ice that attacked him. Although they were on the rough sea, the two people in the fierce battle seemed to be completely unaffected. In this harsh environment where ordinary people can hardly survive, they thrive like fish in water, as if they are in their home turf. Roar! Suddenly, an ice dragon rose from the sea, roared, and attacked the sword-wielding warrior on the opposite side with boundless power. Seeing the appearance of the ice dragon, Terumi Mei narrowed her eyes. The ice escape of the Snow Clan is not extinct, they have successors. Kisame couldn't help but sigh, this kid. This level of ice escape, let alone ordinary crew members on the fishing boat, even elite ninjas like Terumi Mei and Kisame who are proficient in ninjutsu, can't find any flaws. It can be said that a ninja who can use ice escape to this extent, as long as he doesn't die, will definitely become a famous strong man in the ninja world in the future. At this moment, the swordsman on the opposite side flipped, and a giant dragon formed by waves condensed on the long sword in his hand, and greeted the ice dragon on the opposite side. Boom boom! Soon, the two dragons tangled together on the sea, making a series of huge roars, which even overshadowed the sound of the waves. The cold air of the ice dragon affected the water dragon inch by inch, making the swordsman's water dragon become slower and slower. The impact of the water dragon also caused ice chips to splash on the ice dragon, and it seemed to collapse. Is this the battle between ninjas? It's too scary. He's just a teenager, but he's so scary. The crew on the fishing boat was horrified. Kisame on the side curled his lips, ordinary ninjas don't have this ability. The first update is here. Please recommend and vote for the monthly ticket. Chapter 198 Siege. On the battlefield, Bai gritted his teeth and continued to fight with all his strength. But as the battle progressed, he was secretly shocked. The demon in front of him was stronger and faster than the demon with the upper six in his eyes. He had clearly used speed to the extreme, but he could only barely keep up with the opponent's rhythm. At the same time, he also found that the opponent seemed to always intentionally or unintentionally spit out mist from his mouth during the battle, which reminded him of Shinji. Shinji seems to have this habit when practicing. In his impression, when Shinji's breathing rhythm speeds up, his speed and strength will increase significantly. But compared with the swordsman with a wave-shaped mark on his face, Shinji's speed and strength are not worth mentioning. Whether the swordsman in front of him is breathing or not, the rhythm of the suction, the speed, and the power were all incredibly strong. Although Bai could feel that the chakra on the other party was also being consumed rapidly, he knew that he would probably not be able to outlast the other party. Bang! After another collision, the ice dragon and the water dragon dissipated on the sea surface together. Amid the flying ice chips, Bai, standing on the undulating sea, panted violently, "Why is my ice escape so ineffective against him?" In the battle on the long street, after defeating the previous upper 5 Doma, Bai obtained the ice crystal creation technique from Doma, a ghost who was good at controlling ice, which greatly strengthened his own ice escape bloodline limit. Not only did his ability to control ice escape increase, but the power of ice escape also increased a lot. This is also the reason why he was able to release the ice dragon by making a seal with one hand. You should know that before obtaining the ice crystal creation technique, although he could also perform ice escape, it was far less smooth and easy than it is now. But even so, when facing the swordsman in front of him, his ice escape still didn't gain any advantage. Is he really a ghost? Bai began to doubt. He heard from the leader that the strong ghosts were recruited by the Ghost King into the 12 demon moons. 6 of them were upper-rank ghosts, and 6 were lower-rank ghosts. During the battle on Changsha, he had encountered the upper-rank 5 and upper-rank 6 and knew the strength of the upper-rank ghosts. But the swordsman in front of him with a cold expression was obviously as powerful as the 2 upper-rank ghosts at that time, but there was no upper rank in his eyes. Not only that, there was no smell of blood on the opponent's body, and he didn't look like a ghost at all. On the fishing boat. Swish! In a gust of wind, several mist-hidden ninjas who had left the fishing boat to scout the island returned to the fishing boat one after another. Mei Terumi asked, "How is it? Are there other people on the island?" The Kirigaku Jonins all shook their heads. "We have investigated, and it seems that there is only that samurai on the island, no one else." Mei Terumi shook her head. "Something is wrong." Kisame said, "Something is wrong indeed. The Akatsuki organization arranged this test, so they should have left an invigilator. Could it be that the invigilator is not on the island, but hiding in the sea?" Mei Terumi thought for a while and said, "Impossible, even if the opponent is the Akatsuki organization, they need a foothold on the sea. Even the Kirigaku ninjas are full of off of the sea. So Mei Terumi is very sure that in such bad weather, no one can stay in the sea for a long time without external help. Even the 4th generation, who is the Three Tails Jinchuriki, must find a foothold to rest as soon as possible in the face of such a situation. Therefore, she doesn't believe that the examiner of the Akatsuki organization will hide in the sea to monitor this battle." At this time, a Kirigaku Jonin asked, "Captain, what should we do now?" Mei Terumi hesitated. The purpose of their trip was to help Bai pass the test arranged by the Akatsuki organization, so that Bai could successfully infiltrate the Akatsuki organization and obtain the top-secret intelligence of the Akatsuki organization. But now they couldn't even find the invigilator of the Akatsuki organization, so they didn't dare to show up easily and interfere with the battle. Because once they were exposed in front of the Akatsuki examiner, even if Bai could pass the test, the Akatsuki organization would not absorb Bai again. Seeing that Terumi Mei was hesitant, Kisame said bluntly, "The little devil of the Snow Clan is no match for the samurai on the opposite side. If they continue, the little devil will definitely die." Terumi Mei nodded slightly. Her judgment was the same as Kisame. Although from the scene, the battle between Bai and Tomioka Jiua was still in a stalemate. But anyone with a discerning eye could see that Bai's means were almost exhausted, and the opponent was still at ease. If this battle continued, Bai would definitely lose. Kisame was straightforward and said with a smile, "If we don't take action now, the little devil of the Snow Clan will definitely die, and the operation will fail. If we take action, it is hard to say whether the operation will succeed, but the little devil will definitely not die." Mei Terumi nodded helplessly, and then ordered, "Others stay on the boat and strengthen vigilance. Kisame, you follow me." As she said, she jumped into the sea and ran towards the battlefield in the distance. Kisame smiled and followed immediately. Seeing Mei Terumi and Kisame rushing over, Bai breathed a sigh of relief. Jiyu Tomioka still said nothing, but the knife in his hand swung faster and more fiercely. While rushing, Mei Terumi quickly formed a seal, water escape, water dragon bullet. Instantly, a water dragon rose up and attacked Jiyu Tomioka. Just as Tomioka Jiyu was about to swing his sword to meet Terumi Mei's water dragon, he felt his body stagnate. He looked down and saw that the lower half of his body was frozen by frost. Just as he was stunned, the water dragon hit Tomioka Jiyu hard and knocked him out. With the help of water breathing, he barely adjusted his posture in the air and landed steadily on the sea surface, but before he could stand firm, Kisame appeared in front of him and pushed with both hands, water escape, water shark bullet technique. Tomioka Jiyu immediately swung a sword. As the sword was swung, the surging chakra also surged, attached to the blade, and met Kisame's ninjutsu. However, after the two sides collided, Tomioka Jiyu found that his sword skills not only failed to break the opponent's ninjutsu, but the opponent's ninjutsu absorbed the chakra and returned it back twice. Boom! A roar sounded on the sea, and then a wave of huge waves. Looking at the huge waves, Kisame smiled. Mei Terumi looked around vigilantly, and found that there was still no figure of the Akatsuki examiner, so she breathed a sigh of relief. It was obvious. In their eyes, although the samurai was very strong, after being hit by their ninjutsu repeatedly, no matter how strong the samurai was, he would die, so they thought the battle was over. Only Bai, who knew the details of the ghost, knew that such an attack could not destroy the ghost, so he was not careless and stared at the place where the waves were surging. Please everyone. Chapter 199 The Arrogant Man. The sea breeze wrapped the flying ice chips and gradually blew away the sea fog. Bai, Mei Terumi and Kisame stood on this surging sea, with different expressions on their faces. At first, Mei Terumi and Kisame thought they had dealt with the mysterious samurai, but after seeing Bai's solemn expression, they, who were experienced in combat, suddenly realized something and looked at the area where the samurai fell into the water. Mei Terumi's face was full of confusion, and Kisame's face was full of fear. At this time, the waves gradually subsided, revealing a figure. Mei Terumi's pupil shrank, and her pretty face had an inquiring look. Yes, it was inquiry. In the ninja world, the status of samurai is very delicate, although the samurai group can still occupy a place in the ninja world and control the power of a country. But compared with ninjas, the armed group of samurai is obviously inferior in scale and strength. Therefore, ninjas have a natural sense of superiority over samurai. Even if there have been one or two samurai with outstanding strength in the ninja world, ninjas will only give a good evaluation out of pride. Because the upper limit of the samurai is there, and it cannot be changed by one or two geniuses, the samurai group does not pose much threat to the ninja village. But the mysterious samurai in front of him is different. Not only is his body movement and speed not inferior to those elite jonin, but he also has mastered a set of strange sword skills that can use chakra. Through observation, she was shocked to find that the other party could release a water-style ninjutsu similar to the B-level water dragon bullet technique with just sword skills, without hand seals. In other words, the other party has mastered a set of sword skills that can replace hand seals to launch powerful ninjutsu. Ordinary people may not realize what this means, but Mei Terumi is different. She is very keenly aware that if this set of sword skills is promoted, the status of samurai will change dramatically. Kisame is more concerned about the present. The other party was hit by his water-same bullet technique and was not dead. Just based on this point, he dare not be careless anymore. Tomioka Jiyu's face was still as cold as before. After glancing at Bai, Mei Terumi and Kisame, he shook his body, pushed his breathing method to the extreme, and slashed at Bai with a sword. Unprepared, Bai had to raise his left hand and use the fine steel kunao in his hand to block the opponent's slash, and quickly formed a seal with his right hand to launch an ice escape. Crack! Instantly, a burst of shattering sounded on the sea. Everyone on the fishing boat looked over and saw that ice mirrors with cold air suddenly appeared on the sea, and then these ice mirrors were quickly shattered by sword lights. Seeing that Bai could not resist, Kisame quickly formed a seal with both hands and immediately pressed on the sea, 1,000 sharks. In the blink of an eye, countless sharks surged out of the sea and rushed towards Tomioka Jiyu. Tomioka Jiyu was slightly startled, and then swung his sword to meet those sharks. Bai took this opportunity to take a breath, and then subconsciously prepared to perform ice escape to help Kisame deal with Tomioka-jiu. But just as he was about to take action, he suddenly remembered Shinji's instructions. So he looked at the battlefield and saw countless sharks rushing towards Tomioka-jiu in groups, surrounding the opponent in the center, and thought to himself, time is running out, destroying the anchor point is the key. After making up his mind, he decisively bypassed Tomioka-jiu and rushed to the island while he was tired. Mei Terumi and Kisame were all puzzled when they saw this, wondering why Bai suddenly left the battle and rushed to the island. However, with a powerful enemy at hand, they quickly suppressed their doubts and continued to besiege Tomioka-jiu. Swish! After several ups and downs, Bai finally stepped onto the island. While breathing heavily, he observed the surroundings. The area of the island is not large, and you can see it all at a glance, so his eyes quickly focused on a huge rock on the island. Bang! With force on his feet, Bai rushed to the huge rock. Under this huge rock that was more than 10 meters high, there was an inconspicuous cave. Judging from the traces left on the cave wall, it was obviously dug by humans. Just as Bai was about to enter the cave, he felt a sudden surge of air behind him, so he immediately dodged to the side. Almost at the same time, Tomioka-jiu swung his sword and slashed over, passing him by. Then, Terumi Mei and Kisame also chased to the island. Looking at the strange behavior of Bai and the mysterious warrior, Terumi Mei could no longer hold back and asked Bai, "What's going on?" Bai hurriedly said, "We must defeat him." As it involved pollution, he naturally couldn't tell the truth, but as soon as he finished speaking, he was worried that the powerful ghost in front of him would say something nonsense. However, Tomioka-jiu just made a sword flower. "I accept your challenge." Terumi Mei and Kisame looked at each other, with a confused look on his face. Although Bai's words were unclear, since there was only one mysterious warrior stationed at the test site arranged by the Akatsuki organization, defeating the mysterious warrior was a matter of course. However, they never expected that after they appeared, the mysterious warrior who was suspected to be the examiner of the Akatsuki organization not only did not raise any questions, but calmly accepted the fact that they were besieged. What made them even more unacceptable was that a mere warrior actually faced them with such an arrogant attitude and such a calm tone. You must know that whether it is Mei Terumi or Kisame, they are both famous jonins in Kirigakuer, and even if you look at the entire ninja world, they are considered to be the top figures. Why do they dare to be so arrogant? Kisame said, "I can't care so much, he must die." Mei Terumi nodded, and was ready to ask Bai what was going on after solving the mysterious warrior. Bai breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that this ghost would say anchor point, different world and other heavily polluted information, but he didn't expect that the other party was very cooperative and said something inexplicable to help him out. "Do it." With a command from Mei Terumi, the three began to besiege Tomioka-jiu again. Instantly, a series of explosions resounded on the island. After a while, Mei Terumi, Kisame, and Shiro retreated from the smoke respectively, each of them looked embarrassed and solemn. In the center of the smoke, Tomioka-jiu stood still with a sword, his face still looking very arrogant. Mei Terumi asked, "Who is this guy?" Kisame's face was a little embarrassed. "Our ninjutsu has no effect on him, this guy seems to have an immortal body." Mei Terumi continued, "I don't know why, he seems to be able to see through my water escape clone." Obviously. After several rounds of confrontation, Mei Terumi and Kisame, with their excellent analytical ability, analyzed the abilities of the demons without saying anything. Here comes the first update. Chapter 200 Upper String 1. The Land of Thunder. The dusty Kimimaro trudged through the endless snowy mountains. In such a harsh environment, even ninjas would find it difficult to survive, so this area is sparsely populated within 100 miles. Double Yakushi, who was hanging more than 10 miles behind Kimimaro, looked around with a vigilant look. He knew more about Akatsuki than others. After all, he was Orochimaru's personal assistant, and Orochimaru was once a member of Akatsuki, and had seen the leader of the organization who had the Eye of the Immortal. Pulling up his robe, Do Yakushi thought to himself, what kind of assessment would Akatsuki arrange in such a place? He didn't think there was anything wrong with Akatsuki arranging the assessment in such a ghost place. On the contrary, because he knew the horror of Akatsuki, he subconsciously felt that the Akatsuki assessment should be difficult for ordinary people to pass, or even difficult to understand. He pushed the eye socket on his nose. The invigilator must not be Uchiha Itaki. If there is anyone in Akatsuki that he fears the most, it must be Uchiha Itachi. He was also present when Orochimaru attacked Uchiha Itachi before, so he saw with his own eyes how Uchiha Itachi subdued Orochimaru with an illusion. Even a strong man like Orochimaru couldn't resist Uchiha Itachi's Sharingan, let alone him. Just then, he saw Kimimaro, who had already reached the top of the mountain in front of him, suddenly stopped and seemed to have discovered something. Realizing that the invigilator of Akatsuki was likely on the top of the mountain, he quickly crouched and shrank his body behind a big tree. Who could it be? While staring at the top of the mountain, he secretly speculated. During the time when Orochimaru defected, no one knew what happened in the Akatsuki organization, and a large number of strong people suddenly poured in. Among them were members who had revealed their true identities, such as Wu Yang and Sheneng, as well as 3 mysterious S-level wanted criminals who were temporarily designated as A, B, and C by the 5 major ninja villages. So he had no idea who the Akatsuki examiner who was in charge of the exam on the top of the mountain was. Boom! Suddenly, there was a burst of explosions from the top of the mountain. Then, a black dot flew down from the top of the mountain and fell heavily. After seeing the flying black dot clearly, Kabuto Yakushi's expression froze, because he found that the black dot was Kimimaro who had just climbed to the top of the mountain. Just as he was hesitating whether to take action, another figure flashed down from the top of the mountain. The examiner of Akatsuki has appeared. Kabuto Yakushi immediately suppressed the thought of attacking and looked at the figure that flashed down, but found that the other party was not wearing the red cloud uniform of Akatsuki, but a black haori and holding a long sword. Samurai. He was stunned at first, then he looked carefully and found that there seemed to be words engraved in the other party's eyes, but because the distance was too far and he did not have the eye technique blood limit, he could not see clearly what words were engraved in the other party's pupils. At this time, the 2 people who fell from the top of the mountain one after another fought fiercely on the snowy mountain. Kabuto Yakushi's face sank, and the doubt in his eyes gradually turned into surprise. He knew Kimimiro's strength better than anyone else. Although Kimimaro was only 9 years old now in terms of strength, he can already compete with the Jonin. If he uses the corpse vein at all costs, ordinary Jonins may not be his opponents. And Kimimiro's strength is mainly reflected in physical skills. Even he doesn't want to compete with Kimimaro in physical skills. That's why. When he found that the feathered warrior who chased down from the top of the mountain and was attacking Kimimaro fiercely had completely suppressed Kimimaro in both speed and strength, it would be a lie to say that he was not surprised. Swish! At this moment, Kimimaro used the bloodline limit corpse vein contained in his blood. For a moment, the whistling sound of bone bullets breaking through the air continued to echo on the snowy peaks. However, the feathered warrior easily blocked all the bone bullets shot by Kimimaro with only the long sword in his hand. His skillful movements and calm actions were unforgettable. Just when Kabuto Yakushi was stunned for a moment, the Uchiha warrior dodged and rushed in front of Kimimaro, and then slashed Kimimaro with a sword. This. Kabuto Yakushi was shocked and rushed out without caring about being exposed. Swish! After shooting 2 kunai tied with detonating talismans, Kabuto Yakushi pulled Kimimaro, who was lying on the ground covered in blood, back. The Uchiha warrior swung his sword without even looking at it, and cut the kunai into several pieces. It was just that his slash triggered the detonating talisman tied behind the kunai, which instantly detonated the detonating talisman and ignited a huge explosion. With the cover of the detonating talisman, Kabuto Yakushi finally dragged Kimimaro away from the Uchiha warrior. At this time, he had time to check Kimimiro's injuries and found that although the sword wounds were shocking, fortunately, Kimimaro had the corpse bone vein, and the key organs in his body were protected by bones. While treating Kimimaro, Kabuto Yakushi asked, "Are you okay?" Kimimaro struggled to get up and shook his head, "I'm fine." Kabuto Yakushi asked, "Who is that samurai?" "I don't know much. He was standing there when I climbed to the top of the mountain." After taking a breath, Kimimaro continued, "Then he attacked me." Kabuto Yakushi was a little confused. Is it the examiner arranged by the Akatsuki organization? "I'm not sure either." After a pause, Kimimaro said, "But the opponent is very strong. I have never met such an opponent." Kabuto Yakushi knew very well that someone like Kimimaro must not be an ordinary person. At this time, the smoke and dust stirred up by the explosion of the detonating talisman gradually dissipated, and a figure walked out of the smoke and dust. Kabuto Yakushi looked intently, and his face sank immediately. At this moment, he finally saw clearly what the words were engraved in the other party's eyes. On one of the other party's eyes was engraved the words upper string and on the other eye was the word 1. Upper string 1. Kabuto Yakushi instantly realized that something was wrong. He had heard that there was a group of members in the Akatsuki organization with the words upper string engraved in their eyes. It is said that the weakest of this group of people has the strength of an elite jonin. The battle on the long street was an internal conflict between the upper string members of the Akatsuki organization and another group of Akatsuki members. The upper string members who appeared at that time were upper string 5 and upper string 6. And these two people can already rival Manjiki Uchiha. Therefore, you don't need to think about what level this upper string 1 is. The opponent's strength may have surpassed the level of Jonin and reached the level of Kage. Facing such a strong enemy, Kabuto Yakushi has no confidence at all.